Geniuses
crazy.
Turn to ban PSG LGD.
All right. Well, you can see too that the players have been getting their headsets on now, which means we are starting to get close to the draft.
These are the same mustache that you have, Richard.
That's pretty similar. That's pretty similar. IO going to be the hello.
TBOD first phase ban. Double core bans.
I said it.
You did?
Before the game started.
Yeah,
I would be surprised if there's OD ban or even Medusa ban, but they decided to go with the TB. It's Ortiz is one of the best heroes, and maybe they don't think they have enough to deal with it.
I still feel like you want to ban Beastmaster though.
10 seconds
against either one of these teams. I still feel like that hero, when I talked about that chip tower damage a second ago, that's a hero that does it for you as long as he has a reasonable lane, almost all by himself.
First game in 5 games that we are going to see EG not have the OD at their disposal, targeting that TB as well against Ortiz.
I really do wonder if they're going to take the Phoenix off the table in the second phase as well.
This leaves a lot of good heroes in the pool. We have Tusk. Lich is still there, Grimstroke,
Elder Titan,
and ET, yeah.
I still think both of these teams will be looking hard at that Beastmaster pick, though. That's a hero that's been, you know, first phase banned throughout the tournament, and
we've seen teams trying to figure out how to play against the Beastmaster. There were some counters in terms of Enchantress, not in this tournament, Chen. But I don't personally think it's that effective.
Well, Secret's shown a bit of Chen. Liquid tried to pick Chen against Secret, and that worked terribly. You would expect LGD to open with either of the Elder Titan or the Tusk. Yeah, I would favor the Tusk as well. But
then you're kind of leaving EG if they want to go for it, like a Medusa Elder Titan opening, which is insanely good.
Yeah, the Tusk. I think that's the easy call there, and EG I think is much harder. Oh, Mag PA.
All right. Okay. Straight away.
There we go.
Ooh. LGD are going to have a lot of reps against this strat, though.
We saw so many teams trying to open with this in the early phases of the tournament. Falls out of favor a little bit. We see it get banned quite a bit. One of the other things that we typically do see getting banned, though, is Centaur as well. That's going to be something that does make it through here.
Yeah, you've got the Centaur, Beastmaster, Elder Titan all still on the table here for LGD.
Depends on what kind of a lanes they want to go for. Yeah, Centaur's in the pool. That's a lot of magic damage.
The Grimstroke, though, you have to insta-ban Doom now.
I feel like Doom and Grimstroke is the best combo now.
I mean, it's certainly if you have PA on. Well, I mean,
it feels better than
Doom,
Grimstroke Lich to me.
I agree. Especially with again what we've seen from Doom, just the way he's able to consistently get those utility items up even when he's being sacked.
5 seconds
I've
remaining.
been seeing that combo more and more as well. Mag PA though, this is one of the nice things.
He uses his Q right away.
Lord, you talked earlier. At this point, you're asking your young superstar player.
All right, this series is going to be for top 3. We're ready to get it started. EG versus LGD starts now.
Yes, indeed, it does. Rich, and ladies and gentlemen, we've got a full house here today. EG versus LGD Fogged. It's a rematch of one of the previous matches that we saw at KL where EG was able to knock out LGD. How you feeling about this game, and how you feel about this draft?
They left Elder Titan in the pool. Just kidding. That's not what I said. I knew it. Right? That's of course what I jumped to. We were both kind of saying it's like maybe on the Dragon Knight is one of the little things that I'm a little concerned about, but he's one of the ones that actually does get really farmed and does get really big, so definitely can work on him. I'm looking at EG's draft. I think the one concern for me is that they could get into a point where if LGD is able to actually get good lanes and just start running at them, I'm worried. And I think that's where the Monkey King comes into play, why they want to pick it, because he's like the tempo setter for their team to just be able to fight back. Because LGD, they group up with a DK with this Beastmaster and this Slark like running around. Panel mentioned a lot of the vision game. It could really catch EG off guard. Because Disruptor, this is a hero that does not like to play Dota when you're just being ran at. When you're just getting your building sieged by a 5-man unit or a 4-man unit, and a Slark is like hunting in the back lines, it can be really scary.
Totally. That is sort of the dream scenario for this LGD lineup of what they want to do. Completely control the vision, ensnare them in their base. We got a little turtle running around there on the ground, and some wonderful alt chat as well, as there's please no Greevel Laster.
That courier is actually really hard to notice.
Isn't that nuts? Dude, this is the strat.
What the heck? Look at it. I mean, it's pretty damn cute.
Oh my god, it's adorable. It's
really
a long
cute.
neck from Land Before Time.
Aw, Littlefoot.
Well, sleigh bells are ringing, and this game is about to start. And at least as far as the laning stage starts out, is there anything that we really need to be concerned about? The panel was talking about getting a good matchup for Sumail mid. Is Monkey King versus DK that matchup?
It kind of goes both ways. Like, of course, you're going to get the Jingu stacks up, but DK has so much natural armor. We're going to see how this one plays out, because you also can play around your Breathe Fire, so you mitigate a lot of that damage. I've seen it go pretty even. It's just going to be a bit of a regen war between the two of them. Top lane, so we have Slark, who's traditionally kind of a weak laner, but they've got Tag Team and they've got Grimstroke to make it quite a bit stronger versus the side of EG's, which is not really the strongest. I mean, it's Disruptor and Magnus. I mean, if you can get a great skewer, then sure, but besides that, I do believe that LGD has a bit of a stronger one in that. They even have the Hawk scouting down bottom, so they know the lanes for sure. They see S4. They kind of expected it anyway, but they are telegraphed of these lanes.
Early on, we're going to be keeping our eyes very closely peeled onto this mid matchup. Sumail ends up having the creep wave on the low ground there as well, as a lot of damage now onto Ame. This Slark, not known for being one of the strongest heroes in the world. They're trying to just create a little bit of space, able to dodge away from this hero, and they actually able to find the kill in a fight. And Ame's walking away from that one.
Oh my god.
Oh, chasing. They want to get this kill, and he's still hanging on to those stick charges, so Ame will live through all of that, and you can hear this crowd is going to be waiting on every last hit.
Yeah. I was talking about how the mid lane can be even. For the most part, it's very volatile though, because the problem is that if Sumail's always able to keep Jingu up his top again.
Oh my god, they find him there with the secondary hit on the Stroke of Fate, and now Fly also just taking punches. This is a lot of regen that's going to need to be traded out, and Snova could have even think about going for that next Stroke of Fate. Doesn't look like it's going to connect though.
It's just such a strong lane. They've got Grimstroke and Tusk. They've got Tag Team with a very good ranged hero that can give the right clicks, and Grimstroke is a pretty damn strong tri-laner too. So mid lane, we see Sumail starting to pull ahead because he keeps getting these Jingus, so he has that just much more denies and last hits, and I mean, maybe he's actually just getting crushed. So I've seen this matchup be 50-50 a lot of times, but Sumail can be one of those that pulls away.
And you talk about those couple of kills there also, and it's down bottom where S4 is also dominating over the Beastmaster.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, I'm just staring at mid. This is level 3 versus level 1 almost. Maybe it's now hit level 2, but oh my god, Sumail is absolutely going to take over that one.
Yeah, this is a pretty big problem for Maybe, who does, like you said, just hit level 2, but Sumail should continue to dominate this one. And you look at also how much Chalice has been able to get. He now is up to 5 last hits versus the 10 and 2 of S4. Could become a bit of a problem as Crit picks up a DD rune up there on the top side of the map, and S4 just trying to hunt that boar, keep it from punching him off on the side.
Yeah, Centaur's going to do really well in this matchup with Retaliate. Anytime Chalice hits him, you're just going to get hit back even harder. It's top. Again,
Nova. Ooh, they don't quite connect with the shards, but it doesn't matter. They find the kill, and now Crit needing to back away. That DD rune made the difference.
Yep. Looked like he considered saving it for Sumail for like a quarter second, but I think Sumail told him, I'm owning this matchup. 11-10 last hits versus 5-1 of Maybe.
Oh, Chalice testing the patience of S4, who's just walking at him. Skills up, double edge, needs to get in range. Does he go on the creep, or does he try and dive underneath? They have the south, S4, he's bugging hard. He gets the double edge, gets the kill.
Chalice even used the salve, like you're mentioning.
Oh, man. Tough stuff down there bottom, so they will lose the Centaur, but, well, you know, much better being able to find that kill first.
But yeah, the one thing is that Maybe can't get denies in the lane. So Sumail's 12 denies. He's not going to be able to kill Maybe, but maybe with a rotation because of how well he started off. He's nearly level 5.
That's an incredibly scary Monkey King, and known for being the lane dominator. As we go back up towards the top side, we see that Arteezy is going to start to have a little bit of a better time in that, 10-4. As Sumail again just goes underneath the tower and forcing back Maybe at every moment. And this is, again, you know, we talked about maybe being a little bit concerned that maybe it's not playing on the flashiest of heroes. DK's not necessarily known for being able to come back into the game in the same way some of these other mid laners have been.
No, at least they can group up and rally around him, though. But again, Sumail, he uses the Jingu with the Boundless and gets it again immediately onto Maybe. It's just, he's putting so much pressure. It's level 5 versus level 3.
And they have left Maybe on an island.
Yeah. I've seen this matchup happen so many times, and I've seen DKs come out even, but yeah, Sumail just put on a good display here in the mid lane.
S4 taking a lot of punches by virtue of Chalice. Needs to be careful. That boar is chasing him. Still hanging onto the salve, though. So it looks like he's going to be able to pop that and heal back up We saw out of the corner of our eyes as well on the side camera that there is an ancient stack that's being built up right now, 3 tall, with the Disruptor Illusion rune that spawned by Fly. So he's doing a good job of keeping that stack being built up for the later Magnus PA.
Yep. Even Sumail could farm it too, but I might want to just save it for Arteezy because he can use the blur strategy, right? You pop blur with that Empower and you can get that farm up really early, not having to worry about the Ancients hitting you. So 2 lanes going very successful for EG. The top one, I guess, is a little bit more in favor of LGD as Ame is pulling a bit ahead.
Well, S4 just going to stick around this area, wants to secure the bottom bounty runes if possible. It looks like Chalice is going to get the one on the Radiant side of the map. And then on the other side, it looks like a trade-off of 1 for 1 as well. So 2 apiece.
Sumail, stunned under tower.
Mid lane, they don't have the Jenga stacks up. Needs to be a little bit careful with the rotation coming in. The Tusk God, Tusk King, call it what you will. The result's the same.
That's how you fix your mid lane a little bit. There's a quick rotation when Sumail gets over aggressive because it's Sumail. He's gonna play as aggressive as possible, and you know that just from the way that he is as a player.
Oh, and up top, it's easy. Oh, good dodge away with the Blink Strike. A little escape from the Inkswell. It's still going to be punched a little bit here on his backside as he heads back towards the safety of his tower. And oh, they're actually fully committing for this one. Arteezy is going to get the Blink Strike away to the creep wave, though.
That was very nice. If he gets caught by the Inkswell, he's absolutely dead. So they tried to make the opportunistic move on LGD when they see that the Sioux supports are not there. They try to put the pressure on, but oh my goodness. You were talking about stacks, and there are so many stacks on the side of EG.
Stampede chase forward. Arteezy wants some blood, and Chalice is in his sights, although they have vision underneath all of them as well, and they're able to turn this one onto Arteezy, who eats the deck, and now also chasing forward for S4. They have the boar hitting them, the slowdown. There's no way to juke away into these trees because the Beastmaster summoned the Hawk earlier, and with the chase down, with a second boar summon, can they get in there in time? The Skewer interrupting, able to find that hook stomp. They're diving underneath the tower right now. Oh my LGD, the shards, Crit trying to live through all of this. He is going to snowball over to the creep wave, but they kill off Crit.
The power of Tusk in the hands of an expert. Able to put so much pressure. He has 1,200 gold on Tusk now after these rotations with boots on top. Sumail will be able to find himself a kill with that DD.
Game has just been a back and forth brawl so far. And at least for now, relatively even in terms of net worth. The Roar is going to be used down bottom. They have the tag team moving as well, trying to bait out the hoof stomp. They will find it. S4, can he make anything happen? The double edge almost gets the kill, but FY lives again.
He has a full earn coming out on the courier there. Doesn't have it before the kill, of course, but level 5 Tusk at the 7-minute mark. FY 3-0-3, salvaging the lanes for his team as expected.
I think we all saw True Sight and saw how much of a playmaker this guy can be. And showing it yet again, 3-0-3, has the full earn completed. 7.5 minutes in.
Now we'll see the beginning of the farm from EG. As they're farming 1 triple stack, they have a secondary triple stack, and they have another, I think, 3 or 4 stack on the Ancient. So just really prioritizing that, and this is where I feel like LGD could try to take advantage. When they have DK ulti, they can start to pressure these towers, rotate in. That's exactly what they're going to do in the mid lane. They're smoked, they're ready to try to put this pressure on the mid tower. As nobody's showing, they know Sumail's kind of making moves around, so they're trying to punish if any of the supports or anybody else is trying to get experience here.
I'm just hitting around that mid lane right now, waiting for anybody to show up in the lane. Fly is there as well. They're going to send the boar forward for the Disruptor. It looks like with the stroke of fate chasing forward, they still have Stampede. They're going to be able to throw down that kinetic field, and FY, has he gone too far? S4 wanting to chase this, and with Arteezy moving into position, they have the hoof stomp, trying to kill off this Tusk. He's so tanky though, and the Inkswell able to actually turn this one back around onto S4. Do LGD really want to go further forward for this? He's still under control. He has the tag team, and now there's going to be the Dragon Tail, the walk away snowball on the creep. To the side. He's going to be able to get up towards the mid lane yet again. There's a good amount of damage coming from the Thunder Strike, and he can't quite get the shards.
He tried.
Will be punished. Stampede now chasing for more. All of EG is here pretty much as they chase and try and find the kill. The buyback coming from the Tusk. The Brawl is going to continue the dark back in onto everybody. They bring down maybe, and now trying to find themselves a little bit more here. If they can take down Ame, it'd be so great for them as Chalice takes down Crit.
That does make it through here.
Yeah, you've got the Centaur, Beastmaster, Elder Titan all still on the table here for LGD.
Depends on kind of a
Grimstroke
lanes
too, if
they want to go
it.
for. Yeah, Centaur's in the pool. That's a lot of magic
If they
damage.
Grimstroke there, you have to insta-ban Doom now.
I feel like Doom and Grimstroke is the best combo now.
I mean, it
It
certainly,
feels
if you have PA, well, I mean,
It
PA
feels
can
better
get
than
doomed, though.
Grimstroke Lich to me.
I agree. Especially with, again, what we've seen from Doom, just the way he's able to consistently get those utility items up, even when he's being sacked.
We've been seeing that combo more and more as well. Mag PA, though, this is one of the nice things, too, with what we've seen from EG playing that one strategy, really prioritizing the OD. It just leaves this wide open.
I can't believe Elder Titan is still in the pool and it's not being picked.
By the way, EG, one of the teams that is probably most likely to stick with that Magnus at a core position. S4, the original Magnus spammer, the son of Magnus.
A lot of Tusks in this game. Magnus, Tusk.
I like it.
Top three, we're ready to get it started. EG versus LGD starts now.
Yes, indeed, it does. Rich and ladies and gentlemen, we've got a full house here today. EG versus LGD Fogged. It's a rematch of one of the previous matches that we saw at KL where EG was able to knock out LGD. How you feeling about this game and how you feel about this draft?
They left Elder Titan in the pool. No, just kidding. That's not what I'm going to say.
I knew it.
Right, that's of course what I jumped to. We were both kind of saying it's like maybe on the Dragon Knight is one of the maybe the little things that I'm a little concerned about, but he's one of the ones that actually does get really farmed and does get really big, so definitely can work on him. Looking at EG's draft, I think the one concern for me is that they could get into a point where if LGD is able to actually get good lanes and just start running at them, I'm worried. And I think that's where the Monkey King comes into play, why they want to pick it, because he's like the tempo setter for their team to just be able to fight back. Because LGD, they group up with a DK with this Beastmaster and this Slark like running around. Panel mentioned a lot of the vision game. It could really catch EG off guard. Because Disruptor, this is a hero that does not like to play Dota when you're just being ran at. When you're just getting your building sieged by a 5-man unit or a 4-man unit, and a Slark is like hunting in the back lines, it can be really scary.
Totally. That is sort of the dream scenario for this LGD lineup of what they want to do. Completely control the vision, ensnare them in their base. We got a little turtle running around there on the ground, and some wonderful alt chat as well, as there's please no Greevel Laster.
That courier is actually really hard to notice.
Isn't that nuts? Dude, this is the strat.
What the heck? Look at it. I mean, it's pretty damn cute.
Oh my god, it's adorable. It's
really
a long
cute.
neck from Land Before Time.
Aw, Littlefoot.
Well, sleigh bells are ringing, and this game is about to start. And at least as far as the laning stage starts out, is there anything that we really need to be concerned about? The panel was talking about getting a good matchup for Sumail mid. Is Monkey King versus DK that matchup?
It kind of goes both ways. Like, of course, you're going to get the Jingu stacks up, but DK has so much natural armor. We're going to see how this one plays out, because you also can play around your Breathe Fire, so you mitigate a lot of that damage. I've seen it go pretty even. It's just going to be a bit of a regen war between the two of them. Top lane, so we have Slark, who's traditionally kind of a weak laner, but they've got Tag Team and they've got Grimstroke to make it quite a bit stronger versus the side of EG's, which is not really the strongest. I mean, it's Disruptor and Magnus. I mean, if you can get a great skewer, then sure, but besides that, I do believe that LGD has a bit of a stronger one in that. They even have the Hawk scouting down bottom, so they know the lanes for sure. They see S4. They kind of expected it anyway, but they are telegraphed at these lanes.
Early on, we're going to be keeping our eyes very closely peeled onto this mid matchup. Sumail ends up having the creep wave on the low ground there as well, as a lot of damage now onto Ame. This Slark, not known for being one of the strongest heroes in the world, and they're trying to just create a little bit of space, able to dodge away from the skewer, and they're actually able to find the kill and a fight.
And he's alive.
And Ame's walking away from that one.
Oh my god.
Oh, chasing. They want to get this kill, and he's still hanging onto those stick charges, so Ame will live through all of that, and you can hear this crowd is going to be waiting on every last hit.
Yeah. I was talking about how the mid lane can be even for the most part. It's very volatile, though, because the problem is that if Sumail's always able to keep Jingu up his top again...
Oh my god, they find him there with the secondary hit on the Stroke of Fate, and now Fly also just taking punches. This is a lot of regen that's going to need to be traded out, and Xnova could have even think about going for that next Stroke of Fate. Doesn't look like it's going to connect, though.
It's just such a strong lane. They've got Grimstroke and Tusk. They've got Tag Team with a very good ranged hero that can give the right clicks, and Grimstroke is a pretty damn strong tri-laner, too. So mid lane, we see Sumail starting to pull ahead because he keeps getting these Jingus. So he has that just much more denies and last hits. And I mean, maybe he's actually just getting crushed. So I've seen this matchup be 50-50 a lot of times, but Sumail can be one of those that pulls away.
And you talk about those couple of kills there also, and it's down bottom where S4 is also dominating over the Beastmaster.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, I'm just staring at mid. This is level 3 versus level 1 almost. Maybe has now hit level 2, but oh my god, Sumail is absolutely going to take over that one.
Yeah, this is a pretty big problem for Maybe, who does, like you said, just hit level 2, but Sumail should continue to dominate this one. And you look at also how much Chalice has been able to get. He now is up to 5 last hits versus the 10 and 2 of S4. Could become a bit of a problem as Crit picks up a DD rune up there on the top side of the map, and S4 just trying to hunt that boar, keep it from punching him off on the side.
Yeah, Centaur's going to do really well in this matchup with Retaliate. Anytime Chalice hits him, you're just going to get hit back even harder as top. Again,
Nova. Ooh, they don't quite connect with the shards, but it doesn't matter. They find the kill, and now Crit needing to back away. That DD rune made the difference.
Yep. Looked like he considered saving it for Sumail for like a quarter second, but I think Sumail told him, I'm owning this matchup. 11-10 last hits versus 5-1 of Maybe.
Oh, Chalice testing the patience of S4, who's just walking at him. Skills up, double edge, needs to get in range. Does he go on the creeper? Does he try and dive underneath? They have the salve. S4, you bug him out. He gets the double edge. Gets the kill.
Chalice even used the salve, like you're mentioning.
Oh, man. Tough stuff down there bottom. So they will lose the Centaur, but, well, you know, much, much better being able to find that kill first.
But yeah, the one thing is that Maybe can't get denies in the lane. So Sumail's have 12 denies. He's not going to be able to kill Maybe, but maybe with a rotation because of how well he started off. He's nearly level 5.
That's an incredibly scary Monkey King, and known for being a lane dominator. As we go back up towards the top side, we see that Arteezy is going to start to have a little bit of a better time in that, 10 and 4. Sumail again just goes underneath the tower and forcing back Maybe at every moment. And this is, again, you know, we talked about maybe being a little bit concerned that Maybe is not playing on the flashiest of heroes. DK's not necessarily known for being able to come back into the game in the same way some of these other mid laners have been.
No, at least they can group up and rally around him, though. But again, Sumail, he uses the Jingu with the Boundless, gets it again immediately onto Maybe. It's just, he's putting so much pressure. It's level 5 versus level 3.
They have left Maybe on an island.
Yeah. I've seen this matchup happen so many times, and I've seen DKs come out even, but yeah, Sumail has just put on a good display here in the mid lane.
S4 taking a lot of punches by virtue of Chalice. Needs to be careful. That boar is chasing him. Still hanging onto the salve, though. So it looks like he's going to be able to pop that and heal back up. We saw out of the corner of our eyes as well on the side camera that there is an Ancient stack that's being built up right now, 3 tall with the Disruptor Illusion rune that spawned by Fly. So he's doing a good job of keeping that stack being built up for the later Magnus PA.
Yep. Even Sumail could farm it too, but I might want to just save it for Arteezy because he can use like, the blur strategy, right? You pop blur with that Empower and you can get that farm up really early, not having to worry about the Ancients hitting you. So 2 lanes going very successful for EG. The top one, I guess, is a little bit more in favor of LGD as Ame is pulling a bit ahead.
Well, S4 just going to stick around this area, wants to secure the bottom bounty runes if possible. It looks like Chalice is going to get the one on the Radiant side of the map. And then on the other side, it looks like a trade-off of 1 for 1 as well. So 2 apiece.
Sumail, stunned under tower.
Mid lane, they don't have the Jingu stacks up. Needs to be a little bit careful with the rotation coming in. The Tusk God, Tusk King, call him what you will. The result's the same.
That's how you fix your mid lane a little bit. There's a quick rotation when Sumail gets over aggressive because it's Sumail. He's going to play as aggressive as possible, and you know that just from the way that he is as a player.
Oh, and up top, it's easy. Oh, good dodge away with the Blink Strike. Able to escape from the Inkswell. Is still going to be punched a little bit here on his backside as he heads back towards the safety of his tower. And, oh, they're actually fully committing for this one. Arteezy is going to get the Blink Strike away to the creep wave, though.
That was very nice. If he gets caught by the Inkswell, he's absolutely dead. So they tried to make the opportunistic move on LGD when they see that the Sioux supports are not there. They try to put the pressure on, but oh my goodness. You were talking about stacks, and there are so many stacks on the side of EG.
Stampede chase forward. Arteezy wants some blood. And Chalice is in his sights, although they have vision underneath all of them as well, and they're able to turn this one onto Arteezy, who eats the deck, and now also chasing forward for S4. They have the boar hitting them, the slowdown. There's no way to juke away into these trees because the Beastmaster summoned the Hawk earlier, and with the chase down, with a second boar summon, can they get in there in time? The Skewer interrupting, able to find that hook stomp. They're diving underneath the tower right now.
Oh my God.
The shards, Crit trying to live through all of this. He is going to snowball over to the creep wave, but they kill off Crit.
The power of Tusk in the hands of an expert. Able to put so much pressure. He has 1,200 gold on Tusk now after these rotations with boots on top. top. Sumail will be able to find himself a kill with that DD.
This game has just been a back-and-forth brawl so far. And at least for now, relatively even in terms of net worth. The Roar is going to be used down bottom. They have the tag team moving as well, trying to bait out the hoof stomp. They will find it. S4, can he make anything happen?
Ooh.
The double edge almost gets the kill, but FY lives again.
He has a full urn coming out on the courier there. Doesn't have it before the kill, of course, but level 5 Tusk at the 7-minute mark. FY 3-0-3, salvaging the lanes for his team, as expected.
I think we all saw True Sight and saw how much of a playmaker this guy can be. And showing it yet again, 3-0-3, has the full urn completed. 7.5 minutes in.
Now we'll see the beginning of the farm from EG. As they're farming 1 triple stack, they have a secondary triple stack, and they have another, I think, 3 or 4 stack on the Ancient. So just really prioritizing that, and this is where I feel like LGD could try to take advantage. When they have DK ulti, they can start to pressure these towers, rotate in. That's exactly what they're going to do in the mid lane. They're smoked, they're ready to try to put this pressure on the mid tower. As nobody's showing, they know Sumail's kind of making moves around, so they're trying to punish if any of the supports or anybody else is trying to get experience here.
Just hitting around that mid lane right now, waiting for anybody to show up in the lane. Fly is there as well. They're going to send the boar forward for the disruptor. Looks like with the stroke of fate chasing forward, they still have Stampede. They're going to be able to throw down that kinetic field, and FY, has he gone too far? S4 wanting to chase this, and with Arteezy moving into position, they have the hoof stomp, trying to kill off this Tusk. He's so tanky though, and the Inkswell able to actually turn this one back around onto S4. Do LGD really want to go further forward for this? He's still under control, he has the tag team, and now there's going to be the Dragon Tail to walk away Snowball. On the creep. Off to the side, he's going to be able to get up towards the mid lane yet again. There's a good amount of damage coming from the Thunderstrike, and he can't quite get the shards.
He tried.
Will be punished. Stampede now chasing for more. All of EG is here pretty much as they chase and try and find the kill. The buyback coming from the Tusk. The Brawl is going to continue the Dark Pack in onto everybody. They bring down maybe, and now trying to find themselves a little bit more here. If they could take down Ame, it'd be so great for them. As Chalice takes down Crit over to the north as well. Ame turning, trying to find this kill onto Sumail under the cover of the Shadow Dance. Trying to go into the Mischief. Isn't going to be able to get the life steal off, and Arteezy has also dived in now. EG have lost 3, and LGD want to find more. Fly, can they kill him off as well? Chase under the tower. Arteezy's back into it. This battle's been going on for a minute and a half, and they might kill Ame. Great play as X-Nova also under fire. This is the 3rd time that FY has been in there with the freaking snowball. They chase forward with the lead as well. Arteezy is down. S4's back into the brawl. What in God's name is happening mid?
That was a great sequence of it. FY, when he TP'd back and he didn't have the snowball back up because he just had died using it, gets glimpsed back to base, comes back, crazy amount of aggression coming out. This is what we wanted.
Absolutely.
Just straight battling.
It is just about the 10-minute mark. We've had 19 kills.
Yeah. And this is the one thing that we were saying is that LGD wants to do. They want to be running at EG. They want to put them on the defensive when they're playing with this Disruptor. Fly is only level 4, and this Disruptor, we didn't get to talk about it too much because of all the other things that were going on, but he can have a great game versus Slark if he can get an early level 6 as Chalice.
Oh, walking away, the slowdown coming from the boar, and that keeps him alive, although Sumail Boundless Strike just barely off the mark. They throw out the Phantom's Embrace. EG is here, and it looks like they won't be able to find a kill.
They really need to try to find level 6 onto Fly. As soon as he has that, this Slark's game becomes way more difficult. You just throw the ulti on top of him, and it just puts a ton of pressure on him. And we see Ame, he knows what he wants to do this game. He wants to be a late game monster. Went for the Midas on top of that Treads at a pretty damn early time as well.
Wants to be as big and tall as possible. And, well, it does look like LGD is set up again in this mid lane with the DD on maybe.
LGD recognizes that they're like, oh my god, you know, there's a PA and a Monkey King on the enemy team. They have incredible scaling, but it's not like LGD can't scale either. If they itemize properly, their scaling can get there into the later stages because they have such good vision advantage in this game.
Yeah, that so often is the big deciding factor, is just who you see when you see them.
Yeah.
And right now, they're seeing a free and easy kill on the Fly. How Wallish Punch hurts.
It's the pressure, just keep running at this Disruptor.
And maybe it can just be this big indomitable force in the middle.
Double roar!
The roar on the boat! They have the Dragon Tail for the follow-up as well. There's the RP, though, to try and turn it. They've already taken down this Monkey King. Where's the damage that's left over for EG? They're trying to get it with that Empowered Chalice. Will finally hit the deck. Now can they kill off? Maybe. He's so big and tanky, and FY snowball forward. He's been a little bit separated from the rest of his team now, but S4 moving into position, trying to find that hoof stomp, the double edge to kill off this big bad Dragon Knight. They take down the tower, but they're going to lose 2 in return, and now the Glimpse pulls back in the Tusk, who also will fall to S4.
Dove a little bit farther on the side of LGD. EG will be able to punish it this time, and Arteezy with some much needed kills, because he's just been dying a lot. He's 3, 3, and 4 on this PI. He's not getting the free game like this Slark. Ame didn't even try to show up to the fight. He's just like, I have Treads Midas. I'm going to farm. I am not joining you guys all the way behind the tier 2. I will take bottom tower. And we were mentioning the pressure that can come out from LGD's draft. They continue doing so, and just look at the tower advantage right now. They have taken out 4 already, and EG has only really knocked on that top tower.
EG now looking to try and maybe secure that one for themselves. It has definitely felt like it's just been all about, you know, when Arteezy gets the time to farm, he farms. And then they match the aggression by showing up in numbers.
The Slark is going to be an issue, though. He's going to go for that Blink Dagger, so then when he has that, he's not... I mean, we've seen this build like rising more than the Shadow Blade. This game could be, he could try to go for it maybe, the Shadow Blade anyway, for that Silver Edge build up, but he's prioritizing the Blink so he can get involved and just get those quick pounces to grab him down, and now we're going to see that blur that we were talking about, Arteezy farming Ancients.
S4 looks like he is going to be the next one brought down. They actually used the Roar on as well in mid lane. Sumail going for the Mischief, able to dodge away from the stun. Nicely played there as well. And the Boundless Strike bringing down this Dragon Knight. He's very tanky, but is he tanky enough? Is the Skewer pulling him back in closer to that mid lane? X-Nova will be able to get the walk away, but as they build back up the Jingu stacks, eventually maybe falls. A very different role than we've seen him play on throughout most of this tournament.
They cut that net worth down a huge margin because Arteezy also farmed a huge Ancient stack during that. So it was a 4K advantage, and now it's swung all the way only to 2K, and the experience is just fluctuating all over the place because of these dives. So now they do have Disruptor level 6, but they are under so much vision. We look at LGD's wards on the map, and that's how they want to be playing. They want to play the vision game. They want to keep running at them and putting the pressure on. Now they have the blink on the Slark, so now Ame can join the fray.
And I think that, you know, part of the reason for this is how much longer those Observer wards have been, or rather Sentry wards have been sticking around, the extra 3 minutes on him. But it's also going to show that in this big tanky meta, when fights are lasting so long, the panel talks about it, a lot of people have talked about it, Slark becomes a monster.
He really does. And they're looking to make plays. They've got Armlet finished up. They've got some pretty big, not huge item times, but some item timings that allow them to keep fighting. And that's what they want to do versus this EG draft. Don't let them back up and just farm with Empower. Have to keep the pace up on the side of LGD.
And we have seen a couple of times maybe go down on this Dragon Knight, but it's largely been when the rest of his team has had to abandon him.
Yep.
If he's in the middle of a fight and there's other people to provide some cover, it feels very difficult to kill off that Dragon Knight. So they want to make something happen.
They've got Blink on crit at a pretty damn early time again. So Magnus already has Blink, and I believe S4 is about to have Blink Dagger too. So EG, it's not like they can't make aggressive moves either. They can actually start to make those when they have Centaur Blink Dagger, because then it can give the opportunities for crit to get good RPs, and it can let Fly get those glimpses.
LGD, they've been playing around this side of the map here. It does look like it's going to be the majority of these bounty runes going the way of LGD, as Ame picks up 2 in the bottom.
They've got the Blinks. They're looking to make a move. They can try to go for a tower here, too. They were able to kill top earlier. Now they could turn this one into another objective if they can get a big kill out of it.
They know he's there, though.
Yeah.
And the Hawk already placed down within vision.
LGD wants to fight.
In. They're bringing in Ame as well. The pings come. They know that this Slark is moving into position, but so too does Slark, having his ultimate get removed off of him.
Yeah, he's pinging it. He knows that there's a... He's actually thinking it's on the bottom side more. They might miss the D-ward here. They've got 2 sentries. Let's see if X-Nova finds it. Does he put it in between?
He might. But nonetheless, also towards the mid lane.
He's not too sure where it is. Yeah, he's not going to find it. He's going to go check again. Ame's now going to go back over and try to give him more information.
In the meantime, the rest of LGD is kind of invading the jungle here with Chalice leading the charge.
They're trying to get all these D-wards, keep their pressure going. They did use DK ult though, so now that's going to be going down soon.
EG do still have a lot of vision out around the map. Maybe anticipating that this movement is coming in since they saw the D-ward, and FY is...
Have they seen FY's blink? That's one thing that can really turn fights. Even if EG does get some like huge initiation, now the counter initiation is there for LGD.
They see the disruptor, and now they realize the blink's
He just
there.
kills him in 2 hits. Tag team plus Walrus Punch. We'll play with his life, though.
I mean, he did what he wanted to do.
He did what he wanted to, but I mean, I think EG's all right with that.
Yeah, totally. So a 3,000 gold lead.
Now they're going to turn it into a tower. S4 just walks up. RTZ will be going for the Rush BKB build. We've seen majority of the times PA Magnus, it's been the Desolator first. He really wants to make sure that he can actually have his freedom of being able to do the mobility in the fights, the Phantom Strike in particular. If he gets pounced, he's in a lot of trouble, unless he actually has this first. Then he can't get pounced and he can actually freely jump around the fights.
He is sort of scouting up there towards the north side of the map as well. Chalice is over in the creep wave, pushing it out slowly. Does have Roar available, and with the mag nearby, Chalice needs to be careful.
The blur.
Now RTZ,
he knows.
They have the Hawk over. Crit spots him. They find the catch there, and the Skewer, Stampede, everything used. Chalice over in the trees, eventually brought down. Roar, walk away.
He's trying to just buy as much time. He sees that his team is pushing bottom lane. Will die eventually, but Slark got a lot of farm bottom out of that, and his team is also kind of farming a bit. But EG making good aggressive moves.
It does look like Slark is thinking about going back for the Shadow Blade after the Echo Saber. Stun there, as well as the Static Storm down. Maybe not able to get off his ultimate, but Ame is here as well. Has already found and killed offline. Now, can they bring down this Dragon Knight in time? The good shards, and now the Armwood Toggle walk away.
Wow.
Maybe. What a player. Oh, Hoof Stomp. S4 trying to interrupt. Snowball save coming from FY. Just a little, hey, how you doing? And now Ame shows up as well, and this Centaur in some trouble. They jump in with the Monkey King as well. So we begin to go into the Shadow Dance. Sumail still hanging on to all of this. RTZ has the vision there on top of him. A good shards yet again. Boundless Strike. Dark packed it off. And that spells the end of the aggression.
I'm just glad we have both teams. They're not like, don't take the fight, don't take. They're like, let's fight, let's fight, let's fight. We have 31 kills in 18 minutes, Gabe. This is a
dream game.
Ame has to be careful.
Bold as brass. He will be able to get out of that one yet again. It's a DD rune. What do they want to do with this? Oh, LGD. They pop the Dragon form. I don't know if you want to fight into DDPA. In the middle of it also with the Boundless Strike. The Walrus Punch, but this PA is so hard to handle. And now the Glimpse pulls back in that Dragon Knight. No way to escape as they've got him controlled and maybe going to fall.
Straight to Roche. That is absolutely massive for EG. How thankful they find themselves a DD to be able to just rush into the fight. And that was maybe, he popped DK form. He went to go, I think he went to try to cut the tree of the Monkey King. Gets caught, and EG with the BKB and the DD, way stronger than LGD there.
A fortuitous rune and an overextension coming from LGD. And now, after a troubling early game, RTZ is definitely caught up, sitting just about top of the net worth after they take down this Roche.
As Kyle would say, exponential growth for the PA's net farm. I'm sure JJ loves that as well. Ame has to be careful.
Stampede, they pull him back in with the Shockwave, but Roche has already fallen. They have the Static Storm down. This Slark in trouble. They're going to skewer him up to the high ground, actually. Oh. That keeps Ame alive. Crit. Is this going to be enough? He's trying to escape, but the pounce gets interrupted. A long duration stun by virtue of the Centaur. But in the end, it is RTZ that claims his prize. And EG in control now.
And quite a lot of control as bottom. Now RTZ's even jumping forward. He will get roared. Chalice.
Just trying to run and gonna TP away from there before things get a little bit. Ooh,
so close.
20 minutes. This one has not slowed down a bit.
No, but maybe's farm has slowed down quite a lot on that Dragon Knight. We'll have the Shadow Blade soon finished up too, so he will be the one that builds that Silver Edge. Like you mentioned, also the Slark is building for Shadow Blade too, so mobility and just trying to play around their vision to try to take advantage versus EG, but EG has really closed that gap and shifted that experience advantage into their favor in these last few moments, and with, like you said, fortuitous rune.
And we have BKBs now that are coming out as well. Looks like Monkey Kings is going to be being flown out on the courier in just a second. PA's already got hers. We're still a little ways away from a Crimson Guard, but if you're LGD now, you kind of feel like the pressure's starting to build a little bit more. How do you deal with this sort of Aegis now on the PA? Do you just need to like keep kiting? It feels like it's hard to fight into this right now.
They have to play around their vision. That's like Panel mentioned it, like we were talking about a bunch. They have to be able to catch when people are split up. And they should be able to in theory when they have the Hawk down, when they see EG kind of splitting up. Like right now, they have a Hawk down, they see Disruptor in the jungle, they saw Centaur bottom, and now they're going to be able to see the PA top 2. So they know that they're split up, so they're hunting. So it's just hunt when they're split up until that Aegis is gone. And then they still can look to take fights, because it's not like these BKBs are the end-all be-all on the side of EG. They still have Grimstroke and Beastmaster. They can still double roar people constantly and lock them down through those BKBs. Still quite good. I mean, BKBs are always going to be very useful to at least block like the Dragon Tail, block a bit of that nuke damage that comes from Tusk and Dragon Knight.
Yeah. But I agree. It sort of feels like that's that LGD lineup that can't really stop fighting just because the BKBs are there. You need to keep the pressure on for sure. Looks like the blur is going to end. Crit still playing Hangout with Arteezy mode right now. Throwing on that Empower whenever they get a chance to.
The one crazy thing is that LGD's 2 supports, they have GPM talents. So we're going to see the supports on the LGD getting quite a bit of farm just from those level 10 talents, those 90 GPMs. When you look at EG's, their 2 supports don't really have that. So they're going to start getting a bit under-farmed.
Stampede use as S4 wants to get away from FY, and looks like they're going to be able to escape.
EG wants to fight with numbers. They don't want to fight with a number disadvantage versus the side of LGD, which LGD wants to fight with a number advantage over EG right now.
Maybe is not here. He is up in the north side of the jungle. And PA will catch sight of Chalice there, the boar. Okay, that could have been close with some axes being thrown.
EG's grouping up. They're building... Is that like a pretty much full MKB here? It looks like a pretty much full MKB coming up for Arteezy.
Oh, wow.
Soon. Very soon. Quarter step is all he needs for it.
This is something I was talking to a few people about when the change happened to PA. Now that it's just flat bonus attack speed, those proccing items feel like they're quite strong. Not to mention the fact that you're going to be going eventually into evasion.
Yeah.
So, bottom lane, S4 clears out the creep wave.
Yep, adjusting their lanes. This is where they can start to get picked off here from LGD if they're in the right occasions, in the right situations. And I mean, FY and Ame, they are looking to catch people who are split off. They have the Shadow Blade on Ame, so he feels a lot safer to now kind of walk in and look for these pickoffs in the back lines onto that Disruptor in particular. But EG sitting around in the area with at least 4 of their heroes. They're just having Arteezy alone up there, as they're going to smoke out. They want to use this last minute of the Aegis to take some type of fight here versus LGD.
I don't know if that one was quite scouted out, as it was next to a ward.
It looked like it was not. It looked like it was just outside of it, but it looks like the way LGD is actually moving, they might have actually seen it. I didn't actually have fog switched, so I didn't get to see in time.
But the wraparound coming now. Seeing if they could find somebody. FY being the bodyguard, and S4 is going to break his smoke onto FY. Chase, glimpse, got him caught.
Ooh, that play with the shards and snowball.
God, what a player. FY, but it might not be enough regardless.
That was still like it was so quick the way he made the decision. He sharded to get vision of the neutrals, and then he snowballed it. But yeah, we'll die. That's the beauty of the Disruptor.
Immediate smoke out again afterwards. EG want to keep this fight going. They feel incredibly strong right now with only about a minute left on this Aegis. Actually, less than that. It's about to expire in a second, but they will still kill off X-Nova. So Aegis expires.
They see Sumail. They have the Hawk before he even went. Uh-oh, Sumail.
Danger, danger. And BKB is going to turn it back around. Doesn't get the Wukong's command off. That bonus armor not going to come. And it is going to be a kill there. On to the Monkey King.
Oh, Chalice, though, walking into the all 3 of EG heroes.
Wrong place, buddy. Chalice also fall here. And FY's still in the area. They have the kinetic field down, chasing forward, wanting to find it. Ame in the Shadow Dance. Not able to get off any ulti there as they're going to snowball over to the creeps. Still thinking about chasing this one. And blow him up. Arteezy, take it easy.
Yep, just PA, you know, just some little bit of damage, just 1,200 crits, you know.
Oh, can't quite get it.
Terrifying.
This PA really has taken over the game.
Yeah, but it's still an incredibly close game, 20-21, and the net worth has literally just been ping-ponging back and forth between the 2 teams. It's just slightly moving up and down. That's because of the Midas. That's because of the way that they're splitting up the map and playing around their vision. Ame's just been parked down here for the last, 10, 12, 15 minutes or so.
Yeah. And this is happening so early on. EG just abandoned the lane and then head down there.
And big timings can happen for LGD, in particular is that BKB on the Slark. Sure, the BKB piercing on the side of EG, but the biggest thing that you're concerned about as a Slark is Disruptor.
Yeah, he has been that thorn in his side throughout this game.
Yep.
We have already seen, though, one of the snowball saves could come out later from FY. Significantly harder to do when you're trying to save somebody else.
Yeah. So BKB's finished on Slark. They've got Silver Edge on DK. LGD could look to take a fight here.
Big opening.
They're all in the area, too. And this is a Silver Edge. There's a Sentry Ward down.
They want to get him. They spot out that Dragon Knight and immediately going to walk away. Yeah, that's a scary sight.
That's the reveal. They saw him building the Shadow Blade anyway, so they had to assume it was going to be a Silver Edge. But now they know for sure. As it is the Basher also picked up on RTZ. So he's got a hell of a lot of damage and control now coming between just him, too.
Immediate smoke coming. Was broken. Ame was not revealed because he was in a Shadow Blade still. But LGD now down on the low ground. EG kind of in an awkward position here. The Hawk is going to spot them moving over, and if LGD want to, they could potentially catch them as they're a little bit separated up here on the high ground. The first one to reveal is going to be Sumail. They're moving forward for it, but they have that Sentry Ward down, and he just gets out of there. The preemptive tip.
Yeah, that was... Maybe it was because he was like moving up and he clicked on it. Like, I don't know. That was a very fast tip there by him, maybe. But he will back up. And that's as soon as the DK form starts to end, they don't want to try to take a fight. So when DK form is used, you've seen they're really trying to hunt and catch somebody there. But as soon as it's over, no longer.
Level 20 talent for Arteezy gets the triple stifling dagger.
Oh, lovely.
And it does look like it's going to be a relatively longer Roche respawn time, about 2 minutes now till it's back up again. Ame finds S4. The hoof stomp in the midst of the pounce, and then the walk away from it. The triple daggers get thrown out. Chalice playing around a little bit here with Arteezy, who's found that bash, but the Walrus Punch, and now the Roar, and now the Snowball. The Static Storm, it's not looking like it's going to do quite as much as they would have wanted, but the close spin, actually no, it catches maybe. He tried to push him out with the shards, but couldn't connect on it, and now EG has taken over this fight. They do not have their Dragon Knight. Chase forward, find Chalice, get the kills. EG dominant.
They have to be careful to fight in these like perimeter plays that EG has. When they have the Monkey King ulti down, when they have the Disruptor ulti down, it can be really hard to take fights because this Diffusal Blade is very annoying. Like anybody who walks into it, they don't really have too many BKBs on the side. They only have one on the side of LGD. They just all lose their mana, and to the high ground EG goes just off of that. Quick sequence of events.
They don't have buyback on the Dragon Knight. Still 20 seconds until he's back up. They do have buyback on Chalice if they want to try and take the fight afterwards, but it's looking like right now it's at least going to be a lane of racks. EG
just
making
like
it happen.
That.
Oh, and they spot out Ame.
Oh, the double crit!
Oh, forward! Arteezy!
It was just one crit, but 1,461 damage.
OS Frog, please, and that's no buyback for Ame! He's 500 gold away! I mean, can they stay for more here?
They look a little scared to go for the secondary racks because other people are respawning. They're gonna, I mean, you take those.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that happened. PA
things.
Yeah, Slark only 12 armor, right? You get hit by that, it's yeah, a decent amount of damage there.
I guess they're a little bit worried about with the Beastmaster back up and having Shadow Blades and all those things as well. It could turn dicey pretty quickly, but nonetheless, 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah,
30 minutes into this one.
Yeah, the thing is that they don't know that the Slark doesn't have buyback.
Right,
so
exactly.
Yeah, if you just go too hard, buybacks come in. Really risk a great position that you're in now on the side of EG. As Arteezy 10-3-11 in this game. Had a bit of a rough start, right? He was 3-3 or 2-3 or maybe even 1-3 at one point in this game, and then he's just exploded with the farm that his team was able to guarantee him.
So what you're telling me is that Magnus is a good hero.
Magnus is good, and also the way EG prioritized. They had 2 quad stacks and a triple stack by like the 8-minute mark in that triangle area. The support's really focused on that on the side of EG. So
that illusion rune that Disruptor picked up, he just went into the jungle and Fly kept stacking those camps. So solid. But 30 minutes into it now, and EG positioning themselves for Roche.
Now they're just so strong. They have a full Satanic on the PA as well.
They did finish off a Heaven's Halberd for the Tusk. with the Blink Dagger and that Urn there on top of him. And LGD wanting to move into position. They blow up Fly right from the get-go. Can they find any more of the Roar to interrupt and try and save? But the RP to follow. Can they kill off LGD in time? They're dropping so quickly. Chalice is gone, and now they just want to run cleanup duty. The kinetic field keeping FY under control. He is gone. Maybe is the last one left, and he too will fall.
Yeah, that's GG. They call it.
Oh my lord. EG came to play in a big way, and they do it in game number 1.
They didn't even go for, he actually didn't even go for BKB on the Slark because of getting all those little items. So he just got disruptor ult in that fight and controlled, and that accelerated very quickly. It looked like LGD were able to take some fights, and they kind of were even things out. An explosion of farm from the PA just takes over.
Well, an impressive showing indeed, an LGD.
One of maybe's best heroes in the game. It was one of the things that actually, like, I was looking at the first 4 and I'm like, I'm liking what EG has. The Kunkka is one that just is an X factor because just how much burst damage you can provide. It's just how well can he do in the mid lane versus Timbersaw. He's going to be able to get more denies in the first few levels, but then once Timber gets level 3, you can't put pressure on, and Timber just can put some bully on you. And then it switches again, of course, when 6 happens. They both can put pressure on each other depending on rotations. Do they have the damage to deal with this Timber? I have seen so many times at this tournament. We're going to let them do their, keep doing their cheers for a second.
They're doing it, man.
They're feeling it.
They're cheering for EG, right?
I can't tell. I don't think so. But yeah, I've seen so many times in this tournament where I'm looking and I'm like, and I overlook the fact that they just can't kill the Timbersaw because they don't have magic damage. And this one, they don't have that much magic damage in their draft. They have the Kunkka, which provides a decent amount with the bow, and then the Lion. Tusk spells can be pretty decent, but we'll see how it plays out.
The other thing to think about with that Lion is that oftentimes this Timbersaw comes online way before Lion is going to get 6, particularly when it's going to be the mid-Timber.
Yeah, and we've seen them literally cutting, like the game I believe I remember, I think it was actually Weehaw playing versus a Lion when he was playing the Timbersaw, and he was cutting between tier 2s already, even between like the base towers. Like he was between tier 2 and tier 3, cutting the waves before this Lion was even 6.
Yeah, and that's something that's just so impossibly hard to deal with. We are going to be seeing him most likely in the mid lane on Sumail.
Instant mid D ward going to come out.
On the crowd, they're going to like that one. As Lion is going to be able to pick up the Observer ward.
Yep, they got the ward down first, so they saw that one get placed down right away. And the draft of EG2, they have a lot to deal with this Tower Blade. They have good heroes that just punish him. The Shadow Shaman, high magic damage and control. Earth Spirit, magic damage and control. Pugna, magic damage and control. Timbersaw, just straight magic damage. But that's, Pugna and Timbersaw are two of the heroes that you don't like playing Tower Blade versus. There's just so much magic damage that comes out from these guys.
Well, and it's kind of interesting, too, because now we're seeing a little bit of a departure from what we've sometimes had from EG, which is they're picking Arteezy's hero in the very last phase. They picked Sumail's hero second, very off the bat, and certainly he's been showing to have, I think, a better tournament than we've seen from Arteezy in a really long time.
Yeah, he's definitely been playing up. He's been supported really well by his team, though. In particular, that last game, you know, we were saying how Empower might have been the MVP, but Fly stacked so many camps in that game. It was insane how much he enabled Arteezy to play well.
So heroes are out across the map. It looks like, at least for now, we're going to be seeing a full-on tri-lane in both safe lanes. And how often have we just seen off-laners just get completely destroyed?
We haven't been seeing it like this, though. Usually it's the opposite. Usually it's an aggro tri-lane being run and the off-laners are placed in the safe lane. This time, it's not the case. Is S4?
Oh, he's going to get hit there by the decrep, and now the punch is coming, although the tag team is already worn off, so he's going to be able to make the walk-away happen. Decrep enough to keep him alive.
These are going to be some level 1 off-laners for a while. Unless the lane does push out, which it might do so actually down bottom here.
Sumail gets the D ward there as well, recognizing that, well, if you saw my ward, they probably have one down as well. And as you mentioned, able to get the deny there on that Kunkka. Something we're going to need to watch for is how many of those last hits can Sumail actually get. But FY, again, pushing in, and bottom lane, they throw out another Earth Spike on S4. He's able to walk it off. No real chance for a kill as of yet.
Let's see how Chalice does in this top lane. He now has FY, so they will be able to at least get some experience here for this Dazzle, but has to be so careful. As soon as Earth Spirit's level 2 or Shadow Shaman hits 2, they can easily look to make a play.
Yeah, but it's so impossible to take that otherwise. Like, FY needs to be able to interrupt things. He doesn't have a snowball yet, so won't be able to interrupt Shackles, but still could be dangerous. And speaking of dangerous, they've already popped Metamorphosis. They're wrapped all the way around S4, and as the decrep wears off, Looks like S4 trying to walk one more punch. Ame draws first blood at the same time. Going up in the top lane, they kill off FY. So a 1-for-1 exchange there.
As soon as level 2s come out on at least one or two of the heroes, they're able to make those moves. The extra control, of course, coming from bottom, and the extra move they can make top. As mid, okay, Arcane Rune. Pretty decent rune, as it works on your Tidebringer too.
Uh-oh. Well, they're able to interrupt there, but Xnova eats through the tree and walks away from the initiation. And, well, now summoning another image here. They want to try and find this kill onto Xnova. S4 moves into position, trying to find that right click. Is it going to be enough with the decrep? The walk forward. Crit wants it so bad, but Xnova says no.
The salve while running. Just a little bit of extra HP for him to turn. And do we say it? We have dual lanes.
It's back.
It's been quite a while since we've actually had dual lanes in this tournament, but looks like that's the way it's going to play out.
It's still a scary lane up top, I feel like, in spite of, you know, there being just the two heroes, the Shadow Shaman and the Jug. Once you get that level 3, long duration, disable, and then being able to spin on top of somebody.
Mid, we see Sumail is now getting that level 3, getting that level 4, able to get the last hits very, very nicely, and no pressure onto him whatsoever. KongKa's still farming pretty decent, though.
FY doesn't have anything else leveled up as of yet, but could think about going for those shards to try and steal away some of the last hits.
He's saving to see what he needs, right? Yeah. If he can see an aggressive play, he can go for shards. If he has to play some defensive or has to cancel the Shadow Shaman grab, he can go for the snowball.
Look at a deny there right there on Sumail. Not often you can make it happen against KongKa with all that bonus damage coming from Tidebringer.
Yeah. Took that even in that mid lane. Again with the Orb of Venom, Sumail. This time on a Timber Saw, so you can try to put pressure.
And over here, they're able to interrupt the pull. Yeah, going for the slightly more aggressive build. This is the benefit that you're going to get from KongKa, is that you don't have to use up the courier for your other lanes, so they can maybe get a little bit more regen or possibly try and dominate more with the items they can get after gold.
Yeah, he can save. He can save too. Yeah, he doesn't have to get all that regen. He goes for these bracers early on, so he has high strength, high base damage versus the Timber. It's all about this, like those level 6s. So like the Timber can threaten kills onto KongKa constantly, while KongKa needs a rotation in order to try to threaten a kill onto Sumail.
Not at all easy. And Fly, here it comes. They've already got the shackles out, and FY decides to turn and see if he can fight Fly. The shards are already in use, and trying to find that kill. He decides to focus down on a Chalice. TP out, FY. He will get out. He does. Now, Ame, though, bottom lane, a little bit of trouble of brewing. S4 can't put on any more pressure. Z-Prep, the blast, and then the walk away. But not able to get either of the kills in the top lane.
Yeah, that's a really heads-up play there from Chalice. Usually you see it's like 2-0-2, 1-0-2. This is a 1-1-1 dazzle, just in order to prevent them to get that kill onto the Tusk. I love that. Just the understanding between the two of them, too. FY knew that his teammate was going to do it, or he accepted his death. It was one or the other.
Bounty runes going to be picked up now. Crit should be able to secure the two bottom. Arteezy and Fly get the others. EG, 4 bounties. And now the wraparound come in.
And bottom. Bottom as well. They're trying to put pressure onto Ame with the Pugn as well as the Earth Spirit.
Shackles going on. The roll, it's going to be interrupted in that bottom lane with Metamorphosis Pop. Still Chalice being chased through the trees. They find themselves 1 kill down bottom. Grave, TP away. Easy, no.
Not easy.
They find it.
Got him.
And S4 does have the decrep, the shards being used, the snowball chase, and eventually this Pugna walking away, trying to escape. More and more dives underneath the tower. And
he's too speedy.
Nothing off cooldown for Tusk to use.
Sumail has hit 6 before, maybe hit 6 in the mid lane, so you see maybe he's just going to hit some jungle creep. Sumail has taken over this one now. With the Soul Ring finished up, even a little bit from that Orb of Venom, it just gives that extra little chase to scare this KongKa. Look at the rotations, EG. They're trying to punish. They've got a catapult here. It is 6 minutes. They can get a kill and look to go for the tower as well.
Real big move, and they're going to be able to find the slow. Too much damage, and strength heroes don't fare well against the Timber. They find that kill, and right as LGD wanted to rotate in with the Tusk as well. EG just a little bit quicker there.
It's that 5-minute rotation or 6-minute rotation when that catapult first gets there.
Seen it time and again. It's an Arcane Rune spawning up top. And it looks like they're going to be able to keep that pressure on. in this mid lane. TP coming in from this Kunkka, wants to move into position, does have level 6 now as well. The boat hasn't been dropped as of yet. The roll going to be a little bit off the mark. They find themselves 1 kill. Pretty solid there, and Fly trying to run away. Can he live through this one? He gets out the shackles. That's controlling up the rest of LGD, but they need to back away. Boat still available. They have the torrent that can get thrown out in a second, but he needs to hit it blind. He anticipates the rotation for crit and able to find that hit. Stun comes out. FY will die. They have X off cooldown again in a second, but Sumail is so big, large, and in charge. It's going to need to retreat.
Those type of torrents are so like, it's kind of random. It's just you have to mind game with your opponent. You can never throw it in the straight line. He puts a little bit under, and yeah, they will get the kill out of it. But Sumail gets a trade, and it's a 2K advantage for EG still out of all this from the lanes.
All the shards, and yeah, Arteezy just going to TP back home after the spin. Won't be able to do that once Tusk gets 6.
Yeah, not home. He actually TP'd to Shrine, so he can actually rotate to bottom to put pressure onto the tower. So Ame has to be careful here of the rotations, and it's not only just Ame that has to be careful of rotations, he has to be careful too of Pugna, who's already level 6 very early on. Chalice is nearly level 6 too, but the difference is that at Dazzle, you don't put pressure on a Juggernaut. Pugna can put pressure onto a Terrorblade.
Very easy to blow him up. He just happens to step too far forward, and hunting in the trees. This is scouted, though, underneath an Observer Ward, and with that, LGD completely abandoned the bottom lane. And
look at this. We love this. I remember pros were talking about building Blightstone on Timbersaw, because you actually hit towers quite a lot. You're doing this so much in the games, but
look
yeah,
at what
it's not happening, obviously.
Ame, or maybe is doing at the same time. He's pulling the creep wave back with the illusion runes, so.
The 8-minute mid laner cutting the wave. But Sumail can still just, I mean, he's Timbersaw, he doesn't care. Just takes the tower anyway. A very farmed Timber is going to be coming out into this game, which could be big problems, as we were already mentioning, for LGD.
They're going to need to get that tome onto the Lion, most likely, to get up to level 6. And, well, S4, they have the movement in, and with the X, going to find the torrent and interrupt that life drain. It should be the final kill going the way of maybe.
They want to defend this tower as much as possible, as long as possible, too, so they can defend their jungle. Does get taken down to half, a little bit less than half, though, from the Pugna. As Arteezy is farming in a very aggressive stance. He has a ward on the high ground there. If he sees just a support walkthrough, he could just net himself a free kill with the Omni Slash.
Good about it.
And Sumail looks like they want to be playing on the bottom side of the map. The TPs are coming in.
Shackle's already there. The Snowball moving into position with the Torrent. It's able to interrupt beautifully. Sumail, is he going to be controlled and finally killed off? The shards are there. He does get the Timber Chain down to the low ground, and now with Crit showing up as well, he's going to try and interrupt the Swarmit through Mid-Silence. Pretty solid coming from that Earth Spirit, and now able to walk away. They're still interrupting and trying to chase down X-Nova. Teammates come in to help out Sumail and save that day.
Arteezy also gets himself a free kill with an Omni Slash. Actually finding Chalice there. EG just rallying around, just follow Sumail. They tried to make the move on him, but it's this Timbersaw. They don't have the level 6 on the line. Like we said, we've seen these Timbers really take over when you're not versus too much magic damage.
And this is the problem as well. Ame, very low, going to be pulled inside there, and now trying to walk out the silence. It's on to FY, who's being spun down by Arteezy, but with no Omni Slash. It's a little bit scary walking into there, and now Blade Fury no longer in the area. He has the heal coming in and maybe wanting to take down that healing ward. Still chasing back, trying to run. Looks like EG want to disengage. Wise decision.
Most of them, at least. Sumail's still there.
He doesn't care. The boat goes out, and it's not going to connect onto anybody. Nope. Just like that, are EG willing to go forward again? I mean, it feels like they just want to keep rolling.
I mean, of course, look, they have Pugna, they have S4 bottom just pressuring towers now. He has a full Aether Lens finished up on the Pugna too. This Timbersaw is too much of a problem for LGD to deal with right now. It's a 4K advantage now for EG.
Arteezy's just being a menace.
Yeah, he's just playing very active in this game. He's understanding that they have the advantage here because this Timber is just unkillable.
And, you know, the one answer that they've sort of had in the past as well for the Omni Slash was Grave on Chalice on such a long cooldown. That was why he didn't have it up and wasn't just able to Grave TP away. So you can see Timbersaw being the one with the highest damage so far, 11 minutes, this event. He's been in the thick of everything.
He's going to be going for the... All right. We haven't seen this item, I don't think, much at all this time. He's going for the Holy Locket as top.
Ward Trap on to Fly. They have the shackles afterwards, but Fly not long for this world. Can he kill off Fly? Oh, the instant smoke. What a player.
No hesitation, too. As soon as he died, he popped that smoke to walk away. And Ame farms the whole wards.
Yeah, the Holy Locket, definitely a departure from what we've seen before. Able to increase his regen, give him a little bit of magic resistance, a little bit of, you know, mana regen as well. But it hasn't been picked for a reason.
Yeah, it's very expensive. But it can, I mean, it can be really strong on a Timber Saw when they don't even have the damage already to bring you down. It has the cloak built in, right? It has that magic resistance, and he's going to have so much HP regen versus the side of LGD. Interesting choice. He had the Yules queued up for a very long time and then switched.
Yeah. Does still feel like could potentially be brought down if they get the full combination out of him. And speaking of that, they're going to pull him back in. Miss the boat. Misses. A little bit off the mark, and now LGD looking rather sheepish. Need to walk away from this one. The 4-person Magnetize chasing forward. They're going to grave incredibly early there onto the Kunkka, and it looks like he will fall afterwards. Omni Slash on Kunkka. Chase forward for Chalice, who's just trying to run and hide, but Crit says no as they chase him down. Can reapply Magnetize one more time if they so desire. Nope,
oh, he's
out
just
of
gonna
stones.
live.
Out of stones.
Oh, wait, Sumail's in!
Sumail in deep. Now turning onto FY. Apparently he doesn't care about anything. Doesn't even have that Holy Locket yet. And it looks like he is going to finally back out. So Chalice lives.
It is looking quite a bit right now like one of those Timber games that we were mentioning. He just steamrolls over. Ame is getting space, though, on the Tower Blade, at least for LGD. Has the Yasha finished up another 2,000 gold, too. He's going to have an incredible game. Has to get a BKB pretty early in this game, though, versus the Pugna and the Timber Saw and all the control that comes out from EG.
Level 6 on Lion, smoke up is 4, make something happen. The benefit of having the Ghost Ship is just on that relatively low cooldown.
Yep.
The only person that they see right here is going to be Fly. They're going to hit the Blind Torrent, snowball in, take down this Shadow Shaman. And now, EG Sumail thinking about going into this one still. They still have boat available, but apparently they don't want to fight. Yeah,
they can't go for him.
It's too much.
I'm waiting to see how much the actual HP regen is when he has all the stacks. I think it's like about 60-ish. 56.7 when he's got full stacks up right now.
That's really insane.
You're not breaking through that on the side of LGD. Unless you fully isolate him. Or you find a DD, but it is EG who's going to find a DD.
Still, LGD, at times they've looked okay, but it has been EG that have been dominating this game and now heading up to the north.
I like this item that Arteezy is going for here. He's going for the Yasha and then the Diffusal. Speaking of Arteezy, though, he's getting chased out here.
Oh, could be in trouble. They can hold on to the Walrus Punch as well. They turn it now on to Arteezy, and, well, with S4 showing up, they just need to get out. Yeah, it's much too much.
Yeah, I like this item build, though, like I was mentioning on Arteezy. The Yasha Diffusal allows you to burn quite a bit of mana on the Tower Blade and prevent the Sunder in a lot of situations as top. Sumail gets a kill on X-Nova.
They will find the return kill onto Fly. And, well, it's a DD on this Timber. They will have X again in 4 seconds, but this is pretty far to chase Sumail here.
Yeah, he doesn't have the armor stacks built up right now, but yeah, they're chasing far. And looking at bottom, there is a Pugna with a Juggernaut backing him up to try to blast and put pressure onto this tower already.
Don't need to be that afraid of an Omni Slash since there are creeps to snowball too, but and speaking of the snowball, it is now used. They have the decrep already onto one. Arteezy looking for the opening, finds the Omni Slash onto both of them. They throw out the Finger of Death, which means now that Arteezy is completely left alone and isolated, but the roll coming in from the Earth Spirit, trying to save his carry, see if he can keep him alive, and in fact take down the Kunkka. So maybe falls, 30 seconds on the sidelines, and Ame just trying to slow down whatever push is coming.
They're forcing LGD to go back to their base already here because of the pressure they're doing with this Pugna. Arteezy's even hitting the high ground a bit here. And now they're forcing, yeah, it's all the heroes of LGD back in their base at the 15-minute mark.
Now Arteezy turned upon. A miss on the Timber Chain. He's going to move forward for this one. The Snowball. This is down onto Sumail. And very, very low. This Terrorblade needs to be careful. Still has Sunder available. Turns it now onto Timber. Out of mana, out of time. Can they kill him off in time? Sumail will fall. They get the kill before the Timber Chain goes out. Arteezy wants a little bit in turn, though. And now they have the Grave onto the Terrorblade, trying to trap him with the wards. But the Terrorblade walks away. And now the boat going out. It's caught on to Fly. They snowball forward, trying to find more as well. Arteezy, can he get out of there in time? S4 shown back up. They're going to throw out that stun. Well, Crit trying to walk away. And with all these stacks of bad juju up, the physical damage, and now the catch on to S4 as well. EG are starting to fall apart up on the high ground. They got him caught, and S4 too will hit the deck. The Torrent. Catch. Do they have anything? The Walrus Punch. They catch him out. Arteezy gets rolled. 5 people dead. LGD came to battle.
With buybacks. So early on, having 2 buybacks at the 16-minute mark, because EG's threatening high ground. They did get a significant amount of damage, though, on that tower. It's down to 698. LGD, though, were able to punch back. Much-needed responses. If they don't get these kills, it could be really disastrous for them.
Well, we had the first highest, now the second highest amount of damage dealt. Last hits, excuse me. But nonetheless, 3,000 gold lead still for EG in spite of it. But it does show some signs of life there for LGD.
Yeah. Sumail has to, they have to watch out just because of that Sunder, right? Just set Sumail down to such a low threshold. He ran out of mana, too. I think the Lion was using the mana drain. It looked like it was level 2 mana drain, at least at that point. I think he got some levels afterwards. But, yeah, the mana drain even coming into use there versus Sumail. Sure, it's really hard to kill him, but he was just completely He didn't have any spells left. So EG, they force quite a lot of reaction, but do get punished for their extremely aggressive moves.
And we've talked about heroes that like to have these extended long team fights. On the one side, you've got the Juggernaut, who has the healing ward, can keep everybody survivable. But on the other side, it's that bad Juju and Dazzle. If he keeps spamming out the spells, this is going to start to get to some serious minus armor. And combo together with Terrorblade and Tag Team could be a problem.
Yeah. EG's already grouping up, though. They've got Serpent Wards. They're going to go push this base. They already have such incredible fighting power. Arteezy's gone for early items. Everyone on their team has gone for early items. That could be why you saw Sumail going for this quick Holy Locket. They're just like, we want to end the game ASAP. Just try to get an advantage off of Arax. Force LGD to play reactionary. And LGD, they're all in their base right now. They're ready.
Up on the high ground, the Illusion is up front and center, now trying to burn through some of the mana with that Diffusal Blade. Arteezy's hitting himself as well. They have the Torrent, not going to connect onto anybody, and they use the Glyph. With the wards down, how do you defend against this? They also need to deal with this Pugna ward, and Ame down to just 500 HP. They're trying to kill off these wards before they lose their tier 3 tower, but it looks like they will barely be able to get it, but S4 finds the kill.
Meta was used. That's the one thing EG does know. So they're probably like, okay, meta's used. We can back up. We can still look to fight, though. Just get our lanes in a better spot and continue putting the pressure on. They've got a tower, so they can even look to kill these shrines, too.
Roche doesn't feel like the easiest thing in the world to take for their lineup right now.
With Serpent Wards, they can look to do it, but without that, their damage is pretty negligible. But yeah, look, they're all just ready to still fight. They know meta was used. That's one of the big things for LGD.
But also the vision laid down, interrupted onto Arteezy. There's the finger of death, the torrent, and one more punch comes from the Walrus.
Beautiful stun there coming out from X-Nova.
On the high ground, they have the vision now. They're able to get the pullback here onto S4, and these slow, drawn-out fights, you can start to get the bad juju built up. They're shackling this Terrorblade. Can they interrupt it now? They already have the Grave. They're going to be able to have the Sunder once they come out of this one. Fly trying to stay alive as they chase down S4 on this Pugna. Almost able to find that kill. Ame, can he live through it in time? They're trying to turn this one. They're isolating, trying to kill. Are they going to be able to bring him down? They do. Terrorblade falls as Crit able to find that finish. The Grave comes out at the last second onto FY, and Crit, can they kill him off in time as well? The Roller's Punch, they want him dead so bad. Live through it with the snowball.
And they also take out Sumail on the north. What? Oh my god, the Crit's coming into play from maybe. Just go straight armlet, small Crit. EG. Starting to get outplayed a little bit here by LGD. Crit made some sick plays there, but then, yeah, just the turnaround, that vision, like you mentioned, LGD. Persistent in fighting even when they didn't have the meta.
Oh, and the other thing to think about now, they've got Arteezy yet again, no finger of death, but with the boat they take him down, and Fly also caught with the shards. This crowd is on fire, and so too are LGD.
X-Nova in the right place at the right time, it seems. 4, 4, and 9 on this line, great vision being set up, catching the moves from EG when they get too aggressive. That is look at that turnaround.
This has been a disaster and a half for EG over the past couple of minutes, but it's also LGD just recognizing when they can fight. And you think about that last engagement that happened by the bottom shrine. You looked at how little damage Ame really did in that fight, and they still won it.
Yeah.
It's got to be concerning.
This Crit, the Crit's on the Kunkka. Can't overlook those. Look at the damage dealt by Maybe so far in this game. The second highest, 14.6k.
So 21 minutes in, we've got the Dagon picked up for the Pugna. As this game goes on longer and longer, how do you see it unfolding? Do you start to feel limited if you're Evil Geniuses, or do you think they can continue to play as it gets to the later stages?
I think pretty scary playing versus LGD, playing versus Terrorblade and Kunkka in the late game. Your Timbersaw at one point, he will start to fall off, so will Pugna, and you just have a Juggernaut besides that. Their team fight's still pretty strong, but yeah, you don't really want to be playing into the late game unless you have a good advantage on the side of EG. That's why you see them playing so fast. They're trying to keep these moves coming, but LGD's responding.
Oh, and they weren't able to get the silence to interrupt it, so Fly dies yet again. Not the biggest steal in the world, but they do lose yet another, and that lead is going to start to become larger and larger for LGD as they have gained back control of the map.
And they've gotten now your 5-position Lion. X-Nova has a Blink Dagger. So now they've got crazy amounts of catch. It's also a level 13 Lion. So that level 2 Finger, he's already got 2 stacks of it. Now they have a lot more magic damage to deal with that Timbersaw, who was having an excellent game. EG.
Something going good there for EG. The smoke that came out from LGD was directly under a ward. And so they should recognize that this rotation should be coming. And it looks like Sumail is the one that's up front and center. Meanwhile, S4 can keep pushing out this bottom lane and try and put some pressure on that tier 3 tower. They do find Sumail. The stun, the follow-up, it's pretty good, but now Crit's there to try and save the day. Torrent going to connect, but X-Nova's in trouble, and he will fall down. Now Chalice, blocked in by his own Necrobooks there, is now going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble. Going to try and go for the grave and live as long as possible. But eventually, they bring down the Dazzle to boot. Sumail still looking for maybe. It's a hard chase here, but he does have the Eul Scepter. And with the time, maybe the rest of EG can show up here. They end up losing Fly to Chalice. The Necrobooks were running him down, and now the Decrep. They've got eyes on maybe the Torrent, moving into position as well as the boat. But it looks like the mid player for LGD is finally going to be brought down as well. So EG fighting back in a big way there. They take down 3.
And back the other way we go, right? EG making an overextension earlier. Now LGD, they push it a little bit too far forward with that blink from X-Nova. EG having that Shrine available, they just TP in, and they have much better positioning there.
And it all is set up again by that vision and recognizing where the smoke was coming from. So S4 pushing down bottom here. And they're in a great position. I mean, granted, you do have the Metamorphosis, which is going to be back up in 35 seconds. But at least for now.
I think they might just go for the Roche. Yep, Fly's already running through there. He has Serpent Wards, and they will commit forward. S4.
Do they catch him? They've got vision. And it looks like the Pugna is going to try and buy as much time as possible. If they can take down Roche while they're trying to kill off that Pugna, this could all be worth it in the end. So Roche beginning to be felled, and the TP is coming in from Kunkka. He's moving into position. You've got to be so wary. The Torrent goes out and
5
connects
seconds
onto
for meta.
2. Still in some trouble. They have the wards down, so this Roche is eventually going to fall. Can they make anything happen in turn? They pull back in onto Sumail. Now X-Nova out there as well. They have a 2-person silence. Not bad at all. Sumail still is able to get out of there. Now the Omni Slash connected onto several. They didn't pull everybody into that snowball, but, well, Jug in a little bit of trouble himself. Going to be able to jump away. Sumail down incredibly low HP. They have the Super Vessel on him as well. He's trying to run, takes it off with the Lotus Orb, but they eventually find that kill too. Lion dies, does not have buyback, and neither does Sumail actually. And with such low time left on this Metamorphosis, it looks like they're still going to be able to find it as Crit tries to get up to the high ground, but it won't happen.
Oh my god. EG had to, Arteezy had to bail out. He Omni-Slash and TP to base, and his team kept trying to fight. LGD, now they're able to get the Roche, and they're looking for more. S4.
My goodness, chasing forward for this Pugna. He's decrep. They've got eyes on him, and, well, I don't know if EG really have the maneuverability to deal with this at all. Sumail's still dead for 18 seconds. They just need to get out.
Back the other way. And Ame has 5,200 gold on this Terrorblade as well. What a turn of events there. As EG just gets, EG just gets caught a bit there trying to take the fight, but LGD, they were ready to get that battle going. They have so many ways to get on top of the backlines.
Oh, X-Nova. He finds himself a crit. The Hex is there. They have the Earth Spike to follow it up afterwards. And, oh, Stylen, stun. Crit, trying to turn it. Forced to use the Grave. And this is a very tanky Earth Spirit, but they do manage to get the blink away from the Lion.
X-Nova's been everywhere this game. He's just finding so many opportunities for his teams. He even got his team a little bit killed in one of those situations when he went for that blink on the right side of the map. But this time, and a bunch of other times throughout this game, he's just finding the perfect pickoffs.
So a 4,000 gold lead for LGD. They still have not been able to take down the shrines on EG, and it's sort of a testament to the fact of how much LGD has been able to constrict the map.
Yeah, they're just constantly battling. I mean, it's 32-17. That is crazy. It's 49 kills in 26 minutes. RTZ will find X-Nova here.
Nice little pickup.
Oh, but FY is there.
He has Omni Slash to try and turn it. FY steps far forward. Everybody is here with the boat going down. Arteezy walks the other direction. Doesn't have spin for 5 more seconds. Healing Ward in the pit, trying to run, trying to hide. Has that, well, wand as well. The spin eventually comes out, and it looks like with that, Arteezy does get out.
Damn, that was huge. But yeah, as we saw on the screen before, Fly having 12 deaths in this game. Maybe running into his 13th death right here.
Yeah, that's how it happens. So they bring down the Shadow Shaman. And kind of one by one, it feels like EG's been picked off here and there over the past couple of minutes. So they need to sort of wait out that Aegis. Still 2.5 minutes on this Aegis before it's reclaimed.
This Terrorblade is just, Ame is so farmed in this game. 6-1-6, 300 last hits. We said full Iascati picked up in 1 purchase, already approaching that next item. Maybe went for that early crit to provide them some extra damage in the team fights, which was extremely beneficial. Now he has his BKB, so now they can deal with the control. And this Timber, we mentioned he could be such a big problem, such a big problem. Sumail is starting to fall off pretty hard here. The Spirit Vessel comes out. He's got the Yules and the Lotus Orb to be able to remove it, but there's just a lot more damage now coming up from LGD from these items.
Now, and you know, you can point at the Holy Locket and say rough choice, but I think that at the time it was the idea that they were just going to be able to run down the lane with it, and that timing window for it I feel like has fallen off a lot.
They tried to just breach and end, and LGD threw bodies at it with buybacks and whatnot, and it worked.
Silence out. Oh my god!
The Dagon.
All right. Aegis down.
That was the meta too. He just popped meta.
And can they do it again? They need to be careful about this disengage here. You suddenly get caught out of position. In the meantime, Arteezy's TPing back into this one. Crit is going to be controlled, fingered, and still alive for the moment with the decrypt keeping him alive. And now the roll away. They keep Crit alive here. But they pull him back in. There's going to be the X, and now also in some trouble is Maybe fully controlled and killed off.
And now they're chasing
the rest of them they're looking for this chase down onto Ame. If they can manage to find any of these heroes, they have the Yule Scepter again in a second. There's going to be the Sheep out as well, catching and finding that kill onto X-Nova. They want more. Yule Scepter, not quite in range. So the Timber Saw wasn't able to get any more afterwards, but they take down Kunkka and Lion.
That's big. They get themselves 2 big kills. And Fly, even though we were saying this Shadow Shaman has 13 deaths, still has somehow finished up an Aether Lens in this game. So having the positioning to be able to just grab people from the back lines, very nice for EG. As Arteezy now will be able to work on this, and he just finished up the Maelstrom and he's going for that Mjolnir next, so his damage will increase quite a lot versus Ame, who has not built that BKB just yet.
This game going back and forth. They jump forward. There's going to be the Hex already. Now Fly in some trouble as they want a little bit more after the Shadow Shaman, but he hasn't died yet, so he's keeping control over one. And S4 trying to run. Still have 6 charges as well. All right.
He stopped for the bounty.
Get whatever value you can. Run, S4, run. He decrypts. He tries to get out of here. The life drain immediately taken off. Dagon, but yeah, they got what they came for. The crowd loves the 3 gang up.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he stopped and took the bounty was just great. Now, how many did they get there? They got 3 of the 4 bounties.
All right.
So as we see, the economy game, it's still even, and the experience starts to get slowed down too. 36-20. It feels like LGD did have a pretty commanding start, like going back toward their way, but it's still pretty even. Crazy game.
Well, and so far, it does look like it's pretty much just been comfortable staying with the 1 crit on the Kunkka, as opposed to upgrading it to the full data list. Going back for the Shadow Blade next.
Okay. Guess he wants just more positioning for himself. Lets him get these like pick-offs easier too, I guess, with the Shadow Blade. Yeah. Because he's feeling like also Terrorblade just maybe does enough damage, Ame. Even though Ame did buy the Demon Edge toward that data list and then was like, never mind, I need the BKB. We were mentioning it early on in the game how you can suffer when there's so much control coming out from the east side if you don't get one on a TB. And now he's going to have a 10-second one at the 30-minute mark. Pretty damn nice for a TB.
Yeah, incredibly nice.
There it is.
KB completed. A very nice timing coming out for these guys.
Yeah, it's full 10-second on him. Maybe also having a 9-second BKB too.
Being able to delay it, so effective for these late game scenarios and turn into the fights. It's going to be Guardian Greaves next for the Timber Saw. Has them coming out right now in the Courier, and we do have the GPM Talon now for the Lion.
Yep. Sumail has actually 3 ways to dispel now to make sure he does not get Spirit Vesseled, and also he has a Holy Locket, so his Guardian Greaves are going to heal for a little bit more on his teammates too. It's just little things that can add up.
Okay, I like
but
that.
He is a lot tankier, and now he provides auras for his team too. See if it pays off.
32 minutes in, and we have hit a little bit of an impasse here as we're waiting for the next Roche. Could think about smoking out in the next couple of minutes here, and because of that, already we're seeing LGD sort of hold this high ground and, well, now jump forward and kill off an illusion, but we'll probably see both of the teams just play around each of those high grounds for a little while.
A lot about how these fights are initiated. If someone gets disabled before they get an ability off, like if Arteezy can get controlled before he's able to get anything off, they have to play defensively and try to protect him with Lotus Orbs and whatnot on the side of EG. It's a lot about those first jumps.
Oh, Chalice in no man's land. They're bringing in the Lion afterwards, but are the rest of LGD going to be here in time? They show up. There's going to be the Walrus Punch already off onto 1, bringing him down low. Can they kill him off in time? That's the Juggernaut gone. 70 seconds. And now they use the Sunder, and Sumail
it's on the
really have a great way to do this. Okay, not bad. Ame, is he in trouble here? Completely isolated. Lion not able to get over in time, and Ame already to fall down low. They kill him off. But do they have anything else in the tank? There's no buyback on the Terrorblade or the Jug for this fight. It's basically Sumail and Crit versus the world. And are they going to be able to do enough? The Snowball trying to save him for the moment, and now turn it back over into the Snowball. Sumail goes through, but the Timber Chain interrupted. Long, drawn-out fights. Who's going to come out on top of this one? Looks like for now, with the X used yet again, they've got Crit pulled back, and EG just wanting to disengage from this one for now.
It's 2v4, but EG's trying to walk away, but they can't. There's too much control from LGD.
This is an impossibility right now, and Sumail low on mana. Crit can maybe try and go for a roll TP away, but he can't quite get away from all of them. This is going to be the first roll, at least for now, with the Ghost Scepter trying to get out of there, but they've got him caught. And now Crit falls. Sumail also being completely controlled here. This has just been the story of this patch, it feels like, is big, tanky, extended fights. Sumail still living through all of this. He has the Dispels, so that way the Spirit Vessels don't decrease his regen. But this fight started with Arteezy going down, and he damn near respawned.
And X Nova gets Hex.
Oh, God. He wanted to come and help him, but the Crit comes out as well. Fly goes down, 4 dead, and there's no buyback for Sumail.
X Nova's been so fast on his fingers. This Lion is so damn well played this game. Getting the instant jump onto Arteezy, getting the control, getting the burst. Been a spectacular performance for X Nova on this. I mean, it's a 5-position line, but he feels like he's doing so much work. Same thing with FY, this Tusk too. 10-3 and 22, the supports on LGD just absolutely crushing it this game.
You know, the kill score of 42 to 22, it often doesn't feel this close.
No.
But nonetheless, it's a 4,000 gold lead, and that's it. At least in terms of experience, it's significantly further into the favor of LGD. As they're going to be doing those XTP shenanigans.
And maybe didn't go for the Shadow Blade. He went just straight Daedalus, just went in for the damage. We saw him how much he was actually pumping out in that fight from those Tidebringers.
Instead going back for the Blink now.
Yeah. So one thing, it's like they get Ame, but he's not the only one who's providing a significant amount of damage in the fights. It's also the Kunkka who just constantly throws those Tidebringers. If he survives throughout, I mean, I think like 2 boats as well inside of these fights if they go on for that long.
Now 35 minutes in with 64 kills on the board.
Will they see the Roche respawn, the Necro Book? It does see it respawn, just as it dies. So.
All right, the pings come out. And now some extra vision here. EG. They control the middle of the map right now. They should recognize that Roche should be able to respawn now. And as they go up onto the high ground, the scan is going to connect. Got to be so careful at this moment. walking into position. Ame, fly, they spot him out. He's already dropped down the wards. Where's the rest of LGD? Are they going to be able to get here in time? The Dagon, it does so much damage, but the BKB's already out. They don't have any continued damage to try and get this as the Sunder could come out. Arteezy thinking about chasing this one forward. The Omni slashes out, only kills off Nova, and Ame, he's able to turn this one around completely, trying to kill him off. The magnetizes down as well, but Sumail has shown up, and now the silence, now the follow-up with the boat is there. He's getting all of that. Coco's rock, the snowball save, able to turn it. Sumail, he wants to kill him off. It's so close. The Timber Chain, the chase forward, the chakra, they finally kill him. But is it going to be enough for them afterwards? They've got one more hit here onto the Tusk, and now also the Kunkka going down. 2 dead. The buyback comes from that Terrorblade.
2 of the cores are dead, and Ame just bought back. He has to be super careful. He does not have meta available. S4 just sat in the sidelines of that whole fight, free casting as a Pugna. In comparison to most of the other scenarios, he dies right away. He was able to get absolutely everything off in this fight.
And a 5,000 gold swing, and maybe something is a brewing here. Is EG one game away from moving on in this tournament and knocking LGD again out 2-0. Sumail beating onto this tier 3 tower. 60 seconds and 70 seconds left for both the Kunkka and the Dazzle to respawn, and Ame needs to hold without dying.
And without meta. Yes, be careful. FY will commit forward. They're looking for S4.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. They kill off S4 in the duration of the BKB, but what can they do afterwards? Now Hex trying to control up 1. Can they bring down this Earth Spirit? Well, meanwhile, Timbersaw just goes forward and finds himself another kill, and now they've got him. Ame controlled. Hex, everything in the book. And can they run him down, though? They just don't have the control. This Terrorblade is too tanky to kill off in the duration of a Hex.
Crit ran out of stones. He was trying to pull stones from anywhere to try to kick and slow him, get anything locked, any type of lockdown, but unable to. He also was seconds from getting the Ethereal Blade on the Courier to maybe turn and save S4. But S4 buys back. They know they have this huge timing window where Lion's not going to respawn still. Dazzle's not back. They're going for this Rex. They might be able to get it with this 100 damage on the Timbersaw talent.
So the continued fights with minimal numbers coming from LGD. EG just want to end this game as badly as possible. The E-Blade, the Dagon, it goes out. Soon the Dazzle is going to be back up. Already Kunkka's respawned. S4 trying to run away. Sumail still standing tall in the midst of all of this. They have the X. They pull it back in. The boat is there. They're going to have the rum on all of these heroes. But LGD, they can't find a target. They can't find anybody. There's already the E-Blade, and now the chase board. There's going to be the Sunder to try and turn this one. The roll forward. The Grave. Maybe something going to be enough to keep him alive. They already taking him down low. The Snowball save. Again, just trying to keep him up, but FY falls, and so too will maybe. They buy back on that Tusk. They chase forward the Snowball, pulling him into the fountain. Meta is back up, but what can they do with it? They don't have all of their control. Trying to run away. Crit is out of there already, but FY wants to chase. The Snowball is there. Oh, great Lotus Orb. Able to keep that Earth Spirit alive, and Crit just going to roll away yet again. Sumail has been a bulwark in front of all of the damage from LGD.
Oh my god, these fights are insane. They keep S4 alive. He used the buyback, so they were really prioritizing keeping that Pugna okay. And Crit with this Ethereal Blade 2 coming into play. 50 seconds, still no Kunkka. EG. Keep putting the pressure on his Sumail. Will finish up a full Bloodstone now too, so it's been hard to kill. Now if he's ever able to get that Bloodstone off too, even more healing coming his way. And that Roche is up. They don't have Serpent Wards, but they're committing forward. No Kunkka still for 30, and that was the meta used for Ame. My god, this game is insane how back and forth it really is.
I have had to loosen my tie a couple of times in this one.
Just looking, I mean, the graph just tells it. Even not just that, where the experience is just all over the place too. EG just punching back so hard in these last few minutes.
And the story of buybacks and how many that had to be used. And yet still, we're in a situation now where no buybacks on the Radiant, whether from gold or timers, it's not there. And the only one on the Dire that has it right now from EG is that Earth Spirit.
You have to be so careful to just protect Ame. Since he used that buyback, still 4.5 minutes left on that one. Maybe we'll have his in about 600 gold, so they're probably going to let him farm it up. But EG with a big momentum swing as they get that Aegis and that cheese. Who's actually holding, who's shielding cheese? S4, right? Yeah. He needs to get some type of defensive item too here. He's going to be going for that Aeon Disc, really needs it, because they're going to try to go for this Pugna. We see how much S4 can do. Even though S4 is like 1, 10, and 13, we see how many deaths EG does have. It's just the structural damage and what they can do with their lineup just based off their spells.
The 4-person smoke up. Artur not with them. Doesn't have a way to get there easily either. But this is to try and see if they can catch somebody out alone that's farming on the map.
Well, they know those buybacks were used. They know the meta's still on cooldown for a little bit. They're committing
they
forward.
Found one. FY all alone, chased down, and looking like he is going to try and get out of there. They found themselves a second. Lion is going to die here. No buyback at all. EG, they're able to pay off with this gank, take down FY. That's the 2 supports gone for a very long time.
And unlike usual, Sumail went for a different ability this game. Usually we see the talent, the 1400 Timber Chain range. He took the Whirling Death attribute reduction. The damage that actually comes out from it is crazy. If you can get 2 stacks of this Whirling Death, they're losing 54% of their stats.
This is an insane amount of damage, and if that's strength, it's really a problem. Oh my god, RTZ.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the damage that comes out there. They have to use the decrep on him, actually, and Sumail. He also actually can't stand underneath all of this with the bad juju working.
Still has 90 HP per second, though, and has the Bloodstone at the ready if he needs to pop it.
It's Ame versus the world, and RTZ, he's getting dangerously low right there. Does have that Aegis still to work with, and Ame battling back, walking away. They do have that Torrent hit now. Metamorphosis, how much duration is left? It's about halfway there as well. And Sumail just going to walk forward. Has that Lotus Orb to try and turn it now. Maybe Xing himself. There's the Yule Scepter to interrupt, so that way he doesn't get lifted up in that Torrent. Again walking away, but RTZ got what he came for, takes down the barracks.
He's making the space. The Timbersaw just running in as the Jug just takes the buildings. They get the X, but spin TP, 2 sets of Raxes down. EG claim themselves an 8k gold lead, even though they're down 46 to 31.
And as you said, you can't just leave that Timbersaw alone. He does too much damage.
And now,
the turnaround.
And the Fortunate Runes. You get map control. You get not only an Arcane Rune bottom, but look at the beautiful, lovely DD that blessed EG in the first game. RTZ will get another one. The immediate smoke. They're looking. They know meta's still on cooldown.
Oh, and the roll-in coming. Chalice, he's all alone. Force Staff, get this man out of here. He needs to escape. The interrupt is going to be there, at least for the moment. The boat is out as well, getting that Exomo's Rum. The turn, it's almost there. Oh, Juggernaut, he's on nothing. Can they kill him off in time? They're chasing forward now. RTZ just trying to run. The Healing Ward is still alive here. And now Kunkka has possibly gone a bit too far as well. Zombie's Omni connects on the boat! And RTZ says it yet again, finding that kill, trying to BKB and just walk out. Ame in trouble, and they have FY to try and throw out shards to interrupt. It's pretty good, but they lose another on their way out. As the Kunkka's dead, the Lion's dead, and LGD2 might be dead in this tournament.
They're still tier 2 up top, though. They're going to just go for tier 4s if they want to on EG. That's the only thing they can, and they will.
EG, eyes on the prize, walking forward and trying to take this one. They have the glyph, they have everything, but not the heroes that they need.
The DD Omni Slash maybe died so fast.
This is a Kunkka. Supposed to be big tanky guy. They can't believe it. They don't have answers. EG taking this one down. And going to possibly here eliminate LGD yet again in front of their home crowd as the throne will fall. Fireworks flying yet again, and again LGD have to watch them behind them.
Wow. That game was wild. EG were so persistent.
Maybe we don't see that. Maybe we see a different thing prepared for the final day of the major.
Yeah, I think the big question is how do you deal with Terrorblade? To me, that hero being first to pick constantly, and we've seen some things that work okay. E.g., 100% win rate on the hero. The way E.g. played against it, they first to Timbersaw in response to it, which they won the game with, but it didn't look like a dominant instant hard counter. And it does feel like teams have struggled to just beat TB.
You know, we talk a lot about the early game, the laning phase, and also potentially getting to that late game and the decision-making that we see there when we compare these two squads stylistically. But something that we haven't gone in great detail on is something that Gods did mention today, and that is the idea of how they are playing with Arteezy. Is that something that needs to change when they're going head-to-head with Secret? Can Arteezy play alone, or does there need to be that focus earlier on in the laning phase of them gelling as a unit, Gods?
I think you can take your same approach to game one at least. You know, it's got you this far in the tournament. See what Secret's going to do to punish it. I don't think you can second guess yourself too much and be like, okay, we're versing Secret now. You know, let's suddenly put Arteezy's role to be super active and play with the team. Stick with what's worked if you're EG. Try play for that late game. You know, approach the draft where you know Secret's maybe going to try and bully your early game, but don't try and reinvent yourself as a team.
Secret, on the other hand, they seem to like sometimes coming in against the team and looking like a completely different squad, reinventing the strategy, coming out, and we saw it in VP when they attempted to do it against them. But now against EG, do you think they're thinking about these weaknesses and saying, this is exactly how we're going to play?
I mean, I thought in the winner bracket when I played against VP, the third game draft was kind of iffy. Like they picked this Slark Medusa. It's very greedy, and I think they have a lot of like polishing to do in that regard. I don't think they can necessarily get away with the greedy lineup against EG, because like why would you play into their strengths?
Well, I think it's also like you know EG's so good at stalling. They're always defending the high ground and just making the game drag out. So you're gonna, if you're Secret, I think it's a mistake not to at least get some late game assurance. But you should be, getting some late game assurance while still looking to dominate early mid game.
It just feels like Slark and Medusa are such a weird combination, because you don't really have a playmaker until Slark gets like 1 or 2 items.
I'm not sold on Slark as a hero. I'd much rather see like the more team fighty secondary carries like the Monkey King that's looked really good alongside Secret's draft. Like some of these other heroes that are just a bit more impactful than the Slark, I guess, for lack of a better word. I just don't think Slark's like the kind of hero that's going to win you games.
As you start to crunch some of the numbers here, a few interesting things have definitely popped up on the screen. One of them is going to be the fact that we see a 39 average game time on the side of EG, 39 minutes, much higher than the tournament average, as we talk about the fact that they like to be this late team game. And a major thank you to SAP throughout the entirety of the tournament, aggregating this data, giving us these stats to figure out what we may be able to see when we get into this game. But we also start to look at what the players have done, and we see Sumail definitely being one of those players that has the potential to take over this game.
I mean, yeah, he had that potential for like ever.
He's a baller. This kid is still amazing. I mean, we still call him a kid because he broke down the scene when he was 15. He's been around since TI5, but he is incredibly talented. Him and Crit are the two guys who've been on EG for a long, long time now, and they are the two standout players.
I mean, I don't know if you know the feeling, but when I played at him, at DAC against him, he was, I think, 15, and he just completely destroyed our team. and then they 3-0 us, and you like handshake, this guy's like half my size. I'm like, how did he crush me so hard?
And he kind of does it like single-handedly, it feels like.
Yeah, then he goes home and does his homework, right? Yeah. He just absolutely destroyed you.
He was like this shy kid, he wouldn't talk to you, he just looks at you like, yeah, sorry for killing you. Or like,
was that the game where he went like 0-5 on Storm 2 and then still came back and destroyed you guys?
I had like a minute 12 Bloodstone anyway.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because, I obviously at the time was just watching from home moments like that when he was at that young age, and just really got to meet him now when he's like 19. And you meet him now as a 19-year-old, and he's way more mature than I am. Like, he's way more mature than most people that you'll meet in your entire life. He seems like he's like a CEO half the time when you talk to him. And it is cool to see how somebody can develop in the scene like this as we start seeing these bands come in.
And he's got the best fashion out of any Dota player, hands down.
Got some swag.
Yeah, that guy is legit. Like, his clothing is always...
Not gonna lie, it's not that hard to beat all the Dota guys. Black, like, you're
yeah, I mean,
sometimes.
You know what the worst part is? I'm not even the lowest tier. There's like tiers below me.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man. Can't say that about many things.
I respect that. I respect that he took his jersey off and put on his jacket between games yesterday. Where they had the 2 series. He's like, "No, I'm gonna get my streetwear before getting into my. If I'm in my jersey, it's because I'm playing Dota. If I'm not playing Dota, we'll take that jersey off."
Yeah. We see the OD ban, see the Earthspirit ban, and the Magnus ban. 3 heroes they used to very good success yesterday.
So first pick for Secret, which means EG's probably looking for like a TB +1 as their 1-2 punch.
Unless Secret picks that TB.
Overall first pick TB. I mean, I think EG's fine with that because they can at least respond immediately.
Also, you look at these bans, and when Team Secret has to target ban so many things based off of what EG has played and what EG has wanted to play throughout the entirety of the tournament, it's going to leave open some interesting things. We're going to have IO potentially getting through here. We could look to maybe even get Dazzles through Centaurs. A lot of these heroes that have been banned out very quickly in the tournament going to be available. Lich getting banned out is something that we expect. ET getting banned out is something we expect. But besides that...
Ooh, they banned Timber. They're thinking they'll get that first. It's one of those things where they see the draft going away where they're going to get to pick TB in the first 2.
Oh, go IO.
Yep.
IO is so scary if Grimstroke is in the pool. But as we said, Grimstroke is not really an EG hero.
Yep.
So I guess Secret also knows that if we know that.
Secret must feel like IO +1 can at least match TB as well, because that Timber ban just says we're picking TB.
We talk about potential combos with IO. Obviously, your mind does gyrate towards Gyro. but we've seen potential to bring other heroes.
Gyro, Luna's the other big one. I think that's looked pretty good.
Yeah. Mahaz is saying he likes the Luna even more than the Gyro.
I feel Luna is a lot greedier than Gyro, though. And they're both not great against TB.
TB tough. So I think every EG draft, like the last 5 games, they first 2 pick Crits hero, whether it's the Tusk, Earth Spirit, or we've seen Tiny at least once or twice as well.
It's just so important to really secure that position 4 in the first phase, because what's there now? No Earth Spirit, no Tusk, no Titan.
Yeah.
They kind of... I mean, obviously Secret, they love their position 4 Tiny, they love their position 4 Rubik.
We've seen Tiny, we saw Magnus for Crit
Actually,
as well.
what I was saying, it's going to be Yapsa on the IO, never mind.
Yes.
Do you think Secret needs to think about still potentially banning out the Grimstroke?
Yeah, I think it's a hero that is quite possible for Fly. I don't know how well he plays it, but it's just really good. If not that, you expect those teamfight heroes. The Disruptor and the Phoenix are the 2 most played for him. I don't know if you target the 5 position role, though. It kind of comes down to what they're most afraid of.
I think there's too much. There's Winter Wyvern as well.
There's, like, yeah, Wyvern. And then you look at the other roles, like, I feel like you're better off banning, like, Centaur for S4 or something.
Okay.
I think there's too many heroes that Fly can fit in that there's not, like, one specific one worth banning.
Kunkka.
Yeah.
Weird, because Sumail, did he play this tournament even?
No, but he's always been a bit of a Kunkka player. I think Kunkka is the Gyro counter for a long period of time. It's just like, you put that boat down and the Gyro flak is just not doing any damage to anyone. It just felt like Kunkka started becoming a hero that caused Gyro a lot of problems.
Oh. The tight band on the other side.
So Centaur still in the pool for the offlaners.
As for Centaur, looked really good.
Yes.
Like, it was actually one of the only heroes he looked really good on. Like
yeah,
his Doom, his Beast were very... I mean, they weren't bad, it's just he died a lot in lane with them.
S4 is the player that you guys have been most critical of on EG throughout the entirety of this event, so giving him something he's comfortable on seems like a good idea. This Centaur fit well in this lineup with a Tusk and a TB, Black.
Certainly. I mean, he's an aura builder, he's just a tanky frontliner, exactly what TB loves. He just likes to have like 1-2 guys in front of him so he can just destroy the enemy team.
Starting to run into the reserve time a little bit, but interesting to note as well, it was Team Secret that had to counterban what EGs like to bring throughout the tournament, but they knew that they were still going to be able to get the Gyro. It seems like it was something that they were very much thinking of coming into this based off of what they expected EG to pick.
Yeah. IO Gyro is really weak in lane though nowadays. Yeah. Like, until you're level 3, you actually have no damage potential at all.
That's where I feel like they're going to be playing more, the EG style where, like, let's just go late game because they're expecting, EG is going to be, or T is going to be farming on TB. And Secret, IO Gyro, you're not looking, like you say, to have a good, really strong early game. I mean,
TB or the single target physical DPS in general destroys Gyrocopter. Of course, TB's single target DPS is immense. There goes the Centaur. Not a big surprise. But yeah, like, TB is one of the best counters to Gyro in mid-late game. Like, you just destroy him with all the physical damage.
And that's my question right now, because we say the win condition for Secret may be to just dominate that laning phase, to punish those mistakes that we've seen from EG in the earlier portions of the game. And now it seems like, okay, let's fight fire with fire. Let's go late game. Let's bring something in the late game. Does EG want a game like this? Don't they want to go to the later portions of the game?
I mean, EG, I would argue, drafted more for late game than Secret did so far. Like, Secret with the IO Sven now as well, they're definitely looking to put on the pressure very early. Lots of relocate gangs, just tank up, pressure the map, kind of try to contain them on their own side so they can just freely farm and get into the late game, as we said. If you get into the late game with 20k gold deficit, you won't win, no matter what.
This has been the preferred 5 position to run with IO, I feel, this tournament. It just makes up for some of his weaknesses, having this, guaranteed stun and lockdown that IO doesn't bring to the table. Can help set up relocate ganks, gives you just, this really strong 5-man around the IO Gyro when you've got Warcry as well.
I mean, it's the biggest issue of IO, just staying alive because everybody always focuses you. He gives you like an additional 440 health. And I think most teams, actually even VP, ran like a position 5 Sven when they picked that IO. So it's a very strong combo.
Yeah. So EG now looking to save Sumail's here for last, I imagine, so probably just picking up their Fly Phoenix Disruptor.
Phoenix looks quite good here. Yeah. And Disruptor, of course, also against IO. Excellent choice. We'll see what they go with here. Probably just the Phoenix.
Yeah. We mentioned Grim against the IOs, but I don't think they have anything great to kind of combo with the Grimstroke Ultimate. They got Double Edge, but I don't think that's enough right now to justify the
Double Walrus Punch.
Pick. Does that work?
idea.
I feel like that doesn't work.
No, it is a disruptor.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can always glimpse back people on the relocate, which can be kind of nice. Most people are aware of it. Gyro's going to have a BKB or something as well, but if you can catch the IO with that glimpse, it can be very, very annoying.
You know, it's kind of funny. We have been sitting here for like the last 2-3 days, predicting everything that EG does. I'm pretty sure Secret can do the same thing, but yet EG is just winning against everyone.
Well, that's, you know, if you have a formula that works, you're going to stick to it. Being predictable is not always bad.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Alliance is probably the best example for that. Always pick the same, always won.
Yeah, no, all 4 of these EG heroes were like the most predictable things that viewers at home knew this was coming.
Yeah, for sure. And they didn't show like too much really. Like it's kind of hard to just pick like a hero for mid one now. Like what is gonna win us the game mid one?
I mean, he's got a lot of heroes he can be pretty impactful. I feel like his Monkey King's been really good. That's a hero that you can consider putting in the mid lane. There are some annoying matchups for it, but I think he does well enough in most matchups.
Yeah. And it is the Brewmaster for Zai.
Okay.
What do we think of the Brewmaster when we look at this entire lineup? We got an Iroh, we got a Gyro, we have a Sven, and now we have the Brew.
And Brewmaster's just good against auras in general. You can dispel the Crimson, you can dispel the TB illusions, you can spin up a hero when they try to disengage with a Centaur ult. Lots of good merits.
That's the good. The bad is the Disruptor matchup, perhaps. If you get glimpsed into a Static Storm, you can't get off your ultimate. So there is some potential concerns for Brewmaster, but eventually you'll see a BKB, I imagine. And if you get your split off, then you're not worried about. You blink in with a clap split, you're not worried about getting glimpsed out, for example.
Probably just blink BKB this game is best for him.
Well, Vlad's first, I guess.
Yeah, Vlad's of course.
Yeah. It's like
or maybe Sven could possibly build that if he has a good game.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're asking Puppy to get a lot of farm quickly to get a Vlad's
and Yapso, of course, is like basically the 4th core.
Yep. So mid lane is for last, as EG will have the counter pick.
Yep. It's probably just going to be a Monkey or something like that.
Yeah, Monkey. Could see Sumail playing something like a Puck, potentially.
Yeah.
Oh, just kidding. He's going to ban the Puck. Nope, that's not happening.
So now that the Puck is going to be banned, maybe we're thinking Monkey King. But how about on the side of Team Secret? What do you think their last pick will have to be here? Do they have to wait to react to what Evil Geniuses grabs?
I would just like to see...
They need more damage, right?
Yeah. So Monkey fits that. What else is really good for damage from mid one? I would have liked to see Puck, but obviously that's banned.
Pugna, Tinker. Like, if you feel like you still need to address the TB, you could pick those heroes.
Tinker could work. Of course, can get countered by the last pick.
Yeah. And you're playing Tinker into a Disruptor. The Centaur Ag Stampede theoretically can be annoying, but it's like an okay Tinker game.
Yeah. The only thing, like if you pick a Monkey, it can be kind of scary to get hard countered. Something like an SF or something, where you really have a lot of But then again, his Monkey always...
SF's just not a look we've seen from EG yet. I don't know if you're...
Yeah, true. They probably want to have like a more DP kind of hero for Sumat. Teamfight control.
We already saw that yesterday too, right? For the first time.
We did.
Saw the DP.
He put in a lot of work. 15 seconds left.
Down to the wire. Remember, only one of these teams going to make it to the grand final. Only 2 series left today for the major. Got a show match in between, but only 2 series.
Razor.
So they might be picking the Monkey King?
Dragon Knight.
Similar.
I really would love to see an SF right here. But that's not really EG style. But I think SF would be super good. DP is quite good against the land too. They have a silence for the Brewmaster.
DK's always been very good against TB. Like, yeah, it's a kind of tempo early mid-game here, but if it does go late game, you've got super high armor, you've got some damage mitigation with the Breathe Fire. It's actually a very nice matchup and was always picked a lot against TB. But he could get some tough lanes, you know. Maybe this is where EG consider the Monkey King or the SF you mentioned.
Yeah, Monkey is more the EG hero here. Monkey or DP probably.
Death Prophet, yeah.
Monkey.
I like
exact same thing we saw yesterday. Why go away from it if it works?
Yeah, EG, no real departure here from what we've seen from them so far, but all in all, a strong draft. Question I have for you guys before we get into the game, the first game of our best of 3. Do you think that the pressure is still on the laning phase? Is that going to be where the pressure is with what Secret has drafted here?
I think it's less lane stage and more like that 10 to 20 minute stage. That's when, once you get out of the lane stage, Secret will play very fast tempo with Brew Split, with DK Ultimate. They can push towers very effectively, and that's where an Arteezy's TB is going to have to be split pushing, cutting waves, being really annoying. But a very, I think, expected kind of cookie cutter draft from both teams, and neither team comes out with a draft win, I feel.
Yeah, it's just like their strengths peak at different times in the game. I think the Secret lineup is much stronger in the mid game, whereas EG's lineup, as we already said, will be much, much stronger in the late game. Because TB and Monkey should on paper always beat the Secret lineup in late game. But the pressure they can assert on the map, like 20, 25 minutes into the game, is going to be very severe.
You've got to relocate. You're going to have kill opportunities wherever you... Like, Arteezy can't split push and to relocate that easily.
Well, you've heard where the strengths are for both of these squads. It's time to see who can execute. Only one of them making it to the grand final. Let's get this series started.
Thank you so much, Rich. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a treat for you today. It's Evil Geniuses versus Secret. Two teams. I don't know if there's more history here than any other two teams in this freaking tournament as far as players swapping back and forth. But today they're against each other. And Fogged, how you feeling about the matchup? Monkey King versus Dragon Knight again?
Yeah, you know, people are going to flame me. No, yesterday I did say 50-50. I actually was asking people around more because I saw TI a lot of these times it would even out. Monkey King in the first few lanes, you kind of crush. But asking a bunch of people, there's actually a lot of different opinions. So I heard 60-40 in some situations. I heard, depending on if you start with an Orb of Venom, you can really crush the DK. But the biggest thing was that you get so many extra denies on the Monkey King just from that damage. So it is like a 60-40 matchup. But as the game plays out, DK has a good game versus Monkey King because, yeah, you just group up with your team and you want to push. So that's going to be the idea Secret wants, and especially when they're playing versus Disruptor. We talk a lot about when you're playing with Disruptor, you don't really like getting ran at too much, and I do believe that is what the strategy that Secret's going to try to do. Group up with their ultis. They've got DK ult, they've got Brew ulti. They're just going to start running at these towers and putting the pressure onto EG so they can't just farm, and I think that's where the Monkey King can also come into play, and he can try to fight and match that. So Sumail wants to play pretty active in this game to make space for Arteezy.
You're telling me it's going to be a brawl again. We had some wonderful matches yesterday going on, just the back and forth in the mid lane. I think we remember seeing, like, it was actually Disruptor and Tusk again, but they're on opposite sides, and the Tusk just kept coming back to the mid lane and snowballing in spite of the death. So it does look like already movement out across the map. Should be a trade-off of 2 runes apiece. 4 of Secret are actually grouped up in the jungle, anticipating somebody moving in for a ward mission or something. We'll see if they decide to go for a delayed smoke, maybe? No, they're just heading down bottom. Okay. Keep our eyes on it.
They didn't want to get some like smoke movement with Tag Team, right? Tag Team is still one of the most ridiculous abilities, level 1. So if you do get surrounded, can be quite a bit of a trouble. So we're gonna have some interesting tri-lane coming out. This is gonna be a fun tri-lane action, and also top should be fun as well. S4 is gonna get a good lane.
Oh my God.
He hasn't been having great lanes at this tournament so far. It's been pretty tough for him, but now he's versus Zion in 1v1.
Puppey is here. They've already used the tag team, but the Stormhammer is out, used prematurely. Can they kill off Crit? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. The bounty rune going the way of Puppey, and now Arteezy chased down. Can they find the secondary kill here? Need to be able to find it. Arteezy very low. The stun connects, and first blood drawn by Nisha.
Arteezy not wanting to get a skill there, so they're pretty much playing with only 2 abilities because Terrorblade wants to save if he wants to have the meta in the laning phase when they do make an aggressive play. If he uses there and then dies, the lane is an absolute disaster for EG, but yeah, Secret, they're able to claim what? 3 of the 4 bounty runes and first blood. So that means their tri-lane, who got the last hit? It was Nisha. Their tri-lane is going to be enabled quite a bit here because they can start off with sticks. All 3 of them immediately when they get that kill, pick up a magic stick.
Big stuff. Uh-oh. Yep. Thunderstrike out, Puppey taking a lot of damage there as well. And this is going to be the brawling lane. I mean, you have your other 2 that are going on simultaneously with the Brewmaster versus the Centaur, and then, of course, the mid matchup of Monkey King versus Dragon Knight. So we'll kind of keep those in the back of our periphery, but bottom lane is where we're likely going to be seeing some kills, and maybe even early on here, Puppey pretty far forward. They needed a punch. Can't quite get it, and it looks like with the extra little regen coming in, Puppey will live.
Yeah, he hit sticks too.
So far, that bottom lane, and well, Centaur has actually been having a great time against this Brewmaster.
This is a excellent lane for Centaur, because trading hits is, you know, a lot of times when Brew and you get your levels, Drunken Brawler starts doing a lot of damage, but every time you're hitting that Centaur, he's going to be able to get that Retaliate up and turn it on you quite heavily.
Now, not to mention the base damage improvement that you have on that Centaur with just so much strength early on. And we can see what you're talking about there. A little bit more denies going the way of Sumail as soon as he builds up those Jingu stacks.
Yeah. But mid one's doing a much better job than yesterday. Maybe definitely had a little bit of mistakes in the laning phase yesterday that it got to a point where Sumail was like 12 and 12 already at this point in comparison to like the 3-0 of the Dragon Knight. So a little bit better lane control coming out for mid one, but Sumail is building up those Jingus as he gets that Orb of Venom and will be able to lifesteal off the wave constantly.
Meanwhile, up top yet again, the Retaliate stacks, like you're saying, doesn't need many of them, but it gives a lot of bonus damage there to that Centaur. And all across the board right now, EG having a very nice time of it.
It's not even just like the Retaliate too, it's just Centaur overall. You have such a beautiful animation. You have one of the higher base damages in the game as well. That's 72 that he has right now at level 3 versus that Brew. So it can easily get those last hits.
For sure. Sumail trading a couple hits there, the Boundless Strike healing back up again. And mid one just going to retreat to eat a tango and head to back into last hit. But yeah, bottom lane, a bit of a wash as we have C7 and 1 for both of the carries. So breaking somewhat even and has been somewhat slow since those initial kills.
Yep. No matter, whenever EG has meta, they can make moves. Without meta, they have to play a little bit more defensively versus the side of this IO Gyrocopter with Sven. Sven also kind of turns the tide of the lane too, because just how powerful Warcry is versus tag team and Fly. He's looking to be pretty dead here with this chase coming out. They have the stun as well.
Able to get him a couple more punches, and that's going to be another kill. This one going the way of Puppy. So 2 kills in this bottom lane, the 3-minute mark. Still nothing to write home about. Doesn't feel absolutely terrible by any stretch of the imagination.
And Gyro's still getting some. TB's even. Just yeah, those other 2 lanes, the Monkey King pretty dominant now over the DK, and Centaur dominant over the Brew.
That range on Monkey King is just so ridiculous. Every time I see him punch from like 400 units away or whatever.
Yeah, mid one's got the Soul Ring now, so at least he can spam the mana. He was running low, so.
Oh, top lane, yet again. Use the reflection, slow down a little bit there, and that will stop Secret in their tracks. And Zai need to be careful to retaliate, trying to run away. He needs a couple misses there, S4. Ooh, almost got him.
This lane is really going to snowball in favor of S4, and this is a great game for the Centaur. Not even just the Centaur in particular, just for his whole team to be able to use the Stampede and get on top of that IO, get on top of that Gyrocopter and try to bring them down. So EG, yeah, having some nice success here, and they also have an Invis now on crit. So he's looking to put some pressure onto the mid lane.
Yeah, we've sometimes seen this like first movers, particularly with the Tusk, have a really big advantage finding those kills when we have a rotation mid or something, particularly in these melee versus melee matchups. But Crit, not feeling like he can make anything happen, is going to head back towards bottom and maybe try and set up to see if Secret is pushed out of position.
They have to try to get on top of either. It's like there's 2 things. Either you kill the IO immediately or you focus only the Gyrocopter. So you can't give the IO the chance to actually overcharge and heal. If the IO doesn't take damage, then sure. But now IO is level 3, so overcharge is there as well. So he can always be sure to get that healing going.
And yeah, the Warcry. All of the stick as well. They've got 8 stick charges on Puppy.
That's what happens when you get those, just like that little first blood. So their tri-lane is quite successful on the side of Secret. But yeah, those other 2 lanes have quite a problem. As Sumail is near level 6, mid one is almost level 5 though.
Trade off there, 2 bounty runes apiece, still very even in this early going, just 5 minutes in.
Sumail is really just focusing. It's like harassing the Dragon Knight is something that people used to do a lot on the Monkey Kings. Now it's just you just pure out deny every single time with these Jingu stacks.
Did see that ward dropped, so that way Sumail can maybe try and dodge some more of these breathe fires. Don't believe that mid one was within vision, but he did get hit by the last one, was able to dodge one of the other ones when he was up on the high ground.
I think I've seen him dodge 2 or 3. I've been trying to take glances in that mid lane quite a bit here.
In the meantime, Arteezy has headed back to the jungle. Level 3 Terrorblade, able to farm Ancients. So at least one good thing about this hero, and part of the reason why I'm sure they pick it in the early phases.
Yeah, but that means one of your lanes is just pretty much abandoned. So now the supports on the side of Secret, they can start making their choices what they want to do. Either stack or you try to make rotations and put pressure on the lane. Because you look at EG, the Tusk can make moves with people, but Disruptor, low levels, making moves is a lot harder.
Yeah, definitely.
They can move together, though. The 2 of them can set up for kills.
And, you know, if you were able to get Fly a couple more levels, Disruptor's certainly the type of hero that an early level 6 can make all the difference in the world. And even just getting more points up in that glimpse. They're going to chase down Zai here. This level 5 is going to be slowed by the tag team, but the Drunken Brawler walkaway Sumail has that haste rune, which is why EG felt comfortable going for this. Does miss a couple hits there, but now after count to 4, Boundless Strike follow-up. S4 going to be there, and Sumail cleans it up.
Nice rotation coming in. We'll give mid one some space now. You see he's up to those 30 last hits, also level 6. So don't want to rotate too much on the Monkey King, because yeah, the threat of your tower being continued to siege by a Dragon Knight will begin.
Minute when the catapults have come out, it doesn't look like either side is going to be able to make something happen with that mid one level 6, but Disruptor rotated in, and that makes it harder to push.
Yeah, a lot of times you do see that like 5-minute rotation with the wagon for them to try to dive, get a kill, and go for the objective, especially with a hero like DK, but not the strategy that Secret wants to go for. They're just actually leaving YapzOr in the lane constantly with Nisha to split experience. He's actually not walking away at all. He's going to be just Puppey to walk between lanes, put the wards down, and
is going to be the more sacrificial role there for sure. So things to watch out for in this one are going to be level 6 rotations potentially as well. You've got Stampede already online for S4, so could be a little bit deadly for EG if they want to make that play.
It definitely is a bit scary that it's going to be such a farm Centaur, because in this game we're looking a really early Crimson Guard could be quite powerful. Of course, versus Brewmaster, he can dispel it.
Black and the missile going out, connects on the fly, but he is perfectly fine, and well, does look like they're going to try and make this pressure happen, and they are going to do it with the wagon. So catapult hitting, and they're trying to take down this bottom tier 1 tower, possibly open up an angle into that side jungle where we've seen oftentimes Terrorblade just want to inhabit.
Yeah, you want to get any of these early tier 1s. We mentioned exactly what Secret wants to do in this game, right? They want to get these early tier 1s, and then they just want to run at EG. Don't let Terrorblade just sit back jungling. Don't let Disruptor play the game that he wants to, where you're the ones getting picked off constantly with the glimpse. You're the team with a Wisp who's going to have pretty early level 6, so you can set up for relocates. You can have the number advantage in a lot of these situations.
Losing potentially these 2 towers really early. Sumail gets hit by it, and now going to move in as well with the Brewmaster and trying to find that kill on a Monkey King. Sumail throws out the Wukong's command, the extra armor. It's not going to be enough. No, he goes for the lift up. And now can they find this turnaround kill? S4 not able to interrupt this one. Crit trying to run. They still have a lot of heroes in the area. Another lift up onto the center.
The last second lift.
And now Crit's caught. And when he comes back down, he could potentially be surrounded. Now Secret looking like they just want to keep their eyes on the prize and try and do as much damage to this tower as they can.
They want nothing to do with S4. He has 1,775 HP with that phase double bracer and wand. So just ignore him, throw him in the air. They get the surround. That's a very good rotation coming in there from Zai. First brew split, very successful. Didn't fully get the tower, but forced a lot of rotations.
Killing off Sumail for sure. It's a recipe for success.
Yeah, just enable mid one a bit there, right? So Sumail was well over 1,300 net worth over the Dragon Knight after that laning phase and successful haste rune. Now it's only 1,000.
Not so bad for them for sure.
Yeah. And mid one gets enabled a lot off of it, because now he's got options. He's got 1,500 gold. He has the phase boots queued up, but seeing if he can go for a bigger item first. Be it that armlet or just that hunting item, the Shadow Blade or Blink Dagger. We'll see which one it is the choice for him.
Meanwhile, it does look like there is going to be Nisha and YapzOr moving into the jungle to see if they can possibly steal away some stacks or just secure those bounty runes.
Fill up the Wisp bottle.
Yeah.
Who already has double bracer as well, YapzOr. So 1,000 HP on the IO early on.
Just like that, Secret going to pick up 3 bounty runes. Oh. Stun goes out. Sumail just going to have to back away. He did pick up that regen rune.
Yep. So EG's trying to slow it down a little bit here. Everyone's just kind of the cores are going to jungle for the most part, and they're going to try to give these supports the lane. They were giving Fly it for a bit so we can get higher levels in the Glimpse, because it's only level 3 on the Disruptor, and you saw Tusk. Crit was only level 3 a moment ago as well. They give him top lane now to boost him forward.
One of the downsides of having those tri-lanes and having to keep it for so long as well. But those cores kind of uneven farm. The big difference is going to be just that Gyrocopter out ahead of the Terrorblade. By almost 2,000 gold, actually.
Yeah, and the Midas, mid one changed his mind. Yeah, he had phase boots queued up. He queued up the armlet for a quick second, and then he just went, straight Midas. He wants to be able to farm, take it, doesn't care if it goes late game. If he itemizes as his DK, we were mentioning it yesterday too, and maybe was playing it. If these DKs itemize, they can actually scale incredibly hard into the late game.
It does feel really like the mid one is just playing this game incredibly different from how we saw it yesterday with maybe playing it. He's not falling behind in the laning stage. He's solving the problem that Dragon Knight falling behind. So yeah, cool stuff. And the faster than the fastest gets it done very quickly. Huh? I mean, is that going to be at all a concern for any of these other heroes, a lack of scalability? Do you see any of the EG cores really falling off at all?
No, the core should be farming just fine. I mean, Sumail's going the standard build. It's like Echo Saber. He might go the Diffusal afterwards anyway. That's the one that we've been seeing a lot of the times. Terrorblade, we've seen Terrorblade a lot.
Of course.
We know what this hero does late game. So no, I mean, EG's still able to scale quite hard too. It's just they want to be able to match.
Okay.
And the difference maker is really just like that damage mitigation can really come into play. It's like if Centaur gets Aghanims at some point, lots of damage mitigation, but then you look at the side of Secret, they've got a Warcry that can also, and they've got heroes that can build up for that too. And they've got a Dragon Knight who is just damage mitigation in general as a hero.
And then all the stuff that IO brings to the table, it's
Yes.
all just going to be a problem. So
a lot of
like
yeah.
Arcane Rune and popping the Dragon form from mid 1.
It is a lot of damage reduction that can't come out from Secret. I actually was like forgetting about Overcharge for a second.
Insane.
Yeah, because then they can go for the auras on the Brew, and then they can have the other auras on Yapsor.
Yeah.
While on the other side, it's really only the Centaur who can be that aura carrier for EG. Tusk can go for somebody, he doesn't want to his bottom.
We've seen this before. Relocate coming in. They do have Stampede to try and run away afterwards, and Fly potentially in position to throw out a glimpse, but it's not going to be enough. Static Storm actually, but he doesn't catch any of them. They glimpse him back in, but he's not caught in the kinetic field. Oh, there's Sumail throwing at that Wukong's man. Look at all the heals coming, and they're able to keep alive Nisha. Now S4 also in trouble. They're going to roll forward, find themselves this pick-off here.
Nisha.
It is going to be Nisha down. Came at the cost of Sumail. Can Secret find any more? Fly already dead. S4 headed off and was able to TP away, it looks like, as they try and chase down and kill off this one last pesky Tusk.
The tower is so low.
God, he's thinking about going
HP.
in for last hit. No, he can't do that one. Does have a snowball over to the creeps, maybe, if he can get within range. No, they fully control him.
And now they'll get the tower denied too. Great rotations coming out from Secret, and that's the thing that you have to watch out for when you're playing versus IO, just these relocate plays. You're going to get outnumbered in all these fights because you're playing with a Terrorblade. So Sumail, he's trying to match the movements. He's trying to play aggressive, as we said, that he would like to do as this Monkey King, but has to be really careful because, sure, you've got your Wukong's command, you've got 12 bonus armor, but what do we know about Gyrocopter? You're not really physical damage in the early game. You are all magical. So they can go right through a lot of that Wukong's. And they also have Warcry, and like we said, the Overcharge too. It's just all these different damage mitigations.
Yeah. Well, we're keeping our eyes on this Terrorblade's movement around the map here, mainly staying down bottom and now having to retreat back to the jungle. It is going to be something to watch for later and maybe an answer to that IO Gyro. If he can keep the lanes pushed out with his illusions, doesn't present himself as a target, then all of a sudden maybe you can mitigate some of those relocate ganks. But likewise, if Secret are able to get down some deep vision, find him in the jungle, and then set up with a smoke, could spell disaster.
It's just how well, it's pretty much how well can EG do 4 versus 5 until Arteezy comes online. That's going to be the name of the game for them for quite a while. Disruptor is the one little bit of an X factor too that you could say, because he can glimpse people out of the fight, right? If they do set up a relocate, then they can kind of change the numbers with that. And if they can set up good static storms too on that relocate, it can change a lot. So we're going to be watching Fly a lot, who's been, I mean, playing great. Sure, yesterday he had like that 18 deaths, but he had so much impact in the game even when he had that many.
Well, and speaking about that glimpse potential here as well, they're bringing 4 heroes to the bottom lane. While doing a good bit of damage there onto Puppey. They Stampede. They're going to try and chase this one down with the Thunder Strike. Looks like he is going to go down. So EG set up to take this tower, and again, the strength of Fly being able to glimpse people away. Although with the homing missile on him, they are going to need to retreat for the moment. And also S4 is very low.
Yeah, he's not high enough for them to take a good fight. He does have the blink though, so maybe if you see somebody like completely separated alone, could look to burst him with somebody else. And
Yapsor greedy. Jump forward, hoof stomp, barely off the mark there. And
now Secret's turning up. They want to look to try to catch something here, but their catch isn't the best just yet without the brew or without the DK with a blink, which is the item choice that mid one has queued up for now.
And with that, Secret just going to farm out their own jungle. Again, space created. Still a 2,000 gold lead right now for Secret.
Yep. Experience is about even. I mean, it's EG favored for a little bit because of that, of course, successful laning phase that happened for the Centaur and TB just jungling. So TB is level 11, Gyro only level 10 because he's having to stick with his team. Nisha is going for an early BKB. So, yeah, BKB timing with a Blink Dagger on both of their other cores. That's going to be like just straight go time for Secret to just take the last 3 tier 2s and just assert map dominance.
Crit gets hit there by the stun. They have the DD onto S4. Now just a walk away, Secret. You need to be careful about overextending. But yeah, it is a little bit interesting again, like going for that BKB on the Gyrocopter. Obviously, you want it to be able to stay alive. But it feels like this Midas insurance policy kind of is there to make sure that they can get to the late game, that the BKB is going for the early game.
They want to set the tempo, right? That's what Secret wants to do in comparison. EG, they want to just chill back and farm.
Pushing for this tier 2, and ooh, just little blink away there does mean that this is likely going to be a denied tower. So two towers denied.
The only two they've gotten have been denied.
Could be part of that net worth lead as well. Secret, they've been able to take all of the outer tier 1 towers.
Yeah.
Gotten the gold for each of them.
And they are getting close to those items we were talking about. Blink on DK, Blink on Brew, and BKB Gyro. When they've got all three, they're going to be looking to just take the fights and look to pressure the lanes, look to pressure those towers. Arteezy is also going for an early BKB, so he wants to be able to try to match them. He doesn't want to lose. They don't want to lose pretty much every single fight in the next few moments and just get completely run over. They have to try to be able to match the aggression that's going to be coming out from Secret in the next few moments.
We'll see if Sumail decides to do the same thing. Right now he has the Diffusal Blade queued up, but depending upon how the next couple of fights go, he might change his mind about that as well.
Yeah, he's holding the gold, so we will see.
Well, up here, the other thing to keep in mind is these levels. Obviously, we've seen so many times the Io-Gyro combination having that Aghanim Scepter granted over to the Gyrocopter just at level 10, but now YapzOr has that XP gain talent and can also completely change the entire dynamic of the game once you get that online.
Yeah. Same thing with them. I mean, even Mech. Like Mech is a big thing that changes the game with Io, just because the double pump. You know, you double heal somebody.
Oh my
God! But
Arteezy completely out of position here and is going to be chased. The Stampede trying to run. There's the lift up already. They're going to have the Dispel Magic afterwards. Can they chase him down and kill him off? On the other side, S4 is taking down the tier 3 tower actually. So maybe a little bit of space created, but they aren't going to be able to finish it off, it looks like. Still a lot of damage done, but they find the kill onto the Terrorblade.
Yep. Brew, one of the better heroes that we've seen a lot of times versus TB, not only because you can dispel all those illusions, but, I mean, that time, of course, he sundered right at the start, but in a lot of situations, you're just surrounded by these primal Brewlings, and you're like, oh god, I don't have a target to sunder.
No.
Not that time, though, of course. But.
Oh, jump forward, underneath some vision. There's the Breathe Fire onto absolutely everybody. The Boundless Strike S4 not able to get his stomp off, and now the Snowball just need to run the heck away from here. In trouble, all of EG being chased through by Secret, and it looks like they're going to lose absolutely everybody.
This is that window we were talking about, right? I think Black had mentioned it on the panel, too. It's like that 15 to 25, 15 to 30 minute mark where Secret has a huge power spike. They're using it. They've got all these blinks. Even though they didn't have Primal Split, they know how strong they are in comparison. If you're running at a lineup with Disruptor, he's not getting good chances to get his spells off. And Secret, with no hesitation, an immediate smoke into the pit, because they've got Vlads. Everyone has Vlads always, so you can go Roche.
And immediately they are in there. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, when that death happens, Sumail bought out his items, so he's committed to this Diffusal Blade now. Could become an issue depending upon how the next couple of fights go as well, but
definitely
could make some extra space there with the Centaur, Stampede type of things, but Roche, very low.
There's just so much magic damage that really comes from, magic damage and control that comes from the Secret side that it really could be a huge problem that Sumail doesn't go for an early BKB. Just clap, every little thing, like clap, Breathe Fire, Io Spirit, Sven, Gyrocopter.
Oh my god,
so much.
Jumps forward, finds that stun, and Disruptors needs to run, but Zai is there, and they find the crit for the kill.
7K gold advantage, 10,000 experience. That experience is probably the bigger one. You see the bottom too. You see the amount of kills. Like you can see Secret. They're just trying to force it. They really want to force these kills. It's 13 to 3. EG is playing a much more passive game.
Danger time, crit. He's surrounded here, has the Snowball, trying to get over to the creeps. The Shards doing whatever he possibly can. And the Stampede comes out, still trying to run. He does have a TP back behind the tower, able to juke out. Crit, he found the tree. Oh, yes.
Very nice. Have to use the Stampede to save him, but all right. Space.
Space created. And that is really important. I mean, you know, obviously the death wouldn't even be the biggest issue there. It's just buying more time for that Terrorblade to get his BKB online, which he does now have. 10 seconds ready to go.
How much of a difference can it make, though? Because of that last fight, Secret got so catapulted forward that they're picking up so many different items. I see a full Sage coming out for the Dragon Knight, I believe. Almost a full Mac, a drum as well. They've got so many items coming out onto Secret that that BKB might not actually be enough for EG to take any fights versus this lineup, this heavy powerhouse of a mid-game lineup.
That mech coming out right now. They've got the Maelstrom as well, so more magic damage. More ways to keep this pressure on, try and clear through those illusions.
Yep.
It's feeling very, very hard right now for Team Evil Geniuses. A 9,000 net worth lead at 21 minutes.
Yeah, and they just have trouble with their team fight too. Okay, mid one will get glimpsed away as he TPs to Sean, but it's not that far. He actually was relatively close.
Do some blink shenanigans there, but nothing happened.
But yeah, the team fights on EG are just so much harder versus what Secret has right now because of the timing windows they got.
So 22 minutes, backing away again. Just trying to pull Secret around this map whenever possible. But the danger that comes with this is, of course, having that relocate.
Yep.
If you can find somebody on the other side of the map, and Io very, very close now to that level 15 talent. This is an incredibly strong timing coming out from Team Secret.
I mean, they've got like everything. They've got key items on their cores. They've got the BKBs and the blinks. Then they even have core items on their supports. They have the Mac, like I was mentioning, and the drum even on the Sven. Drum is an item that's pretty crazy. Whenever you use the active ability of it for those 6 seconds, it's a lot of attack speed that actually is given to your team and movement speed. So Warcry plus drum plus an Io who's tethered to gyrocopter, they're going to be going max movement speed running at you, even if you have Stampede.
And then the cherry on top of all of this is the Aegis on the gyrocopter.
Yeah.
Well, the Fusel Blade is done for this Monkey King. They just now get that tether Grant's Aghanim Scepter. And Nisha going to start to do that double damage onto the tower.
Yep, pretty much.
Stampede looking towards that mid lane, wanting to find the jump. They've already got one. It's Brewmaster control, but mid one trying to interrupt that. Able to find the disruptor right from the get-go. They're relocated. They're going to be able to take him down, though. S4 done and dusted.
Oh my God, Zai's build, he had a Vanguard and a Vlad's, and now he's got even a Crimson Guard coming out, and then the Warcry comes in toward the end. They don't have the damage to kill this Brew. They threw everything on him.
This is problematic indeed, with 3 heroes dead, Centaur gone for 30 seconds, and using that Stampede. They're now going to be pushing onto high ground, and how in the hell do you deal with this?
You're not ready. Like, your Tower Blade has BKB, but like I said, the BKB is not enough to deal with the power that Secret has in this mid-game push. That's just a Rax.
Tier 3 tower down, Secret standing tall. And all you can really do right now is jungle if you're a Terrorblade.
So EG had, they got successful lane with the Centaur and the Monkey King, but it's really about, it's about that whole game. What happens when you group up together? And that's where the DK really, it's where that matchup goes back and forth. Lane, Monkey King owns, but DK groups up with his team and he's able to actually put so much pressure on the map. And the item choice too, it's like the Midas, it kind of worked, but it's like the Blink Dagger is the more important one because he can just start the fights for his team. And it's looking pretty impossible now for EG. They're going to need an absolute miracle somehow from Arteezy. But he doesn't have the greatest matchups. I mean, there's a Brewmaster that deals with him. There's damage reduction that comes from the Dragon Knight. There's just so many different things that Secret does have to deal with the EG draft.
And you just look at how farmed right now this Nisha Gyrocopter is. Finished off the Sanjin Yasha, Maelstrom, BKB, then basically a 4,200 net worth item on top of that as well.
In theory, he's at 1 item ahead, but he's kind of 2 items ahead because of that IO that really enables him so much more. So EG, man, their next timing window is going to be really tough. I guess it's the BKB for the Monkey King and the Butterfly and the Terrorblade, but even then, it still feels incredibly difficult. They're going to need, like we were saying, like a miraculous Monkey King ulti that catches kind of everybody in there, but Secret already has itemization to deal with the physical damage too. They've got a Crimson Guard and a Warcry that comes out from Sven, and a full Guardian Greaves on Io.
Yeah, it's insane. This is absolutely ridiculous right now.
Yeah, it's so hard for EG. I mean, Crit has been one of the most dominant players for EG throughout this tournament. In this game, he's been very quiet. 0-4-2. He couldn't have the lane pressure that he would have wanted to have as a Tusk because of how disastrous that bottom lane happened. And Tusk is a hero that he really capitalizes on laning phase. Mid-game and team fights, he's not the strongest.
And EG realizing that it is so difficult to try and take this fight. They're cutting creep waves, but at some point, you do need to come back and try and defend this tower. Maybe a big hoof stomp from S4, but they're in position already. Crit going to get hit by the missile. They jump forward. BKB reactions. S4 needs to back out now. They have their own Crimson Guard. The call down comes. It's on the Sumail, the slowdown. It's also keeping those buildings alive. And now the glimpse back. Maybe an opportunity. That's onto the Gyrocopter. Control for the moment. They're trying to do it out with the Wukong's command. It's on to absolutely everybody. The Snowball as well. Trying to kill him off in time. Nisha, he will fall. Arteezy, he wants to get that Sunder off. He's going to be able to find it. Finds Puppey. They hold. And is it going to be enough here?
They're going to kill Zai too. He's dead. That's 3. EG. Nisha, even though he popped that BKB with the Centaur stun, it may have been a bit preemptive as the glimpse from Fly really pulls them out of position there, and EG gets some breathing room.
That's one of those moments, too, where it feels like you haven't played against this hero in a long time, and you can forget just how devastating that glimpse can be, pulling you out of position, particularly when you have all of this other follow-up, getting the Wukongs down as the glimpse is going in.
And it was a perfect Wukongs, right? In that position on the high ground, everybody's caught in it. Even the Brewmaster split is getting hit by those Wukongs. You see the YapzOr actually comes in, gets a great Guardian Greave, and almost looks like it's going to turn the fight for a second, but EG
this can't happen if you're EG. S4 going down here as they find the Stormhammer and a couple more punches. The Hoof Stomp trying to run. Is he going to be able to get out of there? No. YapzOr finishes it off the kill.
The DDIO. Those right clicks actually kind of coming into play. Level 17 on the IO. Gyrocopter only level 16, by the way. YapzOr leveling his carry. That XP talent. He also, of course, ate a tome. So that does boost him forward a little bit.
God, look at that net worth for the IO. He's so far ahead of average.
So farmed.
That's just a casual YapzOr game.
He's 3-0-8. It doesn't seem like he's gotten too many kills, but he's been paired up just right next to Nisha the whole time.
He's the second highest level in the game right now because of that XP talent. One other thing that can praise here for Evil Genius is recognizing when they could actually fight. They let that entire bottom racks go because they knew they couldn't take the engagement, but then had to come and defend for the second set.
That was before Sumail having BKB too. It's just such a good glimpse that pulls Secret into a bad spot. So Secret, they got to be aware of that now, of course. And they're still in a, they're still in a good spot though. I mean, that's a little bit of a hiccup, but it's not like it gives EG any huge objective. It's not like they get that into a Roche, they get that into some big towers. It was on their side of the map, so they can't transition into anything big. It's just some space that they can get to farm, but you'll still see Secret catch back up and get the farm ahead even more. So you see a little dip, and then it starts increasing again for Secret on both that net worth and experience.
Yeah, you can't even really gain like any type of map control.
Sumail gonna go for Courier?
Oh, he needs to be careful. He's within vision right now. But yeah, they will be able to find that Courier kill.
That's his BKB. Looks like Secret's really waiting for that next Roche, but it is a very long timer. Still 2 minutes after quite a bit of the timer goes down.
Oh, run away, run away. Do they find the tree? Jumping again. Mr. Monkey Man making mischief. Sumail creating some space for his team.
They need all the space in the world.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it doesn't solve the inherent problems that exist in this draft right now, where they have a lot of answers for the Terrorblade with the Dispel, being able to clear through those illusions, all the magic damage in the world. But these BKBs do provide a little bit more cover.
They look like they're just going to run in. They have the mid-wave pushing in already.
This could be really nice. Mid 1, level 3 ulti. A smoke up coming from EG.
Same thing for Zai. He's level 3 primal split too, online.
They want to come and take this fight yet again. We'll see if S4 can bait out something, and they're going to need to find another big glimpse here. The stomp already up the get-go, but there is no follow-up as of yet. There's going to be the stun to try and turn it. Sumail pops the BKB. Wukong's hitting onto about 3. Can they kill him off in the duration of this? He has the bonus armor, which makes him tanky as well as that lifesteal. And then it's easy walking into the middle of all of them. They go for the mischief, trying to live, but they can't live through it. And now the Static Storm, it's down onto 3. Not that bad either, but the IO, it's keeping alive Nisha so strong in mid 1, turned upon by this Terrorblade, but he gets the stun off, in some trouble, no more Sunder, and that's a dead RTZ. Terrorblade has to buy back immediately, but everybody from Secret is still alive. They are going to run out of their glimpse. A big hoof stomp, but where is the follow-up? It does not exist. Nobody's here to help you, S4.
There's no creeps in the base at least, so that Rax is going to have backdoor protection. They pop the glyph as well. But you see this time, Nisha understands. I think they discussed it too. It's you can't pop the BKB for that. You have to save the BKB for the Disruptor ult and just be able to stand toe-to-toe with the Monkey King and the Terrorblade, and he's able to this time.
Yeah, it's kind of a bait in a weird way, right? Yeah. Because you just don't have that immediate follow-up from the side of Evil Geniuses. They sort of have to get set up. The Terrorblade illusions moving in, being propagated, the Wukong's command being laid down.
I mean, they got it all like perfectly. Just they're too farmed. I mean, it's a 28, 30 armored Gyrocopter, a 38 armored Dragon Knight with a Halberd too. So they're just so durable in the front lines. And that's exactly what's going on. They even got Worker. We talked about damage mitigation, and that's exactly what's been happening from Secret. They can just soak all of the spells of EG.
23-6.
Yeah.
Feeling like a bit of a stomp here in these later stages of this game at number 1. There's been moments where just that one glimpse pretty much that's been the good thing going on for Evil Geniuses over the past 10 minutes.
And Sumail getting a Courier, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
It's pretty much just the glimpse that happened, yeah. And Secret recognized that they made that mistake. BK being before having any like glimpse come out. They don't have to worry about EG. Like they don't have to worry about Nisha getting stunned by a Centaur. That's fine. He has so much sustain coming out from his team. Now with Cheese on top of YapzOr too.
They have Stormhammer Dispels on the Sven.
And I mean, YapzOr is even starting to queue up some fun items for himself, of course. A Maelstrom queued up for the IO. Why not?
Dear God. So mid one, the slow siege of this barracks, and still trying to buy time. It's 32 minutes in, but it is feeling like an impossibility right now. The Crimson Guard is popped. This tower just tickling mid one.
4-0 and 14 on the Dragon Knight.
They have to TP back the Terrorblade, but already the lift up comes. They have the split chasing forward, trying to find themselves this kill onto the Gyrocopter, and my God, Crit just eviscerated there in the midst of it. Sumail already down to half HP. He's trying to get the lifesteal to keep himself alive, but he is doing nothing at all to anybody from Secret. They're losing absolutely all of them. Arteezy jumps forward. The Sunder, that's the most damage that's been dealt in a very long time on the side of Evil Geniuses, but it's still not looking like it's going to be enough. They chase forward, and GG is called. He just wants YapzOr. It ain't happening.
Far too much sustain, far too much tank. They're still all 5 alive at the end of that fight. It happened time and time again from Secret, just the way they ball up, and that's exactly what their draft wanted to do. When we see that DK last pick, when they have DK and Brew, you know they want to just group and go, and don't let EG slow the pace down.
28-6.
Yeah, that was pretty commanding by Puppy and the boys.
A very impressive showing here on the main stage. Lower bracket finals, the crowd giving them a little bit of love as they head back and talk some strategy, but I mean, just run it back, right? It did pretty well in that first game. We're going to see what Evil Geniuses can come up with. I mean, was it just really the pace of the game? What else can you really change if you're EG?
Their bottom lane just, from moment one, it just went completely like awful, right? Like they literally had to go jungle on the TB at level 3. You were saying he's hitting Ancients, but that means like the supports are level 2 or something pretty much throughout the whole early game. They had to have a better start. Even though the other 2 lanes went great, their overall group up in comparison to Secret's just not there. And there's just so much damage mitigation that Secret has. And it's, yeah, it looked really strong from them with that DK.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for game number 1 in the books. Come back in just a second because we are going to go to a break, and we're back with game number 2 right after this. And way before Lion is going to get 6, particularly when it's going to be the mid-timber.
Yeah, and we've seen them literally cutting, like the game I believe I remember, I think it was actually Weehaw playing versus a Lion when he was playing the Timbersaw, and he was cutting between tier 2s already, even between like the base towers. Like he was between tier 2 and tier 3, cutting the waves before this Lion was even 6.
Yeah, and that's something that's just so impossibly hard to deal with. We are going to be seeing him most likely in the mid lane on Sumail.
Instant mid D ward going to come out.
On the crowd, they're going to like that one. As Lion is going to be able to pick up the Observer ward.
Yep, they got the ward down first, so they saw that one get placed down right away. And the draft of EG2, they have a lot to deal with this Terrorblade. They have good heroes that just punish him. The Shadow Shaman, high magic damage and control. Earth Spirit, magic damage and control. Pugna, magic damage and control. Timbersaw, just straight magic damage. But that's Pugna and Timbersaw are 2 of the heroes that you don't like playing Terrorblade versus. There's just so much magic damage that comes out from these guys.
Well, and it's kind of interesting, too, because now we're seeing a little bit of a departure from what we've sometimes had from EG, which is they're picking Arteezy's hero in the very last phase. They picked Sumail's hero second, very off the bat. And, you know, I think that certainly he's been showing to have, I think, a better tournament than we've seen from Arteezy in a really long time.
Yeah, he's definitely been playing up. He's been supported really well by his team, though. In particular, that last game, you know, we were saying how Empower might have been the MVP, but Fly stacked so many camps in that game. It was insane how much he enabled Arteezy to play well.
So heroes are out across the map. It looks like, at least for now, we're going to be seeing a full-on tri-lane in both safe lanes. And how often have we just seen off-laners just get completely destroyed?
We haven't been seeing it like this, though. Usually it's the opposite. Usually it's an aggro tri-lane being run and the off-laners are placed in the safe lane. This time, it's not the case. Is S4?
Oh, he's going to get hit there by the Decrep, and now the punch is coming, although the tag team is already worn off, so he's going to be able to make the walk-away happen. Decrep enough to keep him alive.
These are going to be some level 1 offlaners for a while. Unless the lane does push out, which it might do so actually down bottom here.
Mel gets the D ward there as well, recognizing that, well, if he saw my ward, they probably have one down as well. And as you mentioned, able to get the deny there on that Kunkka. Something we're going to need to watch for is how many of those last hits can Sumail actually get? But FY again pushing in, and bottom lane they throw out another Earth Spike on S4. He's able to walk it off. No real chance for a kill as of yet.
Let's see how Chalice does in this top lane. He now has FY, so they will be able to at least get some experience here for this Dazzle, but has to be so careful. As soon as Earth Spirit's level 2 or Shadow Shaman hits 2, they can easily look to make a play.
Yeah, but it's so impossible to take that otherwise. Like, FY needs to be able to interrupt things. He doesn't have a snowball yet, so won't be able to interrupt Shackles, but still could be dangerous. And speaking of dangerous, they've already popped Metamorphosis. They're wrapped all the way around S4, and as the decrep wears off, looks like S4 trying to walk one more punch. Ame draws first blood at the same time. Going up in the top lane, they kill off FY. So a 1-for-1 exchange there.
As soon as level 2s come out on at least 1 or 2 of the heroes, they're able to make those moves. The extra control, of course, coming from bottom, and the extra move they can make top. As mid, okay, Arcane Rune. Pretty decent rune, as it works on your Tidebringer too.
Uh-oh. Well, they're able to interrupt there, but X-Nova eats through the tree and walks away from the initiation. And, well, now summoning another image here. They want to try and find this kill onto X-Nova. S4 moves into position, trying to find that right click. Is it going to be enough with the decrep? The walk forward. Crit wants it so bad, but X-Nova says no.
The salve while running. Just a little bit of extra HP for him to turn. And do we say it? We have dual lanes.
It's back.
It's been quite a while since we've actually had dual lanes in this tournament, but looks like that's the way it's going to play out.
It's still a scary lane up top, I feel like, in spite of, you know, there being just the 2 heroes, the Shadow Shaman and the Jug. Once you get that level 3, long duration, disable, and then being able to spin on top of somebody.
Mid, we see Sumail is now getting that level 3, getting that level 4, able to get the last hits very, very nicely, and no pressure onto him whatsoever. Kunkka's still farming pretty decent, though.
FY doesn't have anything else leveled up as of yet, but could think about going for those shards to try and steal away some of the last hits.
He's saving to see what he needs, right? Yeah. If he can see an aggressive play, he can go for shards. If he has to play some defensive or has to cancel the Shadow Shaman grab, he can go for the snowball.
Look at a deny though right there on Sumail. Not often you can make it happen against Kunkka with all that bonus damage coming from Tidebringer.
Yeah, took that even in that mid lane. Again with the Orb of Venom, Sumail. This time on a Timber Saw, so you can try to put pressure.
And over here, they're able to interrupt the pull. Yeah, going for the slightly more aggressive build. This is the benefit that you're going to get from Kunkka, is that you don't have to use up the courier for your other lanes, so they can maybe get a little bit more regen or possibly try and dominate more with the items they can get after gold.
Yeah, he can save too. Yeah, he doesn't have to get all that regen. He goes for these bracers early on, so he has high strength, high base damage versus the Timber. It's all about this, like those level 6s. It's like the Timber can threaten kills onto Kunkka constantly, while Kunkka needs a rotation in order to try to threaten a kill onto Sumail.
Not at all easy. And Fly, here it comes. They've already got the shackles out, and FY decides to turn and see if he can fight Fly. The shards are already in use, and trying to find that kill. He decides to focus down on a Chalice. TP out FY.
He will get
out. He does. Now, Ame, though, bottom lane, a little bit of trouble of brewing. S4 can't put on any more pressure. Z-Crep, the blast, and then the walk away. But not able to get either of the kills in the top lane.
Yeah, that's a really heads-up play there from Chalice. Usually you see it's like 2-0-2, 1-0-2. This is a 1-1-1 Dazzle, just in order to prevent them to get that kill onto the Tusk. I love that. Just the understanding between the two of them, too. FY knew that his teammate was going to do it, or he accepted his death. It was one or the other.
Bounty runes going to be picked up now. Crit should be able to secure the 2 bottom. Arteezy and Fly get the others. EG, 4 bounties. And now the wraparound come in.
And bottom. Bottom as well. They're trying to put pressure onto Ame with the Pugn as well as the Earth Spirit.
Shackles going on. The roll, it's going to be interrupted in that bottom lane with Metamorphosis Pop. Still Chalice being chased through the trees. They find themselves 1 kill down bottom. Grave, TP away. Easy, no.
Not easy.
They find it.
Got him.
And S4 does have the decrep, the shards being used, the snowball chase, and eventually this Pugna walking away, trying to escape. More and more dives underneath the tower. And
he's too speedy.
Nothing off cooldown for Tuss to use.
Sumail has hit 6 before, maybe hit 6 in the mid lane, so you see maybe he's just going to hit some jungle creep. Sumail has taken over this one now. With the Soul Ring finished up, even a little bit from that Orb of Venom, it just gives that extra little chase to scare this Kunkka. Look at the rotations, EG. They're trying to punish. They've got a catapult here. It is 6 minutes. They can get a kill and look for the tower as well.
Real big move, and they're going to be able to find the slow. Too much damage, and Strength heroes don't fare well against the Timber. They find that kill, and right as LGD wanted to rotate in with the Tusk as well. EG just a little bit quicker there.
It's that 5-minute rotation or 6-minute rotation when that catapult first gets there.
Time and again, it's an Arcane Rune spawning up top. And it looks like they're going to be able to keep that pressure on in this mid lane. TP coming in from this Kunkka, wants to move into position, does have level 6 now as well. The boat hasn't been dropped as of yet. The roll going to be a little bit off the mark. They find themselves 1 kill. Pretty solid there, and Fly trying to run away. Can he live through this one? He gets out the shackles. That's controlling up the rest of LGD, but they need to back away. Boat still available. They have the Torrent that can get thrown out in a second, but he needs to hit it blind. He anticipates the rotation for crit and able to find that hit. Stun comes out. FY will die. They have X off cooldown again in a second, but Sumail is so big, large, and in charge. It's going to need to retreat.
Those type of Torrents are so like, it's kind of random. It's just you have to mind game with your opponent. You can never throw it in a straight line. He puts a little bit under, and yeah, they will get the kill out of it. But Sumail gets a trade, and it's a 2K advantage for EG still out of all this from the lanes.
All the shards, and yeah, Arteezy just going to TP back home after the spin. Won't be able to do that once Tusk gets 6.
Yeah, not home. He actually TP'd to Shrine, so he can actually rotate to bottom to put pressure onto the tower. So Ame has to be careful here of the rotations, and it's not only just Ame that has to be careful of rotations, he has to be careful too of Pugna, who's already level 6 very early on. Chalice is nearly level 6 too, but the difference is that at Dazzle, you don't put pressure on a Juggernaut. Pugna can put pressure onto a Terrorblade.
Very easy to blow him up. He just happens to step too far forward, and hunting in the trees. This is scouted, though, underneath an Observer Ward, and with that, LGD completely abandoned the bottom lane. And
look at this. We love this. I remember pros were talking about building Blightstone on Timbersaw, because you actually hit towers quite a lot. You're doing this so much in the games, but
look at what
it's not happening, obviously.
Ame, or maybe is doing at the same time. He's pulling the creep wave back with the illusion runes, so.
The 8-minute mid laner cutting the wave. But Sumail can still just, I mean, he's Timber, so he doesn't care. Just takes the tower anyway. A very farmed Timber is going to be coming out into this game, which could be big problems, as we were already mentioning, for LGD.
They're going to need to get that tome onto the Lion, most likely, to get up to level 6. And, well, S4, they have the movement in, and with the X, going to find the Torrent and interrupt that life drain. It should be the final kill going the way of maybe.
They want to defend this tower as much as possible, as long as possible, too, so they can defend their jungle. Does get taken down to half, a little bit less than half, though, from the Pugna. As Arteezy is farming in a very aggressive stance. He has a ward on the high ground there. If he sees just a support walkthrough, he could just net himself a free kill with the Omni Slash.
Good about it.
And Sumail looks like they want to be playing on the bottom side of the map. The TPs are coming in.
Shackle's already there. The Snowball moving into position with the Torrent. It's able to interrupt beautifully. Sumail, is he going to be controlled and finally killed off? The shards are there. He does get the Timber Chain down to the low ground, and now with Crit showing up as well, he's going to try and interrupt the Spore Mitt through mid-silence. Pretty solid coming from that Earth Spirit, and now able to walk away. They're still interrupting and trying to chase down X-Nova. Teammates come in to help out Sumail and save that day.
Arteezy also gets...
I mean, they're top 3 of this tournament. They're an amazing team. That goes without saying, but they are so far behind Secret right now.
Yep. Sumail definitely tried to take over that game.
I mean, he stepped up, he crushed his lane.
And he rotated too. He goes top with a haste rune, kills the Brewmaster. I feel like Sumail was trying to make things happen a bit, but there's so few places to rotate when you're TB's jungling. And when you're playing this 4 Protect 1, where do you make moves when you have a carry that is catching up in the jungle compared to Nisha, who's a gyro? He's happy to make those moves with you.
Yeah, that's why I'm disagreeing so much on just giving up that lane entirely, because it wasn't even going poorly. It was like a 5-5 lane, but if you give up that lane, any rotation is impossible. All your cooldowns, I mean, all your spells are on cooldown. Even if you rotate, you won't be able to make anything happen. So I was very baffled by the choice to just go jungle level 3 in a lane that is not terrible.
And as you see on your screen right now, all of the stats coming through, they are powered by SAP, and they're giving us a pretty deep insight into some of the tweaks that we want to see when we do go into the second game. Secret might be able to close this one out quickly. They want to get back into the graces of the grand final where VP does wait. How do we see EG adapt on the fly? Because it is on them. Secret looking comfortable. They reacted too, right? I feel like the main thing with Secret is they can just react in the draft right now. They don't need to be reinventing the wheel by any means. Do you think that there is an easy way for EG to reinvent the wheel, though? Do you think there's a way for them to focus on not the late game, to try to get early lane pressure? I feel like you guys are somewhat at a loss of words. Like when we're talking about what do we want to see EG do here?
Yeah.
Step one
they
is,
didn't lose the lanes. Well, the bottom lane should not have. Leaving the lane was a mistake, but the other two 1v1s, they won both those lanes.
Yeah.
But end of the day, winning 2 out of the 3 lanes isn't going to matter when you're mid-game, you're playing catch-up still.
I think step one is just ban the IO. In my mind, IO is one of the best heroes against what EG wants to do, just how they like to play. Just get rid of that first, and then try your best.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, from my perspective, I think they just need to be telling the whole team, we're going to play different. We're going to Arteezy, we're putting you on an active carry. Get involved, fight. Play the lane, play around your team. Let's just stop doing what's gotten us this far. Yes, it's worked. It's not going to work against Secret.
And Nahas said something really interesting yesterday when he was kind of assessing.
Oh, that's rare. Okay.
What he said from... that's not true at all. I mean, his interesting too is usually actually fueled by, you know, either stats or something. You're interesting. I don't know where it comes from half the time, but when Nahas is basically talking about EG, he said it almost seemed like they play 3 different games sometimes. You look and at the beginning, in the middle, and the end of the game, in those 15-minute intervals, it seems like a completely different team. And yesterday what we saw was them looking strong at times in that early portion of the game, looking really weak in the mid portion of the game, and then the late portion of the game, their decision-making is on a whole other planet, and they look very strong. Do you think that we're consistently seeing them? Yeah, they can handle their laning phase. They get to the mid game, they fall off. The other teams can't punish, and then they get to the late game, and like you said, that's where their decision-making is the best in the world.
It's
pretty. I think it's a good point because like their lane stage is very solid with the players they have. You know, you put S4 in a good lane matchup with Hero-wise Sumail, they're going to win their lanes.
I think the only time they ever fall apart is when they get roamed on, because it feels like the enemy support rotation. Well, I say that, but Crit is also so good at rotating if he gets the proper hero for it.
And I think you can have a good hero to rotate on Crit. Like he could be playing an Earth Spirit that game. I don't think it matters because it's like it's always this question of where do you rotate? Do you have a hero that's strong to rotate to? When you're playing a support like 4 or 5 position, I play a lot of support, and it's like if there's no lane to go to because your carry's farming jungle and you know your centaur's just sticking in his lane against like no heroes there. Brew's rotating and centaur staying in his lane. It's like, what do you do as a support in that situation? There's just no plays to make. This game was just like, I think, out of Crit's hands in some ways.
Well, yeah, I mean, he still did what he could. Not much to criticize about him, but just, yeah, Secret as a whole just outplayed EG.
Yep.
Yeah, I think some of the standout players that we said in the past, Sumail and Crit on the side of EG, when you put one of those players in Crit in a position where he cannot turn the game around, you know you're in for a tough loss, most likely.
I think the bans of Secret were really smart too. They banned out that mag, which we saw Arteezy. When he had a mag on his team, he became really active and went for early game items. But they removed that option. They removed the Earth Spirit, and they removed the
OD.
The OD, yeah, like the strongest hero they've shown so far in this tournament. And it just made it really hard for EG to draft,
Secret
I think.
wanted to give them TB. And they didn't even know they were going to IO because they could have last banned IO instead of Timbersaw. So Secret were well prepared to play against TB, and not just with IO Gyrocopter, but with a second strat. They had two openings that could have worked against TB.
That's why the draft was so smart, right? You get out all of the problems, and we're going to see the same bans come out, even in the face of the IO ban on EG, right? Secret going to be banning the 3 heroes that we had just mentioned, and it just seems so solid because something is going to be left on the side of Secret as well. The ban phase from Secret looking good here again. What do we think Evil Geniuses try to ban out next? ET was their first ban as well in game number 1.
I think EG's asking, well, probably before they even got into this draft, was like, do we pick TB again? Because I don't think they should.
But then what do you pick?
Pick some supports and go into a Jug, a PL, a PA. Get a carry that's going to fit the game and not just shove a TB into Secret's face, because that's not going to beat Secret.
Just like maybe last pick, even Arteezy's hero.
What do you think of that,
like get a Sumail mid earlier. Well, okay, maybe they're singing the TB. They banned Timber again. It is a different game. Now we're going to see what Secret would have done in game 1 against the TB without the IO gyro, because that's the adjustment for EG.
Tiny. Yeah. Can we play the 3 and 5 and 4? I mean,
only 3 or
everywhere.
5 with. I don't think I've seen Yapster play it too
I
much.
played it.
Okay.
Like 2 games, I think, or 1.
Are EG stubborn? Is it just Tusk Terrorblade?
Tusk. And the second pick takes a bit long. Oh no, that's terrible.
They're just the same. I mean, you banned Timber. This is.
I can actually hear the sounds before you guys. I didn't want to spoil it for you. But yeah, so we're going to see it again. And this is, once again, EG sticking to their guns here. Thinking that they know the way to win. Even if they...
Different game.
Hey, look.
No IO.
Also, on the positive side, if we were going to make a pros and cons list here, on the pros list, you would basically say...
Yeah, top 3.
They definitely have a plan, right? And they're not thinking results-oriented. They have a strategy. They think that they can win with this opener.
But the huge con to that is teams that usually end up winning these huge long tournaments are the ones that adapt.
And the other con to it is it seems like Secret is incredibly prepared for it. It seems like they are saying, go ahead, pick it again.
I mean, the other teams were also prepared against EG. It's just EG outclassed them. But Secret and EG, probably individually, I would put them on the same level.
Like, eHome outplayed EG for big portions of that series. It was just EG's just the better, more well-rounded team in a lot of ways.
Yep.
And it was also every time EG could get to the late game, they could rely on it.
I mean, even here last game, it didn't end terribly early. But as I said, if you go into late game with a deficit like that, it's just not going to work. Not against Secret.
Not against Secret, I think is something we've heard quite a bit on this panel as well. Right? If EG was in another series, even with how they looked in the last game, you might expect the score to be the opposite of what it is now. Potentially have them leading by 1. They've been the kings in losers bracket throughout the entire CQ Major. They set an entire region packing. And that's one of the things that I think I was excited to see when we got to the arena today. If the fans were going to be cheering for EG since they sent home all of the fan favorites, or if they were going to be cheering against them, and now we see a Secret sign. And it seems like a safe sign to be holding right now as well.
But to be fair, they didn't send all the Chinese home.
There's one team.
Team Aster was eliminated by
TNC. But they also got 2-0'd by EG in the group stage. So
fair enough.
EG has beaten every Chinese team in a best of 3.
Yep.
But EG's always been a bit of, I think, public enemy #1.
Chinese
because
nemesis.
they come to China and have won so many tournaments. Like DAC, the very first one that they won, you know, it was Sumail was kind of the villain of.
Yeah, great memories.
Yeah, he after winning, like he kind of like called out the Chinese team, saying, "Oh, this tournament was," I think he said like easy or like GG easy, basically.
Yeah,
he sent Black to the desk.
Yeah, and
that's what happened, man.
And the Chinese community was like, "Man, who's this 15-year-old kid trash talking us?"
Yep.
Things have changed. Sumail has a ton of fans in China now. He's beloved here. But I think EG as a team, that everyone in China will still remember the number of times EG have come over and won tournaments.
Question is, can they start to break the curse they've been plagued by and crack the grand finals down by 1?
Is that the face of confidence? Or is that the face of someone struggling to figure out what to do?
I think he's just figuring out what to do right now. He doesn't look... I will give one thing to Bulba. Every time that he is in that chair and drafting, I don't think we see any sign of nerves. Sometimes when we see him watching the game, on the other hand, which is...
Oh, he gets very excited.
I mean, that's like the most... That is such a difficult position. Sometimes for a coach, right, there's nothing you can do, right? You just have to watch the plan in action. You can't... You're not actually sitting in the chair making the play. You expect them to get nervous, right?
When I coached for 4 months, that was the biggest issue I've had. Like... You draft, everything's good. You get out of the seat, you go to like the backstage room and watch the game, and you're like, all right, everything's out of my hand, but I still have to watch.
And you hear everybody like talking about it too. Like all the casters are sitting back there with you, just criticizing everything. You're just sitting there watching.
Yeah,
but
it's great. But yeah, Secret, pick up the Darkseer, ban the 2 counters.
I like EG banning Morphling. I think Oracle. That's the hero Secret have often played to go into TB, and it's niche. You know, he's the best Morphling player out there.
Anti-mage. When you have a TB already, now that is interesting.
I think it's just these heroes that Secret have made work very effectively.
Yeah, fair enough. Lich. Oh, he actually got through so far.
Every time we've seen him get through to a second phase pick really has been a lot of these higher caliber teams just based off of how the bans do shape up.
I think, yeah, right now it's like you don't look at... Lich doesn't counter anything Secret pick, so they ban Oracle because of the lane matchup against Darkseer. Kind of makes sense.
I like them. I like Secret's picks a lot against the Lich already. There's like 3 high spell damage heroes, so his Frost Shield actually won't do too much, especially during the laning phase.
Got snacks?
Was it snacks or was it like secret merch?
Oh, no, I got
that was the manager. That was Matt. So
I thought it was,
sure what's going on there.
snacks for a second there.
Tide. Okay.
Tide looking like a snack. Gonna get locked in.
Lich watermelon.
Lich, the most popular hero that we've seen so far here at the Major. Now going to be backed up by Tide, who is definitely not lacking in the popularity contest.
Juggernaut.
You thought Slark there for a second?
I like Slark against Tide.
Yeah. The Juggernaut TB, we've seen a lot of this. It's very TB favored matchup as a one-to-one kind of carry matchup, but the Jug, the tempo this hero can play it, and when you deal with the TB in other ways, you can make the Jug work here.
The only thing I don't like is if you pick that as first pick, because your mid is also going to get countered, and then your carry is already countered, and it can leave you in a very vulnerable spot in the draft.
Sure. I mean, it limits maybe what you can get for that mid lane, where you pick something that's not going to have too many, miserable matchups.
Yeah. Usually we would see something like a Medusa with a Jug, something stable.
Ban DK.
Okay, Jug is...
I imagine they're looking at that last game there. It's like, we couldn't play the farm game when we lost all our early towers, which is what DK and the Brewmaster, this game is going to be a Darkseer brought to the table. You get these early rotations, those two heroes group up and just take objectives without any defense from EG.
Yeah. I think Medusa could be really good here for Secret. Just to kind of round out the lineup. They really have everything else already. Just like a really strong frontline AoE, like teamfight kind of hero. What else is there for them? What else do they like? I would say Tinker. It's also a possibility.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of
We've brought up Tinker a little bit with both of these teams, but I know when we talk about Tinker, every single time we hear analysts say, Tinker is one of those heroes that they really only want to see somebody who is a Tinker specialist locking in.
Like mid one.
He's good on it, yeah. It's always against the TB that we feel Tinker suddenly becomes a much more viable pick.
Secret can maybe be thinking about the Tinker here.
Yeah. Doesn't really feel to be their style, because I don't think it's not fast paced. It's not going to take those early towers the way what DK did last game.
I mean,
it's not going to rotate early.
If you get fast travels, you can kind of just siege it out the marches and stuff.
Yeah.
But getting there is usually kind of hard.
Yeah, I feel like it's a hero that can put you on the back foot, any early Tusk rotations
Razor,
into Kunkka.
Kunkka.
There's no Timber Sword to worry about. That was banned for a stage.
No Razor to worry about.
Which is actually, that Timber ban kind of, now suddenly helps Team Secret a little bit.
I like the Kunkka pick a lot.
Yeah,
But at the same time, going late game is a bit scary now.
Well, okay, late game just became maybe a little bit scary on the side of Secret, but what is the strength of the Kunkka pick here as their final pick?
Gives them team fight, gives them control, which they lacked a little
really
bit.
Strong laner too. Like all of the heroes that you mentioned, Razor and Timber, even OD, another hero that matches up well against Kunkka.
The problem is if they pick Monkey now, I see...
Kunkka can play versus Monkey, right?
Very hard.
Okay.
Very, very hard. And then they would lose those 2 core matchups already, which is what I mentioned before, is when you feel really, really vulnerable. Because you can't really swap the lanes around either. Like a Jug can't play against a Monkey.
No. And Monkey does definitely stand out as the pick, but EG haven't just lost with it. Do you go back for it?
I mean, just went...
Death Prophet. They're going to get more of a, kind of more of a Summel. It's more of an EG hero, I want to say. Like, yeah, it's Summel always playing it, but I think playstyle-wise, this gives EG, it gives them something to play around. Last game, if this Monkey's rotating around, this time around they rotate to the Death Prophet and actually take objectives. Because that's where Secret destroyed them last game, was these early towers. That's something that EG can now do themselves with the Death Prophet ultimate.
Okay, so now a little bit more even with that in mind when we talk about these early game towers. But how's the mid game look? That was where it did fall apart last time. Secret was able to grab that by the reins. Does it look more even there as well? Or is that going to be the pressure point?
EG's draft looks really good for mid game, I think. They have DP ult, they have Tide ult.
I think they
actually EG draft is really solid.
Yeah.
Really
I mean, last
solid.
game we didn't dislike their draft by any means. It was much more just the way they approached the lanes and how they played around the TB. This game, I think they did focus more on that mid game where Secret bullied them last game. So I think it suits EG against Secret. I don't think this is the kind of draft they would have done against LGD eHome, but against Secret, this is the right fit.
But once again, it seems like we're in a position where the draft doesn't necessarily need to be the focus. It's all going to come down to execution, and we might decide it right here. Is Secret going to get to go to the grand finals?
Rematch or no rematch? That's the question that's coming up right now. Secret versus Evil Geniuses. A much better draft this time from EG, I think at least, but it does still have some problems.
Yeah, they are. The thing is that the Lich in this game, there's not actually that much you provide the Frost Arm reverse. It's so much magic damage on the side of Secret, and EG's lineup is very cooldown reliant.
Not
right?
dead crowd.
I mean, the crowd
They're
is,
filling up.
The crowd is definitely filled up here. But yeah, we look and it's they've got Exorcism, pretty long cooldown. Metamorphosis, long cooldown. Tidehunter, pretty long cooldown. Even Chain Frost is a little bit less, but it looks like Secret's going to go for the same thing. This high octane strategy, high tempo, try to put the pressure on. But EG, they do have some ways to match it. This Death Prophet is going to be absolutely massive for their game if he's able to get offline. He really needs to as well. I need to also see how S4 is going to do in this game. I think if he dies too much, it's going to be really hard for them to actually rally around because he wants to be their frontliner. Death Prophet can act as like a secondary frontliner, but you don't want to be the main one because then everything is going to be focused on you. So S4 has to have a decent game as well for them to actually be able to have a good start.
And you can see already that they want to avoid that matchup against the Juggernaut. Jug is heading to the top, it looks like right now. Tidehunter heading down bottom. And so often what we've seen in these offlaners potentially going into the safe lane and just trying to either go 1v1 or deal with a tri-lane.
Yeah. See how Tidehunter can deal with the pressure of these Darkseers, because he will be able to outfarm the Tide if he's just pulling the creep wave with Ion Shell to neutrals. You farm way faster. Sure, Tidehunter doesn't take so much damage under tower because of your Kraken Shell as well as Anchor Smash, but yeah, Darkseer forces the wave in way quicker, and also just you can jungle at an easier rate until the later levels.
The other thing that we need to watch for in this, you're talking about the Darkseer, I always think back to the combos that you can have. You've got Jakiro here with the Ice Path. You've got the Torrent Boat, all of these things. But then on the other side, from Evil Geniuses, could be the snowball plays. If Crit gets off to an early start, has himself a Blink Dagger, maybe come in and separate from all of that damage that gets thrown out.
Love the combos. We used to, a long time ago. Me and Universe, the Darkseer Jakiro all the time. I love watching it. Even the Kunkka. It's pretty easy. It's reliable to actually land a lot of times with these vacuums. With Kunkka on top. They've got two different ways to actually set it up. And let's see what YapzOr does with his plays, as he started with boots first on the Tiny. So hasn't skilled yet. Might look to go for some toss-back plays here. We will see.
And actually, they're going to be rotating that Jakiro up to the top lane as well. Lich, Tusk, and Terrorblade all there, so an aggro yet again.
Yeah, and we see bottom. Actually, Zai is the one who blocks the hard camp. So you see the Sentry Ward is there to make sure that the Tidehunter can't match the speed of farm. Because a lot of times when we see these Darkseers Ion Shell and just cut the waves, the enemy safe laner pulls the creep wave into that neutral camp and farms like a little bit extra. But they blocked it this time, so Zai will be able to farm extra over S4 as we were mentioning.
Yeah, and a very strange skill build there, as it is going to be a healing ward taken level 1, and might have been a kill if, oh, it's still going to end up being a kill as Fly goes down.
The toss back. Yeah, the healing ward level 1. That
feels like a misclick.
I think that might have been a misclick.
Nonetheless.
They get the kill?
Yeah, they're able to take that finish. So a nice play there. Mid 1, taking a lot of harassment early here from Sumail. And it has been a long walk as bottom lane, they're doing the creep cutting action that we were talking about. Nisha in some trouble. He's used the healing ward and being slowed down a couple punches. Looks like he will live.
That makes this lane a little awkward. At least he's going to heal up, and he doesn't have to use that many tangos. But, oh, they're trying to kill it. They won't actually be able to. All right. That has to be a miskill, right?
I mean, it feels like it really messes up the lane a lot.
Yeah, because now he can't spin whenever like the Frost Shield is active and they put the pressure on him. Meta is going to be starting to go down, but that guarantees our TZ pretty solid start. 6-3 last hits compared to 4-0 in Jug.
I mean, even the tag team, not piercing spell immunity. You could have just spun away from that, not taking quite as much damage. So could become a lingering point there. Sumail walking forward, seeing if he can maybe find himself a Crypt Swarm. Doing a lot of damage on the mid one. In trouble. The last hit. Oh my goodness gracious.
That was incredibly close.
So far, so good And in spite of taking a lot of damage there, Kunkka having a nice time against Death Prophet.
Yeah, he's got, I mean, it's this tiebreaker, right? We say it so much, like, even though you're versus these ranged heroes, you just have to expend a little more money on regen. So his net worth will be down a little bit, but he's still getting those solid last hits. And Sumail is going to run out of mana. I believe he's got some mangoes being delivered at least, so that will at least put him a little bit better to put the pressure on. Oh. But yeah, it should be fairly even in the mid lane. Just mid one will be spending more money on regen.
Up there in the top lane, Nisha does have his level 2, so things become a little bit easier. He's dropping his Coiling Blade to make sure he got some of those last hits as well. High-level plays, of course.
I actually didn't get to talk about the ward that EG placed as well. The bottom wards, they both actually did the same thing of blocking camps, so Zai won't be able to farm it as much as he wants to, pulling it into that one neutral, the medium camp on the left side, and then Secret blocked the right side camp to make sure that Zai couldn't pull it in. So, yeah, like Mirror Things coming out just to mess with the Darkseer and Tide's farm.
Definitely. Very even, in spite of that one toss-back kill that came out. The big problem is just going to be that Darkseer's gotten so many last hits and is top of the net worth right now up there with the Juggernaut as the spin, the toss away. Make sure that YapzOr is going to be perfectly fine as well as Nisha.
They're both getting like relatively same farm though on Nisha and Arteezy. And the scary thing too is that every time that EG's trying to pull the side, because they're trying to equalize the lane, Puppey's just chain pulling. So they're going to be getting better experience on the side of Secret. Contesting that pull versus a Tiny is so scary. You walk between those areas, you're going to get tossed in the tower every single time. So EG has to be careful how they maximize and keep their levels to try to get an advantage over Secret. Because Secret's going to be able to pull ahead in that experience if they keep doing this.
And the way that they're trying to do it is pull it into that hard camp, but it's just not really happening as they are able to interrupt those ones. So Sumail throws out another one of these Spirit Siphons onto mid one. Was able to get a couple more denies in this matchup. 24-7 versus the 18-3.
It's the same things happening though. Like mid one is spending more money on regen, but Sumail is spending a lot of money on just mangoes. But he will be ahead by about 300 gold or so right now.
Oh, that's 4. It's that Anchor Smash back off cooldown. Taking a lot of damage here from the Ion Shell. Don't think that this is really going to be much of a chance for a kill at all.
Putting the pressure on though. He's forcing him to salve now. He breaks it with the vacuum.
Oh, nice play. Zai making it happen. And this is the other benefit of having this Kunkka in the mid lane is the XTP plays back up to full, has his bottle now also, so he has that extra bit of regen coming through.
Sumail's pulling out just a bit ahead though, like you mentioned, those denies. Versus Tidebringer too, which is pretty impressive. Just that ranged hero advantage as he just keeps getting the Spirit Siphon onto the Kunkka as well.
5-minute mark, Darkseer uses the Shrine, was trying to stack up Ancients, didn't quite get him there. And again, it's Nisha having a decent time against that Terrorblade, relatively even on CS. And across the board, it has just been those little trade-offs. And being out of lane for a little while, Tidehunter pulls a little bit ahead, finishes off the Vlads, and has level 6 already at 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was actually ahead in the Darkseer in farm. So I had a good amount more last hits, but S4 has been able to, since he unblocked the camp with his own Sentry Ward, he was able to farm that a couple times while Zai was pulling it away. So extra gold from that big neutral camp. Yeah. Very smart, like really smart little plays happening down bottom, just between the ward games. Because I believe actually I saw S4 start with a Sentry Ward because he had a feeling that they were going to block the camp and all that. So
yeah. Thinking ahead, knowing what's going to come. Tag team, toss on Anisha, the spin, immediately snowball, pull in the Terrorblade as well. Lots of damage now out onto these heroes, and the Ice Path leveled early, going to pop the Fairy Fire just for safety. And with that, should be the end of the aggression. Secret keeping that healing ward alive, and everybody on Secret very survivable.
Break the salve off Arteezy.
Heady from Puppey, the right move.
Yeah. YapzOr's almost got Arcane Boots on this Tiny too. So we see the battle of regen start to play out when you're looking at tri-lanes a lot, and they've got Healing Ward on the side of Secret, and soon Arcane Boots, like I was mentioning, the sustain for them is going to be just a bit higher than EG, and it's just constant. I'm looking at Puppey. This is like his fifth pull that he's gotten off on the single pull. So we're seeing that experience really come into play. They just have a little bit more over EG in that lane between the three of them. Like YapzOr's level 4, Nisha's level 4, Puppey's on his way to level 4, while on the other side, EG's just hitting their level 3s.
And now the Ice Path connecting onto that Lich. We'll see if they can take advantage of those early level lead that they have.
Yeah, they're just making sure not to let EG pull that side. Yeah. Just make sure that they can get their pulls off and don't let EG do theirs. Really interesting approach, because with that tossback, as I was mentioning, it's so scary to threaten.
there's not really an answer at all for it. And they're just going to have to hope that they can get better stuff out of those other lanes and maybe play group up around this Tidehunter once he gets his stuff online. They do have level 6, 7 now on Death Prophet and about to hit level 7 for mid 1. So 4 points in Tidebringer as well as having the boat available. I mean, I feel like you could maybe make some type of rotation towards mid to find a kill. Obviously, Spirit Siphon is hard to deal with, but it's a lot of magical damage.
Yeah.
Torrent?
They definitely could with like Yapsor, right, with like a tiny move rotation, but I think they're just matching. They're like, you want to stay tri-lane? We're staying tri-lane. We're getting more out of it. I mean, again, Puppey pulls, gets a successful small camp pull. Just these little tiny bits will add up to make their lane strong.
Now they find themselves crit. No man's land, an invisible snowball. Where's it at?
What the hell?
Oh, it was onto
the creep died.
Yeah, okay.
What the? That's okay.
Next level play.
Forgot about that little interaction sometimes that happens when the creep does die, but that looked weird. As at bottom, they're just continuing to chase people, chase each other around.
There's out the avalanche. Just a little bit of harassment there again.
Yeah, he's got arcane boots, right? So he wants to just keep throwing those spells out. And they have full mana. Constant full mana on the side of Secret. EG is also doing a good job of having full mana, but we see those levels, right? Lisha approaching 5, Yapsor approaching 5, Puppey near 4, and EG is just a little bit behind on it.
I mean, it does feel like it is the trade-off with the Death Prophet being a little bit ahead of this Kunkka right now, and also the Tidehunter having a slightly, I mean, it's basically even.
It's
with
pretty
the
much
Darkseer.
even across the board, yeah. It's just a slight experience is the one from the pulls that Secret's been doing. Mid one actually tried to make a rotation to bottom, and now he's making a rotation top.
Oh, this would be huge if they're able to find it. The Torrent, the boat, the follow-up. It's so much damage with the snowball. Pulls in at the very last second. What can they do to try and get out of here, though? They're living for the moment. The rotation comes from Sumail. The snowball save was so key for them to be able to turn this back around. Nisha trying to run, but he can't run. Neither can Puppey. Beat this.
Very nice there by Crit. They even make the move, right? Like Sumail matches the movement, having a TP. He saw mid one coming up for a second. As soon as he does, he's able to get the TP, get I think it was a 4-man silence afterwards too. Great responsive play from EG. As they want to be playing a lot in this game, I do believe that their draft is a little bit more of a responsive draft, while Secrets wants to put the pressure on more.
A spin up on top for Fly. Puppey will be there as well. The Frost Armor, as well as that Magic Stick, trying to slow, trying to live, but eventually the Lich will die. And meanwhile, down bottom, Ravage used. Crypt made that rotation onto Zai. He dropped the wall, does not connect, and with a snowball finish,
so close,
keeps him alive. Crit.
This time, Crit's coming into play, right? Last game, he did not have the performance he wanted on the Tusk. He wasn't really given the opportunities to. This time, he's showing up already in these first 10 minutes.
And we were talking about a little bit after the match yesterday against LGD. I feel like Crit has kind of been the MVP so far for EG this tournament.
I definitely agree. The two supports even. Like Fly having so many deaths, a lot of the games he's still been playing super well. Yeah, Crit's been definitely the X factor though. I mean, his Earth Spirit is phenomenal.
It's a DD rune, block it off, make sure that mid one can't take that away.
Gets the 2 bounty runes as well. So 2 for 2. EG pulling slightly ahead in this laning phase now. They get the experience lead and the slight gold lead. Pretty cool. We have seen tri-lanes. We've talked about a lot this tournament. Tri-lanes, but a lot of the times the tri-lanes, after a couple minutes, they break. This game, it was like 9 minutes of just a tri-lane versus tri-lane.
Yeah.
Level 10 Tidehunter walking in the face of a level 5 Juggernaut. Oh, and Nisha crits the creep, so he misses the last hit.
That's sad.
The worst feeling.
You hate to see that. And this time, Terrorblade heading to jungle with twice the amount of levels that he had last time. Lich in some trouble here, and S4 just going to back away. I don't think he can really help out that much, and throw the Frost Armor on him before goes away. Toss under tower, but there are creeps here, which keeps him alive. Have Omni Slash available from Nisha, but getting that damage reduced, and S4 again threatening. He's buying so much space for his team here, and with the healing ward down, I think that might finally be it. Or S4 wants to walk further forward.
He's super tanky.
He still has creeps.
He wants to keep this catapult alive as long as possible to put the pressure on the towers. You see, he walks in, he's got sustain from the Vlads with the Anchor Smash constantly.
And now with Sumail and Fly showing back up again, they can take this tier 1 tower.
Yeah. And that's a little bit of a difference, too, that they had from last game. Last game, they struggled to hit buildings. Even though they had a Terrorblade, Arteezy was the only one who can. This game, they've got a Tidehunter who's pretty farmed. He can do it. And also Death Prophet who can do it quite nicely.
Wall dropped behind the tower onto Crit. He's being chased by his own illusion there. Going to Walrus Punch it and walk away. But they're still moving in with Puppey here as well. In the meantime, they're also putting pressure on the mid lane. Crit still has Snowball available to keep him alive if he wants to. Gonna try and get over to the creeps. doesn't have the tower close enough to be able to really go for a deny there. The spin in the jungle onto the Lich while all this is going simultaneously, and looks like Crit is finally going to fall. Meanwhile, S4, Ravage, turn this one. Fly able to bait it beautifully. They do have Omni Slash, a good torrent coming to try and interrupt all of this damage. Coming out, Anisha hunting for his prize in the boat. It's going to be there as well as the X to find the kill. Now, Tidehunter just going to have to back away.
Fly had nowhere to go.
It's a classic Fly game, really.
Yeah, how's he doing? 0-4? That's the space. I mean, it's okay. It's okay as these 5 positions to die a bit.
Yeah. Oh, Yapzor also in some trouble. They're going to chase forward. Snowball coming in afterwards. Going to pull Sumail inside. They have that ice path to try and interrupt it.
He really wants this chase.
I mean, he's going for it. Sumail going to be tossed back again. Crit's there to help him out. Let's have the Walrus Punch afterwards. The Spirit's chasing. The Shrine has popped. And Sumail is incredibly deep right now, is still wanting to go in onto this Tiny. Sock taking no for an answer. Isn't going to be able to find that toss back in again. He's able to find the finish. Now Iron Shell Sumail. He can still play his way out of this one. He's still living through absolutely everything, but they bring in Nisha, the boat. They're going to drop all of the ultis in the world.
Now they're looking for Crit, too.
I mean, he got his man, but it came at a cost, and now this Tusk also ran at. They have the Iron Shell on the illusion. Eventually, the Walrus 2 will fall.
They forced everybody over there while the Tidehunter and the Terrorblade is farming, so it looks, I mean, kind of even, I guess, in the gold. Like, gold goes Secret a little bit favored, but at the same time, there's 2 heroes that are significantly farming on the side of EG too. So it's, I mean, it's kind of like a trade-off. It's just now they don't have Exorcism. That's the one thing.
Yeah.
So now it could be where Secret looks to make aggressive moves, because like we mentioned, the one thing about EG's draft is that they do have to play around timings. They don't have Ravage up, they don't have Death Prophet ulti, and Meta is not available either. Just long cooldowns. Says Fly.
Yeah. Still 30 seconds until Ravage up, and Fly, not at level 6 yet, does not quite have Chain Frost. They kill him off as well. So this tier 2 tower going to be assaulted. And they need to make something happen, assuming with that next round of ultis on Evil Geniuses. Only a slight lead for Secret. This game feels a lot more close than it did previously, as the boat is going to come out trying to get into range with the Snowball, but couldn't kind of save, and the Omni Slash keeps on going on to Crit. The Snowball finally is out there. It's trying to turn onto this puppy, and they will kill him off. So a nice pickup there, but it comes at a cost further, as they've actually brought in Fly. He dies yet again.
Oh, God, Fly.
Dude, this is...
He just respawned.
He's been dead more than alive for a little while now, it feels like.
Yeah, those two deaths really hurt, because he just showed up, immediately dies. Respawns really quick, though. He's back already. Only level 5 on the Lich. They need this Chain Frost. It does add quite a bit of team fight to them.
He has been hurting. And now a Shadow Blade done for the Kunkka. Evil Geniuses, they're going to have Exorcism back up as well as Ravage. This is a strong timing for them, particularly with Omni Slash down.
They need to make a lot happen when they do have these ultis. That's the thing, is that Secret, it's a similar strategy to they played the last time. It's fast tempo, just as I was saying previously as S4. We'll look to try to guarantee they get this tower for RTZ, just walking at Puppey.
Oh my god, he does a lot of damage here. His Phase Boots, Medallion, Vlad's. Very, very tanky Tide, and now the boat goes out, able to connect. There's the Avalanche. Easy in some trouble. The Ravage to interrupt, though, and now he can turn it back around with the Thunder. Finds himself onto that Darkseer, trying to get the kill. One more hit's going to do it. Sumail with the double, and although they are starting to lose this Terrorblade, he's barely able to walk away, and they're going to take down this Tier 1 tower. Kunkka thinks better of it. He's back out.
Those timings, right? They were having... Oh my god, the Illusion's actually chasing RTZ. He's gone away. The Tusk Illusion was going after him. But yeah, they use all their ultis there. They have everything up, and Secret kind of walks into it to give it them. They were so close. If Arteezy's even like 100 units closer, Yapzor can get the toss off before he's actually able to get that Sunder, and they could maybe get net themselves that kill. But EG get themselves quite a bit of space there, chunking that net worth lead down from 3K to 1.
The back and forth that happens when these ultis are on cooldown.
Yep. Now it's going to be Secret. Run at them. Because they know that Ravage was used, they know Death Prophet ulti was used, they know absolutely everything was used on EG, except for Chain Frost. So Fly at least does have that one, but Fly has to be very careful of just dying to mid one here, which might just happen.
I mean, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they just keep killing this Lich. Fly having a rough time.
A lot of gold going their way just from killing him now. It's 249, it's still something there. The experience, only 388, but they're able to put the pressure onto the tower after that immediately.
17 minutes in, a tier 2 tower going to be secured. Evil Geniuses have been able to match their tempo, though, at least in terms of the tower taken.
When they have ults, though, that's
Right.
the thing. It's like right now they still don't have ults. They don't have pretty much anything.
No.
I actually saw YapzOr pinging bottom tower, but they're just actually going to put a deep ward and prepare for the later stages if they do want to be able to pressure that bottom side. Just having that vision in the base already.
Arteezy has been farming very low HP as the snowball to try and keep Crit alive. They move in with S4. Already the macro pyre down and the Tusk is going to die. So, not really the most done with those ultis off cooldown. And now with them coming back up in just a couple of seconds, we'll see if EG again try and make a move. Maybe could go for the top tier 2 tower. We saw that pinged out a second ago. Or thinking about if they wanted to secure Roche, but
Secret's already set up looking for something here. They've placed so much vision around the map too, so they can see when EG is preparing to set up for those pushes.
when Tidehunter wanting to catch his prey, he needs to be careful with that Kunkka moving after him, but mid one not able to find it. The Ion Shell surged Kunkka.
It's scary for Tide too, because there's a couple abilities that you can't actually get rid of. It's like X. X is one of those big ones. When you're playing Slark, when you're playing Tide, you get grabbed by it, you're not going to dispel it. YapzOr steps up, S4.
There's so much damage on this Tidehunter.
Stopping the blink,
build.
but yeah, YapzOr will start to turn with the rest of his team.
Can't take this one off, like you said, but he will be able to crack in the shell afterwards, and now the interrupt coming because the rest of EG is trying to show up to this fight. They already dropped down the wall, though. Pulling back in, only Fly, not the greatest. Fuel Scepter lift up, mid one. Can't turn this. The boat, it's thrown out in the middle of where everybody should be, and the Omni Slash is there. It's doing enough, at least for the moment. They kill off Sumail in the duration of the ulti. This fight might not go the way that EG wanted to. Chainfrost not doing enough either. Nisha's out of mana, but YapzOr is there with the avalanche, the toss, and the kill onto S4. They lose 3. Crit, where are you going to go now? They have him fully encapsulated in this one. Wants to get the snowball to run away, and does look like he can do it to the low ground from mid one, but they will find him. The toss!
The toss from the high ground. What the? That was pretty cool. Haven't seen that actually over the cliffside. Arteezy was coming to try to join because as soon as Sumail dies, they have no damage. They need Sumail or Arteezy in the fights to survive for some time to be able to dish it out, but Sumail used his Yules aggressively on the Darkseer, gets caught by the boat, and just explodes from that Omni Slash. And that was their fight that they wanted to have go successful because they used a lot of their ultis.
A long window for Secret to take advantage of this.
There's still meta for Arteezy, but he's not going for a fighting build, really. He's going for more of like, I need to farm as fast as possible. He's going for the Butterfly Yasha. Look how squishy he is. 950 HP on Agi Treads.
Yeah, it feels like they just need to avoid right now. You actually can't fight into this. And Secret are going to be able to take over map control. Nisha here recognizing he doesn't really need to be that concerned about anything. He's just going to spin, try and walk away. Well, maybe if a good Shards is there, and if he's too far forward, Arteezy on top of him with the Metamorphosis trying to run away. Nisha brought down, and that was about the best case scenario.
Yep.
Immediately into Roche.
To Roche with the meta.
Oh, this is huge. Evil Geniuses with the big play. There's no buyback from this Jug either, so he can't come back to contest this one. They have the Torn out. There's boat available as well, and maybe that's enough to force EG back.
It's still scary to fight in the pit versus Darkseer. He just throws the wall right in the middle of it. Like, what the hell do you do? Even if you have a TB with meta, that's even more painful because then the illusion's going to keep spawning. You have to back off versus Darkseer, Jakiro in the pit.
So it isn't going to be an attempt at Roche. Genius is just going to be content with that kill that they took and try and farm up to those next set of items that make them tanky.
Went for the full Silver Edge onto mid one. So really wanted to apply that break onto the Tide.
Speaking of breaking people, this Terrorblade in some trouble, and he also does not have a whole heck of a lot of mana. Stick charges, Sunder available, but not going to get off. There's nobody around to help out that TB. The Walrus Punch, man, YapzOr very low, and he's just dead. All of the minus armor in the world there, and the Snowball to try and interrupt, but they wait on the X. They pull him back after the duration of the Snowball. Now broken, trying to run, trying to get out of there. The Ice Path with the Macro Pyre down, S4, see if he can walk away.
He's They got to get out of there. Secret
in some trouble. The Exorcism is back up, and now the Silence as well, taking the bad fight. Ravage, it only connects onto one, but if they can take down mid one here, it's such a great kill to find, and with the tag team slow, the Sinister Gaze back, they find that kill on the mid.
Exorcism committed just for the end of it, though, so it's not really getting the most out of it. They get the kills at least. At least they punish the dives onto Arteezy.
Yeah. And again, we're about back to 3,000 2,000 net worth lead.
The DD rune outside the Roche pit.
Ulti's down.
They don't have Ravage, they don't have Exorcism, and they don't have Meta.
They do have Chain Frost, they have a pipe, no Kunkka for 15 seconds.
But they're going to be full HP while doing this. They have a Vlad's and a Crimson Guard on Zai. He's incredibly tanky, and he's just going to have Nisha. Oh my god, these DD runes right outside the pit. Just the most fortunate thing ever. S4 has to be careful. There's an Omni Slash available.
Danger, danger, needing to walk away. He does have the Kraken Shell, which is keeping him survivable. They see how low Roche is and Evil Genius is. It's so tempting to want to go back in and come and contest for Roche. See if you can buy a little bit more time. But Ravage still on cooldown for a while. They're not going to be able to come and contest this.
I thought Nisha would just throw out the Omni because he has the DD, but maybe thinking the Tidehunter is too tanky, which he might be. He's 23 armor, 2,000 HP. Might have actually been able to survive through it. So now the next item, of course, on RTZ and Sumail, as we've seen a lot of these times, is how much magic damage and control comes down for Secret. They really need BKBs. We expected RTZ to go this as well because he went for your Butterfly Yasha, like the greediest build you pretty much can go on a Terrorblade for farming.
Likewise, really feel like that crit Blink Dagger needs to come online as soon as possible. That item can make all the difference in these fights, being able to turn around the big combo that we know is coming. And, well, he's not going to get it like that, as the Snowball actually up to the high ground, or trying to get to it, but it's just to the Ancients, and the Shards block off. It's a little bit harder to kill him off there, but he's still going to end up falling.
Tusk just with, 2,100 HP with Treads and 2 Bracers. So it does take him a bit to go down there. So yeah, Zai has majority of these auras. S4, he went for the just the Vlads and the pipe, which I think Zai's going to be going for pretty much all of them on the Darkseer, as we usually do see.
One thing that we should talk about with Team Secret's lineup is that it's not the easiest at breaking high ground. Really, this Jakiro is good at being able to do some damage onto like tier 1 towers, push the waves out. Nisha is like spin TP, and that's about it.
Yeah, they can do the spin pressure. There's still the punch they have to worry about, but yeah, the Jug's usually one of those things. He's kind of okay.
Yeah. Puts himself a little bit at risk, but as long as you're playing it correctly.
Yeah.
Particularly once the Blink Dagger comes out from crit, that's when it becomes more scary. Top lane.
Took the words out of my mouth.
Trying, man. 4,000 gold lead for Secret.
See RTZ doing what he does best, sending illusions to cut these creep waves constantly so he can get a little bit more farm in that mid lane. And now they've got everything available. On the side of EG, they want to try to take a fight versus Secret, but Secret still has a good amount of time on that Aegis. So area control is the name of the game. These high ground controls to see who gets the initiation first is really important in these upcoming fights.
Oh, all the bounty runes.
Mid one playing it safe too. He's going to be going for the BKB right after that Silver Edge to be able to soak, of course, the control that comes out from EG and their magic damage.
There's a Eul Scepter on this Death Prophet. He reveals himself, but immediately pulls back in. Sumail can't get in range. But it looks like they're going to try and pressure for this tier 1 tower bottom, while simultaneously Secret pushing up top lane.
And one thing we didn't have addressed really either is we've talked about Darkseer a bunch. Zai, he's been having a very good tournament actually, one of his best that I've seen. He also is a Darkseer versus a Terrorblade. So Wall of Replica is the thing that we do have to watch out for. As to the stronger Terrorblade gets, that wall is going to start putting in a beating onto his team as well.
All right, BKB timings. You have it on the Terrorblade. You have it on the Death Prophet.
Okay.
What do they want to do? I mean, still, Roche, they're going to have that Aegis for another couple of minutes. But it feels like after that point, it could be a free-for-all.
Secret got a pretty good amount of vision in these last few moments. I've been seeing them keeping tabs on Ancients or even blocking Ancients constantly versus RTZ too. Vanisha getting chased out here. Crit trying to find eyes on him.
Can he get in range just outside of vision? And they're still chasing, but doesn't look like they want to go any further forward as... Well, on the other side, Yapzor, Sinister Gaze, S4, he's got Ravage if they want to move forward into this one. The boat to try and follow it. They have the break, and now the toss back onto the Tidehunter with the Omni Slash. He's silenced. He can't crack it, show it off! He wasn't able to do anything. He has buyback if they want to continue with this fight. So the Snowball putting him into position. Secret, very low on HP, and it looks like EG is going to have to back out. They also lose the Lich.
Arteezy's on the high ground.
He's stuck up on the high ground in the avalanche, the toss. They got him caught. Arteezy, where are you going to go? Clipped up, in trouble, but S4 buys back. He wants to deal his damage, but he can't do anything. They're too far away from him. That Terrorblade is stuck up there, and Sumail left all alone to his own devices. They can't do anything at all. Where's your damage? It's up too high. They want to pull the fight back over to this side of the engagement, but it's not happening.
He's still up there.
Evil Genius is going to lose their carry in the most tragic of ways as S4 just wants a little help, but it's not coming. Oh, no, 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 no. The Torrent, the Ava, the toss, and the destruction.
Oh my god, that was with the S4 and the crit buyback. This could just be the game. Zai with the most game-winning vacuum on the high ground. Arteezy tried to TP, but he didn't use his BKB before TPing. He wanted to save it, he got greedy, and he gets punished. They're just going tier 4s, they know.
They know, they can smell blood. Secret wanting a date with Virtus Pro, and Zai gives them the thanks.
Of course, after that play, that vacuum by Zai, we were just talking about how great of a tournament he's had. What a beast.
Unbelievable. 28 minutes in, the tier 4 towers. Right now, it is silent out, but Evil Geniuses on the verge of elimination. Secret doing it to him yet again. The throne is assaulted. They can't believe it. The Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. The boat is out, though, giving everybody the rum buff. The damage mitigation is there, the Ava, the toss. They want to hold this one, if at all possible. Now the BKB moving forward. There's no Metamorphosis, though. He's beating into Puppey, wanting to take his revenge. They will find that kill, but the buyback comes immediately. Secret want to end this game, and there's going to be the back in the wall. The compound, it comes back in, and they find the kills needed. But Arteezy, he gets the Sunder off, just trying to live through this one. They have the spin, and he needs to back out yet again. This Throne on such low HP. Can they kill it off in time? And it's going to happen. Good game called. Secret are going to the grand finals.
Wow. That was with EG, with their timing. That was, all right, we've got our BKBs online. Let's try to take this fight. They lose heroes one by one by one. And even this little break, and this is the new Avalanche. S4 can't cast Rav.
Yeah, all in all, seemed pretty even throughout the entirety of the game. Was there a place where that really did turn in your mind black?
I think there were like a lot of small skirmishes, of course, but the biggest turnaround for me was at the where was the top tier 1 tower, I think, where EG, again, we criticized them a lot for it, fought S4, I mean, Sumail messed up there with the Yules. He used it offensively and then got killed by the Juggernaut as well as Boat. But Arteezy was nowhere to be seen. He was off in his own jungle farming, and then he was starting to walk there. Arrived when the fight was over, and then realized, well, I can't really do much anymore, and then went back to farming. But if he's there from the beginning, they would actually completely crush that fight, in my opinion.
Yeah, EG able to take on an entire region, but once again going to be stuck in 3rd place. Let's talk about Secret. I mean, Secret seemed pretty in control, not only in this game, but throughout the entirety of the series. We talk about this game looking even, but still, throughout the draft, Secret's plan just seemed superior.
Yeah, that's kind of what set Secret apart. It was like, yeah, the game looked even through the early stages, but in the end, the win looked very easy for Secret in so many ways. It was just like, okay, they knew once they got to a point, they were just going to out-teamfight EG, they were going to outmaneuver them, outplay them, you know, individually as well as a team. Zai's vacuum wall onto Arteezy in that game-winning fight, just incredible. 2 games back-to-back where Zai is just phenomenal. I mean, everyone on Secret is just playing great Dota, and as a team, it's actually meshing well together, which is what EG do not have.
Well, you talk about it looking even, but then you see an end like that, and it kind of just knocks it out of your memory instantly. One of the craziest ways we could have ended this losers final, and luckily we're going to get to talk to the winners.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Mid1 from Team Secret. Congrats with that victory. You've had against EG a huge history between you two. What did you think about before the start of this game?
I was thinking, I don't know what I was thinking, like I'm just feeling confident that we can beat EG, and I think we figured them out pretty well, so yeah, we're good.
So did you feel anything special playing against EG, or just like you thought about that like an ordinary match?
Just like every team, I think. I think we treat every team the same, so we give our everything that we can. Like we will play with our full strength, so have fun in the game.
But you have another game today, the grand final, another one between Secret and VP. Are you surprised that we will see the repeat of the KL Major?
I don't think we will see the repeat of KL Major first.
No, the game. I'm not talking about the result. So
game,
what are you thinking before the grand final? What we will see? Maybe we will see something interesting. You have something special for us.
For VP, you mean?
For VP, for the viewers?
I don't know. It's going to be a fun match, I think. Or it's going to be like very fast games. We don't know. Because it can be. Because like the meta right now, like it can be very fast and it can be very interesting still. Because we take a lot of fights, so.
All right, I'm sure that this is going to be an epic grand final. Thank you very much for the interview, and back to the panel.
I love that. Instantly just going, oh no, it's not going to be the same as the Major. Wait until we get to the game. Secret showing a little bit of confidence, and very deserved after this final game against EG. We're going to see how they got there, but I think we're all waiting to see the final moments of this one in front of us. But at this point, still looking relatively even in our highlights.
Yeah, this is, I think, EG back-to-back. They have a couple good fights. Whenever they fight with their ultimates, the Ravage, the Exorcism, they look really solid. We saw that in the previous highlight at the top lane. This one around mid, this is where the Ravage is coming back up. So before this, they didn't have it. So they needed to make sure they fought around ultis. But this is the big fight Black was talking about.
Is it this one?
I think so. This is when they fight without Arteezy.
Yeah, see, everyone's coming there.
Yep.
Arteezy is slowly making his way up. And they narrowly win this fight on Secret. Like we spoke about the misplay from Sumail, using Yules offensively, getting blown up. And, I mean, the fight takes like half a minute, and TB's nowhere to be seen. He would have killed them all.
It's also a team thing. Like, you can't just say it's Arteezy's fault, because, like, you know, the team chose to start that fight when Arteezy wasn't there. So it's not like you can just point fingers at Arturo for it. It's a team decision how that went down.
Yeah.
You talk about it as a trend. It's one of those things where, yeah, EG can be relatively happy walking away with third, but this is a team that we know could be winning majors. And it's the moments like these that maybe they do want to refine. As Black mentioned, it does seem to be a trend. We're getting close to the end.
This is the vacuum, of course, the vacuum wall on the top. Yeah. Terrorblade was completely taken over. Did he not have a TP, or did it get cancelled? I actually didn't see.
I didn't see either. Maybe he TP'd to the fight. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah, but like, if that happens, your entire BKB, you're stuck up there. Your entire Metamorphosis, you're stuck up there.
Yep.
And you have to like spam hold position to not kill your own illusion.
Oh man. Now, okay, so we talk about how EG there are plenty of things that we could see them improve on. We expect them to now already with this placement, with getting top 3, with being a consistent team, with being the force that they are in Dota, we expect to see them at the TI. But when we look at Secret, pretty sure at this point, mathematically through, is this a morale booster? If you get a win like this, does this affect how you play against VP at all?
I think they're too different to say.
Yeah, it's. I think the matchup-wise, it's just such a good match. It is a slight confidence booster. It gives them more rest. You know, they didn't have to use too much energy or time to get the 2-0 here. End of the day, though, VP is just. You know, a whole nother beast. As Secret are well aware, you know, they versed them already in this tournament. They versed them in the last major final. Yeah.
They've had this head-to-head matchup plenty of times. They have an idea of what to expect as well. And, you know, they alluded to the fact there may be some quick games. When we talk about this head-to-head matchup, Black, do you think that the games could be quick when we get to the grand final?
I mean, just the meta, they're two incredible teams. One slight outdraft can result in like a 20, 30-minute game. We've seen it happen many, many times. And especially between those teams, it wouldn't surprise me if we have like 1-2 games that go that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that we definitely expect to go all the way to a Game 3. We saw it the last time that they went head-to-head. One of my favorite matchups from the entire tournament, too, when we did get to see those two forces collide. And the rematch is going to be coming. We're going to be looking at a few of the moments that did lead to it one more time, a few of the numbers that actually did lead us here. Nisha, been a beast every single time that we have gotten to watch him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just the entire team is very solid. Zai, probably MVP performance. Yeah. Of the series.
Definitely the series.
It's so hard to choose an MVP because Nisha also played really well. They all played really well. Mid one.
Yeah. Mid one didn't die the entire game. I didn't think he died in game 1, did he?
He had 1 death.
In game 1?
In game 2.
No. Or at least not according to those stats that popped up.
Kunka died once, for sure.
Okay.
No, it's just the numbers, not Black.
Look, you can't doubt the numbers. Stats don't lie.
I mean, maybe you saw wrongly.
Stats
I'm always
don't lie.
right.
Our stats provided by SAP throughout the entirety of the event, not by Black.
Sadly.
Numbers you can trust. So.
What are we betting on now?
Lacoste's beard is still on his face.
Yeah, it's such a...
That's the biggest letdown of the tournament.
He is...
When did the Kunka die, dude?
He agreed to the bet here, right here.
No,
and
yeah, I'm talking about
then he said...
I don't believe this Kunka died, Black.
I think he died. I saw it on the end screen.
Okay.
There's actually a lot of different opinions. So I heard 60-40 in some situations. I heard depending on if you start with an Orb of Venom, you can really crush the DK. But the biggest thing was that you get so many extra denies on the Monkey King just from that damage. So it is like a 60-40 matchup. But as the game plays out, DK has a good game versus Monkey King because, yeah, you just group up with your team and you want to push. So that's going to be the idea Secret wants, and especially when they're playing versus Disruptor. We talk a lot about when you're playing with Disruptor, you don't really like getting ran at too much, and I do believe that is what the strategy that Secret's going to try to do. Group up with their ultis. They've got DK ult, they've got Brew ulti. They're just going to start running at these towers and putting the pressure onto EG so they can't just farm, and I think that's where the Monkey King can also come into play, and he can try to fight and match that. So Sumail wants to play pretty active in this game to make space for RTZ.
You're telling me it's going to be a brawl again. We had some wonderful matches yesterday going on, just the back and forth in the mid lane. I think we remember seeing, like, it was actually Disruptor and Tusk again, but they were on opposite sides, and the Tusk just kept coming back to the mid lane and snowballing in spite of the death. So it does look like already movement out across the map. Should be a trade-off of 2 runes apiece. 4 of Secret are actually grouped up in the jungle, anticipating somebody moving in for a ward mission or something. We'll see if they decide to go for a delayed smoke, maybe? No, they're just heading down bottom. Okay. Keep our eyes on it.
They didn't want to get some like smoke movement with Tag Team, right? Tag Team is still one of the most ridiculous abilities, level 1. So if you do get surrounded, it can be quite a bit of a trouble. So we're gonna have some interesting tri-lane coming out. This is gonna be a fun tri-lane action, and also top should be fun as well. S4 is gonna get a good lane.
Oh my God!
He hasn't been having great lanes at this tournament so far. It's been pretty tough for him, but now he's versus Zai in 1v1.
Puppey is here. They've already used the tag team, but the Stormhammer is out, used prematurely. Can they kill off Crate? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. The bounty rune going the way of Puppey, and now Arteezy chased down. Can they find the secondary kill here? Need to be able to find it. Arteezy very low. The stun connects, and first blood drawn by Nisha.
Arteezy not wanting to get a skill there, so they're pretty much playing.
Luckily or unfortunately, what do you think?
I've had a lot of fun getting to work with you, Black. I will say, both of you, it's been a lot of fun getting to know you. A lot of fun getting to work with you guys. Black has definitely thrown me a couple of curveballs throughout the entirety of the tournament. And you guys
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You guys may not be seeing me again because of it, but I had an absolute blast with the man himself.
I had no ill intentions, whatever happened. I'm a very innocent man.
Yeah, very innocent. Very innocent. And, all right, looking right now at the schedule, like we said, guys, Team Secret versus EG, 2-0. A little bit of a surprise that EG maybe didn't get to grab one of those games, but Secret finesses in that final game to ensure their grand final. And now we'll get to jump in to that show match and then the grand final, decide the CQ Major. And one of the other things that I do want to do a little bit later on when we get a chance, I want to start looking at these top teams. I mean, I'm probably going to use Nahaz's calculator to figure all of this out, but with VP and Secret, once again, in the grand final, we already alluded to the fact that it's just so many points going to 2 teams, all fixed in one location, those DPC points.
3 teams even, right? Like EG is also absorbing so many.
Yeah, because it really does kick up when you're in that 3rd place. So when we start to look at it, the numbers may have shifted. We actually may know more teams that are going to make it to TI. Guys, when we start talking about some of these teams that have been consistent, too, throughout the year, they're making it into the top 8 every time. Do you think we're starting to see some teams maybe get over that threshold yet?
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think the top, at least, 3 to 6 at the next few majors are going to change. Worst case scenario, VP Secret, maybe they don't get top 2, top 3, they get 5th, 6th, but they're going to keep taking more points from the system. So, it's going to come down to getting as many kind of top 8 results as possible. Teams like Fnatic, who get 7th, 8th, or 5th, 6th, those points add up. TNC got 5th place at the last major. All these small little results can make a big difference.
Maybe they'll take a big break before TI, we'll skip this major, just on vacation for a month.
But I don't think, but the thing is, there's only 5 big tournaments throughout the year. So I don't think VP and Secret, if you're going to play tournaments, you're going to be playing majors and, turning down the other non-DPC
exactly.
events.
When is actually the 5th major and then TI after? Is there any dates that we already know? Or
I think the major date was announced. It was in like June, maybe.
June.
And then TI qualifiers like July, I guess. Presumably those haven't been announced.
But you talk about the teams taking a break, and we've already seen from them that that's not like them. We don't expect them to take a break. We don't expect them to take it easy, but that's not the case on the desk. We're going to be jumping to a quick break. When we return, we're going to have a show match between Wings and Liquid.
Đâu phải hai tao vui ăn từ
only 2 abilities. It's terrible. Who got the last hit? It was Nisha. Their tri-lane's going to be enabled quite a bit here because they can start off with sticks. All 3 of them immediately when they get that kill, pick up a magic stick.
Big stuff. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Thunderstrike out, Puppey taking a lot of damage there as well. And this is going to be the brawling lane. I mean, you have your other 2 that are going on simultaneously with the Brewmaster versus the Centaur, and then, of course, the mid matchup of Monkey King versus Dragon Knight. So we'll kind of keep those in the back of our periphery, but bottom lane is where we're likely going to be seeing some kills, and maybe even early on here, Puppey pretty far forward. They needed a punch, can't quite get it, and it looks like with the extra little regen coming in, Puppey will live.
Yeah, he hit sticks too.
So far, that bottom lane, and well, Centaur has actually been having a great time against this Brewmaster.
This is a excellent lane for Centaur, because trading hits is, you know, a lot of times when Brew and you get your levels, Drunken Brawler starts doing a lot of damage, but every time you're hitting that Centaur, he's going to be able to get that Retaliate up and turn it on you quite heavily.
Now, not to mention the base damage improvement that you have on that Centaur with just so much strength early on. And we can see what you're talking about there. A little bit more denies going the way of Sumail as soon as he builds up those Jingu stacks.
Yeah, but Midwin's doing a much better job than yesterday. Maybe definitely had a little bit of mistakes in the laning phase yesterday that it got to a point where Sumail was like 12-12 already at this point in comparison to like the 3-0 of the Dragon Knight. So a little bit better lane control coming out for Midwin, but Sumail is building up those Jingus as he gets that Orb of Venom and will be able to lifesteal off the wave constantly.
Meanwhile, up top yet again, the Retaliate stacks, like you're saying, doesn't need many of them, but it gives a lot of bonus damage there to that Centaur. And all across the board right now, EG having a very nice time of it.
It's not even just like the Retaliate too, it's just Centaur overall. You have such a beautiful animation. You have one of the higher base damages in the game as well. That's 72 that he has right now at level 3 versus that Brew. So can easily get those last hits.
For sure. Sumail trading a couple hits there, the Boundless Strike healing back up again. And Mid-1 just going to retreat to eat a tango and head back into last hit. But yeah, bottom lane, a bit of a wash as we have C7-1 for both of the carries. So breaking somewhat even and has been somewhat slow since those initial kills.
Yep. No matter, whenever EG has meta, they can make moves. Without meta, they have to play a little bit more defensively versus the side of this IO Gyrocopter with Sven. The Sven also kind of turns the tide of the lane too, because just how powerful Warcry is versus tag team.
It means a thing. With the help of augmented reality, we see different with a huge logo of the tournament. Part of the playoff at the hotel, our production group was permanently based here at the venue in this hall. All right, Rich, you're new here. Now I'm the part of the panel also. So, how do you like working at the Dota Major?
It's f***ing awesome. I'm having a blast. No, I'm having a lot of fun. It's been really cool getting to know everybody, getting to know the guys.
No matter, whenever EG has meta, they can make moves. Without meta, they have to play a little bit more defensively versus the side of this IO Gyrocopter with Sven. The Sven also kind of turns the tide of the lane too, because just how powerful Warcry is versus tag team and Fly. He's looking to be pretty dead here with this chase coming out. They have the stun as well.
Able to get him a couple more punches, and that's going to be another kill. This one going the way of Puppey. So 2 kills in this bottom lane, the 3-minute mark. Still nothing to write home about. Doesn't feel absolutely terrible by any stretch of the imagination.
And Gyro's still getting some. TB's even. Just, yeah, those other 2 lanes, the Monkey King pretty dominant now over the DK, and Centaur dominant over the Brew.
That range on Monkey King is just so ridiculous. Every time I see him punch from like 400 units away or whatever.
Yeah, Mid-One's got the Soul Ring now, so at least he can spam the mana. He was running
Kyle!
Well,
so.
Feel the power, man. Hell yes.
I'm ready.
There's nothing we can't achieve on this.
There's nothing we can't do.
Including getting fired forever.
He made it this far. At this point, like...
That's true. That's true.
At this point, I think they'll let me finish the day. Please.
It's always good if you're allowed an opportunity to finish.
Yeah.
You don't want to go home and...
Kyle, I'm trying.
What?
So I have this problem with, like, the second that somebody... I go with the flow.
Yeah.
Like I go with the flow. So I wanted to pay attention to you, but I'm not going to. I'm going to ignore you. But I feel like that's going to
good idea.
I feel like it's going to make them worse, though.
It does. From experience, I can tell you, it absolutely does.
Kyle, timeout. 3 seconds. Nahaz, what do you think of this show match? It's going to be none other than timeout.
I see 3 seconds.
Shut
if
the
you're
heck
going to
up,
give me a
dude.
timeout and you want Nahaz to speak, you need at least like 2 minutes.
Wings.
I mean, we are talking about a team that picked Pudge and Techies at TI. I mean, what are they going to pick in a show match?
Pudge and Techies, probably.
All right, I'm down.
I've got some info from Liquid.
All right.
They all have a hero, because I think we're playing Captain's Draft, correct?
Yes.
There's a hero that everyone will get if it's in the pool. And it's going to be interesting.
They all got to say one
Techies
here?
is not one of them, but
Okay.
yeah. I mean, I'll give away
GH is
GH.
obviously
Guess what?
Kyle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
I mean,
It's
okay.
like, this guy plays his hero, wins a TI with it. It's been like 2.5 years or something. He's like, nah,
it's his hero.
It's my hero. Yeah. Talking Dota chess strategies, you get a chance to play that? Probably not. You won't work.
No, I mean, that's how I got ready for the event. I grew out a beard. I played Dota chess.
True.
And then I felt really bad about the name that I was given because apparently Reddit says Richard's a terrible name.
Well, why?
I don't know. Apparently it's not as cool
I mean,
as Vogged or Kyle.
To be fair, your nickname historically is Dick. I feel like that would be a step
yes.
down.
Historically, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, historically that would be the nickname for that name.
Alan, you should know this. It's your time, right?
Yeah, it's an old time thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird nicknames. My dad's friend was just named Bob, and all of his teachers would always call him Robert, and it drove him nuts. He's like, nah, I'm Bob.
He was actually named
He
Bob.
was actually
He was
named
actually,
Bob.
oh really?
He
The
was just
name
Bob.
on his birth certificate was Bob.
And people
Wow,
didn't
okay.
believe him.
All right, I
He had
was
to take his original birth certificate to school.
it triggered him that much. All right.
It would too.
All right.
That's a hard life.
Yeah.
That's a very hard life. Speaking of a hard life, we saw a pretty hard loss a little bit earlier. Did you guys get to see EG fall? We got a little bit of time before the show match does get started, so let's talk about the last one. EG taken out in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I expected the drafts to be a little bit different,
Same.
and it was sort of more of the same. And, Secret did have to make some big plays to send them home.
I didn't like what Bulba did, personally. I told him as much. We were all there, hanging out in the hotel last night.
Yeah, I'm always like, every game, like, there's a very different culture, whether or not you kind of mention any of that stuff.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure with Dota if you can talk into it, but I think that there was a consensus that some people wanted to see changes, some people didn't. Kyle.
Yeah, I was like, Bulba, I mean, I have friends on both teams, okay? I was just really interested in some good Dota. But I feel like EG can reliably get top 6, top 3, perhaps, following the script, okay? Terrorblade, OD, play some Dota, rely on our individual skill.
Okay.
Whatever. But you're not going to beat the best teams in the world doing that. There's a line, to be good, don't mess up. Don't make mistakes. To be great, make plays. You gotta make plays to beat teams like Secret and VP. Terrorblade twice in a row is not going to cut it.
I think that definitely maybe some things were expected in a draft, but we're going to table this for a second here because we're going to jump into a video that's going to blow your socks off.
Shadow's doing really well.
Yeah, he is, but it's still a bit of a shame not to see Miracle, playing for Team Liquid.
But there's only one Miracle. Said he's not in China.
I think I have an idea. Hi guys, I've accepted the challenge. I'm going to get 50 miracles and I'm going to make a miracle army and send our best wishes to our hero. Okay? Let's find some people to turn into miracles. You are my first miracle. Are you happy?
I'm so happy because I'm real miracle.
Okay, can you help me to find other miracles? We need to find 50.
Okay, 50.
50, yeah?
Yeah, let's go.
加油! Okay, let's go. Right, okay. You need a big eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, I will try.
Okay.
Is that good enough? Yeah, okay. Okay, right, let's go. Okay. 我叫帮主人，谁要帮助我? I need 帮主人. You're not doing anything. Help me. Okay, now let's go. Let's go. 非常的 cool. Come on. Miracle Army. Okay, let's go. Let's go, my Miracle Army. Nice. Come on. Yeah. Okay, let's find some more. Oh, whoa! What's this? Look! Miracle is my hero for life. Very good. Are we happy? Yeah! Okay, let's go. Find more miracles. Okay, zo. Where's my bag? No. Where's the police? Oh, my friend! 你是我的朋友吗? Yes, okay, very good. Miracle! Go! Yeah! Go! Miracle Army, go! Yes, he will see this video. What do you want to say to him?
I very love him.
You very love him?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I want to solo him with Invoker.
You want to solo him?
Now joining me at the desk is Miracle. And Miracle, did you like that video?
It was epic.
Dude, Kyle, you ruined everything.
What are you doing?
You ruined everything,
God,
Kyle.
Jesus Christ. I'm just, guys.
Mally worked hard on that video and you ruined it.
You didn't work hard.
Kyle.
We worked hard. What is this? Can we get a close? What is this?
These are the notes I've been writing the entire week.
Yeah. It's all built up to this. This was the great culminating moment of Rich's hosting role.
This looks like a dinosaur
screwed it up. Are you flaming the man's art?
Yeah, I am actually.
There's no low to which you will not sink, Kyle.
Well, that's fine. Look,
Rich, I got you, man.
Wait, this is actually the schedule.
Yeah.
I'm going to start asking him very hard questions about Dota.
Are you not even using this?
I don't really use the notes or the schedule or anything like that.
Have you never hosted before?
Yeah, they keep printing it. You never look at it. Yeah, just ask the same question over and over again and stare at the cameras.
So that's the advice?
Don't forget the eyebrow raise, which he perfected.
Yeah. I'll teach you over time.
How do you do it? Do you actually practice? Like,
oh, yeah.
How do you isolate the muscles?
So
it's like I'm on my ears, but not one at a time.
Every night after the tournament, I get home and I stare at the mirror. I stare in the mirror for like 2 hours. And I fall asleep. I don't have Wi-Fi in my room.
Yeah, you do.
Are you guys trying to practice it right now?
No, yeah.
No. You know, the one team that's not going to be trying to make excuses is whoever wins the grand final. It's either going to be Secret or VP. We haven't talked about this matchup at all. We're getting ready for our show match, but now that we have the two most powerful analytical minds in the entire realm, I can't even say analytical and Kyle in the same sentence. But who do you think? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It really hurts.
Nah, yeah. I mean, the truth does. Shit. Let's talk about this matchup, though. Kyle, we're probably not actually going to get to... Are you going to be on the panel anymore today?
No.
Yeah, I figured. When
they showed me up there. It's literally, my job was to serve as the comic relief. And I believe that I didn't realize it was just you guys making fun of me. Or I probably would have said no.
I didn't realize
you didn't realize. Wait a minute, you didn't realize that?
No, I mean, I was totally unprepared. I thought we were actually going to break down this show match. There's a lot of in-depth strategy that goes into preparing for a captain's draft match. There is a lot on the line here.
This seems like the strategy that Kyle would understand.
All right.
Kyle, what is the deep strategy? Then we'll talk about what's on the line.
Well, we don't actually know yet because we have to see the heroes. captain's draft, I think it's 30 heroes out of the possible like
110 strength, 10 agi, and 10
some teenage number, yeah. And you just roll with it. You get 6 bans, 3 per team.
All right, well, Kyle, stop talking. It's time for the show match. Taking the stage first.
Please welcome on stage Team Liquid. Two legendary teams taking the stage here. Kyle, you started to talk about what we could maybe expect to see. These are two teams, though, that could definitely keep us guessing.
Yeah, for sure. Surprising to me, Matumbaman actually not wearing his lucky shorts.
Yeah.
Another superstitious man, although thankfully he actually wears those lucky shorts every day of Valve events all outside of his underclothes. He doesn't actually, wear the same underwear all the time. That would probably smell pretty bad.
That seems like it would be really bad, right?
It's incredible luck. I am still here for a reason.
Dude. Oh, never mind. Won't get into that. So, bans. 3 per team. You got 24 heroes in the pool, and then you do 1-2-2-2-2-2-1 drafting format.
1-2-2-2-2-2-1.
First pick, very powerful.
Yeah.
In captain's draft, because of course a lot of the counters are gonna be out of the pool. So like when they do we've had a couple captain's drafts tournament, and first pick has a 60% win rate.
Could you please elaborate?
Good job.
What?
Good job.
That was really disappointing. I thought
that was amazing.
I was just curious if we could dive into it a little bit more.
The last time someone asked him that, he backed down too.
Now that was good.
Thanks.
All right. I did.
So, Wings versus Liquid. Liquid playing with their coach, RMN, another German for the squad. Manager and Kuro also.
Yeah, he's played a fair amount of pro Dota himself. A decent Invoker player. He's played support too, I think, for a couple teams.
Sure.
Also, let's just talk about the history of these two squads. Good job. Yeah, let's just talk about the history of these two squads for anybody who's just tuning in, has been watching the Major, and maybe hasn't gotten to see these guys play in their glory.
Well, there is our Mount Rushmore in Dota is a metal disc, and there are 40 names. Nobody's twice. There are 40 names engraved on that disc, and these are 10 of those 40 names, the TI6 and the TI7 champions. Of course, there are a couple stand-ins. Liquid is missing Miracle, but some history in the making. In fact, there are, going into today, there are only 3 5-man squads in Pro Dota 2 history that have competed in 100 LAN games and have more than a 2/3 win rate, and they are
VP. Wings Gaming, I guess.
No.
Whoa, what?
No. Remember, Wings had that rough period before TI. Remember, they crashed out of Manila Major. And then had that rough period after
specific
TI.
5-man rosters?
Specific 5-man rosters.
The TI3 era Alliance?
Nope.
Liquid.
Again, they played too long. Liquid and VP.
Sure. Okay,
and then the other one is TI4 era DK.
Thank goodness we have Kyle here.
I agree. The thing, I'll never forget, I think last year was like a Bucharest minor, okay?
Right.
It's like 4 or 5 a.m. and I had the fortune of sitting down at a table with, I think it was Seb, or, Mad, Sebastian, Puppy, Dendi, Velat, and Havost.
Wow.
And we got into this discussion that was just epic to be a part of about what was the best Dota team of all time. All right.
Okay.
And Puppy's answer is, pretty obvious. It's TI1 to TI3 Navi. First, second to TI. Other arguments are, of course, like EG from like the TI4 through 7 era.
Sure.
But the thing that everyone agreed upon, and was really cool to get perspectives, was that Wings played the most beautiful Dota. And that's very difficult to explain. And fans that of the game that weren't there at the time won't fully understand like why it was so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At that one tournament, that one run was just so, it was so ridiculously mad. It was kind of, until OG came along this year, that was our miracle on ice, right? That was these guys did things that were so far from the way the game, everybody else understood the game.
Yeah, you were sitting at home with a blank T-shirt, a black Sharpie, writing an Arial font, Wings on all of your shirts. Like, it was just this thing that blew your mind. Fog talking about it was crazy today. Yeah.
That's what's so cool, right? Because you have a group of legendary players. You talk to players, you talk to fans, you talk to commentators. Everyone is still kind of awestruck by how these guys played. And I liken it in a way to the way, say, like Biggie and Tupac's career is legendary, because you don't really know what they would have done, right? They left too soon.
If they kept playing. Yeah, but I feel like all the greats do, right? Like,
in a way, yeah.
It's also, I feel like one of the cool things that I actually didn't know about that Gabe was talking to me about today is the release of their training regiment, right? And the idea of them playing tournaments, and they just finished, they just won, and instead of celebrating, sitting down.
The summit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the tournament, the first tournament that they win together, and they literally 5 minutes after the grand finals ended are still in the room watching the replay. They have to pull them out for the post-game ceremonies. I mean, these five guys lived and breathed Dota, and they did it all together.
There's a line, I can't remember the name, but a magician said something along the lines of how sometimes magic is just practicing something way longer than anyone thinks someone might ever do. And that's like what we don't recognize about the Wings legacy, is that for this multi-year period, really, like this same core was, I think, Blink and the two supports, until they were joined by Faith Beyond and Shadow.
Right.
I could be mistaken, but there was a 3 and then 2. They worked so hard, and that's what made their meteoric rise to the top just so cool to follow, because it was a product of being completely in sync, and that's why it was so beautiful.
Everybody that's associated with the team over that time period too will tell you that hard work was not born of desire for grandeur. That hard work was born because you had 5 guys that loved the game and loved playing it together.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I think the analogy that Kyle used there too is a really strong one, because you think of not expecting their drafts, not expecting what they actually bring to the table, and then them winning with it when it looks like they should be losing, and it looks like this miracle. But no, it's the fact that their execution isn't even something that you could comprehend, because you can't comprehend how much work they did put into making something like that work. But let's talk about Liquid. Man, sum this team up for anybody who doesn't know the Liquid that we are seeing on the stage right now.
I mean, it's the stat earlier, right? But it's also, I think you go back, and there's not been another team since Navi, what we mentioned, TI1 and TI2 and TI3, that has sustained that level of success, right? I mean, you talk about we talk about all these stats about how few 5-man squads have 100 or more LAN wins. Liquid had 100 LAN wins last year, after winning TI. The level of commitment that it takes to be at the top of the mountain and turn right around and play all of these events that we had last season and show up to every one of them with your A+ game, it's amazing.
Yep, and they are such a great group of guys, too. Like this man on camera right now, GH.
Yeah.
He'd get all embarrassed if you said it, but he's one of the nicest people that you could ever meet in Dota 2. I have yet to hear anyone say a bad word about the guy. Super positive. Like, you just want to hug him.
You really do. I mean, the first time I met him, he like walked up to me, and he's like, "Oh, you're nice. I love your stats."
Yeah.
He really is just he's a fantastic dude.
Yep.
Now that we see these two teams going head-to-head as well, obviously, this is going to be a matchup that is meant to be played for fun. But is there anything that you want to see as fans? Besides techies.
I mean, I'd take a little punch techies. I'd take a 5 green hero strat from Liquid. It's a little harder in Captain's Draft.
Okay.
I just want to see him have some fun. You know, we're talking up both of these teams right now. You know, obviously Wings, they haven't played together in who knows how long. Liquid having their coach stand in. So neither one at their full strength. This game may not live up to the glory of their past achievements, but it's just, you know, it's for the memes, right? That's what the community really wants. Like, they're just asking, they're hoping we shut up eventually, because who cares about the past? Like, we want techies. That's what they're thinking.
I think there's also, like, a lot of people in Dota, one of the things that I think people come back to is this stuff that you see in your pubs that's just insanely broken and it makes you want to rage quit. Like, you see it on the big stage. I mean, these ideas from high-level pub matches do get translated and adapted to the pro game. And I think a lot of people watch matches like this because, you know, that BS combo you just played against in your pub last night could be the best players in the world on stage playing it today.
Or you can find a new BS combo to bring to your pubs. That's always the fun thing as well.
True.
Maybe these players will be able to string something together that folks haven't seen before.
I mean, you do groan inwardly at these events when you see certain stuff, right? It's like, that's going to be in my pub tomorrow.
Like, oh, damn it. Yeah, got to deal with that now. But we will have to see in a few moments here what they will be playing.
Yeah, just taking a little time to get settled, you know, even though it is a show match. Neither one of these teams, you know, it's just something about playing Dota. You got to you got to have your ergonomics, your flow, you know?
You got to get that ritual going, you know? Maybe you don't change your underwear for a couple days for good luck. Maybe, Nahaz, what's your routine?
What is my routine? Well, I always have my suit tie combos like laid out for an event.
Oh, I thought to play Dota, I was like, jeez.
No, to play Dota?
Yeah, I was like, can you imagine Nahaz like going through, okay, Dota suit and just sitting down at home?
They have just like 100 different gray suit jackets. Like,
I mean, to play Dota, my routine is just hit the Q button and pray. I mean, I hope this isn't awful.
Yep.
Yeah, well.
Wait, now I'm kind of curious, though. But what's your routine ritual? Everyone's making fun of mine. What's your routine?
I think it's a good one.
It's strong. It's strong. What's your routine ritual?
I don't really have one anymore. I used to
before teaching. A lot.
So before teaching, I used to rap.
Every time?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
I used to.
You're talking like Schoolhouse? Oh.
I used
like wait, Eminem themed economics?
No, before I lectured, I would rap.
Money,
no, I would rap
you
to like warm up my articulation.
What was your favorite song?
I mean, the entire. Oh God, what was the name of the album?
What a fan!
I'd rap cleaning out my closet a lot.
Okay.
I like that song.
Okay.
I mean, Without Me, of course.
That's a good one.
Said I'm sorry, Mama.
I never meant to hurt you.
Ooh,
exactly.
Geez. Yeah, that's man. You really got that intonation down, Alan.
I gotta ask.
Shut up! All right.
I gotta ask.
Right. You asked.
Wait.
Whoa. We opened this segment shitting on me. If
yeah,
you can't
it was
take
fun.
it. It's Thumper said. If you can't say nothing nice, Alan, just don't say anything.
How often does Nahaz bring up the fact that he can freestyle rap on the desk? Because
I never have.
Because with me, Nahaz has told me at least 10 times that he can freestyle rap.
Yeah. And I'm the thing is that you're probably an expert on this. You've been living in the city, you know, New York City, for years. Yeah. I'm sure that at some point in your life you probably engaged.
I've seen a lot of professors rap before, all the time in New York.
I mean, maybe that's actually like
I can beatbox. I can beatbox for you.
Let's not do any of that. That's just a
wait. Can you actually freestyle, or do you just like to go through like Eminem songs?
I don't technically freestyle because I usually think of stuff.
Okay,
first.
Here's a question: Who's the greatest rapper of all time?
Who's the greatest rapper of all time?
Greatest rapper of all time. Who's the GOAT? You're taking too long to think about.
Like my shady. You probably gotta say Tupac.
What?
What? Yeah, I don't think you gotta say that.
I don't think you gotta say that at all.
I mean, the guy was on the cutting edge of his art when he died, but all right.
Yeah, but
whatever.
So you never mind.
What do you want? What do you want? You want Dre? Fine.
I mean, you can make an argument.
You want
for a lot of people.
I think Easy's overrated, but that's just me.
Oh my God! Like we cut this, Rich. Step in.
Yeah, we should probably talk Dota.
Let's say, what's your favorite Dota hero, Alan? How about that?
You know that. Invoker's my favorite hero. Always have to.
That's a good answer. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, all right. I'm not a cool kid. I know, guys. I know.
None of us are kids anymore.
Not after a week on this desk.
Yeah, I've aged
it's been
quite a few years.
It's been very educational.
Oh man, sitting next to Black will make you age fast. I'm like 60 now. I'm like 60 after some of those panels.
You're almost catching up to Alan. Then.
Getting there.
Wow, an age joke, Kyle. That was great.
Man.
Just hit him.
It was great, dude.
Hit him with the Dota knowledge joke. Just get him back in a few seconds here.
Come on. You can do it, Kyle.
You want to hear a joke?
We believe in you.
Alan's Dota knowledge.
Oh, got him.
I didn't mean to fist bump him there.
He did. He did mean to fist bump me.
He's just sitting next to me. He's just sitting next to me.
I just got destroyed. Imagine the Reddit threads. I just got destroyed.
Nah, you didn't get destroyed.
Nobody looks at those.
Besides all of us with tears in our eyes every night. Guys, everything you say, we see. Sometimes that's my favorite thing about working with Lacoste. Yeah. The second that he tells a joke, he takes out his phone and he waits to see if chat laughs or not.
He does, and then he immediately, when you get to the point in Twitch chat, and then he immediately goes to Reddit. It's great.
Oh, yeah. They just looks at you with that shit-eating grin.
That's the thing. Like, so much of what Lacoste says is funny is because no matter what it is, no matter how funny or unfunny the reaction, he just looks at you with this complete smug grin.
Yeah.
It becomes funny.
I love Twitch chat. It's love-hate, right? But to me, it's the best representation we have of, like, the stadium crowd for an online match, right? You're watching at home, and the difference is, so if you're like an, let's say you're a commentator, an athlete, whatever, on a basketball court, think about all the awful shit people are saying in the crowd. You can't hear all. But because it's like online, you've got a record. You can actually track how many people like Rich's tie versus how many people don't. And that actually was a big topic of conversation yesterday. Rich was very concerned. He hemmed and hawed like until 4 a.m. this morning because he didn't know what the community would respond best to.
I mean, the great hosts do that,
That's relatively true. Yeah, and then Fogged sits down and just has a better tie than you.
Yeah.
It's like really... And you don't see that coming from Fogged.
Yeah, I'd agree.
You expect it, you think you know what's coming, and then he really does throw you off guard. And speaking of being thrown off guard, we expect to be thrown off guard by what we see in this matchup on the stage. Wings versus Team Liquid. Taking a long time to get ready for the show. They are taking this very seriously.
I had 30 seconds of material for this.
They're really not ready. It's coming back to this panel, which has provided so much insight that we need to bring it right back here to this desk for more.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Kill me.
Can't actually.
Are they like putting new keys into their keyboards? Like, they're really getting ready. They're actually getting the exact PCs that these players played on last. We are checking every detail.
Actually, I'm just getting word now. They have acquired the 10 computers that these players won TI on.
That's why I just said.
And apparently...
That's literally the joke that Rich just told.
Oh, I get it. So he's gonna do the same thing on the panel that he does when he casts.
Oh, God.
What's that supposed to mean?
No. If you were doing that, you would be the best host ever. Oh, my God, you're the best host ever. And then you say one wrong thing. Nahaz is amazing. He's carrying this panel.
Hey, I don't know where this is going.
Well, you roasted Nahaz. He gets his moment in the spotlight.
His jimmies are rustled right now. That is for sure. Also one of my favorite pastimes. It's also incredible how quickly...
Wrestling Nahaz's jimmies. It's one of your favorite pastimes.
Abort. God.
What?
What indeed? What?
Well, my favorite one is just, maybe, you know what we could do, actually? I like to, whenever we have, like, longer fills, right, we can do our part in, like, educating the stream.
Oh, no. Okay. All right.
Okay. On what?
Go ahead, Kyle.
Never mind. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. You should, never mind. I've gone down this road before. I was going to combine, like, real, no. It's failing. Save me.
Well, that's what they expected with you on the panel. I don't think that's why we're getting it out of the way now. And then we're going to get into the grand final, and we're probably going to... Who do you think's here for the grand final?
In that seat?
Yeah. Definitely not Kyle.
I mean, please, Lacoste, but...
Yeah, Lacoste,
well,
Fog maybe.
Gotta be.
Unfortunately for the community, I can't do both jobs, so I'll only be able to cast it.
Oh, you're casting grand final?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Wait,
wow.
so who are you casting with?
Well, you know Reddit's blocked in China, right?
Yeah.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying...
They didn't know.
You're saying there's like a group of people that are disappointed in my style?
You know what would be an even better idea than letting Kyle talk right now?
I'm saying that I'm glad after 2 years there might be somebody that they hate more than me today. It won't be true tomorrow anymore.
I mean, I'm not...
It won't be true tomorrow
I'm going to put Rich on the spot here, all right? His strategy was to sandbag for the first couple of days. He literally was taking it easy.
That's not true.
It's 100% true. He's like,
who are you, Sherlock Holmes?
This is what he said. He said, it's so easy, all right? Communities are so gullible. All I got to do is show up, pretend to be bad for a couple of days,
Kyle's
and
trying
then
to, like, destroy my career right now. Oh, yeah, that's...
No, like, they put him on... They put him on a panel, a 3-man panel, as a guy who never hosted a Dota event before at a major, and he survived.
He told me, I saw, this is bullshit. This right here, these aren't his real notes. He has a notebook right there full of Dota ideas. It's like 12 pages long, and he told me that he'd had long conversations with Fogged, with apparently Puppy, about in-depth Dota strategy, and he just didn't tell anyone for the first 2 days.
I'm going to be honest, the most insight I've gotten from a player last night, Sumail made me order a cheeseburger from him. That's the most a player has opened up their mind to me so far. I don't think any of the players know who I am at all.
That's not true.
One time I took a picture with Fear.
Yeah?
And I don't think he liked me very much.
Fear doesn't really like most people.
Fear, that's okay.
I think he's cool. Yeah,
he is cool.
He doesn't like me very much.
He's also not like a. He's also not like a super warm.
Yeah, but like he named himself Fear. I feel like that sends the message.
It was in 2015. It was at MLG NOLA, my first ever esports event, and Arteezy put his arm around me, and I had no idea who he was at the time. And I was like, why didn't Fear put his arm around me?
You know what's funny is that.
And you thought about that
real quick.
I wanted to recreate the picture, but I'm just. Yeah.
So that a lot of time has passed since that moment, and Arteezy still hasn't won a major.
A lot of third places. That was something that we talked about quite a bit, is the idea of what needed to change. I feel like today the story was very much, okay, we kind of saw the same type of strategy throughout the entirety of the tournament. Has that always been the case, though?
For EG?
For Arteezy. Like, do you think that that's the case for him, or when's he going to break through? I mean, this is a guy that people are just expecting to eventually get that major win.
I don't want to pull like an ESPN here and just talk some random bullshit that I don't actually know anything about.
Come on, you are.
They want you to do that for another. They want you to do that for another 40 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. Well, my thing about our tour is like it's frustrating as a person. Like I just love Dota. Okay.
Yes.
And that's probably like I just love Dota. I love good Dota. I love talking about good Dota. Like after TI7 Liquid 1, I stayed up just like streaming, going over the replays because it was like, oh my god, this is beautiful. It was like the craziest 3-0 ever. Anyway, point is, I loved watching our tour play back with like the TI5 secret, like the TI4 EG, right?
Okay.
There was a different kind of Arteezy. It was like this aggro, like he would play the Shadow Fiend, go blink first.
Sure.
And just shit on games, right? And
Okay.
he's the same, like, he could farm too, but he played in a way that he just destroyed people. And it's this style now is he just kind of seems relegated to just the one position. Like he just farms. And I don't know if that's a him thing, if that's a team thing or what, but it's just sad because I feel like that this is a more complete player and there's more that can be done than just, you know, oh, hey, Yasha Butterfly Terrorblade, game number 12 out of 15.
I get what you're saying, Kyle, and I think that there's an element of truth to it. I just don't buy into this narrative that somehow like Arteezy's not kept up or Artur is still an amazing player. Yeah. He's still an amazing player. And I think what the biggest thing that's happened is he came along at a time where Dota was just started, the level of competition in Dota was rising so quickly. We just had this big regime change. And I mean, I think if Artur comes along a year before he did, that he's probably won at least one.
What? Why?
Because
another
I think
year of practice is just going to magically make someone better at Terrorblade?
I think Dota, at the time that he came along, was getting so much better and so much more competitive. Right, that those posts between TI4 and TI5 to me was the biggest growth in terms of the number of teams that I think were competitive, were viable to win the major tournaments, and that's why, for example, that secret streak before
guys, you're fighting right now. You guys need to clean up your fighting a little bit. Luckily, we got a little tutorial on how to do Kung Fu.
Chongqing Major. Now, I used to live in China. One thing I love about China is Chinese Kung Fu. So I found a Chinese teacher to come to the hotel where we're staying and teach some of the players and talents some Kung Fu. I hope you enjoy the results. Teacher. This is Liu Shufu. He's 72 years old, and he's going to teach us some Kung Fu. And our first victim, our lovely student, is obviously Dominic, better known as Lacoste. So Liu Shifu is going to teach us some skills, and we're going to see if Lacoste can pick them up. So hopefully, Dominic, you feeling confident?
Yeah, I mean, I survived the Legion Commander with the Iron Talon for a couple of years. I think I can survive this as well.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so let's start. Finished the first lesson. Maybe give him a shake of his hand. 谢谢谢谢刘师傅，谢谢。给我谢谢吧，我是好。谢谢好。Okay, thank you. Hope you enjoyed the video. How do you think you're going to do?
We'll see. I like martial arts, but we'll see. It's my first time.
You've done boxing before, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
I've done a little bit of boxing. Okay, so we're gonna start. And we'll see how much Tavo can learn from Liu Shifu. Did he do well? He did pretty good. You did pretty good. Tavo, how do you feel?
I felt great.
You felt good?
I don't do much exercise, so I almost died, but it's good.
I think the second with the weapon was more your style.
I always want to learn some Kung Fu. It's pretty...
This is Prada from Thunder Predator. He's going to be our Kung Fu learner today. Liu Shifu is going to teach him some moves of how to attack someone after you shake their hand, because that's what you would do. Very, very good. I think you're the best candidate. He said he's very impressed by you. Very good. Yeah, very. He said the other people that tried were very good, but you were so far extremely good. So, Prada, how do you feel?
It's very cool, I guess. It's interesting to learn this.
You know what you can do is when you go back to the room, you can do this to your teammates.
Yeah, I'm going to beat my team, I guess.
Okay, 谢谢 Liu Shifu. 谢谢. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is obviously Dominic. You know he's black. He was super keen to learn Kung Fu. So I put these two guys together. Liu Shifu is going to teach him about this weapon. Good. 他是厉害吗？厉害吗？可以 Very good. Okay. Thank you, Liu Shifu. Thank you, Black. Dominic, think you had fun, right?
Very fun. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Hope you enjoyed the video. Let's get started. As you can see, Rich is very ready. 你准备了吗？知道了。Liu Shifu's ready. Okay, let's go.
Can you? I don't speak Chinese. Can you warn him that I'm a killing machine?
Come on, Rich.
Oh, hey. Oh. Boom! Oh no! Hey!
Okay. Yeah. Boom. Tasha, how is he a good student?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Not bad. Yes.
You can, just if we do any more, can you tell him not to hit my face? That's my moneymaker.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. He said you learned well. You've learned well.
I learned well. I heard Dota.
Go.
Beat up Mally?
Go. No. Whoa. 太厉害. Mate, no more students. Student class over. Very good. I hope you enjoyed the video. Okay, bye-bye.
Time to get back down to business on our desk. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Nas and Kyle.
Show off that moneymaker, boy.
Yeah. He must be real. He must be having some issues.
Man,
I'm starving.
I'm just saying. I wish I had known more about that art before I got kicked from Complexity, because shit would have gone down different, let me tell you. Like, Puppet, you think about it, right? Every great Dota captain's been a disciplinarian, okay? But my problem is... What?
I have no idea what he's talking about. Nas, let's start to talk about... I'm assuming at this point we're getting very close to the matchup between these two teams. In case anyone has forgotten, because we have been talking about everything else that has been going on in the world, let's talk about the show match once again. It's going to be Wings playing against Liquid. and then we get into the grand final. So for anyone who isn't familiar, I know Kyle touched upon it, but what does this format actually look like?
Captain's Draft is 30 heroes randomly chosen from the pool, 10 int, 10 strength, 10 agi. Drafts proceeds basically as normal, except there are 6 bans, and all of them occur right away.
Now, Kyle, you started to talk about the most important thing in a series like this is going to be comfortable, getting comfortable up on the main stage. Never mind.
Oh. There we go. And you can
It's
see
here.
the pool.
Real quick.
The UI is adapted. You can see the pool of heroes on the left.
There's a lot less time to make decisions as well in Captain's Draft, as you don't have like all the stages. You just pick. You have 2 minutes 10 seconds reserve, and then that I think 20 or 30 seconds of tick time. Looking at the pool, Captain's Draft, a lot of it's about the bans, because certain first pick heroes can just be broken because there's no counters left. Looking at the pool, looks like Brood could be nuts.
Yep.
Tidehunter could possibly see. What are the supports are usually key.
Weaver's one
lineups.
of those heroes that can be a little OP, but you do have multiple silences in the pool.
Oh,
there we go.
There we are.
Going to be able to take it in an
Another
absolute
hour
stop.
panel, guys. Let's go.
Beautiful.
What
we
a
have
game.
not seen any game go this quickly at the CQ Major. Liquid has risen to the occasion once again. TI winners and now winners of the show match.
Unbelievable performance. Kuroki, the mastermind, does it again. They haven't won a major in quite some time, and they didn't take this one, but this could just get them back on track.
Nahaz, throw out your stats because these numbers have been decimated.
Well, it's an all-time fastest game in the history of Pro Dota. Never before in the history of Dota.
Did you know that decimate actually means to reduce by a fraction?
Yes, it came from the
10?
Roman.
Yeah,
yes, it came from the Roman
yeah, the Romans did things like they were serious.
So the use of decimate is like completely annihilate somebody with that.
Do you in your free time read facts on Wikipedia?
No, I just
read
a ton of
really
stuff.
well read.
I love historical fiction, and I just read a lot. I don't know. I can remember things I read. I can't remember like things I hear, which is part of the problem. Because like Alan will just talk.
I knew you read a lot of history. I didn't know you liked historical fiction. All right.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You got to read a guy named Guy Gavril K.
This panel has been going on so long that these two got in an argument, resolved the argument, and now have become best friends around historical fiction.
Oh no, this is what Kyle and I do. Like you don't understand.
Well, real quick though, so the Romans, what they would do is to discipline like legions that went AWOL or light discipline, because sometimes they would just just kill everybody or whatever. But they would make the regiment draw stones, and 1 out of every 10 would get the bad one, and then the rest of them would just beat him.
I feel like I've gotten to the bad stone right now.
In a way, someone had to.
Someone had to.
But speaking of historical fiction, there's a lot of excellent books out there. Like Shogun, one of my favorites. Read that. Someone out there is going to read that book right now, and they're going to love it.
That's probably worth. James Clavell is the truth.
Yeah, the Eagle of the Ninth was a movie with like Channing Tatum, but the book is so much better. It was written in like the 40s. I don't know, it's good.
I mean, honestly,
sci-fi is excellent too, but that's like a whole other topic.
You can't write stuff like we're seeing here in the draft. You can see the players right now.
Man, I'm telling you, Rich, you're on. All right.
I'm so upset at how good Rich is at his job.
I'm so upset by how quickly Liquid was able to take down that first game. I mean, you get to this show match and you want to see what Wings can do. It's been a long time. You expect them to pull out all the stops. They don't have to hide strategies this late in the show match. But Liquid just being the superior team here.
You can see, look at their confidence. They're GH is giggling like, wow, that was easy.
Yeah, actually, 3 more games have passed in
this
time. They're currently 4-0.
What happened was that's the man that saw Coddle wasn't in the pool and said, oh, oops. Oops, I kicked my cord.
There we go.
Dude. That's an interesting strategy. Like, what would you do? What if a player just, because you always get searched before you come on to main events, right?
Yeah.
But what if you just found a way? Like, you remember how in X-Men they all had plastic weapons to try and defeat Magneto?
Yeah, of course.
What if you had some sort of plastic-based magnetic, like, force that could disable your PC, and you just kept disabling it?
Or wait, real quick.
What?
What if you had a skeleton coated in metal, and the magnet power guy hard countered you?
That sounds like just really bad writing.
Yeah.
There it is.
Hey.
All right.
Nice. Wait a minute.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh yeah, mind control Ricky. Who picks Lich in
it's
a
actually,
show
guys,
match?
format's changed. All random deathmatch.
Wait, really?
Yes!
Says
Really?
that in the top right corner.
Oh, hell yeah! That's
All
fun.
right, all
Liquid
right.
was saying that on
They
the
wanted
way
to
in.
play it
They
on the bus,
they
yeah.
said, and I quote, like, why the hell would we play Captain's Draft? Let's go ARDM. I guess that's just it, and our job's done, right? Like the end, right? Okay.
Yeah,
to
we're
explain how
probably,
this
we're
works-
probably
to
all
explain
getting
how
fired
this works
after
real
that.
quick. You each team, I think, have 40. You have like 40 lives, and every time you die, you get a new hero. At the end of your lives, so instead of going up in kills, you go
Kyle,
down
you've
in
talked
lives.
enough. You've talked enough. Casters, take this one away, please, please.
Thank God, getting rid of Kyle. That's what needs to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the ARDM match. And with me here, I have somebody that spent a very long time with Team Wings. It is, of course, KBPQ Jack. My man, how you feeling?
Great. Good to be with you. First time casting in such a venue and stage, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and we did have a hell of a lot of trouble getting this game started. Both teams were like, all right, just go ARDM, and everybody was like, fine, we're doing it, and I'm excited. This one should be really, really cool. We're going to sort of fluctuate a little bit back and forth between talking about what's happening in the game, as the spam of the sounds is going to be all over the place this time, as well as also making sure that we're talking about the history of these teams a little bit. So before we get into the action, I just want to talk to you since you spent a lot of time with Wings. TI6 happens. The entire Dota world comes together. You've got East, West, everywhere in between. Everybody loves Wings. The Wings chants, they ring out everywhere. We're not even going to talk about this kill that's about to happen. And then it felt like we didn't really have closure afterwards. As, man, we are really going to have to wait for a second here. We didn't really have the closure on the story of Wings. So can you tell me a little bit about what happened after TI? What was going on with them?
Well, I mean, I think one thing that made Wings really transcend tribalism, regionalism, whatever you want to call it, is the pure joy of Dota, right? The idea that there's so many heroes in the game, any of them could be played at any time, as we see some kind of action happening mid already. And then, so Wings transcended that. They could pick anything, seemingly any game, any different combinations of heroes. And you know what? For that reason, I'm really happy that we're going to be doing ARDM for this match. So I've always wished to see like more competitive, more televised kind of ARDM matches, and this is perfect for that. Like you're talking about the joy of Dota, and this is the mode to show that the best.
Absolutely. You just run into a lobby, run some ARDM action. Kyle talked about it briefly, and then thankfully the production cut him off because nobody wants to hear him talk anymore. But it is 40 lives apiece. So you get into some like sort of weird strategies because you're going to lose a life and then you come back as a new hero. That's the whole way that this ends up working out. And so because of that, you might want to really hang on to one of these heroes if you feel like it's broken. Terrorblade's been all over the place. We'll see if they decide to stick with it, if they can. Granted, it's GH playing it, so a little bit different. But item decisions, too. You want to build items that can work for a lot of different people, or you just build an Ags and hope something good happens.
Yeah, in the past, I've even seen, I mean, way back in the days of earlier ARDM, you'd see people even just go to Roshan and just feed if they got a hero that they didn't like. So, I mean, strategically for this mode, there's a lot of different ways you can do it. Aghanims is a pretty general purpose item that now works on more heroes than ever. So you might have a player that does that. Used to see a lot of Midas Travel Lincolns just as generic items that people would build. So, I mean, there's something to be talked about in terms of that distribution. I don't think the teams will be taking it that seriously, but obviously, you know, the lanes will determine, as in Dota now anyway, how things will go early on.
Definitely. So right now, it does look like Liquid a little bit behind as far as the top CS are concerned. Slark keeping it even with the farming Ricky, PA, and Terrorblade. Classic lanes that you always see. A little reflection there. GH under fire. Ice wanting to move into position. And could have thrown out a decay there, but doesn't decide to do it. So talk to me a little bit about this, because Wings known for their innovative strategies. They also had incredibly strong play, regardless of just the crazy drafts that they came out with. Who was sort of the source behind that?
I would say that Ice was actually an underrated source. He was probably the most X-Factor wildcard player on this team. The guy is, you know, Xiao8 once said that Ice is unfit to be a professional player. The guy's got a temper, like, you know, he's going to speak his mind no matter what. At the same time, though, this guy would grind a ton of pubs, play a lot of different heroes, and always be a source of new and fresh ideas for this team. So he was in many ways this engine where you kind of couldn't live without him, but you know sometimes it could be real hard to be his teammate.
Mind control, trying to play a little bit of mind games there, telling him he's not bottom lane, and see if he can get some damage onto Innocence here, Mr. Y.
Yeah, we have to think almost that all random deathmatches got to favor Wings a little bit, right? So.
for sure. Doing what they can, popping their stick, turning to fight. GH wanting to see what he can do, but the Frost Shield, first blood, drawn by Ice, and now looking for the catch onto Kuro as well. They're going to lose 2 of them.
Yeah, MC trying to take down Shadow. He will manage to take the Slark out of the game.
This does mean that Drow is going to be picked up, and an Alchemist for Kuroki. So, let's see. Any item decisions? I guess boots are fine. The double gauntlets for the Drow Ranger, a classic build for sure. And a Queen of Pain picked up for Shadow.
Yeah, he's come straight bottom and try to pick up a couple kills here. GH pretty exposed, but I think the Drow could be one of those heroes that you'd want to hold on to, just so you can get 6 and go jungle super quickly and get really fun.
It ain't happening, Jack. Yep. That dude's done. So off to a quick start there. GH feeding away a couple deaths. Not what you want to see necessarily. Ooh, follow-up stun. Innocence goes down. They find another. Wings all over them. Finding kill after kill after kill. Kuroki looks like he should be able to get the walk away here, but God, the Undyne is just so freaking strong early. Now it's going for a Midas. All right, that's a classic.
Yeah, speaking of things heroes that would pay off later on, you want the Alchemist certainly to be able to farm, right? Because then whatever hero comes next just ends up being 5 or 6 slotted. So I'm not sure if that's a transition that they'll make here. But their lanes are already under a lot of pressure from Wings.
So we talk a lot about sort of the differences of China versus the rest of the world. Wings, the last Chinese team to win a TI, and also going to be the only TI. We can talk a little bit more about how it broke up afterwards, but what do you think it was that made them so strong? As the stun's going to come out, and actually Shadow trying to find the turnaround kill there. They're chasing down GH on the Shadow Fiend. Oh, why? Innocence on that anti-mage. They already have the zombies chasing after him as well. Ice actually living through all of this. Has to turn onto the Necro Mind Control. Can he kill him off in time? They come in from Shadow as well. 2 Blink heroes.
Shrine's almost up.
Right clicks. Can they kill him off? The Shrine! It comes up right at the last second for Mind Control. But he is eventually going to be killed off as well. They TP in with GH on his 3rd or 4th hero. Matumba Man's a sniper trying to kill Ice. He does finally go down. The pesky Undyne is going to fall, but now Innocence underneath that shrapnel. One more punch from GH. He gets his revenge, and Kuroki almost ends up killing himself.
Stick charges and counterspell on Y, but of course he's not the carry player, so his anti-mage does go down. I mean, it's probably a hero that he wanted to get rid of anyway.
Yeah,
but yeah, back to your point. You know, one of the things that really separated Wings, as they said in the video, their dream started here in this city, in Chongqing, and not Shanghai, which is the epicenter of esports in China. And there were some things that probably, like being sheltered away from Shanghai, helped them, because there's a lot of temptation, there's a lot of distractions for players in Shanghai. They hang out a lot, they go to the same places, a lot of things that can kind of throw them off course away from the game, and they kind of got to be isolated from that here in this more remote city to southwest China that kept them away from those bad influences in Shanghai in some ways. And they stayed there. You know, they obviously worked really hard in their game. Some people would say that there wasn't too much else for them to do or take away from that, and help make them a stronger team.
The passion, the focus, sticking around on that one particular spot away from the rest of the teams. I mean, normally you'd think sometimes that could hurt, because it means, you know, maybe you're not going to be scrimming in as much, but yeah, staying away from those vices for sure. So a little bit about what's going on in this game. Ice is going to move in onto Matumba Man, but needs to be careful because they are going to find him. The tower finds the finish. The Fiend script on the Matumba Man. And right now, Wings are kind of owning. They've been killing it, man.
Yeah, they managed to move around pretty well. Take that strong start out of lanes and turn that into kills on all 3 lanes. Top 3 CS right now on Wings. And again, you know, they have some pretty favorable matchups right now. I'm not sure if they'll decide at which point what heroes they might want to give up. I'm sure this Bane might be something that they want to trade in a little bit down the road.
Yeah, it's something to keep our eyes on. Are there any like weird item builds coming out yet? As the wraparound coming down bottom, they bring in the Spectre in the early Spectre pick. That's another one that can be really strong if you can hang on to it. Ice on the Abaddon trying to kill off GH. The pause coming from the Bane. Kale apparently. A little bit of back and forth here.
Come on, Blink, you're just hitting creeps anyway, man.
They're going to call the go. Ice will finally be brought down. But yeah, Spectre could be super strong if they could keep that one. Does have the 2 Bracer build also from Matumba Man.
Yeah, Liquid moving with numbers, as we've so often seen. It was interesting this game started in a tri-lane. That is, at some point, what a lot of the Chinese teams tried to do against Wings, because they were so good at these rotations and disguising information and deceptive movements that would catch teams off guard. Always seemed like they had the right numbers at each tower, the right hero defending each tower. And so teams, at some point, decided to tri-lane them because Wings weren't necessarily that strong as just laners.
That's a good point, yeah. And I mean, you know, harkening back, we have a second TI winner here as well, and Team Liquid. We've seen a lot more of them recently. At least when I was looking at these two teams, though, they felt like two that had the strongest potential to repeat, as it does look like they're going to be able to find the kill onto Shadow on the Visage. Kuroki also going to die in the mid lane. So again, just kind of throwing away life after life. They're going to have the Dark Willow brought back in. But yeah, it was a little bit surprising. I was kind of wondering if we were going to see the repeat out of either of these two teams. Liquid obviously looked incredibly strong last year, weren't able to secure. What do you think it was that sort of makes it so tough to finish off and get a second Aegis?
I mean, I think Liquid already, they're so impressive just keeping the roster together and still having a very strong year, because we see so many TI winners have that drop off. For Wings, I think the situation was, you know, like, it was already very stressful and difficult for everyone to keep working together, but at the same time, you know, you start having success, suddenly there's people in the room or at your events that wouldn't normally be there, suddenly there's distractions, suddenly you're playing other games. They still won a few smaller lands at the start of the season. I believe it was the Cruise Cup and Northern Arena, but clearly like the same drive and hunger wasn't there anymore. And Shadow mentioned that this year actually, TI8 on the panel as well. He said basically, you know, at some point we were always willing to be brutally honest with each other. We were always willing to go over everything after games and say the hard things that need to be said to improve. At some point, people just didn't feel like going that extra mile, making that extra effort anymore. And that's when things really started to pull apart.
Yeah, I think the brutally honest is something that's really important too. Like, it's hard to do that, but still have compassion. Highest amount of assists at 9 minutes in here this event. Wow. Dude, the show match showing up big. But yeah, it's like Dota is such an emotional game at its core that it feels like, you know, if you don't have that willingness to do it but also show compassion to people, it can fall apart incredibly quickly.
Yeah, it's a very fragile mix, because at the same time you need to have faith in each other, but you still need to be able to challenge each other. No. It's not always easy to do that. Liquid moving well with numbers right now.
Moving into position, they drop the Supernova. Doom already onto that Dark Willow, so she can't try and interrupt it by throwing out the ulti. The chase for GH, and now a stomp to follow this one if they want to, seeing if they can keep this Dark Willow alive, but I don't think she's long for this world. Matamba is just going to TP out, and he definitely wants to keep that Spectre if he can.
Yeah, speaking of numbers, again, it seemed like Wings back in the day played with that better than just about anyone else. The shot calling on this team, I think for the most part, it was Faith Beyond that was taking the lead in that. And sometimes he'd have a bad game. You know, he'd have a Sand King and Clockwork and start off feeding, but he'd still be able to direct the action and make the most out of his hero. No one was afraid to die for each other.
Oh, sick play there.
Rip there. Yeah, and there's a certain thing to be said for fit, because these guys, these Wings guys, as individual players, they were not in very high demand either before or after their run. And there's just something about the pieces, the communication, the chemistry that just fit together really well.
I know you like basketball. The analogy is like 2005 Detroit Pistons, you know? Back in the day, it's no individual superstar, though at times some of them could make those types of plays, but it was more about the chemistry of it all together.
Yeah.
All right, Matumba man. Oh! Do-si-do. A little bit of a misplay there, and they get the haunt off. Could have maybe killed Ice as well. It's going to be Faith Beyond that GH takes down in the bottom lane.
The life, the Spectre,
no. Away. Oh, he's barely out.
The Lycan going down here for Faith Beyond. And, I mean, tower situation, it looks like the towers are pretty much still up. We are playing this in the spirit of ARDM, which is, hey, just wanting to run at each other and kill each other. So it's good to see that. But yeah, again, you know, kind of like the pure joy of Dota. Like this mode, I've always wished for this to be a kind of all-star game feature mode, just because so many different things can happen. You're not really thinking too much about the matchups or the outcome or whether people are taking it seriously. You're just brawling the whole time.
Totally. Moving up here, Faith Beyond, wanting to get into position with the Shackle Shot, but I don't think it's going to come quick enough. The classic Helm of the Dominator, Vlad's. They do find that Nyx Assassin, RMN dropping the coach. Not where he wants to be. They're seeing if they can kill off Ice. Nightmare. Now the Pango ulti. Rolling Thunder moving forward, seeing if he can find himself Innocence. Why in trouble? Faith Beyond trying to interrupt it. They use the swap out, actually pulling his own teammate in closer. Now the second swap will mean that Innocence dies. Faith Beyond, power shot again. He will have another one in a couple of seconds here. If he can wait it out, might be able to find a pickoff there. The Brain Sap up on the high ground, and now the Doom, the chase, couldn't quite find that secondary shackle, and Kuro trying to run away, but another power shot from Mr. Faith Beyond finds the kill.
Faith Beyond was definitely one of the more naturally gifted players, I would say, of this group. He was probably in the highest demand at some point after TI in terms of other teams that that wanted to be able to play with him or take him away, and just he gets to showcase that here because he's played such a wide pool of heroes. He can play such a wide pool of heroes. They even had some like jungle Bloodseeker strategy that they were working on at some point. So
oh man,
very versatile player.
That sounds amazing. I like that idea a lot. As Ice going to move up on an Earthshaker. Here, I believe we saw a couple of times at TI, and the Echo Slam, one more punch. Matumbo Man goes down.
That's a big kill. That Spectre was getting pretty farmed and starting to snowball a little bit, just all over the map in this fight.
GH onto the Oracle, trying to kill him off. The Rupture's there. This Bane has not died yet this game, and well, in a sense, just trying to walk away. And against that magical damage coming through, a couple more punches. They finally killed him off, and now Ice needs to run away. This Earthshaker, he'd love to keep it, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And Chant Totem, a power shot, misses on everybody. They also miss on the Flame Break, but nonetheless, they will finally kill them off. A 2,000 gold lead, and a smoke up immediately. And from the Dire, Team Liquid wanting to make something happen.
Yeah, we've got two Vlads, it looks like, on the Radiant, so a bit overlapping. There's a Travels, though, on Blink, getting that mid item so that he can get around to fights. So take a look at the Dire itemization.
Ooh.
Yeah, everyone's kind of just bracing up on the Dire.
We got a Timbersaw bots. It's ready to go. Yeah, all the bracers. I mean, this is just normal Dota at this point, right? Couldn't quite hit the shackle. All heroes go mid. That is the call. And now the roar. They want to find themselves this kill onto RMN if at all possible. And the duel trying to get some extra damage. He's going to keep that one throughout the game now. Just kind of a nice little buff as well. Press the attack. Trying to catch there. Shackle doesn't latch onto two. And the big rolling thunder coming through. Doing so much damage. Liquid with no regard for human life. Kuro. Oh, Matumbo Man, though, he's actually getting kind of low here on this Clinks. But with Kuro throwing out the one more hit, they're going to back out yet again. Shackle does end up latching with the creep. And GH living, trying to walk away. He's barely out of there. Actually, they're going to be able to find skill Ice maybe. Trying to lifesteal, and the lifesteal is actually working. The press the attack cuts off.
Timely intervention there. These guys are playing every fight down to the wire. This is kind of beautiful execution that we're hoping to see from them. And I was going to say, speaking of versatile players, I mean, Kuro is the guy who's played actually everything in this game, right? So he was showing off there on that Pango for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. So I wanted to ask you, Wings, a lot of them falling off the map. We still know that there's a couple of players that are playing competitive, but what are these guys doing nowadays?
So they kind of split off a little bit after Team Random broke up. At this point, Blink is more or less retired. I think he's still open to opportunities, but he's been mostly streaming. Shadow was looking for the right situation and also turned to stream a little bit. They were talking about that at dinner the other night.
Oh,
nice
hold on a
sleep
second. The sleep onto everybody, but what's the follow-up? I don't know if they actually have it. The right clicks coming from Blink is about all they can really do. The shackle afterwards, no! They catch it with the duel, the boat. It's only going to land onto one, and that sleep made all the difference in the world. The press the attack coming from Ice is also doing it, and now the Naga Siren doing a ton of damage to RMN. He goes down. Wings walking triumphantly forward.
Yeah, they didn't have any huge combo spells there, but they killed the Shadow Shaman wards, which kind of cleared the way for them to take the rest of that fight.
And now look at this, they're pushing high ground. This base is going to drop so quickly. This Luna has almost no items at all, but with that bonus Lunar Blessing giving everybody this damage, they're just walking forward for this.
Yeah.
All right, they have a Centaur as well as a Spear Breaker coming into this one. They got to be a little bit careful.
Oh,
the
nice
Shackle hits onto two of them, though. The follow-up with the Hoof Stomp lands onto three. Do they have any extra damage coming into this? Sand King, that's a pretty good respawn. If he can get off a good epicenter, Wings need to be a little bit wary of that. Ice, the one that gets burrow struck first. He has the epicenter following this one,
nice
but interrupted. The shackle lands, and they're going to be able to find that kill also. Liquid lose hero after hero after hero, and Wings, the all-random team, is doing it in ARDM.
Yep, they've taken the mid-racks. They have the dominated cart, of course, was also helped them siege. But yeah, a nice display of teamwork there, as we expected from both teams.
Man, what a freaking game. It's great to see ARDM work in the All-Star match. So we were talking about Blink. He's a streamer now, retired.
Yeah, Shadow took to streaming a little bit too, kind of looking for a good opportunity. There was a time where Shadow tried out for like eHome's second team, which became Keen Gaming actually, like before Wings, and he didn't even make that opportunity, and so he's been a bit overlooked as a player in China, I think. And he took a lot of the blame on this team as well when things didn't go well, as we see a Pursuit in the River. So it's been harder for the guys to continue their careers afterwards. Obviously, Y and Faith Beyond formed the new nucleus of the younger generation of eHome, and obviously they took their minor win to a pretty good performance at this major as well. But that's where they are at the moment. Ice continued to play on Sun Gaming with Blink for a bit, and I think he's still trying to play at this moment. You see a smoke onto Ice top.
They got him caught.
Isolated.
Yeah, he's dead. That Legion Commander was doing a lot of work there with the press the attack. Matumba Man giving him the tip. Love to see it. But they've been able to make these heroes work pretty well. The Luna has finished off the whole pipe and has the bots as well. It's going to come into this lane. So they've gone from the just pretty much max aura items, it feels like.
Yeah, no one going for the super greedy builds. Actually, you can see a kind of a difference in itemization. I would say there's more quote-unquote individual items coming out from Liquid.
Yeah.
You see the armlet, there's blade mail, as we see another fight breaking out here in the jungle.
The Clips is already down. Kuro, he gets the armlet toggle in the walk away, able to live through that one. Liquid seeing what they can do. They should have the song to disengage, but Shadow, he can't get it off. And the Shadow Naga Siren is going to die there as they got the focus fire on the bottom side of it, just trying to take down that ward afterwards. And the Shackle again lands. Doesn't look like it's enough. Monkey King jumps in. Ice. Wukong's command. He's caught 4 of them in it, but they're going to actually just toss him over to Kuro. What a freaking play coming out from that Tiny. Mr. Matumbo Man on the Rock Man. And now GH, he's just too hard to fight this one. They have the Boundless Strike through. The power shot's just tickling him right now, though. And Ice needs to try and jump away. Getting that tree dance broken, and the hoof stomp lands, and they're going to kill him off.
Atu with the clutch tosses there, just turning that fight in favor of Liquid. But yeah, talking about the itemizations, you see that there's a Midas onto Tiny. That'll obviously pay off over time. They finished their pipe as well, but slight difference in itemization here, and I think Radiant, as long as they have a comparable composition, that should help them in the team fight.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on it. I do want to ask, we talked about where all these players are at now. Obviously, they're playing up on the main stage here, and there was some talk about some bad blood between the different members of Wings. Is there any truth to that? Is there some reality to some bad feelings?
There was at the time, because with their contract difficulties, they according to them, they kind of made a pledge to stick together and stay together through that. But ultimately, like some people accepted their own offers and went their own direction. So there definitely was some hurt and some bad blood over that. But last year, they had the award ceremony where Wings finally got their championship rings together, I believe, at DAC. And I think by then, it'd been people going their own direction and bygones being bygones. So this time when they met up, it's a little bit different story. People reminiscing again. You see in the video, just kind of thinking about old times. So it's a good reunion now. All that stuff is buried.
This is some classic Wing builds here, by the way. The Diffusal Blade picked up for the CK. First time we've seen it this patch. That, to me, this would be like the encapsulation of a Wings pick, as they actually went the Diffusal Blade CK.
Or the Pipe Luna, the Pipe Travels Luna, perhaps.
That's pretty awesome. I mean, that's the thing, right, is that I got to see a lot of Wings casting it leading up to TI6, covering a lot of the China region, and there were just so many little individual strategies that stuck out to me at that time, as it does look like Y is going to be initiated on here. The Stampede to follow it up. They want more, as they think they already have that Bristleback killed, and yes, indeedy they do, but now the Diffusal Blade CK. The Eclipse has already come out here as well, but they have the pipe. Well, Jason, there's not really that much damage on the side of Team Wings. Shadow doing what he possibly can, finds the kill there, but now the toss out, pulling him into the fray. He's still very tanky, only a 1 second stun there on the mind control, and eventually the CK does die. They need a better composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is when that will start to matter. I think Faith Beyond's been doing a lot of work, though, on keeping this win ranger. But yeah, the last few fights, Liquid have run at them, and they've been a bit tankier, I would say, in their composition, and it's won them these last few fights.
So yeah, but the point I was going to make is, like, there's so many different ones. Everybody talks about, like, Pudge techies on the main stage, and that to me did feel like a little bit of a meme, even though it was decent at the time. They lost that game. But the other one was, like, these weird little things where they would try and exploit one particular mechanic. So I remember in one time they went Alchemist mid, and then a Huskar safe lane, and then the Alchemist went like Brown Boots Ags and immediately gave it to the Huskar, and they're like, we're just going to take full advantage of how strong this hero is, and then they won in like 12 minutes. Yeah, the Pudge Techies lineup, actually, we talked about it even this time in Chongqing. There's something that they had planned to do. There's something that they were going to use at some point, and they won a game and saw the opportunity for it. But like you mentioned, there are a lot of these little combinations that they looked out for that they would try to exploit, but they were fundamentally a counter-picking team. They were a team that wanted to counter the heroes of the opponent, which can be a very hard style to play because, one, your Dota fundamentals have to be very good in order for you to not just lean towards play style to the point where you can play anything and make it work, and you have to have immaculate teamwork and coordination to make these combos maximize your lineup. So it's very hard to achieve that, being able to be a good counter-picking team, but that's what Wings was. Well, another movement forward. This is not the best combination from Wings, and Matumba Man breaks the smoke, but they're still under the cover. The Moonlight Shadow, the stun onto all of them. Where's the vision, though? They need some vision, and they are going to be able to find it as they start to lay into that Shadow Demon. The Diffusal Blade not going to help them very much there. They have the slowdown from the TA trap. Get some vision with the Clockwork, but the drums are popped. They're trying to see if they can find that Pugna in the river. But why? Very quick, even in the duration there of the TA trap. And X, a pullback. They've caught this Wind Ranger, Faith Beyond needing to run, and the Pugna also going to die. Shackle there onto Kuroki. Another X, another Torrent, the boat coming through, and with all the heroes in the area, Faith Beyond finally has to give up that Wind Ranger. Yep, fighting into that Dire Shrine, or Spicy Hot Pot, as they would call it. And I mean, I think for the is that really what they call it? Yeah, there's a regular hot pot, and then there's a spicy one. But yeah, actually, I mean, for a big part of Wings' run, this was before the shrines came out in the game there. But yeah, a very tanky liquid lineup. You had the Sven there, Moonlight Shadow just doing so much work, ensuring that initiation to everyone as received. Going here on Rubik in the river. Oh, nice pick up there. The Diffusal Blade giving the Lion that extra little bit of mana burn damage. The classic rally. Yeah, he right clicks pretty hard with the damage talent, the Diffusal Blade. So, well, let's see what else are we going for here on the liquid lineup. They've got, oh my God, Kuroki is huge. He's got Armlet Daedalus on the Kunkka. He's actually got a real skill build. Wow. All right, that's really bad. Tiny as well. Tiny's got the Shadow Blade Crystallis. Oh my God. Yeah, pretty good synergy there, I would say. What else do we have? The Rubik has drums, buckler, the pipe, as well as the Vlads for the Sven. This is a pretty normal build for the Sven, yeah, Sven too. Is just Sven. He's got the utility items keeping his team alive. Yeah, I think you actually might just want to go and die as Lion. I don't know if you even want to stay with this. Like, he's going to go for Ags, but that feels tough. Yeah, I wish I could see what's left in the pool, but yeah, it might be time. I mean, lives are getting a little low, so they have to be careful. But at this time, their composition, it seems very hard to fight into it. I guess the other way that you could do it is you could try and play like pick off Dota and just kill off one person right at the get-go, as the full Crimson Guard is done for this Bounty Hunter. The Bounty Glimmer does have eyes on Faith Beyond here, who could be going for a Vlad's, or rather an Ags. I wonder if he's going to get a +1 second Blade Fury. He does have the Veil of Discord, as well as a Maelstrom, so yeah. Pretty cool. He's got it. Jug used to have a, I mean, Blade Fury DPS is still a bit away, but it does do a good amount of damage. Another Moonlight Shadow. The Ags is done for Mirana. That bonus Starfall damage. And Liquid scout up the high ground. They get themselves the Daedalus done on the Tiny, so these heroes do so much damage. And it looks like Kunkka has a Rapier queued up, so Kuroki sparing no expense. The Aghanims, as we see, Arman might get caught out here. The Aghanims Mirana is actually perfect. It was in the meta very much at that time. Man finds Ice, excuse me, only 2 of them. And now Sven, the Hogs push back, not bad there either. Shadow. You gotta be careful as the chase is coming. The amplified damage was there from Y as well. Matumba Man being kind of controlled, but mind control on top of Shadow, and he eventually is gonna die. Veil out already to Omni Slash onto Matumba Man, and it looks like the Tiny is finally gonna go down there. So a pretty big win, being able to take away the Tiny from the team fight that they've got, and now Liquid just gonna try and disengage. Yeah, we're back to a 3-on-3 here. Liquid have to be careful if they want to fight here. They kind of pass by each other, but yeah, it was pretty big kill onto
Matumba Man as well, because his next hero may be very well or very poorly suited for this itemization that he has.
Got the RMN Pudge. That's pretty cool. I can dig it. And a Troll Warlord for Ice Ice. His skill build, not necessarily the greatest for it. It looks like it's going to be an OD for the for Matumba Man. At least that's what's queued up on it. Oh my god. And Faceless Void Shadow. That is a huge one for him. Has Diffusal Blade as well as the Yasha. Shadow with the classic build in the day.
How crazy if they end this game with, with the, we see some Coddle, Venomancer, Nature's Prophet coming out. I've yet to see these heroes.
Oh, there's going to be the hook pull back, but the Exit's not combo together perfectly. And now Shadow looking forward, but they're able to get the crunch on him. They're keeping him controlled, and Shadow finds the Chronosphere, trying to keep their buddies alive, and isn't going to be enough. It's just so freaking tanky on the side of Liquid and Shadow. As soon as it came out, he needs to get the time walk away. Shadow Faceless Void. Crush yet again from Innocence. They're able to get the hook, lands onto Ice Ice, going to throw out those whirling axes, but they're still under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, and now trying to kill off RMN, but don't really have the damage there. Matumba Man with the Daedalus doesn't have the highest in pool in the world, but he does still have the Sanity's Eclipse.
Yeah, this fight is going on, but I would say if it drags out a little bit, Wings have a pretty good chance here. They want to get Amp onto all of the heroes, of course, threatening Roshan as well.
And Shadow going to have them Manta style. This is one of those late game heroes that can really change our ARDM. I feel like, particularly when it's somebody who's so comfortable on it.
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna have to fight around their ults as well and wait for that that chrono. But how fitting would that be if everyone's getting their heroes again? We haven't seen some of the Liquid stables from TI7 yet. I think there's a good chance.
Stun there onto the Sven, but they're just gonna wait for the moment. Ice Ice throws out the Axis first. Oh, got him caught. Lots of damage. And that's going to be a dead Juggernaut.
I think you might be okay with that given the Juggernaut's build. We'll see kind of what comes out next.
That's true. It's really not the best, is it? Same thing for Troll. And it looks like they are not, as of yet, going to be able to catch the Troll, who's going to keep on heading north. Tinker is what's coming out for next time around.
I see. He might want to sell some items to ensure that he gets that travels, actually.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
GH turned upon. They throw out the X there onto the Troll, though, and that's going to stop the push. So, real quickly, I mean, we talked about it a little bit, but do you want to go at all more in depth into what happened with the breakup?
Yeah. I mean, they basically, long story short, they felt that.
Oh god! All right, we're gonna have to hold that thought for a second because Shadow just dodged away from the Sanity's Eclipse and they kill off Matumba Man. All right, continue on.
This crowd is reliving because at that TI when Shadow was playing Void, the crowd would be chanting for bash, 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 and that's exactly what they managed to relive and do just now in these last few fights.
Rush comes out, but they catch the arrow onto the Pudge, and Wings making a little bit of a comeback here, but the Torrent, the boat, it's going to connect onto two, and Mind Control lane into them. The Psyblade's doing so much, but Ice Ice did go into that Berserker's Rage, and that's keeping him alive here. Unkillable. As RMN trying to see if he can run down Blink, but a couple more punches, and the deny comes out. Still counts towards the death total.
I think you're okay with that. The Troll was not itemized ideally at that point anyway, so maybe something more team fighty. Let's come out for them. But yeah, basically they felt that they were being treated a bit unfairly by the organization, which did not really seem to prioritize Dota, even though they were world champions. They wanted to put their resources into something else. There was also this prize and like backed pay that was owed to them as well. So at some point, they no longer wanted to be part of the organization. But the organization was, of course, part of basically ACE, which is a representative of all the different big clubs in China. And so there was a certain process, a certain set of rules by which that had to be done, or there would be punishments. So long story short, that's basically what led to that trouble and them becoming random. And the fallout that happened afterwards is basically, when the players decided to go their own separate directions and different teams wanted them, did some break the rules, did some find their own ways to get the players. And so, yeah, that's basically, that's that in a nutshell.
In a nutshell. Well, we do have a couple new heroes that have spawned in the meantime. Silencer is there with the Daedalus, and that's Matumba Man playing it. We also have Disruptor with Blink, Crimson Guard, Glimmer Cape, not the best item in the world, but not terrible either. And then, of course, the big one is going to be Lesh, who does have his way towards the Aghanim Scepter. So being able to throw out the extra hits of the Lightning Storm. But the other big thing that's changed is now Kunkka has a Rapier and is queuing up another one. I love this from Kuro. Like, you know what? You're playing ARDM. It's a show match. Go balls to the wall. Make it happen.
Yep, no doubt about that. Faith Beyond did sell. It looks like he sold his helm to get that travel.
Global. Punch, but the Manta, and then the walk away. Yeah, Faith Beyond getting those travels. But also the Mjolnir, because why not?
It's a pretty good synergy right now coming out from Wings. They have the Void. They have a lot of damage that kind of goes well with Chronosphere. A bunch of disables that they can chain. So they have the tools certainly to turn this one back, but one swing of Kunkka's sword feels like it can just end them at this point.
Yeah, and the other thing is that change where it's doing less damage is predicated upon having high armor, and not all these heroes have incredibly high armor. If they can catch him, this would be a tasty treat, finding themselves the Kunkka, and they got him caught there in the Chronosphere. That's going to be Rapier on the deck for Shadow. Is he going to pick it up? Yes, he has it, and now Liquid need to be very, very wary, although this is a heart. GH on the spin, needs to jump away. The Time Walk now trying to run out of here. There's no Chronosphere. This fight is still a little bit scary for them, but RMN going to be the one that gets chased down. The big crush comes out from Y, and now they're starting to lay into that spin. All of the damage as well as the bashes, and it's making it happen. The bash chant comes from the crowd, and they kill off 4.
19 KD lead down to 1. How many times have we seen this? Wings far behind in a match. Feels like they lost every single team fight, but there's just a chance for them to take one big fight to win the game. Is Liquid going to be able to do anything about this?
And there's no buyback. Still 30 seconds away. Matumba Man, the only one that's left. They have the amp damage. They've got the Deso hits. All those heroes are asleep in the well. While in the meantime, you have Shadow beating away at the tower. They bought a Meteor Hammer from Y. And Matumba Man also will fall.
And can't script this. Can't make this up any better. The Shadow Void.
It's going to happen, and GG is going to be called as Wings are going to take the show match over Team Liquid.
I really, this just makes me wish that we could see a miracle here for this match as well. But honestly, I think this was a great match format. This was a lot of fun. And I hope to see more All-Star and show match type things that feature this mode.
Absolutely. And it looks like, Liquid, they had fun as well. I'm sure GH is like, man, I should have just bought Nags. Should have just bought Midas. But nonetheless, Wings will take this one. A little bit of an appetizer for the main event that came out. So we brought in 2 people that know a lot about appetizers, myself and Mr. KBBQ. Oh, we got a great series that's coming up soon, though, while we watch the 2 TI champions shake hands, have a little bit of fun. How are you feeling about the match to come?
I mean, obviously, the 2 strongest teams in Dota. I think VP has just been so consistent. Secret, I heard they really didn't practice that much coming into this tournament, but obviously they're still very strong. I just hope it goes the full 5 and get a good series.
Absolutely. So the champions will walk off now and head back to the backstage, get ready for the final match as well. Tons of fun. You finally get to see our faces since we had to go the crit cut earlier. But Jack, KBQ, thank you so much for tuning in and helping out on this broadcast.
You're
the man. Yeah, for sure. But we're going to head back down to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a few for the grand finals right after this.
You don't
Felix. Does get caught with his pants down out of the bot lane. Luck will take him out, though Velo will punish a bit. Again, those right clicks as well as the balls deal a lot of damage. Velo now does have the Vladimir's offering available on him as well. Wary of that, because once that Vladimir's up, it does appear that teams like to get together and start making rotations around the map. But mid lane, they have found the TA. Life Drain is there, nothing to say he doesn't have the refraction charges available for another 4 seconds. Meanwhile, Luck went down at the bot lane, and it looks like nothing to say. He will be able to walk his way out of there. Although I say that 2D is there with the stun. The refraction has worn off. No shrine available either, though he does have the health shield. He turns around and tries to deal some damage, but 2D laughs in his face.
Yeah, a bit of a shame losing your mid like that, but at the same time, managed to get that kill in the PA down bot, managed to take that tier 1 down bot. It's not the worst trade in the world, definitely not, and you're definitely not happy losing your TA, but at the very least you get something in exchange.
Kang goes mid lane. Sidious doesn't have any mana to work with, and in fact they are going for fixes on that Pugna. So they want to get the revenge for the TA kill, and nothing to say will come in. The Prepper Fire is there, but Kang is already there, and they laugh back at them. But nothing to say, gives the laugh back immediately, and apparently tips aren't what you do anymore, John. You just laugh at people.
I mean, that's nice. I want to argue they're laughing with you, not at you, Mike.
No, absolutely not, John.
Everyone's just having a laugh, Mike.
Hello. Does have the roar available in 5 seconds. P1 tower looks like it will end up going down. Again, it's that Vladimir's offering. Once they picked it up, John, teams do tend to get together and just start pushing together. Like, why the hell not?
Yeah, that's quite the contrast compared to X's own Vlads. Again, Luke has had his Vlads for a while now. It's the first item he picked up on this PA. And it just doesn't feel like he's had as much impact with this item compared to the Beastmaster. They've just pushed non-stop. They've taken 2 towers already. They're just gonna try to find a pick-off on 2D.
But they may just find it. Raw was there, the ink score to follow. He does get the stun off just in time. But Velo will get out of that disabled form. Now they might just go on to nuts. The slope with the balls and the damage coming out. Although Velo does have to back out to safety now. The Blink Strike is there from Luck, and they will continue the chase. TP attempt is probably the smart decision. Insidious, he can't get an avalanche off on time. In fact, it was on cooldown anyway. Nice play from him to get those kills.
Definitely so, and I feel like X is starting to miss out on their timings a bit here. They definitely feel a bit strong in that early game, but they decide to itemize a bit here. The PA goes for his Vlads, and...
They've got Kang. TP is there, though the toss will stop it, and that'll be it.
PA goes for his Vlads.
Again, you have to remember, this is a support stint, so it doesn't matter as much. Not any pause you get.
Definitely not. I'd say it matters very little, especially since the supports on X are just as underleveled, if not more. So you really don't feel too bad losing out on your Sven, while your Terrorblade's free farming, your TA's pretty much free farming as well, and you've got pretty good timings on your Beastmaster, so not the biggest loss. I think that tier 1 mid is a bigger loss than losing your Sven. That just loses out in a bit of map control, but at the same time, there's no tier 1 down mid for the Radiant side, so at the very least, both sides are even in terms of control in that area.
Go for a smoke on the side of WG Unity. Again, Raw is available. Kang there with the follow-up stun. They're going to find the biggest target they can. Luck. Raw does come in. The stun was there from the Sven. They didn't chain it well. Inkswell will not be there in time. So perhaps a bit of miscommunication coming out from WG Unity. That should have been a guaranteed kill, but they throw both the stuns at once and makes it so the Blink Strike will be there in time.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate with that stun stacking. I think that there was a pretty good... I feel like I saw the Prep Fight coming out. So from our Pugness saving the PA just for a bit longer. Which definitely helped out. They will still lose their tier 1 up top, but that's definitely a better trade than losing the PA. Although this does just mean, again, you are being chipped away here if you're X. You're losing your map control. You're not really finding too much farm in the cores because they've been pressured a lot. So you will have to play catch up somehow. I really feel like this PA itemization of that quick battle fury, after going for the Vlads, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough, Mike.
Certainly feels that way for me as well. Luck is trying his best to get on top of that net worth board. Again, lucky to avoid that rotation that was made from Unity. It looks like the side of X may have a go here at Kang. So I say that it is WG Unity that's pinging out the side of X. So if they want to go for another rotation here, or perhaps the supports of Team X. Dello does get spotted out by Tootie, but he doesn't have any kind of initiation tool. We'll just go for the wild balls instead. Play nothing to say. Let's get jumped on by Luck. Now the Avalanche as well. Does need a bit of help. In fact, he'll turn around onto the PA now. Just saw like there's no lucky crits coming out for the PA. Avalanche doesn't really do anything. Nothing to say, just walks out safely.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate set if you vent 4x. I mean, again, that's the issue with PA. If you're going for these farming builds, you really depend on getting these lucky crits even more so than when you have a fast Desolator or even a Yasha.
The Roshan attempt, but they do smoke into a Tootie. He gets roared up and the Soulbind as well. Avalanche was nice, Tootie. Again, another two-man stun. Where's the damage coming out from WG Unity? It's not really there yet. And both teams just walk out of their safety for the moment, though Kang is falling quite low. Still holding on in the front lines, but they are going to focus him. In fact, he might be baiting them out, but the rest of his team does not want to engage at the moment. Nico Baby waiting for that Metamorphosis. He has 5 seconds left. He does have a new Mantis Style up and ready to go, as well as a double damage rune, so he really wants to fight right now. He just needs the other team to keep going into them. But the question is, will they? They don't have that lockdown with the spin, so the Stormhammer is not available. Illusions start coming out to scout. And now, TPing back in. Underestimate how much damage he's dealing right now. They might just get away with it. And Nico, he just takes it out and steals the Aegis now. Once it's too late at Tootie, he may have forfeited his life. In fact, they are going to go after the Tiny instead. There is a lot of damage being dealt to the Terrorblade right now, and Nico Baby does not want to commit the Sunder. Tootie, though, falling even lower, and the Terrorblade is out of there. Toss back, Tootie will be okay, and they will get Felix as a nice little kill. So, Luck, this is not a PA you want to lose right now. He does not manage to, no, in fact, he does manage to blink out, but they do lose the Dazzle, which is nuts. So 1-for-1 trade just supports. The side of WG Unity, however, do manage to snag Roshan and the Aegis for himself.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fairly big win for WG Unity. Again, stealing that Roche. Just the hesitation from X to go into that pit cost them pretty much that objective. At the very least, they don't lose any additional heroes. Your PA stays alive throughout all of this and inches very much closer towards that Battle Fury, which, again, should probably make an impact once it's up. Just how much of an impact, not too sure. You're starting to face issues now if you're X. You're starting to see the power of the Sven come out. Sure, no great cleave yet, but just the threat of that God Strength and the raw right-click damage that the Sven can give in those engagements is going to be a bit scary. You're also going to start worrying about the Recur Books coming out for the Beastmaster. The Blink Dagger already out on Nothing to Say as well. It's going to be very, very scary to see when he can just jump in, take out your backline, maybe burst down that Dazzle, and then suddenly lack a lot of sustain in your fights for X.
Kang, he will got strength up mid lane, and they are going to go for that tier 2 tower. Yeah, just pretty much striking when Team X aren't really expecting it, and they just burst down towers so fast that X, they don't really have a chance to respond to this, although they are pushing out the top tier 2 themselves, but they cannot lose 2 tier 2s for the price of 1. Luck will stick around. Nico does not have Metamorphosis for another 20 seconds or so. But they may still threaten high ground because he has the Aegis. Make that 15 seconds now. Luck will continue at that top lane, but he may have to come back to this defense. Tootie gets silenced up. Avalanche was there. Nico now has the meta in 5. And they are sending Nothing to Say back up top to clear out that wave. Now, the rest of Team X want to find a target to go for. It will be Kang by the looks of it. In fact, no, Tootie, he wants to go after the Grimstroke in the backlines, and Luck is here to help out. There was a Raw in the background. They have got Felix, however. Bello, meanwhile, gets Insidious, and now the Terrorblade, he is going after Nuts. It looks like he should be able to get him, and he does, although Kang goes down by Luck. And in fact, no, the Dazzle survives. He had the Shallow Grave available. Now the Sunder is there onto Tootie, but they will get the Aegis. And with that, it looks like the Terrorblade's life has also been forfeit. He doesn't have the Metamorphosis available anymore, and he will just go down. Though I say that he's running away somehow, but they do eventually get him. Wild Axis will not get the PA, and now Bello may have forfeit his own life. Luck, he will take him out, and that is a lot of kills being given to the way of Team X.
That was... Oh man, that was so strange from WG Unity. What? They sent back their TA, but they still choose to force a fight. I think they kind of overestimate their abilities and at the same time underestimate the abilities of X, because they've just given X a way to bounce back in. PA still has just got their Battle Fury, and that's going to help a lot in bouncing back. I mean, PA's not so far behind now. Luke is just about 100 gold behind the Terrorblade. You've really given an opening here to X, whereas you really shouldn't have. I feel like if you just kept doing what you were doing for a while, take these objectives safely, find a pick-off safely. I mean, WG Unity just looks set to dominate it. Now it's pretty even, I have to say. Less than 1k net worth lead for WG Unity. And PA with a Battle Fury at 18 minutes in after a relatively hard time in lane. Relatively hard time farming. It's a bit worrisome for WG Unity, I have to say. They're gonna need a few tools to come out on their end before they can take these fights again. I think a blink on Kang is gonna be one of the bigger things you want. Maybe a blink on Velo as well after the Necro books are done. And the itemization on TA, of course, you'd probably want that Desolator to be up. And then that's when you start taking these fights again.
Farm game continues. The PA, 10k net worth now, pretty much even with the Terrorblade. How things have changed this game. Unity just throwing such a lead away.
Radiant are scanning.
That Battle Fury now up on the Luck. He's just going to be able to farm so much faster and dish out so much damage so much more quickly. We'll be going for the BKB up next. In fact, it does look like Team X are now being the ones who want to be the aggressors in this game. They won't find anybody in that opposing jungle.
For my coffee.
Well, Unity, they are pushing up that bot lane to say we'll stick around and make sure it does start pressuring that tier 3 tower a bit, while the rest of his team just does farm the jungle safely. We'll have the Necro 3 book available on Beastmaster very, very soon as well by the looks of it. So he may have actually let go of it. In fact, he has. He opts to not go for the Necro 3 quite yet, but rather be going for something else. And
Crimson Guard,
the
looks like, yeah.
The Crimson Guard, yes, thank you.
Yeah. I think that's going to be really helpful, especially against a minus armor lineup like X. Definitely want to mitigate that damage, and since it's flat damage reduction, it's pretty useful to have. So we'll see if this will be enough to fix the gaps in WG Unity's itemization.
Mid lane, they found Kang a nice smoke rotation. That suspend gone. Now who do they go for? They go for the Necromonicon units. They will get them very, very easily with that Battle Fury PA. Now suddenly, Tier 2 tower mid lane is being knocked on by the side of Team X. Insidious jumps in. Bello is in massive trouble. He gets tossed back and he gets taken out. This is a very, very dangerous position. They don't have buyback available on Bello either. And if the side of Team X realizes they may be able to pressure that Tier 3 tower a bit, in fact they are going to go for it. Trying to force out a buyback. We'll realize very soon he doesn't actually have one.
Data structures are fortified.
The backline's up to say, oh, he almost caught out. He blinks out just in time, but Insidious was all over it. Meanwhile, Kang stuns up Luck, but he's overextended again. The life drain is there. Nobody is there to help out. Kang somehow managed to walk out with that health shield, and now Nico Baby with the reflection and nothing to say. He comes in the backlines, straight onto Nuts, who does get the shallow grave off. 2D doesn't know who to go for right now. In fact, he is going to go for nothing to say, and they will find him. The TA is down with no buyback available. Insidious being chased down by Nico Baby, but there's not much damage being dealt by this Terrorblade, and it looks like the side of Team X are the ones in front right now. They will go after Felix, and now Nico Baby could be the target, although in the backlines, Kane comes in with Bello, and they will be able to take down Fixes, it seems. In fact, they'll go for more in luck, and now Team X are the ones that overextend, though they do force out a buyback onto the Grimstroke, but that doesn't really matter too much.
I feel like that's still a bit of a win for X. I think you should definitely be happy with that trade. You managed to take out that TA, who has been, right now, it's pretty much most of your damage, especially since TV, when the Metamorphosis is not up. Really doesn't seem like that much of a threat, so do you have to feel a bit bad about losing your PA, but at the same time you've definitely taken a lot from Unity in that engagement. I think the next item timing for X is definitely going to be that BKB on PA. That's going to be very, very helpful. Once that's up, PA can just jump in, no worries about any stuns except for Primal Roar, of course, but otherwise can be set to just rip apart that backline.
The game is just so much more even than it once was. Like, you look at this net worth graph, and you had a 4K advantage way of WG Unity that really should have just kept climbing, but that one team fight at that bot lane that they threw away to the side of Team X, and suddenly it just looks so much more Team X's way. In fact, because they got those buybacks, John, they are going to go for another smoke rotation. See if they can pick anyone off. Duty, he misses the stun, but they are not able to Villa. Soulbind is there, Kang now as well, falling very low, but the Shrine just in time. And now, who are they finding? They do get the PA. Tootie, a very nice stun from him, but he's going to lose his life anyway, and they haven't got anyone on the other side of the map. Fixes, meanwhile, will get the TP off, but 3 go down for the side of X, and WG Unity almost look like they were ready for that.
Yeah, again, a bit reckless from X this time around, just hang around, but not the entire team was there. I think you really need all the heroes if you want to take an engagement in some place like the jungle up top, because that shrine is still up for WG Unity in that jungle, so you can't just willy-nilly roam in. If you run to 5 with just 3 people, you're really just gonna have a rough time with it, and it looks like X did learn that the hard way. That does slow down that back BKB timing for the PA, and you know, it slows down the game just a bit more for X, but that does open up an opportunity for WG Unity. They've taken a 6k gold lead now, Mike, from being dead even from the last few fights, so that's a nice little bounce back for WG Unity, and you know, hopefully they transition that to objectives and a bit more items on their Terrorblade and their TA.
Yeah, not to mention they got those bounty runes as well. They were spawning before they respawned. Although Fixes does manage to get the bottom one, so they do even it out. But they do lose that tier 2 top tower, and it looks like WG Unity, rather than pushing any more forward, they do back off to safety, not willing to overextend like they did before. So that net worth advantage, try not to lose it. I say though, bot lane was looking for luck, does TP out though just in time. Double damage rune still is sitting there at the bot rune, but it only has a couple more seconds to go. Question if anyone's going to find it before then, and it looks like the answer is going to be no. Suddenly as well, Nico Baby, he's got that Eye of Skadi up, he still holds the cheese. The damage starting to be dished out, but this Terrorblade is going to really start to hurt, and even then the Butterfly will be the next item up. Then it's a question of how do you kill the man if you can't hit him.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tricky time trying to finish off Nico Baby now. They're really going to have to depend on that Pugna to decrep and get the combos off onto Nico Baby to really clean him off. I think...
down last top lane, stun is there, he's got no friends around him, the Roar as well. That's a massive one. No buyback available on that PA. And it looks like WG Unity may be aware of this because they are moving straight into that mid lane now. Got the Metamorphosis available on that Terrorblade. This looks like an easy time for them to take a tier 3 tower with those Necromonicons as well as the Desolator, which is on the TA, but he tries to delay this as much as he can with the Crimson Guard and his own body. Meanwhile, Nico Baby, though, pushing in that bot lane now. They are going to actually switch it up a bit. Says screw the mid lane. There's Metamorphosis. Let's go for the bot. But they do have fortification available. 2D again goes for a stun. Nico Baby focusing that T3. And now the Raxes are under siege. And now they're not. They're just gone. Mid lane. They go after the T3 tower. Insidious Avalanche toss with the Decrepify does really nothing. And Insidious is probably going to lose his life because of this. Like, Kang is there just in case. They stroke a fade. He does go Imbi, but they don't even care. They're just going for the Raxes now. In fact, there's a chance they'll go for the Mega Creep. But they will play it safe back off because they do see Luck respawn. BKB being brought out by Nothing to Say as well, just in case he loses his own life. But they will not continue the chase on the side of Team X. WG Unity, they go for even more in those bot shrines.
Yeah, nice little clean push from WG Unity, just splitting the focus off X part, making sure that defense is a bit sloppy coming out from X due to having to respond to multiple lanes being pushed out, all the movement from WG Unity, so pretty good play from them. And they've secured themselves 2 melee racks, so that's a much easier time to keep the lane shoved out. I think the next thing we really are going to have to watch out for is probably a shift in focus. Maybe Kang starts getting some farm things soon. I feel like we definitely want him to have a Blink Dagger.
On that smoke rotation, they have the line drawn out to the perfect position. They knew exactly where the side of WG Unity was, but Nothing to Say luckily blinked into the tree line and broke the smoke. And that's got to be very unfortunate for the side of X.
Invisibility.
But WG Unity, that team fight could have gone X's way, in which case they may have lost a lane or two of racks themselves. But rather, now WG Unity are in the driver's seat once again. They smoke up themselves and they know exactly where the opposing heroes are. YG Truth probably would break that smoke because he does have an Invis Rune available right now. But they are still moving forward. They should see Insidious there as well as Luck. MKB as well up onto the Terrorblade. The nice comes down. Bellow. In fact, they are going to burst down. Nothing to Say though. He does have an Aegis available. Now Kang got strength up. They want to go for this team fight. Metamorphosis, it's not even there right now. He needs 10 seconds. They've mistimed this one. And they won't be able to find anything.
Top shrine is under attack.
Yeah, that was Nothing to Say is 10-second DP as well. So it's a bit of a waste there. Just a bit too impatient in going into that top lane. If you just waited a bit longer, Nico Baby could have joined a bit properly with his Metamorphosis, but you kind of just expend your 10-second BKB. Of course, at the same time, I believe that's the 10-second BKB of the PA as well, so I guess it's even.
Supposedly, yeah, but not only that, you lost the Aegis, you lost the Roar from the Beastmaster. No, it's just not great news, and now they might even lose Bellow. He Crimson Guards up, but there's a lot of damage coming in. And with that, they might lose a Roshan attempt, although it's not anywhere near spawning. They do just pick up the double damage rune and back off on Nico Baby. Meanwhile, the side of X do have to back off and start defending that top tier 3. Looks like Fixers will take that job for himself. Mid lane push is coming in. X still relatively behind, 14k net worth behind in fact. They just want this big Terrorblade, but I mean he's got MKB up now, John. He actually just not to go for the Battle Fury. Excuse me, not the Battle Fury, the Butterfly. With that,
yeah,
safety.
It does feel a bit safer to just go for that MKB to ensure that you can kill off that PA. I don't think you should be too worried about the PA. One-shotting you with a crit. You do have 41 armor on Nico Baby. Granted, it will drop severely with a corrosive haze and a bad juju going off in the background, but that's still a considerable amount of armor to protect yourself with. I don't think you really need the additional protection from that battle, from Butterfly for that evasion and agi armor. It is a bit safer to just go for that MKB to ensure that the PA dies, because again, your team doesn't have the best burst in the world.
Mid lane. Unity are making the push through. Hard one to deal with. Oh, nice. Away from 2D. Breaks Bellow and gets out barely with his life. So it's not going to save their racks. Nico Baby, who has the meta up, has a double damage, and look at the damage he's dealing to that tier 3 tower.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's 600 damage per right click right now for Nico Baby. They will avalanche toss, and they burst him down. The Decrepify Dagon as well as the avalanche toss, and now they'll go for more, but the TA has blinked out, and Bello is the only one left. Look at that Rax, look how close it is to going down. Bello really wants to snag it, but he won't be able to. 62 HP it was that it was left at. That Decrepify is saving the Millie Barracks. They will lose both the Terrorblade and the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a risk you take when you...
Or having internet issues. John, are you there? You just cut out. Oh, never mind. He'll be back soon. The mid lane going to be pushed in. They want to force up these buybacks from the Terrorblade and the Beastmaster. Avalanche, nice toss as well onto TA. Can they burst him down? It's a lot of damage. They forced him to BKB, but he's gone. In fact, he did not BKB. My apologies. That was Luck who jumped in with the BKB. But they do at the very least force the buyback, and they will get the tier 3 tower. And again, this game remains closer than it should have been based on that net worth lead from WG Unity. It opens up the shrines for the side of Team X to take. They won't get lucky with the Roshan timing. It is still going to be 45 seconds away. Nevertheless, they put themselves just closer to dragging this game back their way.
Invisibility.
Both teams going to hang around that mid lane or that Roshan. Harmonicon units are there to scout out the Rosh if it does spawn. It still has about 20 seconds to go. X, they found Kang off. He's so tanky. He gets double stop. Two though. He had jumped and stopped the backlines, and now Luck. BK's up. Can't really find anybody. It will take steps. And happy with that for the moment though. Kang does buy back, and again, they move their way back. Pushed up. Now, meta is off cooldown in about 4 seconds. So XBF will get that. Bakuli jumps in again. That's Stunner. Sun is there to get performed there. Soulbind but doesn't do too much of the raw. Will connect after that. Meanwhile, they are ripping apart. Okay. In fact, no, it's the PX in trouble, but he will get Shallow Grave up, and Tootie has lost his line. Insidious goes down, and Luck is gone. In fact, it's an ultra for Nico Baby, and the Roshan's up and ready to go as well. This is not great news for the side of Team X, and I don't know if they're going to have enough time to actually get into the Rosh pit and try to counter this. It doesn't look like they will. He's trying to scout it out, but it's all too late. Nico's got the Aegis, and they've got that cheese available now. And Fixes has found himself in a very awkward position. So it looks like the side of Team X are going to go for a fight. Insidious misses, but a nice one from Tootie. He found 3 of them. They take down Bello, but he buys back immediately, and nothing to say. He eats the cheese, and he wants to man fight this though. Luck just bursts him down anyway. Now Nico has Sunder, has Aegis, but doesn't have Metamorphosis, so there's no damage. Kang almost going to die back. He does back off just in time. Tootie Shallow Grave will not save the day for him. Meanwhile, Nico Baby trying to go after Luck still, who has been left quite alone. But he will be able to actually get Kang with Fix's Pugna. So Fix is making his own life away now. Bello has the Raw, and it does go through to Decrepify, and they will be able to get him surely, because the Shallow Grave does save him for the moment. He has been trapped. In fact, no, they can't stop the TP attempt. And Fixes will be able to get away just in time. Part of Team X.
VP have a lot less team-specific prep that the actual players do, right? They have the coaching and the analytical staff do a lot of the prep. The individual players, I think, focus a little bit more on staying loose. Secret, this is a series that I think is incredibly close. If you told me that it was going to be a 3-0, I would think that would be more likely Virtus Pro. And so I think if there's going to be a surprise in the draft, Secret might once again come out with something surprising in Game 1, just to try and get themselves into that series.
Do you have the actual head-to-head matchup right now between these guys in recent tournaments?
Yeah, it's been literally since the start of TI8. It's been 10-9, 10 maps to 9, and Kuala Lumpur was again 2-1 in favor of Secret in the winners bracket final, and then 3-2 VP in the grand final. And Secret were up 2-1 in that series.
Amazing how you just pulled that out of nowhere. I mean, your brain works.
I cannot remember where I put my keys in the morning, but I can remember that Lanham had 768 last hits on Tiny at TI2. There's something wrong with me.
What about the most useful stats?
Is the most useless stat?
Yeah.
Does it have to be Dota?
No.
Okay. The most useless stat is the people that say that that more shootings occur in places with the strongest gun laws, which is
we're getting really political here. We're gonna get back
I mean, you think about it, it's like, yeah, it's just really dumb. All right,
look at what you've done, man. First you can't sit in your chair. Now you're triggering the Haas. Let's talk about the game. Who do you think is going to take it? Yeah, I do, Lacoste. Nahas just said.
Nahas had a good point about if this game is 3-0, I would definitely favor VP. But I think Team Secret is going to experiment a little bit in the first game, try to see how things are going. And if they win that game, they're going to stick with it, maybe go with a bit of different draft. But if they lose, they're going to stick to what they've been winning with.
So you're basically saying VP right now can kind of feel like, okay, in the situation that we're in, we can mess around. We can try some different things and maybe throw them off guard?
No, I'm talking about Team Secret.
Oh, okay. That's why I was a little bit thrown off.
Some fancy stuff, for sure.
Yeah. So maybe we see some of the fancy stuff like we did actually see in the last series. Now, if we don't see that fancy stuff, what is the key win condition that we expect from Secret? What is it about this team that's made them strong? When we talked about EG a little bit earlier, it was the fact that if they went to the late game, we thought that they would have a really good shot against Secret. We saw Secret then tune up their lineup to go for mid portions of the game, and they managed to take it in 2-0 against VP. How do you think they're going to try to win Nahas?
I think part of the reason the Secret is a really good team is that it's hard to generalize. They are very adaptable, and I think that's one of their big strengths, that they're very flexible about thinking about each individual game and each individual draft. Now, I will say the obvious win condition is going to be to get Nisha farmed, because he's the newer player on the roster. Obviously, Zai returning to that roster as well, but with previous experience with all these guys. Nisha's the guy that a lot of the focus is on. We saw Ace come over, have a lot of early success at this time last season. I think Nisha's going to have a really big series.
I think Nisha does seem like one of the constants for them, consistently taking over games. Lacoste, is this one of the players that you want to be looking at as well?
I think we need to shift the off lane and position 4, in my opinion, because mid lane and safe lane were kind of stable. Both of these teams are stable in what they're doing. I just think the way they draft around position 4 and off lane, and who brings more of these team fighting abilities, and when these two teams clash, it's going to come to not seconds, but milliseconds. Who's better at reacting, processing the information that is given? And I think VP has an upper chance. If you look at the way they're fighting, their ability to go in and out of the fight without taking too many casualties, I think VP definitely is better at doing that.
I think everything that he just said was completely on point. If you look at how team fights are in this meta, it used to be in Dota that it was basically whoever got the initiation. And a lot of games still do come down to that, but these skirmish type fights are much more common. And VP was a team that for so many years had trouble backing. I mean, they had trouble getting out of fights that weren't favorable. And the way that this Virtus.pro team is consistently able to go in, strategically retreat, and then punish an enemy for pushing too far and then getting out of position, that's what's made them the world-class multi-major championship team that we've seen.
So VP right now, you give the favor to them. We start to hear about their strategy. We already talked about how Secret can be an adaptable team, so how do you want to see them adapt?
Just play better. Just draft better.
Look,
good work.
I think it comes down to that. You look at those last 2 games in the winners bracket final, and you can criticize some things here and there, but honestly, VP just played better. And you look at these 5, you look not only as a part of this team, but what they've done elsewhere. Even Nisha with his relatively short track record, these 5 Secret players are capable of that level of play. They just have to put it together.
All right, so we talk about the weird stuff that can come out. Jokingly, you say, yeah, just play better, just draft better. Do you not want to see any of the weird stuff then? Or do you say, okay, game 1, maybe game 2, we can handle it?
No, it's
I'm
a
curious,
best of 5. It's a best of 5, so you can afford to, let's say, lose a game 1 if you win it just because of it. Some cheesy pick, it's going to be worth it.
Because yesterday, when we did actually watch them go head-to-head, all the days kind of running together here, but ultimately you have a situation where you do see that 5 melee lineup come out and you go, hey, maybe we could actually see that for another game in the series. If it's open, maybe we do want to see them go back into it. At best of 5, maybe gives them that affordance.
One of the crazy things, too, is until that Slark pick by Secret, there hadn't really been much in the way of cheese in this tournament, right? Husker hasn't really caught on. Brood, gone from the meta. And a lot of these picks, when you talk about your Broods and Huskers, even your Meepos, both of these teams had taken advantage of those. Especially if you look at VP's Ramsey's Brood, had been such a huge part of their drafting threat at the majors. That's really what I'm most curious about here is, are we going to see the new cheese in this series?
Yeah, and I think that that's something that's very reasonable to try to be looking towards. And it's one of those things where we really don't know what we could see with these teams. These would be the teams to put it together. We've talked about what their road actually looked like to get here. Now we already know that these are 2 teams that we're going to be seeing at the TI. So how important do you think this is for some of the other squads to also mathematically, is Secret through by getting to the grand final?
They're in.
They're 100% in. So we know both of these teams are going to be at the TI.
This is me doing math in my hotel room at 2 a.m. last night. So, but
it could
if
be
my
incorrect.
if my math is right, they're in. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to trust you on this one, Nahaz. There's a reason I asked you and not Lacoste if they were in. Lacoste, if you're another team right now and you're watching this, do you get to just relax and watch Dota, or are you already thinking like these are the teams that we have to beat for the rest of the year?
Nah, they're just going to watch and try to learn. There's a reason why these 2 teams are in grand finals of a major again, and teams should try to write stuff down like you're doing. Maybe a bit better. This doesn't look good, just team names and...
right now, my
he draws a mean picture of Miracle, though.
Nisha, Wings, Secret versus VP. Those are the 4 main
Pretty
words
good.
that I have right now. And with that, you know a player to be looking at. You know what we just saw, and you know what we're about to see. But one of the things that you can't see is the fact that Secret already played on this stage. Is this going to be a factor at all? I know that we've had a long break now, right? You have the show match in between. So do they lose any advantage that they have for having hot hands, essentially, already being a team to play today on the stage?
Yeah, I think, again, my take on momentum, and do you want to be the team that has the winner bracket advantage, or do you want to have that momentum? I think it's completely contextual. It depends on the team and it depends on the day. And yeah, with that kind of extended break for the show match, I think the momentum argument becomes harder to make.
Yeah, it's gone.
I feel like it would be a fallacy, too, to give VP an advantage. I feel like if you are watching at home, you're saying, oh, VP, they had extra time to prepare. They didn't have to play. I go back to kind of what we said. I feel like this was the grand final everybody expected, everybody was getting ready for, and I think it's the grand final if you're either of these teams that, to a certain degree, you're most scared of.
I will tell you this, though. Lacoste, you mentioned that there are a lot of other teams sitting back and watching this, taking notes. If you are one of those other teams, you got to be very happy that the top 4, arguably top 6 of this tournament was very chalky, right? Because the more of these majors that feature the big name teams in that top 6, the more chance you have at the end of the season to finish top 4 at those last couple majors and sneak in.
Yeah, we're going to go back to that point where teams are watching Virtus Pro and Team Secret. So Tier 2 scene loves to copy what they're doing. There's not too much thinking out of the box, and they end up with the same picks, but they don't understand what they need to do, the timing on the items, the movement on the map. That's one of the reasons why there's a huge gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams. You just need to play what you're comfortable with and try to understand the game by yourself, not just trying to copy others.
It's true. At the same time, though, I think it's one of the reasons why I've really enjoyed being a part of some of these LANs is you get to see teams, like I always use the old MVP Phoenix as an example, that they came to these international LANs. My first LAN was one of their first international LANs, MLG in Columbus, and they just got absolutely crushed. But those guys had a great work ethic. They came to the events. They learned from other teams. They took their lumps, and eventually, you know, they're finishing top 4 at majors.
Yeah,
it does happen.
Yeah, it's just it is a big difference though in anything to be able to try to replicate a machine essentially that you've seen work and actually be dynamic and be able to take those decisions on the fly and execute flawlessly. But we have Secret and VP. They're almost going to be ready to take the stage here, and I just think that this is one of the best matchups that you could have. And we talk about the other teams that, you know, maybe you call them tier 2 teams, and whether they're sitting at the bar right now watching the matchup, already on the plane home, either way, I do think it's important to really hit it on the head that every team that didn't make it to the stage today is happy that these were the 3 teams that made it to the stage today, even down to EG. Like, they were one of those teams that already did get to grab the majority of those DPC points.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the fortunate and unfortunate thing about EG is that Artur's major drought is going to be a storyline until he wins one, and that is going to happen. I'm tired of that narrative. But even down to the end of TI, right? 2 years in a row now, we've had this huge question about will this VP roster stay together, and it was again answered in the affirmative. And then shortly thereafter, we found out about the additions to Secret, and we said, is this going to follow the same script? Will Nisha have the same early success as Ace, and will he be able to continue to improve? And so far, looking pretty good.
Nisha seems way more stable than what Ace in the previous season. And I'm
you think
happy.
So?
Yeah,
you think
definitely.
So?
And I'm glad we have a new meme. Just give me those memes, man.
That's
from
my boy.
From Sproutteasy to Clifteasy.
Do we have do we have a bit of a delay? Can I probe him a little on that?
Yeah, you can give him a few seconds.
That's a bad choice of words, isn't it? No, I wanted to, like, how would you scout Nisha versus Ace? Because this is something I was very, very high on Ace after they won at the Dream League Major last year. I thought he was going to be an impact player, and whether the fault's on the individual player or it was a team dynamic thing, they just kind of felt like they stagnated off that. What do you see in Nisha that makes you think that they're going to break that script?
It feels like Nisha has been outstanding player for way too long to not be picked up by a tier 1 team, considering that he played in alternate attacks, I think one more polished stack, and then they joined Kingwin, and you could always rely on him, so his performance has been stable for almost 2 years, maybe even more. And for Ace, he kind of came out of nowhere, even though he had some successful teams before, joined the Team Secret, fell off real quick.
We've talked about Nisha so many times at this tournament, too. He's been the MVP in so many of these games. I feel like he really is one of those key players that we're going to have to be keeping our eye on when the players do get ready to take the stage. Of course, we are still giving them a little bit of time here. It should be just a few short minutes, but Secret having already played that game, and then also we have to clean up everything after that show match. Yeah. So Secret and VP will be ready shortly. But closing thoughts before the match actually does start. We've already started to give our predictions. It seems like everybody here has said VP should be able to take it. Secret's road to taking it may revolve around some picks that we're not expecting.
I'm going to go Secret. I'm going to go VP 3-2, and I'm going to say that in addition to thinking that Secret's going to have at least one pretty unexpected draft, I think VP in at least one of these games is really going to attack Nisha's hero pool. I think he's played way too much Medusa, way too much PA throughout this tournament. I think you're going to see VP make him play something different.
Do you agree that Nisha has to be one of those people that you have in your mind saying, okay, we got to take away some of these threats from him?
I don't think he's one-dimensional. His hero pool is way stronger than what it seems to be. I mean, they're just using the heroes that are strong in meta right now, and I don't blame them for that. And if these heroes are going to get banned, he has a couple more saved.
Do you think if they do try to target something, like say, okay, we're going to go after Nisha, does that leave them open in the draft? Does it become actually maybe a detriment to them?
You just can't ban out heroes against Team Secret. Like, you just can't ban out one player because all other players have huge hero pools, and you're going to get punished for that, in my opinion.
Yeah, we've seen it create openings even today in certain scenarios, trying to go after a particular player. And when you have lineups like Secret and VP, Nahaz, it does seem like maybe it is going to be difficult to target any one player.
Again, I think Lacoste is totally on. Thank you for coming to work today, Lacoste. Another Kyle fan. Was that what I wanted?
Second one. Today.
So, look, I think, though, this is one of the differences between a best-of-5 and a best-of-3, that you see a lot more draft gambits, not just on the pick side, but you will see an individual player targeted a little bit more often because they're just sort of probing for weaknesses, especially at the beginning.
But we don't need to wait any longer. The players are just about ready to take the stage. You've heard it from our panel. Everything that Secret and VP did to even get to this point, they already played against each other, and the match could have gone either way. Now, Secret and VP are ready to start the grand final of the CQ Major. Who is going to take it in this rematch? Secret or VP? We find out right now.
For. Anyway, you'll not be picked here.
Well, they nerfed me. 70% win rate?
Please welcome on stage the finalists of Chongqing Major, Virtus Pro. Please welcome on stage the finalists of Chongqing Major, Team Secret.
Our finalists have taken the stage, and, you know, even before we made it here all the way to China for this major, these were the two teams to look at. They've already done it this year, and VP got the better of Secret, but you can see when Puppy's taking the stage, he is ice in his veins right now. This man is so cocky taking the stage, and that's exactly what they may need.
I honestly think that people watching these teams underrate so much how that's such a part of his long-term success that it's on me, guys. I'm going to take the attention. I'm going to take the criticism. I'm going to be the magnet. You four guys just go play good Dota.
Let's say if he was beta instead of alpha, like none of these teams would probably work, no matter the skill that he has.
No, and when you look at the sheer number of young players that have blossomed into superstars on him, I mean, let's talk about Wii a couple years ago, right? Let's talk about Ace last season. I know you have your criticism, but he looked great. Let's talk about Nisha this season. I mean, this is like, Puppy is the closest thing that we have in Dota to like a franchise builder.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a thing to kind of group around, to rally around, is somebody who will take those hits for you, right? And then also, when you are in the middle of a situation, which looks like it is not going your way, to have that banner, to have that guy who just isn't phased by it. And you can also see beyond just his team how it affects other squads.
Absolutely.
Man, I remember playing against Puppy first time. It was in Dota 1, probably like 13, 14 years ago. He was playing for XSK team, and he's the same person. Like, he did not change, and that's what I love about him.
Yeah.
You know, I've always been curious. When you were playing back then, who did you consider your best hero?
Oh, wow, that's a tough one. We're talking about Dota 1, probably Wind Ranger.
No.
Luna.
The early days of Dota 2, when I would have been watching you.
Oh yeah, Wind Ranger, Broodmother, Tide.
Your Tide was. I thought your Tide was
off lane.
I thought your Tide was like the best in the world at that time. Anyway.
You're just over exaggerating.
No. I thought his anyway.
Dude,
little fanboy.
Every time that Lacoste lands a joke, that somebody compliments him, he the amount of times that he's winked at me throughout this entire
do it, though.
Oh man.
Lacoste, that's what I do. That's who I am. I can't change it.
Yeah, you definitely can't.
The thing is,
but you know what these guys can't change? The fact that they just win time and time again. VP, you would think after already knowing that you're going to the major, maybe you let up. Oh. On top of that, they get here with their coach playing against Secret last time.
That face.
And this is the man who was sick a few days ago and is able to just shred. Now he looks absolutely fine. You would have no idea. But this team beat Secret with their coach last time. And it's so easy to forget about it because it didn't look like they were even slightly knocked down a peg.
I think it might have been the LGD series with that coach, but it doesn't matter. I haven't on no one's authority. I asked him this morning, and he said that all 5 players were feeling fine.
No. The coach, they needed to do that to get here.
Yeah, to get
here.
Sure.
But it was in the last series that they had a player who wasn't feeling well, right?
You said Puppy has ice in his veins. I can see Virtus.pro having fire in their veins because everyone else besides Pasha is wearing a t-shirt, and it's really cold in here. So
well, Kyle said it as a joke, right? That the VP players, I think Secret's more prepared because the VP players are at the bar. But I think that's part of what VP do at majors. They don't put all this pressure on themselves. That's part of the swagger that they play with.
Yeah, if you see how VP reacts behind the scenes, you would be amazed. Like, they're just group of friends that are having so much fun. They're relaxed together, and I feel like they're one of the top teams that still have so much fun playing together. It's like you're getting around Saturday to play Battle Cup with your friends that you didn't see for quite some time. You can't play too much, someone's working, and you're excited about it, and that's how VP feels.
Yeah, and that's very important when we talk about how Puppy influences his team and how it is something to rally around. VP is very different in the way that their team chemistry works, but it does work. We talk about in group stages. We had that interview with them, and they were like, yeah, it's groups. Like, we're not really fazed by it. They did what they need to do in groups, but they have a couple of games that maybe don't go the way that they fully expect, and you just hear, yeah, it's groups, it's fine. We're just getting ready here. We'll see you in the grand final. And they do have that attitude throughout the tournament. They're not fazed by a game loss. They're not fazed by seeing a draft that they didn't prepare against, heroes that they didn't pair against. They just figure out how they're going to win, and that's what they do time and time again.
It's part of why we love Dota, right? It's not, we talk about it in the context of drafts and hero picks, that there are so many things that are viable and can work, but it's not just about that. It's team dynamics too. You contrast VP with something like a Liquid, that Liquid is, they're memers, they have some fun, but when they get into that booth, it's business, right? I mean, they are a very, very serious, very focused team, whereas VP is a lot looser. And I think Dota is an incredibly stressful game, both individually and as a team, and you have to have that team identity to be able to sustain success over time.
There needs to be some form of chemistry on your team, and with a lot of teams, it's not jumping off the page. With these two squads, it is something that is a strong selling point.
You really see it in the booth, which is that's part of why these LAN events are so fun to watch.
And sometimes, when you talk about intangibles and things like that in any esport, in any sport, it is such a hard thing to talk about, and it seems like it isn't something important, but I don't think it's a mistake that we see VP and Secret here again when it is that obvious, when it is that in your face. But now they're going to be getting ready for the draft in this best of 5. The first game will be underway very shortly. Is history going to repeat itself? Are we going to see a new champion at the second major of the year? And in this draft as well, I want to ask, you say the potential for Cheese. This is going to be something that they're working towards here, of course. But both of these teams at this point, they're just saying, hey, how many can we rack up? How many points can we get? How much can we impact other squads? They already have solidified their TI this year. But do we expect the Cheese, Lacoste, early on? Does it start at the very beginning of the series? Or do you expect these original drafts, these first drafts coming out here to be a little bit more standard with what we see?
Not necessarily a Cheese, what we like to call like a Meepo, Arcward, and Broodmother picks, but maybe a different approach, try to sneak in a hero that's not been picked so far or did not have a great success. That's where Poppy shines at.
Yeah, and Arcwarden looked better than I expected. I think it's not out of that Secret used to run that for Nisha. It's not something that's been in the meta in this tournament, but we saw it creep back in with, I believe it was Arteezy that played it.
It was.
I would not be completely shocked to see Nisha on that hero.
And that was one of the things that Lacoste mentioned as well, that you can't really target any specific player, especially somebody like Nisha in the draft, and try to attack his hero pool because they do have so much depth. One of the other things we're seeing is very consistent stats when we do look at head-to-heads. Yeah.
Because I think that's one of the things, if you were to criticize Secret, I think that's one of the things that you could point to since TI8 with the addition of Nisha to the lineup. Mid one has been, he's felt a little bit less like a playmaker to me. He's felt a little bit, you know, he used to be the guy that you would have on Ember Spirit, on Invoker, on these snowball momentum type heroes. You go all the way back to his days with Fnatic before he joined Secret. He's felt a little bit less that to me. I don't know, am I alone in that, Lacoste?
Well, the stats don't lie. We can see that from numbers, so I guess they just needed to adapt the way Nisha is playing because he's kind of their superstar, young superstar. Right. Maybe it's easier for others to adapt the way he's playing and then implement just tell him what he needs to do when it comes to a team fight.
But that was part of why I was so enthused by that Game 1 draft the other night, where mid one on that Slark just took it to a Medusa in lane and went and made plays all around the map. That's the kind of Dota we're more used to seeing from him.
I do want to bring it back to one of the numbers we saw at the very beginning, which was that average length of game time. We did see now VP's time going up a little bit beyond the average. It's slowly throughout the tournament we were seeing longer and longer games.
They're not risking that much as in group stages. They don't want to finish the game this early, and I mean, as tournament progresses, of course, you're going to be more caution about what you're doing and the way you're playing.
And I think that's one of the advantages that you have as a veteran roster that's been together over a period of years now. Roger obviously joined midway through last season, but that 4-player core of VP. This is a team that when you get to these events where the meta is very fast, you can change pace a little bit. You can change gears and force the enemy team to play a lineup that they've been playing in these very tempo-oriented games, go a little bit later with it.
And now getting into that draft, it's something that we need to keep in our mind. Both these teams at full strength here today. Last day of the CQ Major. 2 teams that we know we're going to see at the TI. And now, obviously,
there we go.
Yeah,
going to see a Magnus right away. I can see him right there.
None of your unicorn stuff, Lacoste. Yeah, I guess the big question, once Mag is off the table, the big Wisp as well. Okay, that was the second big question, and now you start thinking about that Tusk, Earth Spirit, Lich level of hero. I still think Earth Spirit, Tiny is the big flex pick. You deny that to Secret mostly because it gives them a very flexible open. But I think Earth Spirit certainly has to be on the table to ban if your team's Secret.
The flex picks has been so popular for drafting him in the first stage or just being banned out because you don't know where they're going. You're not revealing anything, and you always like have one step ahead of your opponent because you can adjust to whatever lane you want to put him on.
Yeah, I still want to see Weaver for Secret at some point on this series, a hero that they've run on 4 different players in their last 6 games with it since TI.
ET. Definitely something that we expected to potentially get hit in these bans.
And that's a respect ban for Yapzor.
Yeah.
I think that third ban might have been different. You probably banned it against Chinese teams, but that third ban might have been different against a team like EG. Certainly with Yapzor on the other side.
Yeah, if it was EG, maybe we would have seen what Team Secret tried to employ earlier today, which was really attacking that OD.
It's so easy to be a coach these days. You just print out Dota buff pages. Just kidding. Just kidding. This is the man that we did not give enough credit. I don't think we ever talk about Team Secret's coach.
I agree. I think we've talked a little bit about it. By the way, VP the ones with first pick here. As I flagged, Secret had shown a strong preference set, and they're going to lock down that Roger Earth Spirit. It does open up a lot on the side of Team Secret. They're going to have the Tusk on the board, but again, the one big thing that stands out to me about Secret's hero pool in this tournament, they're not a Tusk team.
Okay. Yeah, so we are going to see that Tusk is still going to be open, but like you said.
And it's a big deal. Like it effectively when you get to this stage in the tournament, it's like having an extra ban.
Especially when you do know these teams so well, right? They've gone head-to-head so many times. They're not going to let something like that slip by.
VP, Secret dipping into reserve time here with their open.
Grimstroke still in the pool. They opened up with Grimstroke and Rubik a couple of times. Also, OD's out of the pool, so they might consider getting a Medusa.
Medusa first phase is something I think you have to think about. Likely 5 position Undying, although you will see teams occasionally dip back into a 3 or 4 position. This hero's stats in the patch, however, not good.
I mean, so
one of the 4 lowest ELO adjusted win rates in 20 or more games.
And how many times have we seen an Undying in an open as well? So why do we think Secret's going for this route? They dip into reserve a little bit, and then Undying going to be their first pick.
Lanes.
Yeah, this is the hero that secures lanes. Earth Spirit, Strength hero. Undying just loves to play against those.
And with all the teams threatening tri lanes, okay, rotating in and out of tri lanes in this tournament, Undying is one of those heroes that against a tri lane, he doesn't care how, he can tri lane against 3 beefy heroes and be perfectly happy.
And as you said, we are going to see that Rasta here. You were saying you wanted to see more Rasta, but tri lanes so prevalent in this tournament. I believe you said about 25%.
Brutal open by VP. This hero, I feel like we talk a lot about the very valued supports in this patch, but if you take those off the table, this is my most valued core in this patch. The Beastmaster, he's so great in the tempo of games that we're seeing, able to bring pressure across a wide area of the map. His itemization is very natural into those Vlad's, Crimson's utility items. He can go blink if needed.
Oh, Visage Band, that's interesting. They don't want to be run at the 20-minute mark. Possibility to even close the game with this kind of a lineup. Undying drops the Tombstone, Rasta wards, Birds. It's a good ban coming out from VP.
Also respecting the god level tri lane that would be Undying, Visage, and any other hero.
Grimstroke's still in the pool if they want to get rid of that Beastmaster double roar. So good.
Yeah, the one thing, so Grimstroke is still in the pool, as is Doom. Presumably on the side of Secret. It's not unthinkable you might see a Beastmaster support, although the Earth Spirit on board makes that a lot less likely.
I don't think that's going to happen, considering it's...
the hero that
Yeah, it's Earth Spirit, that's Roger's hero. Beastmaster, one of Pasha's better heroes, and I feel like Beastmaster position 4/5 is nowhere near effective as position 3.
And the numbers would bear you out on that. Medusa's still in the pool, though.
Yeah, we have a couple of picks that kind of open, considering OD is banned out in the first phase. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Dragon Knight, a Timbersaw.
I get a little worried about those because I want to see, if I'm going to see a Dragon Knight, I want to see it 4th or 5th, because again, you talk about the counters, the Monkey King, as we saw last night, the Timbersaw as well. Okay, so Jugs off the table for Ramses. So you got to respect the PA pick potential out of VP. I think you can go ahead and take a 2nd phase Medusa as Secret if you want. Might be a little bit early.
There's that Timber.
Okay.
Why did you want to see the Timber Lacoste? It was one of the heroes.
I feel like the hero does not have that many counters in this patch, especially when they ban out OD as a first pick, and we see more and more tri-lanes, so he's like one of the lane dominators, does not have many bad matchups, and can be also put in the middle, what EG did yesterday. You get a lot of XP, and you can snowball easily.
Absolutely. No, the Lacoste's point about tri-lanes is a really good one with Timber, that in the age of dual lanes, a lot of times you constantly had to worry about how are we going to get our Timber to level 3, because that's when that reactive armor sustain really starts to kick in. When you have this tri-lane meta, it can be a little bit easier to isolate 1v1 matchups, and Timber just crushes most of those.
Now dipping into reserve time is going to be VP. These Jug and Tide bans are not something that we talked about so much, Nahaz. Why do we see these get banned in this portion of the game?
I mean, I think that's been the kind of MO throughout the tournament, is you're taking away these, you're taking away cores in the second phase. The other thing is you don't have anything right now against BKB as secret. I guess Tombstone might count, but you don't want to have to worry about a hero like Jug that has, the Oracle pick opens up a lot of things here for VP. The Oracle pick makes you worry about a Husker. It makes PA potentially that much more scary. It makes Darkseer flat out unpickable if you were thinking about running Timbersaw in the mid roll.
Yeah, we didn't see much of an Oracle. I'm not sure if he was banned out mostly, and
his numbers are good this patch.
Yeah, the hero looks so good. The reason why he's so good, because Root stops Steepy now.
Yes, yes.
That's why. Like, the hero hasn't been changed. He received just a tiny buff on his Q on damage.
Yeah, and it doesn't. I don't think it applies with Oracle Q because it screws up the targeting.
For a second, I thought it was Zeus.
Oh wow! Oh, this is a hero I have wanted to see this hero. I didn't mention it, and I thought VP might have been thinking about it because PL is one of the classic counters to the Undying, right? But everybody stayed away from it. Even with we've seen a couple first phase Undying games this tournament where PL was neither picked or banned throughout the rest of the draft. But VP is going to, Secret rather, is going to take it here, and they're going to do the classic, we'll pick the hero that counters our own.
Yeah, so how many times have we actually seen the PL so far in this tournament?
I want to say twice.
Yeah, I think it was twice. So many analysts saying, PL seems good here, but we don't see it. Now, in the grand final, we will see the PL.
They will need some AoE because they basically have none with these three heroes, and they don't have too much control for a Phantom Lancer. This Timbersaw is going to create so much space because none of these three heroes are good against a Timber.
It's kind of crazy, right? Because the hero that PL counters, Undying, and a hero that counters PL are both already on that side. But this is the response, right? When you're talking about, you're worried about melee lanes, you're worried about the other team having a lot of melee cores, this is where you go to that Monkey King.
Yeah, this is probably the matchup that they will want to have Monkey King against the Timbersaw. It's hard matchup for Timber. Even though with the rotations coming, I've seen these kinds of matchups where you have a hero who is sitting at, let's say, 35 to 75, 40 to 60, and it just goes to a hero who has a worse percentage.
So with the Monkey King on board, surely it becomes more likely that Zai is going to be on the Timber.
Could be, yeah.
Right? I'm trying to piece this out because Secret, I think, despite the Monkey King laning matchup, which is a problem that we can get into once we see the bans here, I think Secret lack teamfight initiation, right? You really want some kind of initiator if you're Secret.
Yeah, I mean, Timbersaw is one of those heroes who can go in and just try to do something, get the focus on him, and then team reacts, but it's not reliable. I'm surprised that Centaur managed to survive throughout this whole pick and ban phase. Considering they already have a Timber and a Beastmaster, I assume Centaur is not gonna get banned nor picked.
I like this draft because I think it's both lineups have obvious strengths and obvious weaknesses, right? You talk about Secret until Blink on Rasta, which will come along a little bit earlier now that we all but know it's going to be Yapsor on the 4 position Rasta. They lack teamfight initiation, but you have a VP, other than the Monkey King in the laning phase, I suppose with Monkey King's teamfight, it does offer a bit. He's going to build a Battle Fury, but they don't have the best illusion clear still.
They could grab a Dragonite, even though it's not a best matchup against against.
Who do you want? Who do you want?
For VP?
Oh, I think that's really tough.
What makes you not like that pick here in a Haas?
You're playing
I think it's yeah. You have to worry about the laning matchups, and I think as the game goes on, I mean DK's a hero that just he kind of gets swarmed by PL. It's not you know. Now that I think about it, it's not as bad as I first reacted. My apologies. I think it's reasonable, especially with the taking the Kunkka off the table. Okay. That's wow. That's VP again. Swagger, confidence. Okay, you need a hero to deal with AoE. You provide AoE against the PL. We're going to give you the mid 1 Shadow Fiend. And this, by the way, when I say I want to see mid 1 on more playmakers, yeah, right here, right here.
I'm not a big fan of a Shadow Fiend in general because he's vulnerable to rotations. Shadow Shaman and Undying not the best at doing so, especially because it's going to be Shadow Shaman position 4, and the hero is slow, so you're not playing Shadow Fiend into Earth Spirit, which is he's like worst enemy, and they have enough stuns and slows controls to actually enable Shadow Fiend to deal damage with raises. So I like it here.
Is gone. I still. What do you want? Do you want a 3 or do you want a 2 Timbersaw? Lacoste.
3. I
if
think
you want a
they
3,
need
okay.
I think they need a matchup against.
All right. So you want a ranged hero mid?
Yeah.
Can you just go Dusa? No, Lina. Okay, right. This is not a hero we've seen a lot, but oh wow. Oh, mid 1 Lina. I think mid 1 Lina crushes this matchup.
I'm not sure.
Well, I've seen him Lina versus
rotations
SF.
coming out from Earth Spirit, which is way better than what position 4 Team Secret has, and sick drafts from both of these teams, and I would give VP an upper hand in this one for sure.
Okay, you're giving VP an upper hand, but I want to ask right now, how does VP win with this lineup? Where do you think they're going to be able to take over the game?
Well, they have a good Roche potential. Their lanes are going to be strong.
I mean, I think if they I think if they address the PL, they win the game. Okay, because I don't think Secret has enough team fight to win this game if PL just doesn't get massive. But I think just watch that mid matchup. If mid 1 goes off on this Lina, this game's very winnable for Secret.
All right, our analysts are saying the mid matchup is going to be the key to success here, but let's kick off the grand final.
Hell yes, Richard. We are definitely looking to kick off the grand final right now. And what a final it is. It's a final that you'll probably be very familiar with. Virtus Pro versus Team Secret. In KL, they face up against each other in the winner's bracket and the grand final. In that tournament, though, it went the opposite direction. It was actually, Secret who was, it was VP who was knocked down. And then it still went to 5 in the grand final.
It was also a 2-1 as well.
It was.
The loser, in that tournament, VP, they 2-0'd EG. This time it's Secret, and they go up again in a final. I hope it's going to be epic. I'm wishing for just 5 games. Undeniably, these are the 2 best teams in Dota right now.
Yeah.
And, like, nothing to lose. This is probably... This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what I'd say 80% of the community expected. We finally get a shot. 5 games, VP, Secret.
You said on the panel before, you want to just have great Dota. You don't even care who wins in the end. Like Virtus Pro and Team Secret, these guys just play an incredible level of Dota. And looking at the draft, I kind of got what I wanted. We're both standing here during the drafting phase going, man, this is a really great counter to this, and this is a really great counter to that. Both drafts feel like they've got so many strengths as well as weaknesses against the opposition. And one of the biggest ones I want to flash up is the SF. It's no one.
Finally, dude.
Yeah, he comes up. It's finally SF gets picked up as one counter, but then he gets the other counter back.
Yeah, so EG won against eHome and Vici with their Timber, but those teams picked Beastmaster and Kunkka into the Timbersaw. Those aren't real counter picks. I've been hoping for an SF for forever. This hero outscales a Timber. Like, it's a mixed damage core, great synergy with the Beastmaster and the Monkey King. We were thinking about maybe like an Ember last pick, but when you have a Monkey King, you need something that's hitting buildings, and that's what this last pick SF does. Secret, you know, like Nahas said, Lena's going to need to go off. I feel this hero needs to snowball, and the matchup Lena versus SF is not as Lena favorite as it was way back in the past.
Is the Lena still able to do a lot of damage when you've got the Oracle in your field? Like, how do you get it all off? And you're pointing to your screen right now to see no one.
Yeah, raise first. Raise first.
Raise first, what you going for?
So this is the new way to play, and part of the reason that this matchup is so hard to read, because you're going to just CS with Souls, rush bottle. We saw Sumail do this back in the past, and I haven't really seen it in a long time. This is the traditional way to beat unfavorable matchups, but it's very like high skill. You don't see amateur players even give this a shot.
Well, we'll see if no one can pull it off. We'll keep very, very close tabs on him. The laning phase at least has Nisha and Yapsor on that top lane. So as you said, Razors to begin with, trying to make sure that mid one doesn't feel comfortable, and then keep your eyes on bottom lane where Puppey, he'll be doing the job to try and zone out Ramses. And Ramses on his Monkey King. This is another signature player, and Ramses, what a great player throughout this entire tournament. He has just been on fire.
Yeah. He is the best player in the world right now. And I don't think you can make an argument for anyone that's not on his Dota team. Secret, they come out, they 3-0 this. Perhaps we change that up, but Ramses has been on fire. The guy doesn't make mistakes. He's incredibly involved in the development of the team's strategies, and he's nasty.
Yep. it's nasty. This is the greatest descriptive word you can find for Ramses. You're like, man, this guy's great. This guy's cool at Dota, and he's nasty.
There's a lot of words you could use to describe him, but
Puppey has taken so much strength off this. That's an Oracle with 362 HP, but there's no aggression that will come out of Zai. But it has stopped Roger as well as Solar trying to get aggressive against Puppey himself. They know they just don't do enough damage to get the kill. This is when the Undying pickup works so well.
Yeah, and the cool thing about the way Secret can play this game is, like we saw at TI, PL will become a problem.
Oh, wow.
In the mid game, you can deal with them, but late game, none of these heroes of Virtus Pro really challenge him. Especially when you have that like third, fourth item.
Lane, these Timber Chains, they're doing so much work. It's a 400 HP Monkey King. At least the tango's a little bit more efficient for them, but looking for another chase. Going down towards the bottom while the mid is having its own fun. We have it on our picture-in-picture. Thanks, production, for ensuring we get to watch all of it. But Roger's hit level 2 finally, and really, Lena, she just got a regeneration rune for mid one at top lane. Oh, there it is, the first blood against Pasha. We're looking at the bottom lane because that's where the other initiation's coming in. Ramsey's dodging one of the attacks with a mischief. Puppey getting a lot more strength back. And there's not much more that Roger can do to help out. They just can't get through the Timbersaw, and Puppey's so tanky.
This is the Undying factor. Even though it's a 2-on-3 in the bottom lane, Secrets still come out ahead. This is Undying in a nutshell, especially when you have a super tanky, sustain-heavy core like Timbersaw to play off of. And look at Puppey just chasing Earthspear through the jungle. But this is great because he wants to go heal anyway, so why not just keep tabs on what Roger's doing and ensure his mid laner stays safe. Also, no one forced all the way back to base.
Yeah, he walked it too. That's a long time out of the lane. Lena will move ahead in the CS. This is her going off.
Yeah, and this is what one of the downsides of the bottle rush is that a well-played Lena, as mid one is doing quite good right now, out CS's you just because you have the nulls. Whereas you look at no one, he's just got a circlet to help with his last hitting. And mid one, when you get a lead like this, the SF will probably be able to keep pace, but you are going to win that initial trade. It'll probably equalize once we hit like that 4-minute rune mark, especially if Roger can make something happen here.
He's been waiting for a very long time. Thanks to that Dire Observer one, they have a little bit extra information on the high ground. So even if mid one feels like he may be a little hidden, it's not the case. Roger should be able to hit the rolling boulder. But if he doesn't, then there's no follow-up from no one. Even with the level 2 raises he has available, they still need more damage. And I fear for top lane Pasha, he already got hit out. It's the slow from the lands and the damage that just mounts the body block. He'll be, oh no, he's not okay. He's in a lot of trouble. Nisha just has so much hitting damage. And he'll get the kill onto Pasha.
That was well... It was a good idea from Pasha. He had 3 stick and didn't expect that last rush attack from Nisha to finish him off because he spawned the boar and he would have been able to salve in between hits and possibly turn that kill around as Nisha does not have a point in Doppel. Alas, I think he high rolled on that last hit.
VP's finally realized they need to try and change things up. Solar up on the top lane. He's going to help out Pasha and try and keep Shaman away from him. So any initiation isn't a guaranteed kill, which has happened so far. But then again, ES is also rotating. You can keep your eyes on that mid lane, but top's going to be where it's at. The Beastmaster Hawk, no one's going to be there on the right. And they could just roll in towards the Absol. Probably going to be the easier target. And in fact, that's exactly what happens. Solo sets it up. There's your kick. Nisha, he actually wanted to get aggressive, and he's done so against Solo. Supports arrive from Puppey. One decay will be enough. He's just out of range to reach Oracle. But that's why you've got the lance from Nisha. They focus that in towards Pasha. But coming underneath a wave and a half, Nisha, he feels the confidence. He's going to keep going for it while mid lane, no one has to back up to his tier 1 tower. Lina connecting on these stuns.
He has equalized, though. This is still about the same CS advantage the mid one had once no one returned after being forced to heal. He just caught a few too many Qs, but this is kind of the way it'll go if the SF just catches too many nukes.
He's and now,
dead. Oh, no, he's
Wait,
not.
no, he's had it with a shock. Thought he was in range for a shackle coming in from the fog of war. Well, I scared myself.
Yeah. A big part of this game is going to be VP's ability to create tempo. Secret, you have an Undying, you have a Rasta. Like, they can find kills and pressure all lanes simultaneously. Bottom, Zai might go for this.
He was waiting for the stun, trying to get a little bit of extra life. Ramses, one more hit will do it. He's, yeah, he's got the distance. Yeah. Zai going deep underneath the tower. While in mid lane, 3 heroes once again. It's the solo setup. It's just Fortune's End into the rolling boulder, and no one. The Light Strike Ray will actually buy some time for Laguna Blade from mid one. He's starting to heal up thanks to all the nukes from solo. And this will allow Lina to survive and then turn around to look for the kill over on the Earth Spirit. Unable to get it off, but Puppey drops the Tombstone, looks for the Undying minions. They're not in range, and thanks to the Dire Observer Ward from Virtus Pro, they know how to play around the Undying.
You're going to see this game is going to be secret heavy for the early mid-game portion. VP, you're going to hit a timing when you have some Beastmaster items up. You can start shredding through buildings, perhaps get a Roche. But Secret, I think you've got the mega late game controlled as well, just because of the PL factor. And right now, definitely looking good for the side coming out of the loser bracket, just because of how much better their offlaner is doing in that sacrificial safe lane. Pasha's been relegated to the jungle, which this is how I think you deal with Virtus Pro as well. Shut down Pasha, don't let him be this space maker. I would much rather play VP and allow Ramses and my carry to free farm than to put Pasha and my offlaner in a 1v1, having that 4 or 5 level advantage once you hit 10 minutes.
Especially when they're the late game heroes, like we've seen with the Terrorblade pickups. It's not like a Juggernaut getting a little bit of farm. Ramses, thanks to the heal, will be able to stay alive while up on top. They are really wrapping around as Yapsor wants to go in deeper, but Yapsor's the one they initiate in on. Once again, a quick little pop-off from Oracle, a charge down from Nisha, looking for a rebuttal support for support. The PL illusion blocks him from moving through the tree lines. Stick charge will keep Solo alive for a little bit longer, but you know Nisha wants this. A couple of illusions allowed to happen, but Oracle turns around once more, looking for a trap, but it won't happen. Especially with the fact that mid one has arrived in the lane. They charge forward towards Roger. Atlance may slow him down enough to hit the light strike, and that's why Roger quickly rolling boulders away.
Secret doing a good job as well. This is what the top teams do. We saw a couple missed rotations from mid players in previous games in the tournament, but when mid one moves, Puppey is already mid catching the experience. He got a full wave before no one came back, and now he's going to get a bunch of creeps under tower. This is how you want to rotate around the map. If your mid moves, someone has to get that free XP and gold coming back into his tower.
With the creep skipping, they may get more than this. Get the experience in mid, but it's free damage onto the tier 1. Radiant is scanning, wondering if there's any kind of rotation coming through the northern side of the river. I can tell you right now, it ain't happening. Monkey King's having his own little battle against the Timbersaw on bottom lane. Always trying to line up for the good slapdowns to get the lifesteal back from everything that Zai takes out of him.
You're happy with this of your Secret, though. Not many offlaners, especially melee offlaners, can stand up against the Timber. This is why they have the confidence to pick a third.
Especially when Timber's looking for the kills. Doesn't have the mana for another train. Actually, now he does. Soul Ring arrived on the Courier, so he can stay underneath the tower, looking for another chakra onto Ramses. He'll switch into a tree, but that's what Zai wants to play around. Ramses, a slap down, buying time. TP's coming in from SF. No one. Can he do some work? If there's another stun available, that's what Oracle is trying to arrive to achieve. But Zai, 1 raise, 2 raise, but Timber chain down. He is away while Laguna Blade fails to kill, but the attack will from mid one around Roshan. Gets the kill on the ES. So they're still going on bottom lane. Zai is not out of the woods just yet. There's still triple raids available. 1, 2, slap down. No one gets the kill onto Zai, but it takes so much to do it.
And look top, you already have a tower push coming out from Secret. This is the strength of having your off-lane Timbersaw as your guardian in the, I call it the off-lane, it's the safe lane, but you get what I'm meaning.
Yeah.
You can't pressure Timber nearly as easily as Secret can apply pressure to this Beastmaster, who is still just rotating through the jungle. Pasha, not much of a game. Your bot tower as Secret is still full health, and you're in winning 2 lanes because the Undying was sitting mid just freely. You kill top tower, and yeah, you lose a Timber, but that's a worthy death.
Is this SF? Oh, okay. He'll be fine on bottom lane, especially with TP support arriving. In fact, with Ramses being as low as he is, he should be careful. And we'll get a little bit of healing from Solo. But is this actually more punishing? We've seen a lot of times the Dire side would just let their Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers go on the safe lane of VP. But doesn't this cramp up the style of SF's recovery? Yeah, very hard to hold your stacks in place.
Boy, oh, hang on.
Boy, yeah, we may come back to that point. Zai, where's the stun? There's your first control. Just hold the Timber in position, allowing the razors to do work. Solo's the one with the nuke that finds the kill. They want to get rid of this Tombstone. One more hit will do it, but nope, Puppey will take care of it himself. And they still want to go down. Fortification keeps the creep wave alive. Just holding Puppey in. 2 razors will connect again. He's got a short-range raise. That should be enough to almost kill off Puppey. With the decay, he'll get more life up. But it's still not enough. Virtus Pro diving underneath towers.
I'm glad no one's doing, he's demonstrating what I would comment on, which is SF no longer just farm stacks, but you got to get involved, and no one's doing just that. You can see how he just dumpsters a Timbersaw throughout the game, but you're concerned if you're VP. Look where Nisha is 2,000 net worth ahead of the game, and he has total dominance in this top Dire jungle. Pasha's got Roar, but I don't know. Can you really find the real one consistently? You're going to have a Defusal soon as well. Is that coming out on the Courier?
It's already on the Courier. My God. This is an 11-minute Defusal blade for the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, and this hero crushes PL. Crushes Beastmaster. But the support duo of VP have a very big problem with Phantom Lancer as well. You purge both their disables. Man, Nisha's about to go hard. I think you just shove down bottom. He links up with the Timbersaw, your big tanky frontliner. He can tank any tower hit, no problem.
Just tank a Tier 1, Tier 2, right?
And you have an Undying as well. Rasta, also level 7. Yapzor pops the Tome. Obviously, he has Arcanes.
Here's your initiation forward, looking for the kill. Already starting off, SF lets the Requiem of Souls blast out. Pasha arrives, he has the Roar available, but instantly wants to push back. They do not want to roar this Timbersaw. They have no follow-up to it. The Earth Spirit's moving over. He doesn't have a TP scroll, so it's a long run. The Mass Serpent wants defense. The Roar goes out the Phantom Lancer. He's so low in life, but they can't kill him off yet. In fact, Pasha's too deep in the shackles on SF. Great chain control from Team Secret. Support is there from Oracle, but no level 6. He can't keep his core alive. SF will fall. And Team Secret get exactly what they wanted. A Tier 1 tower, couple of kills, and then the right to push into the Tier 2.
I don't know how he missed the close nuke on no one. He only had the 2 nukes land. Not sure how he whiffed. He could have just misjudged the range by just a few moments. I didn't see the replay. But this is a Tier 2 now. I was surprised they dropped wards Tier 1 mid lane.
Mid 1. This will be a big pickup if Virtus Pro can get something back. And of course, with the help of the Monkey King, yes, works with them to get it, but you lose a Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower. Mid 1 still worth a hell of a lot of money and good experience, and that's the one player who wasn't involved really in the bottom fight, even though the ES was trying to be. Ramses.
Yep.
He's still that ticking time bomb. Once he's actually going Battle Fury build as well.
Yeah, this is one of the ways you deal with the Phantom Lancer. Your illusions will get the cleave effect as well, and you handle Phantom Lancer the entire game. If your ultimate is up and you're standing inside of it, you just can't heavily commit with your illusions because they're all going to get cleaved away.
But do they have the time? Do they even have the space? Like, it feels like both Monkey and SF don't have the space on the map to farm.
This is the thing. I think Ramses recognizes, look, if I itemize in this more fight, like, you're not winning fights right now. You can't jump into an Undying, a Rasta, PL with the Defusal 11. Like, you're going to have to try and outscale. Inferior teams are going to maybe double down on their mid game, and then they're one fight away from a loss. Yep. You're ready to take some small losses now as VP in the hopes that eventually you can turn things around, and I think that decision is a good one. Even if they were to lose this game, you got to try and find that win no matter what the percentage chance of success could be.
It's the mental thing. Get a little bit of run. Timbersaw, Zion, he's a long way away. Pasha has Roar up. Zion will just chain out. Of course, I know he's tanky, but as we proved with Ice, oh, that was the Demon Edge. It was the Demon Edge for Monkey King. That would have been a huge increase in damage for Ramses, and it's gone for 3 minutes.
That makes me feel silly about what I just said, Toby.
Hey, it was fantastic. The problem is the courier was going directly over their own jungle, and they're looking for kills. Puppey comes out. He's actually going to just Wukong command Ramses. No other choice. He can't jump away at the tree lines. They have to get rid of this Tombstone. Soul Rip will make it a little bit more difficult. Tombstone is gone. Zai, he'll stand underneath the Wukongs. He doesn't care. He'll chain through. Lost a lot of trees. The slapdown's good, but the Mass Serpent Wards. The trap is up. No one's getting away from this one. In fact, four heroes all inside the trap. Beastmaster thinks the false promise. He'll be able to survive and get his roar off. But Nisha, he's still the bigger hero. He wants to try and stay up, and he's able to do so. So much regeneration. And maybe mid one with the shackles up. Ramses will fall down. Mid one sticks around for it, and SF will fall as well. Team Secret, it looked like the most disastrous wards from Yapsor, but it was the greatest wards of all time.
Hey, at least it was 2 from each team, right? Works out. Ramses, he got yolzed. Mid one just accidentally walks into tower range. That second shot put him at 8 health. If he goes down, I think Ramses might even live there, but turns out for a big win for Secret.
The other fun thing, the ward started to actually make it so there's a hard choke point on the ramp. It was so difficult for Virtus.pro to get the support up. Beastmaster, like he just walked away, and he was with Oracle on the far side, which just stranded the rest of Virtus.pro up the hill, and they couldn't walk into Team Secret.
Yep. And now you're in a position. You can see the power. Like Secret third pick Timbersaw. They didn't care if this hero ended up getting countered. They have at least 2 people that are excellent on the hero in mid one and Zai.
Are you still happy to see a Holy Locket on him, though? He's gone double braces into Holy Locket.
I think that that item is very bad, but on Timbersaw, it's pretty good. You don't need the hood necessarily in this game. It gives you health, it gives you raw stat, like raw HP and mana, but it also gives you a ton of regen. It's just a super value item, as it gives Timbersaw everything you could possibly need, plus it boosts your health regen effectiveness. And if you look at the lineup of Virtus.pro, you're going Veil on Roger. Who's going to have a Spirit Vessel anytime soon? You've got Oracle going for it, but 2K net worth, he's still the full items away. He has the urn, but that's it, and he's going to have to buy all the wards.
I think they realize they need to amplify the damage, the small damage they have, because right now there isn't enough of it. The physical damage of Ramses isn't intimidating enough. Nisha, well, he'll get his own kill on bottom lane. Beastmaster just being caught out. He's all by himself, and with that, Team Secret look towards Roshan. There is a Beastmaster Hawk inside the pit, but thanks to the Sentry Ward, I don't know if he's up. No, he's up on the hill. Nope, the Light Striker Raid, they're looking for any kind of extra information. Mid one with one more slave will get rid of that Hawk. And Virtus.pro, in fact, it's Roshan who kills it. He'll clap it down. All right, ES, he's in position. The Dire Observer is down. They have no extra information inside the pit. Beastmaster will respawn. He can TP out to the shrine if he wants to join the fight. Roshan, 1.2k, rolling boulder in, but the body block from Puppey, absolutely perfect. And that is a punishing kill against Roger. Aegis the Immortal into the hands of the Phantom Lancer. It was a bit of a YOLO, but if it worked, it would be great. But I don't think any team is letting that opening be
I don't think Secret is letting that opening occur, Toby. I've seen many an Aegis steal. There's a few that have happened to me that I don't want to bring up, but this is Team Secret. They're playing incredibly crisp and clean, and you know, going back to the KL Major, right? That series went to 5 games. VP won the first, lost the next 2, but ultimately closed out and won those final 2. So, you know, if you believe in superstition and coincidence, whoa!
Really nice. Yapsor actually getting caught up on the top lane. He burnt Requiem and Yule Scepter to do it. Just walked up and did it. Monkey King's looking for the last bit of money. He's almost got, in fact, he now has the Battle Fury. So, new items arriving from Virtus.pro, but with no Requiem of Souls. VP may want to be a little bit more careful. Observer Sentry's being planted down. That's not going to last very long. Actually, yeah, it will. The Sentry's too far away from the Observer Ward.
Nisha's just unstoppable. Like, he's got a Manta, he's got a Diffusal, and none of the heroes of Virtus.pro are geared up to deal with his harass. This is one of those games where Secret's going to thrive in long fights. Virtus.pro, you need to find immediate kills with your Roar, with your Requiem, and under your Monkey King ult. If Secret can bait out some of these cooldowns and keep the core of their team alive, they should be able to clean up easily once that all fades.
There is, however, the mentality of Virtus.pro. So you're like saying, like, VP later on can fight, but look at their Observer Wards they place. One on the hill on the southern lane, and one's actually almost in the middle of that, like it's mid lane just out from the tier 3 tower. It's so defensive on the line drawn, and then the other 2, they watch the northern side, watch that river entrance to see if they can go into their jungle and keep that Monkey King farming up. But Team Secret, they go the other way. Smoke up, run up through mid. Sentry Ward's planted down. ES needs to create a little bit of space, and he's just rolling boulders away. Goodbye, Solo. It's nice to have you back and playing with the team, but you are most definitely dead.
This level 12 roster, he's going to just drop boards on the high ground. Zai's going to tank. This is the strength of Secret. They've hit a timing. Everyone's spent their gold, and they're just ready to go high ground.
Our 7 wards are there. They'll clean up the creep wave, but as long as these wards are up, Beastmaster can't go in to deal with it. Nesef doesn't want to get too close.
And mid one has a blink.
Still no Requiem. Actually, no, they have the Requiem up now, so maybe they can Yule Scepter and do something. But the jump forward, where's it going to come from? Monkey King's coming in through the rear, so Ramses wants to trap him out, thinking about jumping across, so he'll jump away.
He cut the wave, Toby.
He did.
He cut the wave.
Wait, the backdoor regeneration, stopping stopping the VP racks. Now Ramses will be punished for it. They catch him in the trees. There's that blink you were talking about going to work. They didn't clean up enough of the Mass 7 walls, but Ramses, he'll buy back into the game. Didn't commit the Wukong's command.
Look at Roger, he's trying to make the same play.
Yep. He's going to rolling boulder into that, however, and that's going to be with the entire team. Right, Striker Ray's trying to get rid of the dire creep wave. They're burning off the mana of the Monkey King for the moment. He's got 11-1 charges, so he can still go back into the Wukong, but can't get the full bump up just yet. He comes in closer, but this is too close. PL initiates forward. Remember, he's still got the Aegis Immortal. Monkey King, he can't afford to die. That's why Oracle has already popped the ulti. He knows how risky it is. Beastmaster and ES in the back lines. They find the initiation. Hex and Shackles over on Roger is buying more time for the defense, while Nisha underneath the tier 4 towers is just taking everybody out from Virtus Pro. ES is down. No one could commit the 1 charges. He'll have to actually use the defensive use if he wants to survive. Goes for the Requiem, cannot get it off in time. It's just the Death Requiem. Buyback survival, and they will be heavily committed because Monkey King is now finally doing some damage with the Cleaver. Still can't get the kills. They turn around. The mana's been taken out. Ramses needs to finish the job. The Shackles, it's a dieback for no one, but GG is called. Virtus Pro. They are getting worked by Team Secret. Great draft, great execution. And Team Secret looked very, very clean in game 1.
You can see Puppey game plan for that Earth Spirit first pick. Goes straight for the Undying. I love the concept that they worked with. You have all these heroes that peak and hit a power spike at 20 minutes.
That's not quite right.
Hey, man.
The team formerly known as Secret, Team Liquid, not the victors. It is Team Secret taking game 1 against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they hit a peak. You go high ground. There's really not much you can do to stop these heroes. Great positioning from Yapsor and mid 1 specifically. They let Nisha toy with the enemy side, pushing and pulling, as Zai is just sitting there. Inevitably, he's the one that gets roared because you can't find the real Nisha, and none of the other heroes are in position to be targeted. You just bait out the spells. The Oracle ult used, the Roar used, the Requiem doesn't get off. Now he's buying back with no souls. Just really well done. They draw out this engagement, and they close the game out 20 minutes? Like, that's clean.
It's before Monkey's going to be effective, before SF's going to be effective. The two heroes who, which like no one and Ramsey's no back to front, but they were just never real heroes in this game. It's like, what does a true hero truly need? They need farm, they need time, and they just couldn't be provided. So great play from Team Secret. They look so strong. This is confidence. It could be a marathon day for them, but that's a good way to shorten it up as Team Secret could take game 1 in this grand final.
Blaine, yet again, use the reflections, slow down a little bit there. That will stop Secret in their tracks. And Zai need to be careful to retaliate, trying to run away. He needs a couple misses there. S4. Ooh, almost got him.
This lane is really going to snowball in favor of S4, and this is a great game for the Centaur. Not even just the Centaur in particular, just for his whole team to be able to use the Stampede and get on top of that IO, get on top of that Gyrocopter and try to bring them down. So EG, having some nice success here, and they also have an invis now on crit. So he's looking to put some pressure onto the mid lane.
Yeah, we've sometimes seen this, like, first movers, particularly with the Tusk, have a really big advantage finding those kills when we have a rotation mid or something, particularly in these melee versus melee matchups. But Crit, not feeling like he can make anything happen, is going to head back towards bottom and maybe try and set up to see if Secret is pushed out of position.
They have to try to get on top of either. It's like there's two things. Either you kill the IO immediately or you focus only the Gyrocopter. So you can't give the IO the chance to actually overcharge and heal. If the IO doesn't take damage, then sure. But now IO is level 3, so overcharge is there as well. So he can always be sure to get that healing going.
And yeah, the Warcry. All of the stick as well. They've got 8 stick charges on Puppey.
That's what happens when you get those, just like that little first blood. So their tri-lane is quite successful on the side of Secret. But yeah, those other 2 lanes have quite a problem. As Sumail is near level 6. Mid one is almost level 5, though.
Straight off there, 2 bounty runes apiece. Still very even in this early going, just 5 minutes in.
Sumail is really just focusing. It's like harassing the Dragon Knight is something that people used to do a lot on the Monkey Kings. Now it's just you just pure out deny every single time with these Jingu stacks.
Did see that ward dropped, so that way Sumail can maybe try and dodge some more of these breathe fires. Don't believe that mid one was within vision, but he did get hit by the last one, was able to dodge one of the other ones when he was up on the high ground.
I think I've seen him dodge 2 or 3. I've been trying to take glances in that mid lane quite a bit here.
In the meantime, Arteezy has headed back to the jungle. Level 3 Terrorblade, able to farm Ancients. It's at least one good thing about this hero, and part of the reason why I'm sure they pick it in the early phases.
Yeah, but that means one of your lanes is just completely, pretty much abandoned. So now the supports on the side of Secret, they can start making their choices what they want to do. Either stack, or you try to make rotations and put pressure on the lane. Because you look at EG, the Tusk can make moves with people, but Disruptor, low levels, making moves is a lot harder.
Yeah, definitely.
They can move together, though. The 2 of them can set up for kills.
And, you know, if you were able to get Fly a couple more levels, Disruptor's certainly the type of hero that an early level 6 can make all the difference in the world. And even just getting more points up in that glimpse. They're going to chase down Zai here. His level 5 is going to be slowed by the tag team, but the Drunken Brawler walkaway, Sumail, has that haste rune, which is why EG felt comfortable going for this. Does miss a couple hits there, but now after count to 4, Boundless Strike follow-up. S4 going to be there, and Sumail cleans it up.
Nice rotation coming in. We'll give mid one some space now. You see he's up to those 30 last hits, also level 6. So don't want to rotate too much on the Monkey King, because yeah, the threat of your tower being continued to siege by a Dragon Knight will begin.
This minute when the catapults have come out, it doesn't look like either side is going to be able to make something happen with that mid one level 6, but Disruptor rotated in, and that makes it harder to push.
Yeah, a lot of times you do see that like 5-minute rotation with the wagon for them to try to dive, get a kill, and go for the objective, especially with a hero like DK, but not the strategy that Secret wants to go for. They're just actually leaving YapzOr in the lane constantly with Nisha to split experience. He's actually not walking away at all. It's going to be just Puppey to waltz between lanes, put the wards down, and
is going to be the more sacrificial role there for sure. So things to watch out for in this one are going to be level 6 rotations potentially as well. You've got Stampede already online for S4, so could be a little bit deadly for EG if they want to make that play.
It definitely is a bit scary that it's going to be such a farm Centaur, because in this game we're looking a really early Crimson Guard could be quite powerful. Of course, versus Brewmaster, he can dispel it.
Black and the missile going out, connects on to Fly, but he is perfectly fine, and well, it does look like they're going to try and make this pressure happen, and they are going to do it with the wagon. So Catapult hitting, and they're trying to take down this bottom tier 1 tower, possibly open up an angle into that side jungle where we've seen oftentimes Terrorblade just want to inhabit.
Yeah, you want to hit any of these early tier 1s. We mentioned exactly what Secret wants to do in this game, right? They want to get these early tier 1s, and then they just want to run at EG. Don't let Terrorblade just sit back jungling. Don't let Disruptor play the game that he wants to, where you're the ones getting picked off constantly with the glimpse. You're the team with a Wisp who's going to have pretty early level 6, so you can set up for relocates. You can have the number advantage in a lot of these situations.
Losing potentially these 2 towers really early. Sumail gets hit by it, and now going to move in as well with the Brewmaster and trying to find that kill on a Monkey King. Sumail throws out the Wukong's command, the extra armor. It's not going to be enough. No, he goes for the lift up. And now can they find this turnaround kill? S4 not able to interrupt this one. Crit trying to run. They still have a lot of heroes in the area. Another lift up onto the center.
The last second lift.
And now Crit's caught, and when he comes back down, he could potentially be surrounded. Now Secret looking like they just want to keep their eyes on the prize and try and do as much damage to this tower as they can.
They want nothing to do with S4. He has 1,775 HP with that phase double bracer and wand. So just ignore him, throw him in the air. They get the surround. That's a very good rotation coming in there from Zai. First brew split, very successful. Didn't fully get the tower, but forced a lot of rotations.
Killing off Sumail for sure. It's a recipe for success.
Yeah, just enable mid one a bit there, right? So Sumail was well over 1,300 net worth over the Dragon Knight after that laning phase and successful haste rune. Now it's only 1,000.
Not so bad for them for sure.
Yeah. And mid one gets enabled a lot off of it, because now he's got options. He's got 1,500 gold. He has the phase boots queued up, but seeing if he can go for a bigger item first. Be it that armlet or just that hunting item, the Shadow Blade or Blink Dagger. We'll see which one it is the choice for him.
Meanwhile, it does look like there is going to be Nisha and YapzOr moving into the jungle to see if they can possibly steal away some stacks or just secure those bounty runes.
Fill up the Wisp bottle.
Yeah.
who already has double bracer as well, YapzOr. So 1,000 HP on the IO early on.
Just like that, Secret gonna pick up 3 bounty runes.
Oh.
Stun goes out. Sumail just gonna have to back away. He did pick up that regen rune.
Yep. So EG's trying to slow it down a little bit here. Everyone's just kind of the cores are gonna jungle for the most part, and they're gonna try to give these supports the lane. They were giving Fly it for a bit so we can get higher levels in the glimpse, because it's only level 3 on the Disruptor, and you saw Tusk crit was only level 3 a moment ago as well. They give him top lane now to boost him forward.
One of the downsides of having those tri-lanes and having to keep it for so long as well. But those cores kind of uneven farm. The big difference is going to be just that gyrocopter out ahead of the Terrorblade. By almost 2,000 gold, actually.
Yeah, and the Midas, mid-one changed his mind. Yeah, he had phase boots queued up. He queued up the armlet for a quick second, and then he just went, yeah, straight Midas. He wants to be able to farm, take it to, doesn't care if it goes late game. If he itemizes, as his DK, we were mentioning it yesterday too, and maybe was playing it, if these DKs itemize, they can actually scale incredibly hard into the late game.
It does feel really like mid-one is just playing this game incredibly different from how we saw it yesterday with maybe playing it. He's not falling behind in the laning stage. He's solving the problem that Dragon Knight falling behind. So yeah, cool stuff. And the faster than the fastest gets it done very quickly.
Huh?
I mean, is that going to be at all a concern for any of these other heroes, a lack of scalability? Do you see any of the EG cores really falling off at all?
No, the core should be farming just fine. I mean, Sumail's going the standard build. It's like Echo Saber. He might go the Diffusal afterwards anyway. That's the one that we've been seeing a lot of the times. Terrorblade, we've seen Terrorblade a lot.
Of course.
We know what this hero does late game. So no, I mean, EG's still able to scale quite hard too. It's just they want to be able to match.
Okay.
And the difference maker is really just like that damage mitigation can really come into play. It's like if Centaur gets Aghanims at some point, lots of damage mitigation. But then you look at the side of Secret, they've got a Warcry that can also, and they've got heroes that can build up for that too. And they've got a Dragon Knight who is just damage mitigation in general as a hero.
And then all the stuff that IO brings to the table, it's
Yes.
all just going to be a problem. So
a
it
lot
looks like Arcane Rune and popping the Dragon form from mid-one.
It is a lot of damage reduction that can come out from Secret. I actually was like forgetting about Overcharge for a second.
Insane.
Yeah, because then they can go for the auras on the Brew, and then they can have the other auras on YapzOr.
Yeah.
Well, on the other side, it's really only the Centaur who can be that aura carrier for EG. Tusk can go for somebody, he doesn't want to. His bottom.
We've seen this before. Relocate coming in. They do have Stampede to try and run away afterwards, and Fly potentially in position to throw out a glimpse, but it's not going to be enough. Static Storm actually, but he doesn't catch any of them. They glimpse him back in, but he's not caught in the kinetic field. Although Sumail throwing at that Wukong's man. Look at all the heals coming, and they're able to keep alive Nisha, and now S4 also in trouble. They're going to roll forward, find themselves this pick-off here.
Nisha.
It is going to be Nisha down. Came at the cost of Sumail. Can Secret find any more? Fly already dead. S4 headed off and was able to TP away, it looks like, as they try and chase down and kill off this one last pesky Tusk.
The tower is so low.
God, he's thinking about going
HP.
in for last hit. No, he can't do that one. Does have a snowball over to the creeps, maybe, if he can get within range. No, they fully control him.
And now they'll get the tower denied too. Great rotations coming out from Secret, and that's the thing that you have to watch out for when you're playing versus IO, just these relocate plays. You're going to get outnumbered in all these fights because you're playing with a Terrorblade. So Sumail, he's trying to match the movements. He's trying to play aggressive, as we said, that he would like to do as this Monkey King, but has to be really careful because, sure, you've got your Wukong's command, you've got 12 bonus armor, but what do we know about Gyrocopter? You're not really physical damage in the early game. You are all magical. So they can go right through a lot of that Wukong's. And they also have Warcry, and like we said, the Overcharge too. It's just all these different damage mitigations.
Yeah. Well, we're keeping our eyes on this Terrorblade's movement around the map here, mainly staying down bottom and now having to retreat back to the jungle. It is going to be something to watch for later and maybe an answer to that IO Gyro. If he can keep the lanes pushed out with his illusions, doesn't present himself as a target, then all of a sudden maybe you can mitigate some of those relocate ganks. But likewise, if Secret are able to get down some deep vision, find him in the jungle, and then set up with a smoke, could spell disaster.
It's just how well, it's pretty much how well can EG do 4 versus 5 until Arteezy comes online. That's going to be the name of the game for them for quite a while. Disruptor is the one little bit of an X factor too that you could say, because he can glimpse people out of the fight, right? If they do set up a relocate, then they can kind of change the numbers with that. And if they can set up good static storms too on that relocate, it can
is
change
spending
a lot.
a full 2 minutes running around the map trying to get those kills. I agree with what Kyle said, that SF has to do that now. He's a tempo hero. but they weren't able to convert nearly enough.
And they needed to help Monkey King in lane because he was not having a good time, so rotation from Shadowfin was kind of natural, but it opens up the map considering that they managed to kill tier 1 tower real quick, and mid tower was being pressured, so they have entrance to enemy jungle, and that's where you want to play. Also, warding from Team Secret was on point this game. Rotations, timings, everything was just almost perfectly executed.
A lot of compliments go in the way of Team Secret, but if you're VP, what do you do here in Nahas to start course correcting?
Lacoste, do you feel like VP got value out of that Oracle pick?
I've not seen anything. The only good thing that I saw from Oracle was keeping Timbersaw in place so Shadowfin could land 3 raises. Other than that, there was not too much synergy with Oracle.
That's more and more looking at that VP draft and looking at those fights. That's kind of what I'm reflecting on, that ordinarily when the Oracle is picked, you've got this massive core like a Husker that's going to attract a lot of attention that you're trying to keep alive. SF can evolve into that, but being limited in the laning phase, you never really got that going in the game, and when that happens, Oracle just feels not so great.
I feel like they kind of blocked the Huskar pick with their Phantom Lancer pick as well, just staying one step ahead of VP.
Agreed.
Now, when we talk about Secret being one of the teams that we really do expect to innovate, to take risks in a draft, them getting the first game of the series, does that allow them to kind of have a little bit more wiggle room to start seeing if any of those crazy strategies can bear fruit?
Yes, and I think it's even better than winning the first game the way they did in the Winners Bracket Final Series. That was not a game. Yes, you feel confident in your draft. You gave yourself some great lanes, but your cores just played so stellar in that matchup. You feel great about the way that you won that game.
And that's something that's definitely going to be important. I mean, the only team that they've lost to so far in the tournament is VP. That's how they actually did drop down to losers. They're not fazed by it. They have been prepping for this matchup. I feel like they just got to the arena today and they said, okay, let's do business. Let's get to the grand final. And they already are enacting on that plan. Do you think this is the game, though, where we start to see them step outside of the lines, Lacoste?
Well, they kind of, I'm not going to say experimented with the draft, considering it's a Phantom Lancer. The hero is not that popular until, what, 2 days ago. Some of the teams started picking it. But you can see the way they think, like just staying one step ahead, have stuff prepared, but they're also not afraid of trying new things.
Yeah, and we're going to be getting into those picks shortly, and that's why we really do want to be thinking about this. This best of 5 may end up going a lot quicker than we thought. I mean, VP is...
Let's not get ahead of ourselves,
I'm not getting ahead of ourselves. I'm trying not to. But the thing is that you said if any team was going to come out and just dominate, you expect it to be VP.
I did.
And now you look at this series, and I don't think we expect VP to dominate. Can they come back? Yes. Can they win this series? Yes. But Secret's very much here to play.
Yeah, that's kind of why, biased panelists, that's kind of why I was excited by Secret's performance in that first game, because I thought if it was going to be a short series, it was going to be VP. And I think Secret really asserting themselves the first game in the manner in which they did, VP is going to punch back, okay? That's just not in doubt. It's just a question of how they're going to respond. That's part of why these panels are so fun. By the way, Rich, we talked a couple times on these panels about old ideas coming back in the later stages of the tournaments. The PL counter to Undying, the Lina laning counter to the SF. That's part of why I love these kinds of matches, because, I mean, it's new meta, but it's bell bottoms, baby.
Yeah, and Lacoste, why are we seeing these bell bottoms get broken out currently in these later phases of the tournament?
I mean, meta changes a lot with each patch. We see different heroes rising to the top, but some things just don't change ever in Dota. That's how it is.
Yeah, some things very consistent.
They're just static.
And when you have players that really do know how to use those tools as well, and then also when you have a team with the chemistry that we've already mentioned between these two squads, it does start to become dangerous. They don't need to stick to the meta. They don't need to use heroes to do them any favors. They can make a hero that might not be in the meta still shine.
You know, if we had to fill again, the question I would ask Lacoste would be, do you think that you can win like that still? Because these teams, it just feels so hard to win right now at the highest level of Dotas without that edge of innovation, right? And I thought maybe that LGD was going to prove me wrong last year because of the way that they were playing. Their lineups when they started Win Up Center, fairly homogeneous. They were doing a lot of the same things in terms of playing around their BKB timings, but even they were forced to innovate, right, as the events dragged on.
I mean, just by playing safe Dota, having good picks, strong lanes, having a good chemistry with the team, it's gonna get you to top 3, top 4. If you're just stable, if you're not throwing the game, if you don't experiment too much with the picks.
Same band so far. But yeah, I like what you're saying, but it's in those really top-tier matchups that a team's versatility really gets set. That was the book on newbie for a long time before they made the finals of TI7, that they could get to that top 4, top 3, but run out of ideas.
It's important when you look at these two teams, though, to keep in mind the fact that they have made it not only that far to top 4, top 3, they've consistently been in grand finals every major this year. This is the second one, and VP looking to grab a second, but Team Secret doing a great job at starting their revenge match here.
Okay. So the Terrorblade ban instead of the OD, I believe, is the only change, if I'm seeing this right.
Yeah, OD still in the pool, and OD kind of blocks a couple of the picks that we've seen in the previous one. So I would not be surprised if we just see a first phased OD.
Yeah, once again, VP our first pick, forcing Secret a little bit out of their comfort zone, it looks like.
OD in first phase has been something that we've seen more and more of. Will we see VP decide to do it here? And Lacoste, you mentioned that it just blocks so many different heroes. What type of heroes is it taking away from Secret if we see VP decide to start with the OD?
Because the hero pool on mid lane is kind of really small right now, and OD is doing great, and he's so strong against all of these beefy heroes that come from an off lane, and a lot of strength heroes being played from position 4, which just love to run at you, and it's just a free intelligence for OD.
All right, Yapsora Spirit? No, they're going to go with the Sven in the opening position. I thought we might see the Roger Puck as their reply to, the Yapsora Spirit as their reply to the Roger Tusk, but we are going to see first phase OD, and again, Sven so value here because he is that flex pick.
And I love OD against Tusk in general. I wouldn't. I see different kind of builds on OD with Yasha, Kaya, but against hero like a Tusk, you just want to have a 4-step to get people out of the shards and instant Pugna pick. I love this.
I do too.
Pugna would not survive. Every time OD is picked, Pugna is just being banned out.
Insta-banned, absolutely. And that's the power of first overall pick. It's not just having that first hero pick. It's the idea that you get that, you have more counter picks.
Yeah, and Pugna, usually when we see the OD, the Pugna does have that ability. It gets banned very quickly. You said you like that Tusk OD matchup. Now having Pugna for VP, does that completely take that off the table for you, Lacoste?
And Pugna in general is a great hero against OD, and OD does not like to play into Pugna because of the Cripify. You're kind of forcing him to build into BKB early on, which he does not like that much, and he has high mana usage against the ward, which is really bad. But the setup coming out from Team Secret, Astral, and the position 5 or either 3 Sven can easily come, just drop a stun, couple of intelligence stolen, pure damage. It's more than enough to get a kill.
Should also throw into the mix here that we do expect that this Pugna is going to be in the hands of no one mid going up against the OD, but we have seen support Pugna run as recently as last year. We saw FY support Pugna feature fairly prominently. This is also in Pasha's hero pool, possibly at the 3 position.
Okay, a lot of potential there for that hero.
So both drafts pretty open. Right.
Yeah, very open, right? I mean, we only have our first 2 heroes on each side. Tusk, something we've seen a lot of. OD, something we've seen a whole bunch of, especially at the tail end of the tournament. Pugna usually getting banned. Sven, though, where do you sit on this here? Because I know we've seen Sven just in so many different roles. One of the reasons that we can say, hey, look, this draft is open, but it seems to have thrived in a few much more than the others.
I think the role that I've liked it the most in this tournament has been the 3 position, where it's focusing on utility. The Warcry feels like it has so many powerful synergies with the utility items like the Vlads, the Crimson, the pipe that the offlaners are building anyway. The other nice thing, by the way, about the Pugna pick is it really, if, as Secret, you were thinking about going back to something like a Timber Saw, right, really discourages that. You're not going to pick Medusa now. Probably wouldn't anyway with OD, but still. I just like how Pugna blocks off a lot of the picks that Secret has been using.
OD, we were saying, could potentially do the same thing, but Pugna almost seems to target what Secret does want to do. Heads-up play by VP.
Look at the Oracle ban by Secret here, giving a little bit of respect to that strat. I still think, again, you know, you talk about a 21-minute and 2-second game 1. To the observer, right, that's not close. But I still think if PL had not gotten so massive in that game, if Lina had been a little bit less dominant in lane, that was not a straightforward game necessarily for Secret. So I like the respect being shown.
And with Pugna, if it's a mid Pugna, it opens up the map so much, considering that he pressures the tier 1 tower on mid lane, the most important tower in the game, and can easily rotate, just take the bottom tower again, then just play enemy jungle. Jakiro's an interesting ban. Maybe they're considering that Team Secret is...
Secret had it earlier against EG.
Yeah. Maybe they want to get hands on Faceless Void.
Real quick, the other thing that the Oracle ban tells you is that Secret is at least thinking about the Darkseer pick.
Darkseer, and the other thing that was mentioned is Faceless Void. Why would you want to see Faceless Void in this draft, Lacoste?
OD Faceless Void, it's really great in general. A lot of synergy, and it's a BKB piercing ability, but they might not go for it considering that they banned out Juggernaut, so they might not be afraid of him. And Haas has a good point about Darkseer, even though Oracle could be particularly good against OD, because you just cast spell on him and he can't attack. That's his worst enemy.
How do you like this pick, Nahaz? I'm pretty sure I heard you say, I was distracted by the lightning on the stage, but I'm pretty sure I heard you say, I love it.
I like Lina. I like Luna a lot. I think that the tank ability that she brings to your entire lineup with those early points in her aura just makes you feel. I mean, you know, all of a sudden, right? We saw that show match basically end when the Luna comes on board, and she's like, "Oh yeah, okay." All of a sudden, everybody's got a couple hundred more HP.
Yeah, and we've seen Luna very much going for that build throughout all the games that we have seen her. How much have we seen Luna at this point? I feel like it has been pretty specialized when we see the Luna come out.
Yeah, not too many picks, but she's looked good in the at least in the high level games that we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. It has been the higher level teams that have been able to find a place for Luna. But what does Secret need? Is there anything, Lacoste, that you say, okay, this lineup is deficient in one way?
They need a hero that scales into a late game.
Okay.
All right, Centaurs.
So Sven is your support. All right. And, I mean, geez, Rubik's still on the board, guys.
Why are you thinking Rubik, Nahaz?
That's what you need. I'm imagining at this point this is going to be a puppy Sven.
No way they're getting Rubik into this lineup. Oh, you mean for Team Secret?
For Secret, yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sets up for a nice 5th pick. Okay, now you got the Doom without the Grimstroke.
Doom has been pain in the ass. Play against OD. Like, just doom him and that's it. But they have a good ways of disengaging a team fight with the Warcry and the Centaur. We've seen teams prioritizing Centaur as a Doom target, because if his ulti is up, you Doom a target, they just run away.
Now, we talked about this on another panel, Rich, in the context of Brewmaster versus Centaur. That Brewmaster ults, you just hit R as Centaur, your whole team runs away. Same theory as Doom.
Now we're just going to see how Team Secret and Virtus Pro want to round out their lineups here. Secret going to be leading by 1. The last time that these guys went head-to-head in a grand final, Virtus Pro was able to take it. Two teams that have honestly shown that they are a cut above everybody that we've seen at the CQ Major.
Like
So much burst damage on side of VP. Pugna plus a Lion, the Cripified Finger. These targets are gonna go down quickly if they pull off the combo before Centaur gets a pipe. For now, Centaur does not need to build into Crimson Guard, so he can go for different kind of an item build.
This is going to be tough, too, because this is going to be, at the end of the day, I worry this is going to start looking like a single core lineup for VP.
Yeah, VP, I don't like that.
You need a hyper carry at the end here. And PA feels really dangerous against an OD and a Luna. Lots of magic. Centaur, a lot of magic damage coming out from Team Secret.
So if not a PA, what would you want to see Virtus Pro actually use to round out their lineup?
AM is going to have tempo issues. The troll ban is really good.
They're banning out the position 1 heroes. You see TB, Jug, Troll, and they got a good carry for themselves, and there are not too many options left for VP.
I thought you were going to see this in reverse. I thought you would see VP really attack the hero pool of Nisha, and instead Secret really going after Ramses pretty hard here.
Secret just depleting that pool for position 1.
I mean, you can always rely on Medusa. But
PA
is such a low HP hero playing into this kind of a lineup. OD, the OD before PA gets a BKB can just burst her with the ulti. And Centaur, Luna, it just feels so good. I'm already liking Team Secret's lineup in this game.
Yeah, I really do too. I agree with that. What? No.
Not something necessarily expected, but
that support. Is that support Centaur and a Tricore around a Drow Ranger? What? Holy crap, puppy! The 5 melee AOE surge strat, and now the surprise Drow Ranger 3 range core strat.
No, I'm not sure who's gonna play what in this lineup of Team Secret, but. I already said it. I like their draft even before I saw the 10th pick.
All right, we see the last pick come in. We get excited about it. Already they were looking good before they got it. Is Secret going to be able to get themselves onto match point?
What a draft. We're here to Kyle. Because luckily, I got this guy.
Is so sick.
I got this guy next to me who was sitting there going, man, this is really cool. Yapsaw is over on the Luna. Tell us why, Kyle.
Because maxed out Lunar Blessing gives 24 primary attribute, Toby. That means Centaur and Sven get a free 480 HP. It means OD gets a Mystic Staff of Intelligence.
Yep.
And now a Drow to benefit from the bonus agility even more. Like, this draft is beautiful. I don't know if it's going to work, but conceptually, this is fantastic. Luna's a great laner as well, especially if you have big, beefy front lane 3 like a Zai.
Luna's the one that's been prepping up to do these aggro trial lanes. We're sitting there going, oh, you can just run any kind of support you want to. And you notice Yapsaw, this build, this is what they're playing for. Secret may be 1 victory away from getting that trophy. Yapsaw has boots first. It is Lunar Blessing. You don't need a stun. You're going to have so much sustain. And you've got the War Cry on top of it. You've got so much extra health. And VP already had damage issues.
And this is, dude, Secret really, really, really wants to beat VP, okay? I have not seen them in this tournament because they've been working so hard. I guarantee this is something that Puppy's had saved for this series. I haven't seen a support Luna, so
I believe also if Team Secret win this tournament, that is enough points to actually qualify for TI. They'll be up there because they're playing up against the only team so far who have enough DPC points where they cannot be contested for a top 8 slot. So VP's already going to TI.
Yeah, and it's just so good because they have a read on what Virtus Pro likes to do. The previous game, they not only shut down Pasha, but they put Nisha on a core that can handle the Beastmaster. PL versus Beastmaster, like we've seen PL abuse this matchup time and time again, and they recognize, look, Virtus Pro is just getting to the late game. We're not going to let them. this draft of Secret has such an incredible power spike around the 15 to 20 minute mark. And yeah, Pugna's a great counter to the OD, but he's going to have a Black King bar. You could doom him theoretically, but there's so much damage on Secret. Their team fight is insane.
But even if you doom him, Stampede gets triggered, you just run away from the fight. So there's no follow-up damage unless they get like a great shard block off or the Lion's just chain stunning. And that's so much pressure on Solo.
Yep, and I'm scared for no one's Pugna. Because you are against a silence. You're against 3 stuns.
That is true.
You're a counter to OD, but the lane is, I would say, OD favored, especially if he has Drow Aura. And I don't know if you're ever really going to come online. Like, Secret's going to try and win this game before VP are even looking to fight.
Puppey and Yaps are already working together. Puppey's very happy with this. He's got the +6 attributes as long as he stays in range. True Ranger, even with the extra attack speed, she buffs up the OD later on, but they can just zone out the lane. So any tri-lane which VP want to attempt, and PA, who needs to have a good start, needs to be able to get farm to get the items up, because they need a lot of items on the PA for her to be massively effective. It's not just levels.
Sven has 73 damage in the bottom lane. Like, you know, we know how strong Luna tri-lanes are. You don't need him necessarily to be the core. Oh my god, like, this is just such a crazy draft. And the Lion PA are not exactly heroes you want to be in having a tri-lane. Like, this Sven is going to be so strong. If Secret's able to hit level 2 first, they're just going to go straight for Solo, and he's going to die.
It does still seem like a fun lane up on top lane once Infernal Blades now arrive for Pasha, up against like a high health Centaur. But right now, if you look at the CSs, it's all coming up Team Secret. They're in control of the lanes. No one really from VP can harass anything. Like, no one himself, just to make it even more confusing, was good on mid lane to get a lot of life out of the OD. But the salve already comes back and OD continues to scale.
Yeah, and the other concern bottom lane for the VP tri-lane is that all 3 of these heroes like spamming spells, and Secret, they've all got wands already. Every single hero has a state. Well, the Drow doesn't yet, but as soon as he gets over to the side shop, I'm sure he'll grab one as well. And you can't kill Sven. He has 920 HP.
Yeah. And they just keep going forward.
Too.
Over towards PA. Continuous harassment. There's your war cry up. So already with the shield block, they don't get through much. And Ramsey's 2 more attacks from Yapsor will actually kill him off. In fact, he's level 2. Lucent Beam's available.
This isn't, I don't think you can beat this tri-lane if you're VP. You might need to consider lane swapping. You also didn't block the easy camp, so Secret is going to be able to pull to establish lane control once this starts pushing.
Wherever you go, though, it's so problematic. I don't know how you're meant to move your lanes around. Well, they're going again. A double Storm Bolt. Damage is so high. Say goodbye to Solo. Ramsey doesn't want to hang around either. These cold arrows make it so difficult to run away. He went for level 1 in it, but they're still damn slow. And then even Tusker, he's joining the fight. The courier is almost baiting Roger to say, hey, do you want to try and fight? Please, please do so.
Oh, they're just, dude, Secret is just on point. They get both Archer denies on the hard camp as well. Like, man, it was just like we saw earlier today, playing against EG, when you had a Jakiro constantly pulling easy camp, and Yapsor is just denying the hard camp, and hey, you want to walk at me, I'll toss you into tower range. Like, Secret have game planned these safe lane tri-lanes. They have no problem contesting Virtus Pro, and I love that. Like, last game they dodged, this game they're contesting. They prove, like, hey, we understand both ends of this metagame.
Yeah, they really do. This is just absolutely wonderful if you're a Secret fan. Top CS, 33 CS on the Centaur. He has been doing nothing but pulling the Dire Creep Wave down, and he's oscillating on the different camps. When you go up against, like, when we saw Faith Beyond playing these Darkseers, you would always ward block up these camps knowing this was coming.
This is the benefit of playing, Drown Trouble though.
Bottom lane.
Snowball.
Yeah, they're going in after Nisha. Puppey, he's got the strength, he's got the survivability. Nisha with the stick charge gets a little bit more life, he'll still go down, and Virtus Pro gets something. We can try and turn this round upside down for all the Russian fans.
That was a big kill. That was because Yapsor was checking Rune, was not in the area. And I just love the way Zai plays it. He has Stampede, by the way. It's 4 minutes in. Stampede is active. The tri-lanes are level 2.
They went Lucent Beam level 2 over on Yapsor. Come on, man. You meant to max up the aura. Roger may still die. Double stun. Slows him up. One more attack. Stick charges. Give Roger the life. He snowballs. He's going over the creeps on the side. Over towards the Sada. Puppey will stay with him, but Yapsor, this is why he goes to level 2. A kill secure for Luda. I am so surprised. Solo will die underneath his own tower. One more hit will do it, and it's going to be Nisha who'll claim this one.
Finding kills in this lane doesn't even necessarily
in trouble up on top.
you.
Infernal Blade's coming off cooldown. He's got a double creep wave with him. Zai, Half Stomp, tries to create some space. That ring needs to regen harder, but it's just not possible. It's a level 3 Infernal Blade. It works great against the max HP heroes.
And he's going to be able to grab the bounty runes as well. That's huge for Pasha. Zai, a little over-aggressive there. He just got a bit cocky. I love how he's playing the lane, though. You get out CS'd by a Doom. He can just spam Infernal Blade on you. You're going to lose that 1v1. So instead, just back lane, get more net worth because a Doom has a very difficult time trying to push out creep waves. All he has is an auto attack.
I just keep getting so hard for Ramses. At least he has 10 stick charges. Doom got a little unlucky. He wasn't looking for the Sata. He actually ended up getting a Mud Golem. So he's got a split shot and a freebie stun.
Oh, he's just going in on Zai. I think he's dead.
He just doomed on top lane. After the Centaurs, Zai is moving back towards the Tier 1 tower. He will not survive this one, or maybe he will. Sven's TPing over. Juke around the tree. He'll cut the tree down. The Infernal Blade, maybe with a level 2 Warcry. There's enough life on Zai. No, there's not.
That's huge.
Look at him go bottom lane. The second they realize he's moved out the lane, there's only 2 on bottom. Virtus.pro, they're capitalizing, going after Nisha. Solo with a stun. They're going to get this kill on Nisha. It'll take a little bit more time thanks to the one charge. There's no Nisha. He's into the trees. The creep wave will reveal him in a second. While there's still a battle, Yapsor versus Solo over on the sidelines. Finally, Nisha will go down. But Yapsor wants his own kill. Another stun. Ramses, Phantom Strikes over. They need more control. Here comes your snowball. Yapsor, he wants to lose a beam and get the kill, but it's still not enough. Solo able to survive mid-1. He arrived to drop the hammer. He's still got more. Ramses into the trees. The Pugger Netherward's down. Virtus.pro, now they feel confident to fight because OD cannot. Nisha up on the hillside. Ramses, he's able to walk this one off. Roger will try and TP it out. Yapsor, he won't get there in time to get the loser beam, and the TP's away. Virtus.pro, they feel behind in the draft, but they are playing their way into this game.
And this is how we've seen them just, God, the strategy from Secret is sick, but, you know, you forget VP is the most talented team in Dota 2 at the moment. One mistake from Zai, getting doomed up top. Pasha forces out the teleport. Would have saved Zai, but it was a long TP because he had died previously. And Virtus.pro immediately recognized, we have a numbers advantage, we're going to go. And even no one rotating down to try and help out. Just well played. God, you can see just one rotation gone awry, and VP, no mercy.
It still feels rough, however. Nisha, there's a lot of damage here on that bottom lane. We're seeing the Pugner counter. Mid-1's having trouble. Solo's rotated over. But Mid-1 just keeps hurting himself more than he's doing damage to VP.
Look, I said this like 5 days ago. Still feel strongly. If you're beating VP, you're shutting down Pasha. Previous game, that's what you did. Now, all of a sudden, he's going to be top net worth on his team. He has utter dominance top.
He has an 8-minute Vlad's.
Yeah.
The Courier's flying it out. And it was Zai who was making the most of that top lane.
This is the guy that makes space on Virtus.pro. He's the one entry frag.
It connects. No one rejoins the fight. Going after the Drone Ranger. Do they have enough? Maybe they have it with a Brawler. Getting in close, and yeah, they do. No one just drains him through. Puppey starts his run, but 4 heroes from Virtus.pro attacking in, and Puppey, for all that life, 1,100 of it, they just body block him up. Another control. He's got a tag team. Back off cooldown. Combining it now with the Crepify. Puppey goes into the tree lines, and they stampede. Looking to try and move up. In fact, it's the Gush pushing no one down. He can't get that thing up with the Snowball. The Banish Save is there, and the Snowball went to the creep wave, pulls him to the side, but it costs no one. You can't pull him out of Astral Imprisonment, but you can kill off Yapsor underneath the Tier 1 tower. Tag team will go again. Puppey arrives. Hexed up. Cannot lend the stun, but Yapsor, he moves so quickly through the trees. Stifling Dagger up by the Storm Bolt from Puppey. It keeps Ramses under control while the Gus does his work on Solo. They turn their attention to Roger. He wants to TP out, unable to do so. Too much intel stolen, and then mid-1, when you know Netherward, he is just on point, hitting through Virtus.pro's lineup.
Is this another show match, Toby? Like, what's going on? There's just constant brawling. We're averaging about a kill per minute. Both mid laners getting heavily involved in the tri-lanes. Love the rotations.
Give me more, give me more.
God, this is Dota 2 at its finest. The best teams in the world, constantly brawling. Mistakes are punished, but at the end of the day, it's all about the plays. Both teams always staying aggressive.
If it wasn't for no one running up that ramp and into
we got an
Nisha, mid-rune, they're looking to initiate. Roger is nearby, so we already got the Netherward down. They want to kill this as quick as they can, but man, it's very difficult to do.
I like the decision to put a point in the other way around as well.
Crepify and blast.
A lot of players are skipping that, but against OD, like, you do 110 damage or 130 per orb hit. from the OD. He can't actually play aggressive when there is a Nether Ward on the field. Late game, max orb, max Nether Ward, that's 400 magic damage and auto attack that mid one's going to end up dealing to himself.
Oh, hello, Lion. Hex over on Zai. Doombringer's moving over. He's got the Doom available. Does he want to let it rip? No, he forces the TP. That's the OD coming to the fight. They need an opening, but Stampede's on corner for 7 seconds, so the chase buff up is not there from Team Secret.
And you can see what separates these two teams from the rest of the field as well. Did we see EG or LGD or Vici make this many rotations?
Never. Mid. Look for the Stormbolt follow-up. Look at Roger, though. He's walking forward. He understands he's going to save the Pugner. The Nether Ward did get dropped, and so did the hammer, dropping on Pugner's head. They had nothing more to really give.
Good for Secret. They're the ones with the mid-game power spike. You have level 6 on Nisha as well. He's going to just start farming the jungle, looking to get those auto-hit kills.
Actually, got to remember that attack speed increase for the OD. Of course, as long as Nether Ward's down, it's a good thing. But even YapzOr will make the most of this. Like how does that late game spike even work? YapzOr, he's not a man that likes to share a lot of farm, and they keep giving him all the time, so he actually levels up Eclipse. He didn't just bounce up Lunar Blessing. He went 3 points in the Lucent Beam.
As a 4 position, I mean, it's a 6-second cooldown on a nuke that does 300 damage with a mini stun. That's pretty formidable from any position, especially your 4. And he's going to be the one buying the Vlads, too. You can see, Secret knows what their timing is.
There's that stun being used over on Solo. YapzOr's just got the physical damage, or does he? No, not when Solo's got stick charges available. But that's why Pugner rotates in. Nether Ward dropped, and Team Secret back up.
This has given a lot of space to Ramses. His net worth has climbed considerably. He was hovering near, like he was below YapzOr for a moment, but he's had a few free waves. And now Zai, he's going to move towards bottom. I like this decision because Ramses, you can't do a damn thing to a 1900 HP Centaur. It's 11 minutes into the game.
1900 HP, they stampede forward. They want to work with YapzOr. This is what the Eclipse is for. Maybe underneath the creep wave, not the greatest place to do it, but PA, he's looking for the jump up. Zai was already moving. He knew Roger was going to be nearby, so they Lucent Beam, kill him off. All together, Doom, he gets the Doom onto the OD! The critical target, Stormbolt in the backline, so Pugner can't give the extra damage, but no matter what, mid one will die here. No attempt at denial, it wasn't possible. Centaur was already turned into a frog, and now it's past midnight. Zai back to his normal self. He tries to hoof stomp, but wait, only stuns up the creep wave. This is a very dead Centaur. That's how you get through 1900 HP. All you do is decrepify and style him with the Nether Blast to get the kill.
Yeah, Pasha is just beasting this game. He is single-handedly the reason that Virtus Pro is in an even game instead of being 3 or 4K behind.
It's a good thing to point out, too. It is an even game.
Yes.
Like, you feel like Virtus Pro are getting the great rotations, getting fantastic fights, but they're only a little bit, actually not even ahead in Golden Experience, and Dro Ranger, it's a bloody double damage rune, activating up the Dro, combining with YapzOr, they're taking Roshan. Virtus Pro have no idea. They're smoking, they're actually going through the Radiant jungle, trying to find their own opening under the cover of smoke, but Roshan is done before they even reach the tier 1 tower in mid.
There's no way you expect it to come out that quickly. That's one of the arguments Nahaz would have. DD, full damage on Roshan, perhaps that could be
Now they're going to fight mid one, they jump in, no Doom this time around. Is there a save? A Stormbolt over on, and now with the Eclipse, all that extra damage coming in from the 4th position is distributed around Virtus Pro. Roger will still die, however. Solo, he's kind of stuck in the trees for the moment. He was thinking about his own stun, but it won't happen. He waits it out for Puppey. Just a walk back over. Doom still wants to fight. He's got War Stomp available with a blink. He's going for a solo kill on mid one. Thanks to the imprisonment, he won't be able to get it off, but these arrows flying the way of no one. He doesn't have to crepify, but he's got Drain. Still not enough to stop Nisha from getting the damage out. Here comes Doombringer once again, but the cold arrows combining with Stampede, they got such great movement speed. It's still stolen intel, pumping into Pasha with the hammer. They drop it down, and Doom, he's living for the moment, but he'll die from the banishment. Ramses died in the meantime to Zai.
Alone
that was all the way up on top lane.
Oh,
it was
God.
a solo kill for Zai.
They have blown this game wide open. All of a sudden, Roche and 2 towers fall. We just hit 14 minutes, and you said it was even game. All of it, 4K gold. Out of nowhere. And the thing about it is that Secret's draft, like, you're going to continue to spike up. You have not peaked yet. Virtus Pro, like, you still need so much time to be ready to take any of these engagements.
It also feels like the last fights the Team Secret have had, it hasn't gone underneath the sentry wards, and it always happens with this. Team Secret finding the initiation. They get the gust over on Solo, so he can't do anything, while Puppey control up Atunska, who finds himself in the middle of 5 heroes. Snowball, it's the downside. You aggressively move forward. It means you're in the middle of the enemy.
The auras, 24 to everyone's base attribute of Vlad's for the lifesteal and the bonus damage, and Drow is giving everyone 90 attack speed.
Dude, it's 2.7k.
It's 14 minutes.
It's 2.7k on the Centaur. Not to mention, remember, his extra damage with Retaliate actually makes these pushes even more viable. Pasha's looking at this going, I can't do anything. Maybe the back lines. Pugner buys some time with Decrepify, gets another ward down. Roger will arrive, but no one's already dead. And now he's caught on the wrong side of the tracks. They're going to come back in middle lane. Last game took 20 minutes. This game may not last the same amount of time.
What up?
This feels more dominant than like Team Liquid winning TI.
No, man, people have been sleeping on Puppey for so long. Oh, man.
Mean sleeping? They've been hating on him. It's just like, man, these drafts never really seem to work, but Puppey is a stubborn guy. He thinks he knows. He does know the meta, and this time around, he seems to have nailed it. Mid-racks, 15.5 minutes in, totally gone on VP offer, no counterattack.
God, this is something I have not seen in a long time. This is a pocket strat. This is some cheese. This is that Gorgonzola, and they are smothering VP with it.
It's the Kyle special, a pocket strat.
Oh my God! But in game 2, God, I can maybe get away with it once, but then we always lose. This is different. This is why they're in the finals, Toby.
Man,
damn.
Team Secret can now just continue the aggression, and look at what Yapsaw's going. He's building an Aghanim Scepter onto the Luna. Sure, why not? And, well, Puppey, he's being running away. He's got that haster and high movement speed. Snowball can't catch up to him. He's just got the speed. Now the Doom will be cast, but it's a 5 position, Sven. You're burning your Doom on to get the kill.
And they're just going to walk top.
This is down for 2 minutes.
There's now level 12 Drow. He's got level 2 ultimate. TP coming in. Is that what you want to do?
There's no Doom to threaten the OD. He can jump in, look for the chaining stuns, but now the Eclipse turns the damage around. Roger jumps over the Eclipse. It just bounced down both sides of the Eclipse. They are the Moon controllers, Team Secret, and they're mooning Virtus Pro, even with a stun. Centaur gets the kill over on the Doombringer. This really is the game. I don't know how they find this. Venom Assassin, Decrepify is buying some time. Pugner's doing what he can with a blast. OD, the Lucent Beam. Lion can't get the last attack in. Mid one's able to survive. Virtus Pro wipe from the face of the Moon, and GG, 17 minutes in game 2. Secret, they are wiping the floor with Virtus Pro's face.
Oh my God. That's incredible.
Look at the way they move it. Just another day of the office, boys. Just keep focused. Yeah, that was good. That was good, all right?
This is with Zai. You know, credit him. He died twice up top. Did not tilt.
Yep.
A couple mistakes from Secret even. This wasn't a completely perfect game.
That fight on bottom lane under the tier 1 tower, it looked like Virtus. Pro were getting back into it.
But they weren't. The draft of Secret, like you look at it and on paper, you don't ever think that something like this will work out as good as it looks.
Yeah.
This was even better than what we expected. Like, that was a shellacking. There are not adjectives. There are not enough to describe what that was. That was beautiful. That is why we love Dota. And that's why credit to Puppey. He's been an incredible drafter, captain. Sunby as well. I think the best coach in Dota 2. This has been beautiful. It's 2-0. You need one more, and you're going to win your first major.
It looks absolutely fantastic from Team Secret. And, man, Pasha looked like he could bring it back. That blink, when the reveal came out, he had a good lane up on top. He got the early Vladimirs. It came in a really good time. I thought, okay, this is when they turn around. They group up. They get the Doom on the OD, not involved in the fight. And that's like one of those first times to do anything. But after that, the Netherward was never a factor.
You look at the items that the game ends with, right? Yeah, sure, you've picked up a Vlad's Pasha after, like, cool. But you have, like, all these auras. Yeah. I can go on for a while. I'm going to chill.
Yeah, we'll chill. But game 3. My God, this could be the quickest grand final a major has ever seen if Team Secret can repeat what they've done in game 1 and game 2.
Gonna be watching Fly a lot, who's been, I mean, playing great. Sure, yesterday he had like that 18 deaths, but he had so much impact in the game, even when he had that many.
Well, and speaking about that glimpse potential here as well, they're bringing 4 heroes to the bottom lane. While doing a good bit of damage there onto Puppey. They stampede. They're going to try and chase this one down with the Thunder Strike. Looks like he is going to go down. So EG set up to take this tower, and again, the strength of Fly being able to glimpse people away. Although with the homing missile on him, they are going to need to retreat for the moment. And also S4 is very low.
Yeah, he's not high enough for them to take a good fight. He does have the blink though, so maybe if he sees somebody like completely separated alone, could look to burst them with somebody else. And
Yapzor, greedy. Jump forward, hoof stomp, barely off the mark there. And
now Secret's turning up. They want to look to try to catch something here, but their catch isn't the best just yet without the brew or without the DK with the blink, which is the item choice that Mid One has queued up for now.
And with that, Secret just going to farm out their own jungle. Again, space created. Still a 2,000 gold lead right now for Secret.
Yep. Experience is about even. I mean, it's EG favored for a little bit because of that, of course, successful laning phase that happened for the Centaur and TB just jungling. So TB is level 11, Gyro only level 10 because he's having to stick with his team. Nisha is going for an early BKB. So, yeah, BKB timing with a Blink Dagger on both of their other cores. That's going to be like just straight go time for Secret to just take the last 3 tier 2s and just assert map dominance.
Crit gets hit there by the stun. They have the DD onto S4. Now just a walk away, Secret. You need to be careful about overextending. But yeah, it is a little bit interesting again, like going to that BKB on the gyrocopter. Obviously, you want it to be able to stay alive. But it feels like this Midas insurance policy kind of is there to make sure that they can get to the late game, that the BKB is going for the early game.
They want to set the tempo, right? That's what Secret wants to do in comparison. EG, they want to just chill back and farm.
Pushing for this tier 2, and ooh, just a little blink away there. It does mean that this is likely going to be a denied tower. So two towers denied.
The only 2 they've gotten have been denied.
Could be part of that net worth lead as well. Secret, they've been able to take all of the outer tier 1 towers.
What was going to be the new cheat? That stuff is strong. The support Luna just destroyed. I mean, Yapzor is the fastest game in the tournament, 17:09.
I'm very much feeling my Campbell name right now in the Dota community with this cheese. I have to let out a very big sniff.
Yeah, you're part of the you could be you could be part of the history, Rich. This could be the fastest grand finals of a major ever.
It very much could be. And we're going to see why right now. And a lot of that is going to be based around the powerful aura that Luna is able to provide to this team.
Well, and
I
look
just
how well
love
they use the
the
stats.
item build on Luna. She was even maxing out the Lucent Beam at start to maximize the damage output. And the rotation coming out from OD, we saw how VP had one good rotation since one of the support heroes TP'd top, and they instantly played aggressive. They used this info, but man, Team Secret in this game, it was something else. I love the itemization coming on Luna. Magic Stick, Brown Boots into Vlad, just to buff up everybody. Hand of Midas on OD into straight BKB, and everyone had either a Magic Stick or Magic Wand on side of Team Secret, which means that they wanted to fight, they wanted to sustain in a team fight. Also,
unbelievable
Pipe on a Centaur. He does not need to get a Blink Dagger early on because everything Virtus.pro has is magical damage besides a PA, and that's why I didn't like the PA. Also, single core lineup, not that effective, especially against what the Secret had in this game. This is where OD shines. Straight BKB.
Yeah, I was getting ready to praise Virtus.pro. It looked like they were going to be able to come back from a disastrous early laning phase in that tri-lane. VP made some very good moves. They got a Doom top. They got a kill there and immediately rotated bottom. Looked like they were bringing the game back to even, but it's not just the Luna Aura. You look at how these heroes use the Luna Aura. Kyle pointed this out very well during the cast. You get that Drow giving that much more attack speed. You get the OD doing that much more damage with Hill spells and with Sanity's Eclipse. Just a virtuoso performance by Secret. And of course, I mean, you know, the MVP's just got to be Puppey for the draft.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Luna, Io, and Sven combo. Team Secret, they brought it to a next level. You don't even need Io. Luna position 4, coming to your pubs.
You basically answered my question before I even asked it, right? Because we did see some of those crazy combos that came out before we actually sit down and see these guys at the grand final did revolve around the Luna. The Luna seems to be a hero that they definitely do know how to utilize, but we already saw diversity. Now they only need to take one game. The question is, with what they used here in game number 2, can something like this come out again, or now that it's been seen by VP, is it a little bit easier to answer something that is so focused on this aura?
I mean, honestly, when you lose a game in 17 minutes, I don't know that you let them have it in the next game. You can sit there and theory craft how you would play against it, and you can identify mistakes. And I'm sure a team like VP by tomorrow or the next day would have a better answer to that kind of a lineup, but on the spot, I just don't think you let him play it again.
Oh, look at the amount of CS on Team Secret.
There,
yeah, there can't beat that.
There you go. There's your stats don't lie right there.
And these stats don't lie because they are provided by SAP. Thank you for being the analytical partner throughout the entirety of this event. But let's start to look ahead to the next game. I don't think we know what we're going to see quite yet. I think that that's something that Secret's proved throughout the entirety of the tournament. We haven't. It's funny because we really, when we talk about these teams too, we are so focused on the matchup that we saw between the two of them because they made such light work of everyone. But you don't expect Secret in the grand final to make light work of VP.
No, not certainly. I mean, 2 games, they're up 2-0 in 38 minutes. That's just insane. This is. I would have been shocked either side, but if you were to tell me that this was going to happen, you'd think it would be VP, who are the team that specialize a lot more in early pressure.
They just won these first 2 games in their average length of a game.
Exactly.
For the, it was 38 minutes, and they're able to do it into like
against the VP. That's not some tier 2 team that just showed up, qualified through a minor.
They were everybody's favorite on the desk, right? Everybody on the desk says if there's going to be a 3-0, it's going to be on VP. And it's one of those scenarios where it's like, why are we bringing up 3-0s? It's not going to happen, right? It seemed kind of ridiculous to even bring it up, but now it's great because we just get to see how wrong the analysts were. We look at Secret right now, and it looks like
we're here.
Yeah, they just want to night out in China at this point. They're just trying to get out of here as quick as possible.
Go to 2 analysts coming through. Now, you look at, I think you look at the 2 VP drafts, and the thing they have in common is they started to go wrong in the second phase, where in the first game they picked that Oracle third, really don't end up getting a lot of value out of it, and in the second game it felt like really they locked themselves into this sort of single core strat with the PA, who they then were not able to defend in the trial lane.
Yeah, I think PA was really one of the main critiques that you guys did have from that draft. Besides that, though, that is what is so impressive about this in my mind. It's not the fact that VP's made mistakes. VP, all in all, has looked pretty decent in this series. The fact that
they
Secret
looked
just
great for 18 minutes. And suddenly everything falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, VP, it wasn't like they made an egregious error.
No.
Yes, they are getting blown out of the water at this current moment, but it's more what Secret has put together. You know, I feel like it's very big during a series. Because I totally agree with what you're saying there, and it's definitely fair. But when you look at a series, and when you try to break down a series, what is one of the first things that as analysts we always tend to think about? I'm not an analyst, by the way, but what is one of the first, that was the royal we, what is one of the first things that is discussed? Was this a team playing really well, or was this a team playing poorly? Usually it's a combination of both. Here, though, it seems like it's just all Secret playing out of their minds.
I think Virtus.pro is stunned more than everybody else. Like, how did this happen 2 times in a row? What do we need to change? Usually we are the team that plays aggressive. We're the team that has the advantage, and we're not playing from behind. And I can feel that Virtus.pro is tilted.
You know, I am always hesitant to use that word, but especially about a team that's been together so long, has the kind of experience that they have. But if there is a situation that is going to tilt Virtus.pro, this is it. That said, I do expect them to come back a lot stronger in Game 3. This is not a team that I think is going to take 3-0 lightly.
I mean, to talk about those things that, you know, usually you don't like to talk about, like, yeah, you don't necessarily like to use the word tilt, because who are we to actually figure it out? Yeah, every now and then you get to see those player shots and you go, okay, this looks a little bit off. You see something in the game that looks a little bit off. But here, in a situation where a team just, how shocked must they feel? They've been so confident. They talk about groups, and they're like, yeah, it's just groups. We're fine. We're going to the grand final. Then they go to the grand final, and they go, yeah, we're going to take home another one. They managed to win series with their coach playing with them. They managed to win series when they're not even feeling well. We're sitting here talking about, oh, how are they going to be able to string together a win? They have not been pressured at all, and now all of a sudden they're getting slapped in the face by Secret.
No, Virtus Pro is tasting their own medicine. It's what they usually do to other teams. They just play aggressive. They don't let go. Suddenly, game ends in 20 minutes, and I think they don't know how to react to this.
Now the Magnus hasn't been banned yet, right? Because there's so many other things that you need to think about. Early Sven now getting banned out. The Tiny, something that we've seen before.
And do you first phase the Luna as Team Secret if it is left in the pool by Virtus Pro, because 2 out of 3 bans are already gone? Now, there is a school of thought that says if it's any other team in the world, I mean, both of these teams are mathematically in to TI. And there is a school of thought, you're down 2-0 as Virtus Pro, that, okay, they got this one. Again, that is just not, at least what we've seen over the last year or so, and arguably too, that is not in this team's DNA.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro hasn't let off the gas pedal yet, and they've known that they have qualified for a little bit of time here. It's not like that just happened a few hours ago. They've known, and they have still acted like absolute titans.
I'm trying to find a reason, a real one, how they did lose so quickly. And the only thing that comes to my mind is they have a new logo on side of Virtus Pro.
That's a really good point. Thank you, Lacoste.
That's why I'm here.
You see that V? It's not something that we expected to see from Virtus Pro.
Where's? Wait a minute.
On the banner.
You took Boris off the logo. What?
Yep.
You took Boris off your logo. You can't do that.
There's the Magnus.
I think that's just the
OP,
claw
man.
mark on V from Boris.
All right, the Roger Earth Spirit, again a staple.
This is basically 1, 1, and 0. Score is Team Liquid won game 1, Team Secret won game 2, Virtus Pro still at 0.
All right, that Magnus does end up getting banned. We see that Earth Spirit. Not too shocked there as an opener on the side of VP. Nahaz, are you still thinking that the Luna may be dropped in here at the very beginning?
It's puppy, dude.
OD's in the pool.
OD's in the pool. They're going to go, okay, going to go back to the Undying.
They opened up with the Rasta in the first game.
Undying Rasta was the pairing.
That first game wasn't necessarily a 17-minute game, but it definitely worked out fine.
In a way, though, it was just as impressive. Because, look, this is going to happen. It hasn't happened as much in this meta, and that's part of the flip side of having these heroes, so few heroes picked early on in the tournament. There's, again, the OD first phase pick.
Let's see if there's going to be Pugna again. It was not very successful. Looks good on paper, though. There it is. I mean, just go for green heroes. Who has more green heroes just wins the game. Write that down, Richard.
I actually don't mind that so much.
I wrote that down day one. I wrote that down before I even fucking got here. Go green, baby.
Now is where you really expect the Luna ban. Because I think Luna could just that's the thing that scares me most about that Team Secret draft in the last game is I feel like Luna could just as easily have been a core. And that you could have picked a strong support for Yapsor, and that draft is still scary. Maybe not as completely OP as with the Drow, but I'm sure that Secret would be happy to play that lineup with Yapsor and Rubik.
How much HP would Undying have if he's paired up with Luna? Strength Steal, extra strength from Lunar Blessing.
Out of curiosity, banning out the Luna here, if let's say VP decides to ban out the Luna.
They're taking time too. This is an unusual place to invest a bunch of reserve time.
What would the risk be to ban out the Luna?
Well, exactly that you know you're very worried about. Zayas kind of crushed you in the first couple games. Certainly in game one. I mean, he was game one. His Timber Saw was barely behind that PL.
Zaya's performance in this whole tournament was just amazing.
I absolutely agree. People forget, right? Before he took the year break to finish his schooling, he was actually around TI5. He was viewed as a lot of the Chinese organizations had him as the top-rated Western player overall.
Right.
And that's after getting dumpstered by Sumail for how long?
Oh, yeah.
So what do you think of the Pugna? Lacoste, you said didn't perform well, but on paper it seems strong. Is that what VP needs to operate off of here, theory crafting, or the fact that they, on a results-oriented form of logic, they already saw this run into a wall?
Well, sometimes you just base your opinion on like previous performances, what should be good in theory, but sometimes it's not about the 1 versus 1 matchup, it's about the team composition.
And I just think it's so important. It's a fun game to talk about, and Puppey obviously just owned in the draft, but I don't know that you change your hero evaluations too much after that last game, other than potentially just being more aware of the Luna.
I think at this
point, look at the facial expression though by no one. I mean this is not the same VP that we saw walk on stage.
Well, I mean, they steamrolled everything, right? This is the first time that they're potentially going to lose a series, and it's in the grand final. My question for you, Nahaz, is if you're VP right now, are you also still scared about the fact that you expect Team Secret to have more of this up their sleeve, right? You don't necessarily expect this from what we've seen from Puppey so far, even in the 2 series with these guys going head-to-head, to have more up his sleeve.
I think you can beat yourself by being too worried about the cheese strats. Obviously, there's something that you have to be aware of, but at the same time, you can't get too caught up in pre-countering them and go completely away from what makes you good. Because, for every Luna support strat that you see, for every 5-man melee strat that you see that works, you see a couple that don't, and Reddit's talking about how the drafter's a complete idiot. So I think as VP, I actually kind of like that they stuck to their guns here.
Shadow Shaman still in the pool, they kind of open up with the same thing. But Shadow Shaman into Pagna, Pagna's ward. This is one of the things like that don't work in theory. Yeah, you use Shadow Shaman wards, well there's Pagna ward and you kill yourself, but it depends. Pagna's dead, you drop the wards before Pagna plants his ward. So.
It is still viewed.
Are you even listening to me, Richard?
Oh, no. I'm just trying to actually look on Secret's side right now to figure out if those are the same colors. They might be going with one color strategy here as well. You can see all green still represented by VP, but I don't quite figure out.
Well, are we going to count OD as green? I'll give you a pass. I'll count OD as green.
Are you counting?
He's green for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think all people would agree with you on that, but
there's
hey,
the
Rasta here.
I do think that there's something to that, Lacoste, about Rasta is a very mana-hungry hero. He is susceptible to that, but again, it's so much less relevant, I feel, in this meta now that everybody's buying these stat items, everybody's tanking up, right?
If Team Secret plays like they played in the last 2 games, Pugna's not even going to have ward skilled because he's not going to be level 10.
Well done, sir. You are correct. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, the draft,
Come on, just take like a Darkseer. Take something that's going to crush in lane. Take something that combos with the Earth Spirit. Take Team Fight.
Team Secret, they need a hero that builds into pipe. I think that's what they're going to look for in their next pick. A lot of magical damage.
Tide is
Tide
still
could
available.
work. He's green.
Darkseer Tide? No, they're going to... Man, I don't know.
Definitely a pipe carrier for sure.
Okay, you're talking about the next pick.
Yeah.
I thought you were being sarcastic. Lion the pipe carrier. No.
Oh, no.
No, they're locked down the 5 position. That's kind of the safe play with your 3rd pick overall in the draft.
10 seconds remaining.
So you say you want a pipe carrier on the side of VP?
No, Team Secret.
No, I mean, I guess both would be okay, but yeah, you need a pipe on Secret.
Okay.
Yeah, your VP, if anything, you may be more focused on Crimson.
Okay.
There's Tide. That's what I think he was the best hero available in that situation. I still think Darkseer is okay for Verse Pro, but then you're starting to feel like you're boxing yourself into a single core strat again, where Ramsey is going to be really the sole source of physical damage.
They could grab a Monkey King against the Tide Hunter. This is why I like just by having OD in your team. You're blocking so many picks for enemy team, and it opens up so many picks for your own team.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it's a reasonable pick for sure. It potentially gives you a way to take OD out of the fight. I don't know though. It feels so single core again.
10 seconds remaining.
Is there a way to resolve that though at this point, Nahaz?
Just repick a hero.
Well, my favorite way my favorite way to resolve that is just by going tempo, but Jug's already banned.
Okay.
Right. I would have said okay, because The other thing is, again, both teams really lack anything against BKB. But at the tempo of these games, like it's less relevant. I mean, you saw, you know, OD in game 1 just basically Midas straight into it, but the game was already decided at that point.
OD, going back to this hero and how influential it's been at the end phases of this tournament, it really does seem like EG, you know, the first team to really show what OD could do. 5 games in a row for them, then finally it starts getting banned out, but here we're going to see it get through on the side of Secret.
Everybody's going to hate me for saying this. It feels like TI4. I mean, the pace of these games is just ridiculous.
I mean, we had worse batches than this one for sure.
No. I don't think. I think 720 is certainly better than 681.
The only thing I don't like about this batch is there are a lot of heroes who seem so weaker than others and just feel unpickable.
Agreed. I think that's part of the reason that you saw the condensed hero pool early in the tournament. It's interesting to me that Secret is the one that eventually banned the Luna here.
Yeah. Why do you think Secret are going for that Luna ban? You thought maybe VP was going to ban it out early.
Yeah,
you thought maybe Secret was going to potentially even first phase the Luna. So to see Secret's last ban be the Luna, what does that say to you, Nahaz?
Well, again, they have to be focused of limiting the hero pool of Ramses, and there's your hypercarry for Ramses. I like this pick a lot more now that we saw how quickly Nisha was able to get the Diffusal Blade online in game 1. Ramses needs to come online so fast in this game, but I do think the laning potential is a little better. The problem is how much is Secret going to be able to get themselves a laning advantage with this 5th pick, arguably for Nisha?
Cost in this last pick, are you thinking about laning?
Oh my God, that's so disgusting.
I was looking at their previous draft, that's why I didn't say anything, and because Nahaz talks a lot, but I saw a Visage and...
Dude, you know, like, I get like 3 Reddit hate threads now. Go ahead, buddy.
Give him one more. We're not stopping until it's at least 5 of them. So, Visage, they're going all in. They don't have late game with on side of Team Secret besides OD, and this kind of a lineup is going to fall off if Virtus.pro manages to survive after 30-minute mark. If they don't lose the game in 30 minutes, I think VP is just going to take this one home.
Do you count Rasta as green?
Definitely not.
If he takes some of his medicine, you could see him as a green hero.
All right, so maybe not all green, but it is looking like it is going to be all early game. The question is, are we going to see an incredibly quick end to the CQ Major? Secret may be able to do this 3-0. We'll have to see what VP has to say.
I don't know if Richard there was searching for the 5th element inside of Team Secret to see if everything's green. But his staff is green. That's what he has. It's a green animation on it. That's right. I went to a Bruce Willis movie at the start of this.
Yeah, but I don't know how you're getting green element. I've seen the movie, but you're off. The game, Toby.
He can be on.
Secret might 3-0 Virtus.pro. And I know Lacoste is like, oh, they only have late game. It doesn't matter, all right? It's not about the individual heroes, okay? So far, Secret has demonstrated we're going to crush you. We are going to win this game fast. And that is how they draft. That is how they're playing. It's the synergy, but in the lineup. They're drafting what Puppy wants. He doesn't give a damn what you pick.
Bad. It's like Kyle's focusing on the positive. Lacoste, he was ripping the crap out of you as well. Let's focus on the negative things of the patch. This may be our last day of the patch. Focus on what's beautiful about it.
And you can tell, like, the Visage last pick is not a good counter pick to a Phantom Lancer.
Yeah.
But when you combine it with what Secret's got, so much sustain from the Undying. You got a frontliner and team fighting the Tide. You're going to be able to drop Rasta wards, the Tombstone, the Visage Birds. You need a Crimson Guard stat on the side of Virtus.pro. If you do not have one by the time Secret threatens your high ground, I believe you just lose the game. Yes, you will have inevitable PL problems on the side of Secret. He immediately kills Tombstone. You wreck through Visage. OD has a big problem dealing with it, but I don't know. I like that they went Brew, however. A lot more team fight, comes online a lot faster than the Doom, but is it enough?
Yeah, and that's what they need, VP to step up. Like, the whole discussion was, what can be that one position that's able to fight earlier on? What can actually stand against Team Secret, but also transition into late game? Top rune contest is actually going to be, well, Roger did not get that one. Actually, yeah, he did. Never mind. Roger got that one, so 2-2. 2-2 trade. Everything is fine. But this is another aggressive lane from Team Secret. So they put the Visage not in the mid. They put him on the bottom. Of course, you're going to put the OD in mid up against Pugner. Another matchup exactly the same as previous. But I'm really interested to see just how much farm you can get on the Brew. If you're talking about Crimson Guard, how does that lane matchup work? Because how does ES even harass Zai out of the lane? That's a lot of tangos. Got 2 salves on this Tidehunter. He can just stand against Pasha.
Yeah, and this is one of the downsides of Earth Spirit. We've talked about this a lot, but if he isn't able to find kills, the hero feels rather ineffective. His damage output is not so high, and the way Secret is playing, like, what, combined 36 minutes of Dota? If we keep this up, we'll have had a longer fill before that show match than the entire Grand Finals. And I gotta say, if that were to occur, this would be one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in esport, let alone Dota.
It would be really depressing for Virtus Pro. It's kind of a horrible thing for them, where they still have, like, if this series does go the way of Team Secret, they still have not won a single major event, a single LAN event inside of China. And Team Secret, I can correct myself from the previous cast as well, thanks to the fact they're now in minimum 2nd position. They have already qualified for TI with the 6,000 points, which is the minimum they require. Bottom lane, there's a lot of fires. The Shackles out over on Ramses. The stun from Solo can create some space, but the damage is already done. Puppey, 12 strength already stolen. I think mid one's looking for his own little fight against no one under the tier 1 tower, but this is
an incredibly strong tri lane from Secret. You have Undying Rasta. Rasta 76 damage, level 1 hero. He has no stat items. Visage has been one of the most powerful cores in the tri lane for years, and I know I say shut down Pasha, but it's all about the win condition, really. And Nisha, yeah, you had PL problems in the favor of Secret in the first game. He had free farm. This time they recognize, hey, if we slow down Ramses, what are you going to do to our draft?
Yep. This does feel a little odd, though, because differences with Virtus Pro is they're running Pasha on the offlane, who's not great at clearing out waves. Nowhere near as good as doing as the Centaur. And Roger staying up on top lane. He'll rolling boulder forward, but there's a double creep wave for the Dire side there to help out. Zai, who just anchor smashes and VP does no damage back, while on bottom lane, a doppelganger away. Ramses will be able to escape this fight.
It's an Arcane Rune Undying, though. That's real frustrating to play against.
It's 470 HP on a PL. At least his stick will be effective. But Shaman, stick charges will give him the shackles available, but he will not burn it. Meanwhile, in mid, it's OD, mid one who's in trouble. No one and Roger working together. He's looking for a denial. Will not happen. Roger waits out the attack and then hits him with a stick.
It's just so cool watching these two teams play, like two titans of Dota. Yeah, mid one recognizes, I need a Fairy Fire and also go for the deny. And they...
Calls? I think Solo's in trouble on bottom. Actually, no. There's no initiation, realizing Nisha's a little bit too far away. Take it back to you, Carl.
Secret also doing a good job denying creeps back and trying to acquire lane control. In this 3-on-2, if you can plant yourself in a scenario where your creeps are in front of your tower, especially since that ward, are they body blocking the easy camp? It hasn't spawned, and that's huge if you can get lane control here, because look at Lion. I mean, you can't do anything to these two supports.
Like, he's almost going to like perfectly time the stun, but when Yapsor moves forward, like Ether Shock level 1's not enough to kill off Ramses. Meanwhile, up on top, Zai. Here they go again. Virtus Pro looking for the kill. They will bring down the Tidehunter. Not an easy task. And they're doing this still with a dual lane, so it feels like Ramses is definitely being sacrificed. He'll use his doppelganger straight away and get into the trees.
Still CSing just fine, though. So, yeah, Secret, you're applying a lot of pressure, but you're cool with this on the side of VP because your Earth Spirit is activated. Roger does not want to play bottom, and I think that that's what Secret's attempting to do with this tri-lane, because if you can force Roger down here, his impact on the map disappears. He can kill mid, he can kill top, as we've seen demonstrated. And if you're able to survive down here, this is huge. You don't necessarily need Ramses to have this incredible start. You just can't have him out of the game. And with 16 CS, he's perfectly happy with this.
Yeah, he gets what he needs. No one's having a good time in mid. #1 CSs are up for him, as well as the Brewmaster. But keep in mind the Brewmaster was taking a lot out of the jungle, but he's still #2 on the net worth. Hilarious enough, #1 net worth, it belongs to the Visage. It's all down for Nisha, and they want Ramses. Already used his doppelganger. 5-6 charges will be difficult. Nisha building up the Soul Assumption charges. Ramses is low, and with that 32 HP, one more attack, still not enough. And we actually get mid-1 dying in the mid lane, so Nisha survives, and the Ramses survives and the OD goes down. Got to get my head in the game like VP.
This is looking much better for Virtus Pro, and this game, they'll actually have the tools to fight and combat Secret as they attempt to push objectives.
They're going for more with the attack. Ramses against Yapsaw. Ramses really low on life, gets the kill, 8 HP. Phantom Lancer will survive. This allows them to actually get 4 of the bounty runes. Is it all 4? It's going to be, yeah, it's all 4.
Hey, credit to Virtus Pro. No matter if they win or lose this game, they got crushed 2 consecutive games in a row after really not even being challenged in this tournament, and they are not tilted one bit.
They're chasing after Zai. No Ravage available. Look how much damage they do. He's salving up quickly and on the run. The blast won't be able to connect, so Zai gets more regen time, but that's why they're rolling Boulder in. Good anchor smash removes so much damage, but you still got the blast from no one. Guaranteed damage. And even on bottom, they're going once again, this time over on solo. Support is there, it's PL, but actually the bigger one, Undying is moving over. Shackle, as you said, M3, but that's why Phantom Lancer doppelgangers and moves away. They're not killing Ramses. At least killing Lion and keeping him on level 2 stops the combination with the Pugna.
Oh my god, but look at Nisha's item. He already has the Helm of the Dominator. Like,
he's farmed, and he's going to pick up a Sata.
The best. Like, you could. This is a concept that's been known by teams in Dota, but not really abused by anyone but Secret to this extent until now. Damage, amplification, and reduction. The previous game, they had 3 different auras they were abusing. 4 if you count. Like, they had defensive Sven E, they've got Pipe, they've got Vlads, and all these. Oh my god, it's crazy.
Zai is having a couple of troubles against the Brewmaster. Mid lane is also setting up for a gank at the same time. These Suns continue. Pasha, he just mangoes and gets the damage, then in towards mid. OD under the tier 1 tower. Virtus Pro, they are all over this map. PL's abandoned bottom, so Secret cannot even get a rebuttal. But because no one is playing that Pugna with a lot of farm and a lot of levels, he is just wrecking apart that mid tower with the level 4 blast. It's really punishing, so it ends up being a tier 1 tower trade-off.
Favors VP for sure, though. They get this mid objective. That makes it significantly harder for Dire to do Roshan. And notably, VP chose Radiant this game. Secret, they went first pick, and I believe game 1 or 2, and Secret just abused this Radiant advantage. They did Roche first, they took better objectives, and Dire's side is more difficult to play with this style because Roche isn't as easy for you to take.
Oh, hello to OD. He knew someone was nearby. ES dances rolling boulder forward, doesn't get the stun, but damn, with the Nether Ward and the kick follow-up. One more attack to kill off mid one. He'll cancel off his sound, but the shackles from Yamsaw creating space. Puppey gonna work with him thanks to Tombstone already being dropped off. They don't want to kill it off. In fact, it's just a runaway. Lion's in trouble. The Undying minions are slowing him down. He'll kill off one more of them, so now at least he can have his movement speed back in a second, but no. Yapsaw shackles him up. Mid one will find the rebuttal kill. But everyone starts coming mid for Team Secret, creating space on the safe lane. Finally, PL will get some farm, or will he? Nisha wants to keep the pressure on Ramses.
No, but do we even talk about top tower being dead? Like, Secret's already down 2 towers. Only 1,000 gold bottom.
That was nice. He denied the Sata. It was the kill that PL was really looking for. And thanks to the 2 Dire Observer Wards that Secret's placed across the Radiant jungle, it's so difficult to bring support and surprise Nisha on bottom lane.
Unless, of course, you pick up a timely Invis rune. You can see no one heading right forward. He's got the bottle prepared, and this is dangerous. The downside of the tri-lane meta is that you empower the enemy solos with a massive level advantage, and you need to be scared of any rotations. Pugna and Brew are so powerful at this phase of the game, especially when they're level 8.
They're hunting. The Radiant Observer Wards, actually, you'll see the Undying in the trees, but they're rotating down, and they're going to find Yapsaw. He's a stun controller. Nisha, he'll walk into the rest of them. A Hex, a stun, that's the one they want. They want the Visage dead with the shock. The drain is there, and they just pull the life out of Nisha. Then it's support time. Yapsaw will at least avoid the blast. Here comes Tide. Wait for the Ravage! Into 3, hits 4, in fact. The Anchor Smash killing off Solo. They get the control on Pugna. He's the bigger one, but that's why PL needs to do more damage. But you're right, OD is here. No Eclipse, no Hammer. Ready to drop down yet. Just build up the intel, and that may be enough to get the kills. Puppey will get himself a double out of this. PL runs away, gets out to safety. So Team Secret, they do kill off the mid and the support. But I still wonder if it's worth it for Team Secret.
I think you take that. It went a hell of a lot better than you would expect. Great decision from Zai to rotate down there. Always difficult playing Tidehunter because the moment you move, like he gave Pasha a ton of space top, who's also now looking to dive middle. He's got split ready. Nisha does not have birds yet. Solo's looking for a stun.
With the phase boots, the high movement speed running into the tree line. He's not there. Radiant Observer Ward reveals him. He'll come out of the fog. Puppy's nearby, but no tombstone available. In fact, the kick and silence. Roger ensures the Puppy cannot help him, and that is one dead Nisha. And with the Brewmaster split, Nisha, okay, they'll stun him up and finally bring him down. Now they can turn over to all the Undying. That little bit of a delay may actually allow Puppy to survive this, but the Brewmaster, he doesn't get the spin up. The arms from the Storm Brewling started going on OD, but it's all a little too late.
They control 3 bounties, though, so you're okay with that. Trading one hero for the Brew split at this phase of the game and getting bounties, I think you'll take that trade if you're Secret. But for the first time in this series, Virtus Pro has equalized the game. Secret is not able to just march down lanes as 5. They're not in this huge advantage. It's still real Dota, and Virtus Pro have got to feel confident that at some point, Ramses will win them the game as he has so many times in this tournament.
And he's looking for the kill as well. Hex quickly from Yamsor. Means the attack won't be able to connect, but they break the trees with Doppelganger forward. Supports nearby from Lion, and damn, he needs the experience from this kill too. So he'll provide the hexes, he'll provide the follow-up stun, and allow Ramses to close the distance and get the kill. More life for him, while on bottom lane, Pasha starting his own initiation, working with the ES. Zai begins his TP out. They have no stuns available.
That was sick. He juked the rock stun from Roger, the roll-in, and then just TPs in his face. There's nothing you can do about it. Mid-tower.
Mass TPs are coming from no one, but how do you defend this? Everyone's like, okay, fine. We push bottom lane. Catapults up. You've still got Pugna. So pushing the lane is quite strong and fast. The same for Nisha. With birds available and having the Blindstone, they can wreck through towers quite quickly. Undying wants to fight on bottom. Decrepify, blast, kick, slam. Whoa! Goodbye, Puppy. Rolling Boulder away. They don't want to get in front of that Tidehunter. His Ravage is back off cooldown, but OD is finding Pasha running through the river. Imprisonment will buy time for everyone else to move over. Shaman got wards, shackle, hexes. They got all the controls in the world. They'll start with the hex, follow with the shackles, and goodbye, Brewmaster.
That's another trade you'll take. Pasha a bit over eager there. You've got to be more careful when you're playing against this many disables on the side of Secret. Once again, mid one going to go for a Midas. Curious, he went for that last game as well, even though they ended the game, you know, like 15 minutes. I don't even know if he got a chance to use it.
You'll take the attack speed. That's fine. Then again, he had the Drow Aura last game too, so maybe not as useful. So Ramses is finally finding some farm inside the jungle. Nisha's doing the same type of thing, but it's the PL, right? Like, he's the real problem child for Team Secret.
The Pugna as well, because until you get BKB up on mid one, you really can't play into the Nether Ward. And part of the reason that fight in the bottom jungle went so well for them was because VP actually chased past the ward, and now you have nothing to really stop this OD from pummeling you with these pure damage orb attacks.
But do you want to get the BKB this early on an OD? Like the panel was saying as well, like, it's not an item you want to really grab on him. Zai, Pasha wants to have a little bit of fun with this, clamps, but it's a Tidehunter.
That's part of the reason you're going for the Midas first, though, because that already covers you. You're going to scale. You don't have to worry about just falling off the face of the planet if the game goes further than 20 minets.
I'm looking at no one. Like, he's already got Ether Lens, he's building it to Dagon, and combining with Lion, who, please, someday solo hit level 6. Look at actually the amount of damage from no one. 10,000 hero damage at the 30-minute mark is only going to amplify up with Decrepify, Dagon, and you saw a combo with the Brewmaster Clap as well. That's so much damage. The Tide, he may not even be able to get his combo off. They're cheering for the tower, which will finally be brought down by no one. The glyph was, it was expendable. Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's the first game, and I always love talking about the Secret supports and how much more farm they end up having than their opponents. We didn't really get a chance to see that because these previous 2 games have been so quick, but if they win this game, look for them to be most of the reason why.
EPs are coming in. Thanks to the Observe Ward on the hill. VP know exactly what they're going to get themselves into.
OD has a Midas now. Nisha just been farming away.
Zai's in a nice wraparound through the tree line. Dire's courier will be sniped off by the Brewmaster. And here comes your Ravage. The pop-off Pugna. Mass Serpent Ward trapped up. He cannot get away. Couldn't even get the 21 charges off. So rolling Boulder and VP They are bailing the hell out. This Ravage is down, but meanwhile, PL continues to farm up. Ravage is blowing. Team Secret won't be able to take another big fight for a while.
Nisha was a little slow on that movement. Zai may have jumped the gun just a little bit too quickly, because if he had 5 more seconds, that Visage would have been able to pincer over and choke out at least 1, possibly 2 more Virtus Pro heroes. Instead, they've blown Ravage, they've blown Rasta wards. Bruce Split is up, and he's got a haste rune. Look for them to use it ASAP.
I don't think he wants mid one, however. He's kind of alone. Okay, he does. He'll go straight to the split, start with a stun. He'll need follow-up damage, but no one is really here. This is a pretty heavy commit of the Bruce Split to try and keep the harassment up, unless he's just trying to create a little bit more space. ES will arrive. And he does at least force some rotations from Team Secret. The TP to the Shrine from Yapsaw. Looking for another fight as Brewmaster's back into his normal self.
That's the first mistake I've really seen from a team thus far in this tournament, or this series. You have a window where Ravage is down, Pasha just a little overeager, and
there's a lot of PLs. They know which one's the real one. Yeah, Ramsey goes into the tree line. They'll require the stun from Shadow Shaman to hit the mark. A lot of PLs. Ooh. All right, well, there's another ulti going down.
Yeah, well.
Sandy's Eclipse being burnt and not connecting on the PL.
He's got no TP just yet, but there's no way Secret will know that. That's what I love about Ramses, though. Like, how cold does this guy's blood run? He's got no fear. Doppels to the right, understanding that I have so much space. He ran all the way until he actually had Doppel off cooldown again. Like, there's no way Secret catch him there unless they guess right.
He doesn't even have evasion items. Like, he's not going the Mana style. He's going for the Diffusal Blade after getting the Yasha, understanding he still needs to be a presence in these fights. We asked for a core, a 1 position from Virtus Pro that can be involved early on. This looks like the exact build to achieve exactly that.
Yep. VP, they understand the game state.
They're blasting. Trying to have a little bit of crack at Zai. He already has the hood available. Pugna.
Yep, and this is time for Secret. I think you want to look to move towards the Roche pit. You've got to increase the pace that you're playing at. It is not the same game anymore. You need to get, there it is. Yeah, walk straight in. There we go.
Tide Ravage is on cooldown for 5 more seconds. Ping comes in from no one on top of the pit.
Yeah, so for the next 5-10 minutes, you're going to have a huge team fight advantage on the side of Secret. Virtus Pro, you got to stall the game, do exactly what you're doing. Let them take a little victory here, but shove lanes, accelerate, get farmed, and then you need to win that one critical fight probably inside of your own base.
Yep.
That'll be enough, hopefully, to stop Secret's momentum. They're going to get the Aegis on the OD. He will be going for the BKB next, and that's the big timing that I think Secret are going to try and abuse to make something happen.
We'll see if they can. The critical items being there. This Arcane Rune's been held onto from no one for a while, but you've got both Dagon and Diffusal Blade flying to the bottom lane, where OD just TP'd. VP may feel strong enough to try and take the fight. Yes, actually, well, Bruce Split's already off cooldown. Ty's showing himself up on top. Shaman as well. Brewmaster instantly into the split. This is where they're going to look for the fight. They want to try and grab Shaman, but it'll be tied under instead. Diffusal bladed up. Doppelgangering. Okay, they switch the targets. They really want to kill off Yapsaw. No control, no stuns. Nisha was moving over too, even with his Alpha Wolf. Doesn't want to be involved in this fight. Puppey, he'll do the same, but the tier 2 tower on bottom lane was pressured this entire time. Nisha sent up and towards the air. Now Brewmaster still a little bit too deep into this, and maybe it's time to give up this fight as the Ravage kicks in. There's still no support arriving for Virtus Pro, but on bottom lane, they're pressuring into the tier 3 towers. This is when the Pugna can do his work, so they go for the PL. They do get the kill out, but bottom lane, the tower's down to 50%. Virtus Pro, were they really just trying to bait this out? Nether wards planted, the Decrepified Dagon and Finger of Death should be able to instantly kill off this Tide. They didn't get the exact timing. Kraken is such a pain in the butt.
It's just sick if they can get the tier 3. If they don't get the tier 3 though, I'll still give this exchange win to Secret.
Rolling Boulder, they're coming in, they're looking for Shaman, the Hex will come out, they're looking for the follow-up into Zai. It's not available just yet, but TP's arrived, and it's a double damage OD, ready to fight, has the Eclipse available, the Tidehunter drops down low, the Finger of Death does not find the kill they're looking for, and yep, it's another Nether Ward they've got to go through. A quick banishment, Pugna, how do you want to try and play this one? Shackles on Roger, the Decrepified tried to save him, but Puppey will arrive, and Roger will die. They do not take the tier 3 tower.
You take that if you're Secret. You got so many kills off of that. You saved your Aegis. You got top tower. And yes, that was a lot of damage on the tier 3. But let's be realistic. The way Secret is playing this game, you got to win soon. So who cares if there's damage done on your tower, because you're going to be taking the fight to Virtus Pro. probably in the duration of this Aegis.
Yeah, but like, can they still do it? Like, PL or empties instantly TP'd back up to top lane. Team Secret are on the defense, defending a tier 3 tower, fighting on their side of the river. Yes, you find the kills, but are they finding the objective-based gaming? That's still all 3 tier 2 towers up. And VP's getting stronger and stronger.
It's going to be about the time. As you look at Pasha, he's going for a Radiance. No blink, just that power. Your Earth Panda all of a sudden is going to be doing this massive AoE damage. It gives mischance to the birds, to all of these heroes. We know how poorly OD does against evasion, and sure, he'll be able to BKB through it and have that true strike, but still, like, this is it. This is go time. It's that it's 20 minutes in, and Secret's heading straight up the tier 3 tower. You got Pipe up on Tide, Flags, Ravage at 25.
They can't TP back yet. Ramses has it on cooldown for 11 seconds. They actually cannot take this fight. They're trying to trade by pushing the tier 2 tower with the mass circle wards down for Team Secret and the Alpha Wolf. The bonus damage is so high for Team Secret. Now the TPs will begin. They've already burned through their fortification. They have to take the fight. 8 seconds till Ravage is up. So Zyme in trouble. A huge magnetize into the back line and the silence. A double stun on OD. He can't get the damage off just yet. The Eclipse is ready to go, but OD, defensive imprisonment. He'll buy him time. Ravage, it's ready, and it's released into Virtus Pro. Team Secret, they're forcing the fight. PL will have to expend his buyback. The melee Rex will still die. They need to get some kills. Ravage is down. A great neck smash from Titan means they got almost no damage, and they turn for the fight, looking to pump it out. There's the Eclipse ready to drop. If they can just get him into an all position. Now, with so much stolen intel, will it be enough? No, the Aegis Immortal's already triggered on him. He's lost none of it. The Puppy, frontline tanker. He still has the Aegis, the Immortal.
For another minute, Toby.
And he's being protected by Solar Crest. PL's at least doing work. Undying's out of mana. These double stuns from Solo need to create more space, but maybe with the haze and the kicks, they just can't really fight this.
And they're still not leaving.
Yeah, they want to keep fighting this one. If someone wants to come into it.
Oh my God, they just took a Rax. It's what? I can't believe it. Virtus Pro, you know what Secret's trying to do, and they just caught you with your pants down. They're working on a melee Rax with no glyph available, and you're not even casting spells yet.
It's a Cloud9. That's almost what this is. Not ready to TP back, not ready to defend. Thought they had an extra 10 seconds, and Team Secret shut the door.
And, you know, we're talking about VP, but this one Rax gives such a huge gold infusion to the side of Secret that their max timing window to win this game is increased by at least enough time to carry them to the second Roshan. At 10 minutes, maybe, where you still have this window where I don't believe Virtus Pro can do a damn thing against this Death Ball.
They're coming back again. The Aegis Immortal may time out, but there's a double damage over on Nisha. All 5 heroes from Team Secret assemble in the mid lane. Tier 2 tower will drop. They're trying to get the split push up as quick as they possibly can. Hex is out, the trap on no one. He'll have buyback available. Tombstone is committed up on the high ground. The Puppy, he is the scout. He is the front liner. Plugged up, must buy back. No other choice. TP's finally coming back from the PL. He needs to land into the back lines. Some kind of copies to use the doppelganger to try and get rid of the Tombstone. Is taking time. It may time out before they can actually kill the damn thing. Tombstone finally gone, but the tier 3 tower, 6 HP. Rolling boulder forward. Look for the kick from the silence. OD's in trouble. Can't get the BKB off in time. OD will drop. The Hex is in control. It's good, allowing PL to get to the back lines. Look for anything. There's no Ravage. There's no big ultimates from Team Secret. Did they force this all too soon? OD's trying to return, but he may not have a team to return to. It's just Ramses. Ravage is up. Double kill for him. Going for the third. Over towards Puppy. Even if you have Ravage, you'll pop it now so OD can come back to the fight. He has Eclipse available. They're all dropping pretty low. The Eclipse pulls down. Lion will go down to the birds. Purposely Micro Puppy finally dies. He really is the Undying in this fight, but they're not done yet. Keep the fight going. BKB from mid one. It won't last long enough. They take it and flop him down. Down for the count. 73 seconds on the sideline, and they just keep going. Team Secret, they lose the whole kit and caboodle. Virtus Pro be fighting.
God, credit to VP. It looks like they're just done, Toby. They lose bottom Rax without a fight, and you're thinking they've got to be tilted. They've got to just be lost, and yet somehow they're still prepared to battle. They recognize the key target they've got to take out. They know Ravage is probably still on cooldown for a little bit, and they managed to 100-0 the Outworld Devourer of mid one before he can get off his BKB. Yeah, you can buy back, but they have no mid towers. It took him so long to get back to the engagement.
What even happened to the duration of the BKB? It felt like it didn't last at all.
No, it just, God, that is why this is, these are your Titans. These are the best 2 teams in Dota. And
And now you can look at it like we've got a V-neck T-shirt coming into the graph. Net worth just slams straight back up again, and even higher on the swing of the experience. Almost 2,000, the first real lead that Virtus.pro has had in this series.
And look, you know, if VP go on to win this game, we're going to look at that as a throw. But I don't care. I love what Secret chose to do.
They had
got
to win,
him up
right?
against the ropes. Yeah, you don't have Ravage. You could wait for the next Roche, but you play to win the fucking game, Toby. This is the grand finals, and you're looking at style. You know, it's punished. Well played, VP. Chill out a little bit.
They're going to hunt for more kills. They ain't chilling. It's a 4-man smoke up. They'll reveal Ramses. A Blink Dagger is flying out for Pugner at the moment, and he's already got the level 2 Dagon. They want to pop. Dire Scan does it trigger. They're just far enough to the north of it. They're looking for the 25-minute boundary runes. They'll come down, rolling boulder forward, finding the back line. Son Yapsel, the kick and silence. It's huge from him, and getting PL in the mix. They have the damage, but PL actually is OD with the BKB. He's had his grab, but he's got no big ultimate. PL, he will go down. He couldn't survive. The Mouse 7 was chased this up. Undying can't move anywhere. They're still waiting for the right opportunity. Pugner, he's got drain, he's got damage. OD's lost his BKB, and that's who's being drained out. Defensive imprisonment will save his life. Roger trying to back up. They battled the entire time out of the wards, but the Crepify, they couldn't get the damage into Earthspirit. Gets a little bit more distance. One anchor smash, that'll do the work.
They can just shrine up and go, Toby. VP, this time they're the ones over aggressive. I like the confidence, but like you have the Brew with Radiance, you have PL with Manta, but they fail to recognize this is still, you're now charging up Secret's high ground. Maybe you can turn around a fight when they're running into your base.
It was a double tier high ground as well.
Yeah.
They bounced up and up. Puppy is currently just like waiting it out. Finally, the Mouse Serpent wants all time out so we can join his team. But Team Secret took that fight without Sandy's Eclipse, without Ravage.
I can't believe it. And both teams, you know, slightly over aggressive. But this is this kind of like brutal bloodbath Dota that I have missed. This is not what we were seeing from many other teams in this tournament. And all of, oh my, like look at this Visage. He has an Axe. He has an Axe. You want to talk about timings?
We are
climbing. They've got everything.
We are climbing. The Observer Wards are down. Team Secret with great information. You can have the Radiance completed on the Brewmaster, but it's not doing that much. He'll Cinderbrew, try and force Team Secret back. The only thing they don't have, which Secret do want, is the Mass Serpent Wards.
Roche's spawn. This is what we're thinking when we're Secret, right? You made this mistake once. You went high ground a little too early. Kill the top shrine. Camp the high ground again. They have a fresh ward down. You could potentially go try and Zerg Roche, or you might want to make that same move, but this time you've got all your big cooldowns, and VP, you can't give away this Aegis. They're going to try to fight, and they have no vision. This is so spooky.
Yep.
And they're just going to stand here.
They want to fight. They put down their Dire Observer Ward. Now, keep in mind there is a sentry, but VP have no high ground vision, so they do not understand that these observers and sentries have been planted down. They don't see up. So Virtus.pro playing pretty dark on the map. They have one nice Observer Ward, which is back on the opposite side of Roshan. So if anyone walks there, they'll probably feel it. Scans not available from either side, so they can't get that information. But Brewmaster, he's just running forward. The Hex is down. The control, the kicks the silence. The Ravage is perfect. It'll hit so hard. Combining with the Eclipse, but Brewmaster, he almost got the split off. The buyback will come in. The Mass Servant Wars, they trap him. Mid-one. He can't get out. He's TPing away because he doesn't feel like he can still stand this fight. But Ramsey's in big trouble. Doppelganger, 2 seconds, 1 second. He needs the time, but doesn't have any time. Shaman dies in the backlines while that was going on. They still want to bring down Roshan. Earthspirit rolling boulder away will get away from the damage, but the Brewmaster stuns. He's looking back into Roshan. They'll get some information. Solo, he gets a double stun plus the Hex follow-up. They're draining out the Undying. Dagon's available, but now they imprison. Nisha, he's low on life. The Brewmaster, forgotten with a finger and the Dagon. They're able to find the kill, but buyback available for Visage. Puppy still trying to fight this one out. The Brewmaster stuns are perfect, combining with the clap. Undying Solo will give him the life, but no one takes it away. Solo, how is he still alive? This guy is so damn good. Still running away. No one to help him out. Mid-one. Now the run around, trying to juke it in the fog of war. Not going to be possible. Virtus.pro still with 3 heroes down, but they stop Roshan from happening. Eclipse and Ravage is on cooldown. This isn't a guaranteed Roshan for Secret anymore.
What a back and forth engagement. Secret, this time they're the ones that identify the core target. You take out the Brewmaster before he can get his split off. Yeah, there's a buyback, but you have that window now where you can continue pursuing. Ramses, again, dies. Too aggressive, trying to find kills on the back lines of Secret, but Zai's just sitting on top of him. You can't do a damn thing when this watermelon is just rolling you over.
Man, they take so long to kill off Roshan, but Virtus.pro are in no position to contest. Instead, Brewmaster's pushing out the top lane. really felt like that was the first big fight. I felt like Pasha was like, I have a massive presence, never-ending stuns. The Radiance effect was never removed either.
And you have this, oh my god, the talents. All of a sudden, Puppy, he's dropping a tomb, and he's going to walk in and die. He has 3 bracers and pretty much nothing else. He doesn't...
No stun. Pasha's fine.
He dies, another tomb goes down. I love what they're doing. Yapzor is farming top. You'd think, oh, why is this 4 position? One, he's really greedy, but on the other hand, 400 gold to an Aghanim Scepter. Do you know what this does? It's good.
Okay. I was waiting for you to actually follow through with your own comment, but I guess not.
Oh my
these
god.
Axe timings, it's going to wreck. I'm also seeing, however, a way to survive. So no one doesn't want to be burst down anymore. Able to actually have that disc.
They're so close to this massive power spike. You have Aegis, you can farm for another 2-3 minutes before you go high ground. You're trying to finish your Hex on OD. He will have that completed in just a few moments. You're getting the Ags on the roster.
The bottom lane's still pushing in. It's pushing back out, so VP, they're not heavily pressured. This is something that Ramsey's been really focusing on getting.
Your wards are going to do 2 attacks, okay? You can have 2 tombstones if your Undying actually dies. OD can BKB Hex anyone he wants. You know there's no buyback on Pasha. If he goes down, that's it. It's over.
They may come up. Ramses is still on the bottom lane, pushing in. So there's your Hex you're talking about. The Ags is on the Courier for the Shaman. So this is available at a 4-man smoke up from VP. Just in case there's any wards inside the base, PL's already preemptively TPing back in. He needs to burn off some mana. Ties the one on the front line. Mass Serpent wards, they are planted down. Now they realize it's been upgraded. They are a lot more powerful than they were before. The kicks, the silence, but a Hex over online. That's doing some work. Familius just instantly evaporates solo. They're looking for the blast just to push back this creep wave, but it won't happen. Yapzor, he caught Roger in the trees, combining with the Ravage. VP, they're totally stunned in this series. The buyback does come in from Solo, so he can get back in this fight. Tidehunter, he's already burned the Ravage. Now it's time for Virtus.pro. They're going to keep their racks alive if they can continue this fight. Undying's been drained out, combining with a Finger of Death, but he's got 3k HP on that Undying. So hard to kill off. The Magnetize will turn on. Nisha's in trouble. He munches on the cheese, gets some more life back, but the Shackles, Earth Spirit can't do any more, but Pugna can. Sitting on the high ground, looking for the follow-up damage. This Nether Blast cooldown time is doing some work, but they still need to find the kills. Can they get one? They do. It's OD, but it's only the Aegis Immortal. Puppy has finally gone down, but there's another tombstone to deal with. The follow-up stun, mid one. Maybe they've actually got him. They're going to bring it down. Zai, he's actually going to wait with no hammer. VP stay alive, and Zai begins his retreat. They're letting him go. They don't want to fight. They're trying to get rid of the catapult. The melee rack is on 65 HP, 70 to 21. The catapult, kill that bloody thing. It's the stolen one. It won't get the hit off. The rock was almost going to launch.
Oh my god, what an engagement. Unbelievable Dota so far played by both teams. And if this ain't poetic, what is? 26 to 26. Kill score completely even. Oh, the birds! He got him with the birds!
Oh.
Backdoor oh my.
Visage is a dick.
Oh, you're thinking of Richard.
Same thing.
DD Rune bottom, Pugna in a little bit of trouble though.
Oh boy, I can't. They let the Tidehunter go in order to save the melee racks. Look, they had the great presence of mind, but they still lose the racks.
Here's the thing, even though the racks dies, I'd say that's still slightly favoring VP just because they got so many resources for their PL. Like he's suddenly got 5,200 gold. He could buy a heart or he could buy a BKB. And you're going to hit a critical mass where Secret doesn't win these fights anymore.
He's already popped off his Lotus Orb. He's got no help around him. He started going after Solo looking for a kill, but the mana is burned off. Puppy, I don't know if he can really help out. Zai, yeah, you're tanky, but now everyone else from Virtus.pro arrives. The Soul Rip is a lot more life, and Team Secret, they kind of want to fight. First Tombstone down, but the Brewmaster split, sending up the Undying into the air. Mass Serpent wants a good OG's building up. He's got the Eclipse ready. Earth Spirit protected, but then with the Criminal Fire, he'll go down. Shaman finally cleaned up by PL. A great stun from Solo. The follow-up. Tidehunter finally goes down. Willie, 7 seconds till Ravage got no man to work with. He just keeps him alive. Puppy doing the work, but Zai is dead. And you've got the target. It's Nisha. Ramses wants it. Doppelgangers expecting the stuns, and ES rolls and Boulder 2. Facade, Nisha needs to die, and he does. Virtus.pro continue the fight. The bottom creep wave may force them to come back.
The Courier died.
They don't want to come back.
I don't know what it was, but I believe that was a full BKB for Ramses that died on the Courier on the way to this engagement. However, they win it anyway.
Do you push fast enough to go for a GG push here? Like, OD's still up, but there's no Eclipse. Ravage isn't available because Tidehunter's not available. They can take the tier 4 towers and go for more if they want to. They're losing their own tier 4s. Instead, they will claim the mid melee. They are going to claim the bottom melee as well. They cannot take top. Tier 2 tower is still available.
Oh, but this is all you need. VP, PL problems. So all of a sudden, they're the top 3 net worths in this game, and Virtus Pro backs against the wall, beaten to a bloody pulp. Somehow they have managed to not just stick in this game, but take a net worth advantage and equalize the Raxes.
What a play from VP. We have swung so hard again. Look at that almost vertical experience. Swinging by about 15k. Pugner looking to kill off the Visage Birds. No taking our side lane Rax again. None of this split push, none of this ratty stuff. Can they finally actually get rid of that Observer Ward too? Roger will. Well done, Roger. That's been watching him move towards Roshan, and maybe that's the next point. He may respawn in 2 minutes.
Here's the thing. It's still not over just because of the amount of single target disable that Secret has. You can find pickoffs. You've got Rasta with a billion range Shackle or Hex. You've got a Hex on the OD as well, and then Ravage, of course, on top of it. The next Roche is Refresher. It's an accelerated game pace when this boss is dying at 15 minutes.
It's Shaman. It's Shaman as well. You get that double
or Ravage.
Or it could be Ravage, or it could be Eclipse. Then again, he can't get one of those off anyway.
I think you do the double Rasta wards. You're right, because you can't do it. It's so much damage. The Rax mid will just die.
Yep. And it's not like Ramses can individually target these when the fights are already massively
far
chaotic.
Too complicated. Yeah, that finger from Solo was what killed Zion that last engagement, or he may have actually been able to walk it off. He had Ravage coming off cooldown.
I'm still wondering how they kill Undying. It seems so, well, bullshit, really. Like, he is surviving for so long in every single fight, and he's going to build into a Glimmer Cape. So they're actually getting a little bit of defensive items up against the Pugner's burst damage, up against that finger, up against all the magical pop they've got.
And this time they're going to have that wolf creep again. I know it seems ridiculous that this is something distress, but it's 30% damage to your team. That's a Venge. You have a Venge all of a sudden walking around behind your squad. They haven't had that in the last couple of engagements. I believe they killed one, which was possibly a critical mistake because of just how close these fights are.
That actually, if he can keep it alive too, Nisha having a fresh BKB for the next fight, remember that's going to be a 10-second one. It's so difficult for Ramses to get on top of him like he did last time. Like, he's been targeting Shaman at the beginning. Get rid of the Shaman, burn off the mana so he can't just mass Serpent Ward down. You remove this factor from the fight, but then he cannot move into the next target if they're all BKB'd.
And VP, I don't know if you can do this. Like, the problem they have is that they have a heart. You're stronger than you feel, and if Roche spawns, okay. If it had just spawned and they were able to get that on Secret, I would have been concerned because of the power of Refresher Shard in this game. You cannot give that away to Secret. This game is totally even. Yes, you have the late game, but I fear for your chances if you give Secret not just an extra life, but double. Like,
it's like VP don't even want the Refresher Shot themselves. It's just a pure denial against Secret. The Jaegers are the cheese. They'll definitely take that. Having a second life on your PL, or potentially the Brewmaster if he gets exploded before he can get the split off. This is where you can look instead.
Yep, it's all about target selection. You've got buyback on everyone except for the Undying, the Lion, and the Earth Spirit. So really just the supports. Nisha doesn't have the gold quite yet, but he should be able to farm it in the jungle before this Roche spawns up. You have Vision as well. Secret, you camp this high ground. VP, be careful. You've got a BKB and a gem on Pasha,
Secret,
but he's going
Brewmaster, he may have to BKB pretty early. Doesn't want to do it for just the burst. The kick flies forward, and Ramsey charges in towards Nisha. Wants to bait out this BKB. Won't happen just yet. The Mass Serpent wasn't great. The Ravage is even better. BKB will protect the Brewmaster, but PL, doppelgangers. He's trying to run away. He needs time for this heart to kick in. The soul assumption damage won't do enough, and the Magnetize makes it difficult for Team Secret to keep the chase going. They are just doing the work. Even ES is able to rolling boulder away. The Dagon defensive imprisonment actually saving his life for the moment, but OD, he will drop. Shaman's in trouble. He's already going to blink forward.
He gets the shackle.
He wants to get the kill, but Ramsey still won't die. Inside the river, Solo's running out, but it's all about the kills. Nisha will die to the Pugner, and Ramses, he is regenerating so quickly. He's ready to fight again. The OD's ball back. He's burning out the mana of the Undying. Now they can deal with this, and it's charging pushing forward from Virtus Pro. They've got the momentum with them. A double kill for Ramses. They clean up the tombstone, and that's a long time dead on 2 of Team Secret. Only buyback on the Shaman, but no wards, no Eclipse, no Ravage. VP look to end this and force a 4th game. They want to win their first land in China, but they'll have to work hard. The Lotus Orb Tidehunter, they're looking to do something against him. He has no Ravage. He is purely a distraction. You're following the rabbit right now. You've got to focus on the finish line. Tier 4 towers to be brought down, but where is the Team Secret fight? No Eclipse. You got BKB OD. He doesn't have Blink Dagger, so they'll see him coming from a mile away. Ravage still on cooldown. Another Anchor Smash. The open up of the Ancient with the Tier 4 towers dropping, but PL looks for his target again. It's all about slowing him down. Tidehunter is buying time for Nisha to respawn. Lotus Orb after Lotus Orb, but now they drain up the Tidehunter. He can't do much about this, but maybe he can kill off Solo. Another Anchor Smash, but no. Silence, stun, Zai. He has taken it for this team so damn hard because he's got buyback available. Fortification from Team Secret. They're ready to fight. Nisha, he's up. He doesn't have birds available, but he's got the damage. They just don't have enough, Virtus Pro. They're not meant to have damage issues here. They've got sustain, but with a Hex on PL, Ramsey's dropping low. Crimson Guard's protecting him for the moment, but they're still going to focus on the Dire Ancients. Keep Zai away. Don't let that Anchor Smash get in range of the PL so they can just finish the job. 1500 HP, but Zai, once again, he's just stalking Ramses. Don't give him the damage. Everyone's back up from Team Secret. They keep the fight going with the Mount Serpent Wars, but the fountain is going down. GG, Virtus Pro. Secret make them work so hard. Game 1 and Game 2, they were slapped in the face, but Game 3, Virtus Pro, they take it, they push it back, and Game 3 lasts longer than Game 1 and Game 2 combined.
What an unbelievable series we have on our hands, Toby. I am awestruck that VP managed to hang in this game. Like, unless any other team in Dota 2 is crumbling when that first Rax goes down. And somehow they fight back tooth and nail. A catapult lasts over the top melee Rax, doesn't even matter. Oh my god, like, how do you do this?
I really don't know. This crowd, I hope you could actually hear them at home. They were very appreciative as Virtus Pro came out of the booth. They were cheering. VP gave us an amazing game of Dota, but Team Secret, they are still very, very formidable. Even when they look like they're going to go down, this late game's kicking in, they're still fighting hard. How much of a boss was Zai? I actually thought for a moment that they were going to defend. I thought the Team Secret were going to hold. They were at the pass.
It was a little too late. Like, we talked about their timing being like 25 minutes, right? They got all the way up to 40. The PL's a problem. He was level 25. You're not meant to win that game, but it was still this close. PL surviving that initial jump, but with what, 300 health out of 3,000?
Yep.
You were this close to possibly still taking this game. Even
Give me more. Give me more.
I need some water.
Game 4, please.
Data analytics gives you the advantage of getting to answer questions in a faster time. In esports, you have a topic where all those technologies can be applied with an actual great purpose.
Well, you don't need analytics to do the math on this one. That last game was quicker than the first two combined. I guess that actually is like a little bit of analytics, but it's easy analytics. This was a crazy game, though, to actually figure out. When we do look at it, it looked like Secret was potentially going to be able to 3-0, but all of a sudden, VP does turn it around.
That's why you buy yourself a 2-0 advantage. Clearly a draft gambit, fifth picking the Visage. Puppy wanted to end that game before the 35-minute mark, and it very nearly worked. A couple of knife-edge fights in the Radiant base, but in the end, VP survived. We get a game 4.
And that was what we did discuss, right? We said, okay, with that 2-0 advantage in the hand of Secret, we can expect some risks like this to come out.
Oh, yeah. I mentioned that they're going to experiment. And in this kind of a draft, I already said 30 minutes. If it goes past that mark, Virtus.pro is going to take it home. It was really close, though, but I liked itemization coming out from Pasha. I think that Radiance mitigated a ton of the physical damage coming out from these birds and other cores inside of Secret.
Was that basically what happened, though? Because I know in the draft we were saying, okay, if we do get past this certain mark, all of a sudden, it should just be favored to VP. Or is more at play here, Nahas?
I think VP did do some things in the early game to give themselves a chance. I like that both teams are committing really heavily to these early game moves. And this is what you see. The good teams, good early game teams, which I know quite a bit about, they make you beat them twice to win the early game. And I like this just not passively sitting on the laning phase advantage. I also like the fact that in 2 of the first 3 games, VP have gotten Pasha on a hero that's going to have kill threat against Zai at level 6. We saw it earlier on the Doom. You saw it this game in the Brewmaster. He gets his kill with the first split onto the Zai Tidehunter.
Nah, something that you said while we were watching the game that I thought was really heads up was the idea that every moment, every minute that this game stayed even was beneficial on the side of VP.
Yeah, it's just how these drafts work, that VP is playing for time. You know that if you get to a certain point in the game, certainly at the point where PL gets his heart, which was delayed by a nice courier kill, but the minute PL gets that heart, you just don't have the material to deal with that. You know that in picking the Visage, but you think you're going to be able to end the game before that becomes an issue.
I mean, from what you just saw too, Lacoste, we're at that 20-minute mark, and already we do see Secret knocking on the Radiant door. It does look grim in certain capacity for VP. How did they get back in it?
This is where everything turned. They managed to get a kill on mid one, who used the buyback and died in the fight. After that, at this point, Phantom Lancer was really hard to kill. Once he gets the illusions up, use the Doppelganger. They don't have anything to find out which one is real unless they use a Ravage or Sanities. And a couple of times he escaped with really low HP. They needed to focus the Phantom Lancer, which they did, but also it's all in again. At one point, it's going to come to that where Team Secret, no matter which item they buy, it's not going to change anything because their heroes are not going to scale. Visage hits his peak. Same goes for Tidehunter, OD, and you just can't fight anymore. And I got a new nickname for the Absor, considering how much times he traps his own team with with wards. It's Trapsor.
Oh, good work. Good work.
Gonna let that one sit for a minute. All right. I do want to say Aeon Disc on the No One Pugna also did quite a bit of work in this game. We saw him die a couple times early in these team fights, but that item, again, because of how reliant Secret was on those 2 big AoE ultis, that item kept him alive in the fights through the initial burst a couple of times.
Now, I'm already thinking, obviously we have a little bit more to watch here in the highlights, but I'm already thinking, what the hell happens next in this series? If you're just tuning in, this is one that you really do want to watch all the games. The first 2 just so quick for Secret.
There it is, Trapsor.
It did. I mean,
forcing mid
you're
one
not
to
wrong.
TP out, and he TP'd back to base. They still had a shrine. He could have TP'd to a shrine instead. It's about those little things.
This was, though, I thought up until this fight, I thought Secret were at the tail end of their timing. I thought they still did have a chance to win the game, but ultimately it's just going to be a little bit too much. And they have everything here. They're going to blow Aegis on mid one. It's Nisha that's going to eat the cheese on the way out here, but they're going to both end up falling.
I feel like they could have used Ravage a bit later, because threat of the Ravage is sometimes better than the Ravage itself, and just try to focus the Raxes and get out.
I mean, they even got Secret even got I believe Finger was used on the Undying in that fight.
Just tickled him. That did nothing.
Yeah, so that was just, again, it's a game of inches, and maybe like just a minute or two late on the side of Secret.
After this fight, Virtus.pro knew that they're gonna win this game. They can't really lose it. No real answer for Phantom Lancer and this Brewmaster. I'm not sure what his level was, but I think he was close to level 25. Pretty damn hard to kill.
Now, I already mentioned the first two, incredibly fast. This one threatened to be incredibly fast, and that would have resulted in a quick 3-0.
I mean, to put it in perspective, I think the cutoff was about 24 minutes. If Secret had won this game before the certainly before the 23-minute mark, this series would have been faster than their 2-0 of EG.
That is bonkers. Yeah, I know we were out there too. We wanted to take a moment to actually see the arena and get to watch out there with the fans. Really is something to see. We're kind of in the back right now doing all the analysis, so it was one of the first times that Nahaz and I got to go out there, and we start running back because we're like, oh my gosh, this might just be it, around that 20-minute mark.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, Secret had their chances here. I thought Kyle was right when he said, there are a lot of people that are going to look at this game and call it a throw. I don't know if it's a throw as much as Secret took a very calculated risk on the draft, and it very nearly paid off, but VP do just enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's a mistake on their side to take this chance either with the draft, mainly with that Visage coming in at the final pick, because they have everything in their favor right now. I mean, they started with a 2-0 in the grand final. With these quick games, morale was probably the only thing that you could say maybe they're risking, right, by giving Virtus.pro a win here. But still, you're scared of Team Secret. They had to fight them close the entirety of that one.
Oh yeah, Team Secret, they're not saving strats anymore, which is great. They're going all in, try to pull this one to finish it really quickly, maybe even try to demoralize Virtus.pro for all the damage that they've done to them in the past. But we could go to game number 5.
Oh, easily.
That's what everyone wants to see, right?
We could easily get all the way to game 5. Virtus.pro could turn it around. And I want to ask right now, we say that Team Secret has had the affordance to try something a little bit risky, but one thing that we've seen throughout the past 3 games is they're mostly prioritizing going fast, which doesn't, it's not necessarily what we've seen from them throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do you think they're going to switch that up when we get to the next game, Nahaz, or do you think they feel safe playing it quick?
I mean, again, you can't criticize the draft. You picked a Visage Undying tri-lane with a chance to win a major. Like, I'm going to take my chances with that 10 out of 10 times. It didn't work out, but that's fine. I think Secret are going to pick a little bit more of a balanced lineup this time around. I don't think that they're going to put themselves in that situation, that at least that extreme version of that situation in 2 straight games.
Yeah, like Haas says, everybody wants to get to the game 5. Well, I'm pretty sure they are definitely a few of the people who do not want to get to that game 5. They do not want VP to start picking up their momentum here, and I don't think that they're going to want to play it risky to go into a game 5 to then be like, okay, now do we want to change something? Because I think if you think about the order of the matchup, right, if you were going to try something a little bit safe, now would be the time to try it. And then if that doesn't work, you can say, okay, would we rather play something safe or take a risk when you do get to the game 5 scenario?
Those hero damage numbers, by the way, that you're seeing on the screen, that's astronomical for a 40-minute game. Like, there was a lot of fighting in this game, and Secret was able to dictate the tempo that they wanted.
Secret almost pulled that together. VP able to hold on. This is the resolve that we said that this team has, and I think that this answers some of the questions that a lot of people may have been asking, something that we did air, which is the idea of losing those first 2 games so quickly. Does that start to play a factor? VP just pretty much says absolutely not. I think seeing them hang on even in a scenario like that and being able to turn it around shows it's not just those 2 games. You then come out and you get slapped around for the first maybe 15 minutes of that game and still win. So
this is a huge boost for Virtus.pro. They needed this, even though they're 1 game ahead of being eliminated. It's I think they just needed this energy that they got. Once you're playing from behind and manage to come back into the game, it just increases your morale.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, that's more morale than if they came out and just slapped them around, I think. You know, we keep talking about these games that were incredibly fast, but now when you do look at the side of VP, this was a well-fought game where it looked like they shouldn't be able to win. I think some people maybe say, oh, that it was a throw on the side of Secret. It obviously wasn't. But for VP, they know that they fought all the way till the end. I'm curious to see what they do as well when we do actually get to this draft in a few moments here.
I'm thinking about 2 things. I'm thinking about, first of all, Secret's a veteran team, both squads are, but at some point they were up 2-1, remember, in that Kuala Lumpur grand final and looking pretty good. I thought they looked pretty good in terms of the drafts. Does that start to play a factor? Ordinarily, you would say no with teams at this level of experience. The other thing is, you do have to be a little bit concerned about Virtus.pro. You have not yet matched Secret's tempo, okay? That if you gave Secret the chance to play that draft again, I'm not convinced they wouldn't take it.
And the other options that may open up, right? Think about the Luna. Think about these threats that may be open if you are trying to avoid this draft again. So Secret seems to have all of the tools in their arsenal that they can be dynamic based off of what Virtus.pro wants to do to try to slow them down. They still seem to be the tempo makers in our matchup. Lacoste, how does VP change that?
Well, the old VP that we were seeing had done this so many times before, where they are controlling the tempo, and this is not a good spot for them to be in. I think they need to adjust their drafts a little bit to match up against what Team Secret has, but you can see that they're laughing right now. They did not look good during the 3rd game, first 15 minutes. You can see it on the camera.
Yeah, that was the first time at a major in a while that I've seen a VP team look a little bit moribund in the booth. Yep. This time, though, I think they're starting to feel themselves again. It's just going to be about matching that lane threat by Secret and being able to get back to that VP dictating pace, as Lacoste said.
As I'm getting excited to see what will happen in the draft for the 4th game. I'm already thinking about the fact, too, that this is a matchup that I just want to continue seeing throughout the year as well. And ready to see something like this go down at TI already. Both of these teams have already secured their ticket there, placing into the grand final, both of them, both majors. Now we're going to find out, VP, are they going to be able to take 2? Are they going to be able to extend this to the game 5? Are Secret going to have their revenge? Are they going to be able to change the storyline here? And we'll be getting into this draft shortly, and we can see the players getting ready. And I just can't stress enough the fact that we just have no idea what they're going to log in.
Yeah, the mind games are incredible, right? I mean, we actually spent a good amount of time in the first game's draft talking about the potential for Visage and how Visage and Undying could be really strong, and it gets ignored, and you just kind of forget about it. And then all of a sudden, Secret pivot completely in Game 3 and pick it up as a surprise 5th pick.
It's almost like they find ways to let VP be comfortable, let them forget about some of the options that they have. Puppy does seem to be just the mastermind.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel that they were going all in the previous game, since they picked Visage into Phantom Lancer. Usually it's the other way around to counter the Visage, because he does not have a tool to deal with any kind of AoE illusion clear.
And that comes down to, again, the fact that they could take a risk, right? And they want to prioritize that early game. Don't think that'll be the case this time around, but if that's not the case, can one of these strategies that we saw with something like a Luna come into effect? Once again, that Magnus going to be banned out. These are pretty similar bans to what we've seen so far, but we still got 3 more left.
I mean, I just think it's a matter of extent. I still expect Secret to put a premium on the early games because they've been so strong. But you just don't have to put all your eggs in that basket.
So there's the Tiny again. Tiny was something that we also saw already. So the bans have been pretty similar throughout all of the games so far, all 3 of the games. Is there anything you would want to prioritize here, Lacoste?
The openings were pretty much the same in game 1 and game 3, and the bans as well. You never know what Team Secret is gonna pick. They feel like Earth Spirit has been giving them a lot of trouble in the previous one.
They are first pick though overall for the first time in this series is Team Secret, so they can pick up, if they choose to, the Outworld Devourer with the 4th pick overall and not have to worry about something like a Pugna necessarily being first phased against them.
Okay. Yeah, this game, I mean, in the previous game, Pugna did so much better than what he did in the second one. Like we could see why Pugna is considered a great counter to an OD. All right, we have an IO.
The Wisp was left on the board, and that's not a case of VP forgetting about the hero. That's not a hero you forget about. You know that when Secret has first pick overall, if you leave that hero in the pool, they're going to get it. And the question is, what are they going to pair with it? Are you going to see Io Luna just straight up first phased?
If they want to grab, steal their potential with Sven and Luna, they could grab Sven themselves right now, which I think would be great.
And why do you think VP is going to let it through? They start with a Jug as well. We've seen these teams match up outside of this series in this tournament. In the winners finals, we also saw these teams go head to head. What was Io's role in that series?
Which series?
I'm talking about the previous series that we saw between Secret and VP.
Okay,
there's
your Sven. Yeah, I think that's a great call. I like the Jug there too. It's just a tempo carry for Ramses. It's going to be able to, with the spin, it's going to be able to, if they do go Luna, to be able to potentially soak up some of that, not soak up, but be able to be around Luna while she's using her Eclipse.
They need a hero to stop spin TP. Beastmaster still in a pool. And I'm not sure if Tusk is available. I think he is.
He is.
When you have Io, you need position 4 that has some kind of a control, and Tusk provides all that.
Yeah, there's the OD. That's what I expected. They go back for that with pick number 4. Okay.
So OD, great against Juggernaut in terms of saving other people. Also, if you want to go for a 4-staff, you can dodge his Omni Slash, so he needs to be careful about it. This is an early Jug pickup, and I think Team Secret should punish that.
Absolutely, they will. And I think the Jug pickup is just VP recognizing that they haven't matched Team Secret's. Despite taking that 3rd game, they haven't matched Team Secret's tempo yet in this series. Jug had been banned out, I believe, in the 2nd phase of the previous games. So they're going to secure that carry for Ramses.
If Virtus.pro wants to ban out the partner for IO, they could ban out Gyro.
Well, they ban out Luna, and I still think Gyro's obviously legit ban for sure.
Do you invest that much into banning out its partner?
Oh, they want to play fast. This Tinker ban shows it, and the Tinker is doing good in the lane against OD, and just could drag the game again, counters the way Team Secret is playing, at least in this grand final.
Okay, so Lacoste said maybe you do go for the Gyro. Lacoste, Nahaz, do you think that VP does invest that much into attacking the IO's partner?
I don't have a problem with banning Gyro here. At the same time, as Virtus.pro, I think you can play against it. Okay. Wow. I go Grimstroke. I wonder if you just.
Oh, Doom.
I wonder if you
Doom is still in the pool. If Team Secret does not want to play against it, or a Beastmaster's still available, I think Virtus.pro is going to get one of those two for sure.
I actually think I like Beastmaster better than Doom.
They don't necessarily need to grab Gyro right now, since they have one more pick if they want to play it, but there's not too many heroes left in the pool that benefits from playing IO. Morph is one of the heroes that can work, and it's one of Nisha's better heroes.
I also will say, again, you don't necessarily like it, but if there is one player in this tournament I would want to see on a safe lane Sven, it is Ramses.
Oh yeah.
It is not impossible that Sven would be in the one position here, and you move the Jug. Jug mid was a thing for a while. I don't think it gets OD though.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
It looks like position.
It's I hope it's a position
4/5 Sven.
I hope it's a position 3 Sven. Actually.
It could be. Yeah, everything's still open for them. That's what's the beauty of these.
Although you know what,
2 picks.
I'm gonna go back on that because I think they've benefited so much on, like I said, having Pasha on a hero that can get a kill at level 6.
All right.
Nice. Secret taking their time here.
Yeah, moving into that reserve time nice and early.
Tusk is still available, already mentioned, and
They're just not
the
a Tusk
Beastmaster. I feel like they need to have ways to deal with this Juggernaut spin TP. Anything to hold him down. Virtus Pro definitely looking for that Doom pick. We've seen Dooms countering so many ODs in this tournament, especially if he's combined with the Grimstroke. And it's one of Pasha's better heroes besides Beastmaster. So whatever Team Secret takes right now, Virtus Pro has 2 options left.
Okay, there's your 5 position support for Puppey.
All right, that goes through spin.
Yapsor is the Wisp player. Also, again, there's your Doom. I think that's a good call by you, Lacoste, and very much against the OD. Also got to be said, you go back, Zai has played offlane Bane in the past.
I don't know what I feel about that. I've been hating Bane since 2 years ago, even though when he was popular, kind of fallen off, got nerfed. I just don't feel the hero. It's a good way to set up relocate plays, even more saving capabilities besides Astral. You have a Nightmare, but good ways to set up reload plays if you want to go for it.
And the biggest thing about the Bane is, of course, just the hero is just so strong in the laning phase. Yeah. Right? He's super tanky, trades extremely well with Brain Sap.
So some decent things going on in the laning phase on the side of Team Secret, but Lacoste, what else does this lineup already
They need
offer?
something to start a fight with on side of Team Secret. You can't just rely on Bane setting up a reload. That there's no good way of them initiating a fight, and I feel like getting a Tidehunter could be like a good and bad choice at the same time, because then you're forcing Doom to use Doom on Tide instead of a OD, but then he just cripples your Tidehunter.
Right, right. I like something a little bit more dynamic. I think a Brew would be okay.
Brew is fine to cut into backlines, deal with the Grimstroke, who has no escape. Good way to dispel the shield. When I say shield, I mean Warcry.
Okay, so a Brew has the potential to be dynamic here.
Yeah, we expect Secret to take their offlaner last. I like the Brew, but the Tidehunter is definitely still on the table. The Beastmaster ban, that's very good ban, was the next hero on that list. Although I kind of agree with, I think Lacoste is right that I'd prefer something that has a little more AoE initiation as opposed to single target. And Virtus Pro looking for their mid. Something that's going to face off against OD. They could pick the Lina here, honestly. Yeah, I mean, you got Lina. This is one of the combos that people talked about with Grimstroke.
Lina kind of feels weak to me, especially in the laning stage. If you play against OD, it could go
I thought she could hold her own against OD.
Once you hit level 4 on OD, the hero becomes so strong, and the rotations, you can set up ganks so easily, especially if lane is at your tower.
I don't know. I mean, that's one of the things that made me say is that Bane Wisp. I'm not sure how effective Secret is going to be with their early game rotations, but yeah, I mean, we saw it in game 1 against the Shadow Fiend. OD is a very different matter. That's right.
Rich has something to say. I heard.
Just taking a deep breath, man. It's so interesting with these two teams to just see how different it has gone every single time. We've seen so many teams stick to one strategy. Now a Puck.
Okay,
that's a good pickup because they don't have many ways to deal with Puck. He can dodge. Yeah, he can dodge pretty much every single thing on Virtus Pro.
Almost full legless.
So that's we expect that to be a Zai Puck.
Could be, yeah.
Okay. This again, you go back a little bit, but we have seen 4-position Puck.
It's Bane IO. It's an offlane, but they could swap things around and the
DP.
I love DP. I love DP.
Yeah, I think that's a great hero pick there. I think we're gonna see Game 5.
Yeah, I'm loving this draft from Virtus Pro, and not a big fan of IO and the Bane combination. I think that they lack control with these two.
We talk about the Death Prophet. EG used it quite a bit. Why are we starting to see all of a sudden in our final day? I think we saw EG use it yesterday as well. Why are we starting to see this in the later portions of the tournament, Naz?
Well, I think the silence is just so good against a lot of these spellcasting heroes. She is a hero. Again, you do have to play around that exorcism cooldown, but when you have a hero with her like a Jug or a Terrorblade that can offer sustained tower damage, you can use the exorcism for the fight, still take objectives afterward.
All right, well, VP, they started to get their momentum back. Now they have a fantastic draft. Is it going to be enough to take this all the way to a Game 5?
Game 5 would be beautiful. Please allow us to have Game 5. More great Dota, more great drafting. This one feels nice and close. The panel's bouncing around. How do you think, Kyle? You're looking at your 5 picks and you're like, what's really good here? And a Puck pickup from Team Secret.
I love the Puck because really no off-laners left. None of these tanky strength heroes do a damn thing to a Jug in the laning phase. Yeah. Puck also gives you some form of control against the BKBs Virtus Pro will pick up if you get an Ags. But still, like this looks like an outdraft for VP. Like that DP pick is perfect. Silence wrecks the entire lineup of Secret.
Does it almost feel like this is the first time that like Team Secret don't have that big pushing lineup at the very beginning? It's a PA as Nodi is dragging it back. Puck, of course, he is a great split pusher. He can just go onto those side lanes, and he's been really popular in doing that. You give your team fight, but you just can delay the game up. But with Virtus Pro's lineup, they got such great synergy between the Grimstroke. We can't even talk about like Soulbind, potentially double Dooms, double Storm Bolts. Like this in itself, if they can get that off in a team fight, it's great. But we were also debating it during the draft. How do you get such a combination off against Team Secret who have been so good with their positioning?
Yeah, it's just this is the first time Secret are the ones on the back foot. They don't have that mid-game skirmish power that they've had in the previous 3 games.
Is this also the way the draft was done? Like, VP changed the beat up. It's like, well, we could react to the IO first pickup. Like, we could pick Disruptor. We can get the Grimstroke now. It's like, no, we're going to go Jug. We're going to go Sven. We're going to be the ones in control of this draft and not allow Puppy just to walk all over us like Game 2.
Yep. I like that they gave away the Wisp, too. It demonstrates confidence. You win a game, hard fought. You're going into the next round, and you can pretty accurately predict what Secret's going to do, and they were prepared with their response. They took time to select each hero, but they didn't use anything but reserves, or none of their reserve.
Yep.
So I like the Jug Sven.
Just out of curiosity, do you still get the 15 on IO? Is this your free Aghanim Scepter for the Puck? Even though that's a very difficult target to say connected to when he's going for the Dream Coil.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing for a PA. OD, you kind of don't want to give that one, right? It's...
I think you're fine going the... this is one of the rare games I think you might actually go the Spirit's hero damage on the list for level 15.
Yeah, it's like nothing you want to sync with.
Although Puck Ags is sick in this game. It's another scenario, Virtus Pro.
But when he blinks in, like Puck's going to have to walk forward to Dream Coil.
Yeah.
That's the downside I was worried about. So
VP, they love this triple BKB core lineup. Obviously, Jug might not be buying one, but he's got the spin, and you need some form of control. This is where the Bane pickup Puppy comes in. It's traditionally a dual laner in the mid lane, and it gives the OD a big edge, which he really didn't have in the previous game.
Dual mid. This is a fun meta. You know what? I'm actually kind of sad that this meta gets to end. This meta has been one of the most entertaining metas we've had from game to game. Yes, we've had OP heroes, but the OP heroes change like from game to game, from tournament to tournament. It's just been so dynamic in the way it gets played.
Yeah, we're comparing it to TI4, but let's be real. That entire tournament was death ball. This is the first time we've really seen this kind of pressure.
Yeah, I don't want to compare it to TI4. TI4, I almost fell asleep in the grand finals, and I was casting it. Mid lane rotations coming over from Grimstroke, but he's walking underneath 2 Observer Wards. So the OD's already done his banishment, and maybe that's why Death Prophet thinks he can actually start the fight, but it's support on either side of the river. It's not what either team are really looking for.
I like the puck pick once again, though, because Zai is just not really able to be pressured. Yeah, you can zone him a bit as the solo Sven, but he's never... The thing that threatens offlaners when you're Jug is if you can just solo kill them or keep them out of lane, because they're melee heroes. Puck, you just always sit here,
Nightmare.
You never die.
They're going again. It's a level 1 imprisonment. The damage just through Nightmare may be enough. Death Prophet has the banishment, and she'll die. This is first blood in mid lane, while on bottom lane, oh, they almost won the race with the spin of Ramses chasing the puck under the tower, but first blood does go the way of Team Secret.
That's unfortunate from Zai. He had to use the Q to juke the stun and ends up getting killed because of it.
And Grimstroke's being a real pain in the butt. Here they go again in mid lane. A Nightmare. It's a level 2 imprisonment. Grimstroke's got his own stun, and they just banish him. Say goodbye to the stun. It doesn't exist when you're in the Netherworld, and that's Roger. Gonna go down as well. Maybe with a Fairy Fire he can survive. No, one more attack from Puppey will do the work. So difficult to win the support versus support matchup when you're up against a Bane. Solo should know this better than almost anybody else and tell it to the rest of his team.
And even though he died, Zai's still doing significantly better in the bottom lane than his counterpart in the Doom. And not just in his own CS, but the way he's forcing Ramses to miss a few under his own tower and as he's chasing Zai. Up top, Pasha's being zoned out pretty effectively by Nisha and the App Store. They're laning very well up here.
Look at the change of targets. You send Grimstroke up towards the top. Puppey instantly moves to the bottom lane to try and make sure that Ramses doesn't get a good game. Double CSs for 3 of the heroes so far. You know Ramses wants to go for the dive, but Stormbolt and Ramses starts his spin. There's no way to stop him when he gets the body block off, allowing Sven to have more stun times. Okay, maybe that's one way to do it. Nightmare as well as the one hit. Oh, Juggernaut so low, taking so much damage from the tower. The orb, he jumps over the rift damage. It's going to be enough to get the counter kill. So Zai's having a good lane. You give him a kill, and Ramses, he's having a great lane.
This is great for Secret. You need your Puck to have a good start. This is the hero that'll really be able to make plays. Puck or OD, PA, they need so much time to come online. They don't really want to be involved. Zai will create the chaos, and then perhaps they'll add in. Maybe they'll keep farming, who knows.
Pasha? He hung around a little longer than was the Inkswell available from Roger, but that'll only be something to dissuade them.
He has 6 stick. He's fine. He's got so much health regen on the Doom as is.
I think Bane's going to find another kill. He just picked up a double damage rune. Any target, he goes for the Nightmare, but up on top, Nisha. There's your easy jump away. Io, as well as PA. Max range on the tether, stays it up. Now over towards Bane. We'll see how this Nightmare and double damage room serves Puppey. When the spin comes out, he can try it again. Nightmare is available, trying to counter it out. They wait a little bit of time. They can't attack because Zai, he's waiting it out. The spin. Puppey's waited until the end of the spin, but then Stormbolt over on 2. Ramses can go to work. Silence is there, but Zai will still take a big chunk of damage from just the swings of Ramses. And up on top, Inkswell. Nice jump from Nisha. Dodges it at the last moment.
Really back and forth laning phase, as expected.
Exactly what you wanted to see. 8 seconds before the runes spawn up, and these teams, they're going just
Virtus
great
Pro
plays against each other.
Yeah, VP is actually going to be able to control all 4, it looks like. Unless Nisha up top, nope, he won't be able to even contest that.
Downside about PA, can only jump to something.
Indeed.
Not like a Queen of Pain.
Like that of your Virtus Pro. Your only real struggle is this mid lane. Mid one already up to 14 denies. And Death Prophet, it's similar to heroes like Viper and Razor, where you need to be ahead in the lane if you really want to contest. When you're behind, you can't utilize your drains as effectively because the enemy hero is going to just out-trade you.
Yep.
And you end up losing, you know, it's like a 30-70 now in what is usually a closer to 50-50 matchup.
But are you still okay with this? Like, okay, it's 3-3 on the board. Doom, we've seen his recovery, so even though he's 13-1 and not having as great a game as Zai, Pasha's still going to recover.
Yep.
And Ramses has been having a terrible time on bottom. As this game drags out, who do you even feel confident with?
Well, the concern for Secret's lineup, if you look at it, is incredibly low damage and low team fight. If OD gets doomed and PA, you know, and it's not 30, 40 minutes into the game, Secret really don't have any AoE. You can coil them, you know, Zai can use a round of spells, but Virtus Pro, they have so much sustain, the healing ward, the heals from DP, the Doom Devour, the Sven shield. I fear for the lineup of Secret if they aren't able to abuse their map mobility and the relocate.
An invis room for the Sven. He didn't actually see Zyke fast enough. The Observe Ward was looking for it. Nice D-Ward from Puppey getting rid of that high ground vision that was available to the Death Prophet. So Puck has finished up her shrine. And Sven's waiting to see when someone's going to come back into the lane, because at the moment Juggernaut's having the freest time in the world, while Puppey wants to go on Death Prophet. Not level 6, only 3-1 charges available. And they're going to go silence on bottom lane. Zai is still waiting for that Stormbolt. Solo was silenced up. That's the reason why it hasn't happened yet. Maybe worry about the phase shift, but there's the Stormbolt. Got in nice and close, so there was no way to just phase shift out the attack. Still will orb away, but he burnt Shrine so he could stand in the lane. Now that doesn't happen, but up on top lane, Pasha, he'll survive even though PA jumps forward. Grimstroke to help out. They can move in with the Inkswell. They want to try and find this kill on the PA, but underneath the tier 1 tower, not what they want to fight.
A game relatively equalized. It's actually, for just a moment there, Nisha and Ramses had exactly 50 denies between them. I'll change up now.
Man, I got to slow myself down as well. I'm kind of feeling like this game's going to be going the same pace as the rest of the series. It's like I'm ready to jump back into those team fights that we had. It's like let's just chill out.
The Doom just not going off on Nisha in time. And even though he was out CS for a bit, this is the nature of the Doom hero, especially once Roger shows up to help him. He's suddenly level 6. This top dual lane is still just level 4. And VP with a big level advantage in their side lanes. Yeah, you're a bit behind middle, but I'd argue that that's less important.
This is some great information getting provided by Solar. He got the Observer Ward up on the high ground near the top rune, but he just planted a fresh one from the tree line. So Team Secret will probably not be aware of this. It's just out of range of the detection of that mid lane. So instead, they use the Observe Ward, moving over with Death Prophet. No points in silence, but Nisha has nothing else to jump to. With the Spirit Siphon, it should be enough damage, but they're battling underneath the Shrine. Supports rotating over in the form of the OD. At the same time, though, PA doesn't want anything to do this, but wait! Oh, Ramses. That's not what he wanted to have happen. Dies on the bottom lane. And Nisha just goes to farm up in his own jungle down to the south. He TP to the Shrine instead.
I like this choice. He can't be top anymore. You're just way too susceptible when a Doom is level 7. He still has his ultimate off cooldown. There's nothing you can do. Farm a camp real quick, and then go look to take this bottom lane from Zai. And
mid lane, they're going again. Solo is waiting. He knows the Puppey wants to go for something. Look for the Stormbolt, Death Prophet. She moves back with the Spirit Siphon, giving a little bit of extra life. They need to slow people down, but these pulls from Yapsaw makes it difficult to close the distance. There's your slow coming in from the Stroke of Fate, but he's up the hill and away, so Sven, they couldn't get the chain stun from the Inkswell as well as the Stormhammer.
Surprise mid one? Looks like he might just be going for another Midas build.
They want to keep going. The Dire Observer Ward just sees Puck. Now he does have Dream Coil, but Doom has Doom.
Went max silence as well on Zai.
Oh, Stormbolt. Puppey tried to dodge it as quick as he could with the Nightmare. He'll Nightmare over on Doom. They'll free him out. Yamsaw's nearby, tethering over. Doesn't have a lot of regeneration to provide, but it's just a slow on Doom, and then the Dream Call over on 3, and the hammer! Mid-1! He hits like an absolute, well, anvil. 2 heroes go his way. Doom, was this a little bit too heavily forced?
A little bit, Toby. They want to use the Doom. You want to ensure you get these ultimates off, but...
Juggernaut's looking for a solo kill, but he doesn't have Omni Slash available. He's going to lose all 4 bounty runes. Maybe no bottom lane. Sven will be able to grab that. Yeah, but Nisha takes the top 2.
The key hero to watch for Secret is going to continue to be Zai. This is the guy that's got to be able... He makes the turnarounds happen. Without the coil, without the silence, you can't stop Pasha from getting his spells off. And Nisha still needs some time to come online, although he's really considerably farmed. Since he had to leave the lane at level 4, and he still found a way to maintain his acceleration. Looks like he'll be going for the Battle Fury rush as well.
A late game Nisha PA to carry the game. Wow, I think I've seen this before somewhere, Kyle. Is this a rerun?
I mean, Ramsey's on the jug as well. Like both of these players are on signature heroes, not just for themselves, but in the meta too. Now I'm happy because this means this game will be going late. You've got a Midas picked up on mid 1, and the more time we get to watch these 2 teams play Dota against each other, the happier I am.
Those 2 kills really just sent him over the edge for it. Yeah, he got like 350 gold for it, but it's what allowed him to afford it by the 10-minute mark.
I want to see him look to itemize a bit differently. I'm not a huge fan of that Hex Rush he was going for in both of those first two, the two games he played OD already.
Puppey going to tank another gank. They kind of want to kill off the Puck. They're even faking out the Doom on bottom. Here's your silence over on Bane. Can't Nightmare when that's on him, but he gets rid of it. Stormbolt flies forward, gets a double stun. Puck, he's protected by the Invis rune. Now he comes back out of it, trying to help out Puppey. There's no TP support coming in, so this Dream Court will be massively ineffective. And they try and get a trade-off. Mid one's pushing the mid tower, but that's an OD pushing a tower. While VP have 4 heroes forcing the lane. Grimstroke, he'll TP to the mid and just stop that secret push.
They still have the DP ultimate ready as well, so they get the tier 1. They could potentially threaten tier 2, but I feel like Zai is going to just spam out this wave and ensure that's not possible.
Yeah.
And if you look at what mid one's queued up, he does look to be rushing that Scythe of Ice again. I'm not sure how much I like it. They already have so much single target DPS and lockdown.
Unless they can just ensure that Doom can't get the Doom off. Like
exactly.
That's, like, okay, Doom's walking at me. He's going for the Vlad's build, so it'll be a while before the Blink Dagger will arrive. But then actually, no, this is a Doombringer. He hasn't maxed out Devour just yet, but eventually it will come. And they look for another target. Smoked up. They'll see Puppey. We are walking around during daytime for another 2.5 minutes. So they leave an Observe Wall behind. Imprisonment used on mid. Puppey's moving over. He's got the Nightmare and the Fiend's Grip used on Grimstroke, but they all got Soulbind together in the double Doom and the double Stormbolt. That's the combination that VP's been itching for. And the Omnislash, I try to relocate him out and it won't work. They take 3 heroes. Virtus Pro. You feel like maybe they're the ones being initiated on, but you feel a disturbance. That is not right.
But they fear nothing, Toby. These heroes are so strong. Look at the health pool. Every single hero of VP, exception of Solo with 987, is above 1,000 health in this mid lane. And Secret, you're still so squishy. Like, you have a Midas, a naked Midas on your OD, and Bane.
It's all about the dodge, right? It's having the Nightmare, it's having Imprisonment, it's having Phase Shift, it's having the IO sustain or the relocate back out. But when VP initiate and they get a double Doom, it disables so many of these abilities.
Yep. I mean, that's just the dream, right? You just blow your ultimates. They were waiting for this opportunity for some time. 7-7, game still equalized, but VP's lineup will thrive the longer this game goes.
It's like Pasha just walks. Like, we talked about, like, how do you get this combination off against Team Secret when Pasha just walks into the fight? But the phase boots and the fact that Secret were initiating on a different target. Puppey stood still because he was trying to Fiend's Grip and kill off the Grimstroke, and they got him at least. Grimstroke died, but they lost so much.
And it's some of this tale of the tournament thus far. You got one team, Secret, they're looking to find an initial kill on someone 100-0 before they can get a single spell off. Virtus Pro, you have so much sustain, so much staying power in engagements that you're confident as long as you survive that initial burst, you will win these fights just because of how powerful your heroes are as the team fight continues and continues on. Like, you're going to have DP ult churning, you get the Doom off, and you have so much more reach as well. Like, you're just going to charge after people with that maxed out war cry of the solo Sven.
Yep.
Like, they're so fast.
God, it really is crazy. No one with the defensive fuel scepter. He can even be aggressive with that if he wants to. And then he's going to build into the hood. Ensure that magical pop damage of Team Secret just doesn't explode the Death Prophet. Max duration on Exorcism. Pushing down buildings if they wanted to. Even their Observer Ward placing on bottom lane. It ensures that their farm areas are secure, but it also lets them have an early detection warning if Team Secret want to try and push down the tower. And surprisingly enough, they're coming down. They're not in range of the ward. In fact, Doombringer is nearby. And now they're going to see him. It's the 15-minute runes. Puck, he'll jump forward. He'll bottle that one up. Dream call out. Pasha, he'll try and survive through this. Did not get the Scorched Earth off, but it won't matter anyway. Can't walk away from the Dream Coil. So Doom will die, and this is Secret's turn to get a lot of bounties.
I love it. I mean, both teams, the best teams in the world, of course. I keep saying it. 15 minutes, they're already ready. They're prepared for an engagement on the rune. These bounties are objectives.
I think you can say the best teams in the world. They have been in the winners bracket final and the grand final of 2 consecutive majors, the only 2 in this DPC season so far, and of course they're the only 2 teams that have qualified for TI so far, both rightly so, but VP and Secret, like, they dominated the last DPC seasons too. I think Secret qualified like 4 or 5 months into the last DPC season.
And you have a blink on Zai. We saw it not really used there as the Doom was just standing on the rune, but that's the player to watch. In addition, this OD versus Doom relationship. Will OD be a hero? And he said, whoa, what?
What?
He died to the Ancient Stack. Oh my God. I have not. Wow.
I don't know if we can go back in a replay and just watch that in slow motion. If production has that available, but if you do, I would like to see that. And yeah, you're right. Yapsaw, they jump over, they realize he screwed up on the Ancients, and Yapsaw with a relocate. They'll find what they're looking for. In fact, they may find more. Puck's ready to go. It's a double silence and Dream Call, and they drop the ultimate. Virtus.pro, what just happened here?
Holy That's the first real individual mistake
they're going
we've
for
seen.
more. Solo is too much damage. The All flies forward. Solo must run to the left and heal Dionysia. It's a double kill. This is crumbling right now.
This is what makes these teams good. It's not about even how many mistakes they don't make. It's how do they respond when the enemy team makes a misstep. Ramses dies to Ancients. They're relocating there to steal them within 5 seconds and then immediately turning around under their own ward on their tier 1 tower. 4 kills.
There was the observer ward as well that was at the room that saw the fact that he died there. That's how the information. It wasn't even just a straight up read. They had the vision of Ramses dying in front of them.
That is the first time I've seen Ramses make a move like that. Like, guys played near perfect this entire tournament, this entire season. And VP go on to lose this game. You got to point to this moment as the reason why. However, big spells of Secret are on cooldown. No relocate, no Bane Grip, no hammer.
In they go.
You said it.
Roshan crumps down. No one has already burned the Exorcism, and he's not inside the pit. He's letting the Exorcism do the work from the north side, so the Juggernaut's the only one risking himself. Io has the Spirits in close. Here comes your all forward. Initiating onto the DP is really difficult. The Stormbolt sent over towards Bane, so they've lost the double stun ability. But wait for the Soulbind. He's looking for a target, even a double damage rune. Juggernaut, maybe it's worth coming out of the pit for this. They get the Aegis Immortal, and then the DD into Ramses. They want to fight. They're looking for anything. They trigger anything they've got as the Warcry to get forward. Virtus.pro, they want to go forward so fast.
And you can see Doom is running at 511 move speed when Warcry, Scorched Earth, and Phase Boots are active.
Are they backing? They're backing up. Virtus.pro, even with a double damage rune on the Juggernaut, they don't want to force the issue into Team Secret just yet, even though Sanity's Eclipse is down for the moment.
A bit less action-packed in the previous 3 games, but you can still feel the tension. Both of these teams have such a great read on the flow of the fights. Who's more powerful in what position? You can tell that they know exactly when they should or should not be engaging.
Yep.
And I think Secret make a wise decision there. They pressure, saying, you know, VP, do you really want to force this? Because they can't fight, but maybe VP make a mistake, they leave the pit. But both teams make the right decision.
I thought Nisha was like on the opposite side of that, trying to farm up Juggernaut's areas.
Yep. While Ramses is farming his own. And the blink on Pasha is going to be big. I like his decision to go for the War Stomp build here. He wants to be more, he's an initiator. If you look at the lineup, VP, they just need to get on top of Secret. If you can get a disable or fast kill on the Bane, the Puck, or just the Doom on the OD, Secret no longer have the ability to team fight. They need that initiator's advantage, and they have to get a pick-off on someone. If that doesn't happen, you're going to get wrecked in these engagements.
It still feels pretty funky for mid one. Like, he's got BKB, but it's like it still feels problematic against a Doombringer. And Doombringer, they're trying to give Pasha the space on bottom lane to afford up his Blink Dagger, because they, like, VP need this. Don't rely on Soulbind. Just rely on deleting the OD or potentially the Puck. Either will do.
20 minutes, they're smoked right on top of the room. This time it's VP who lay in wait, setting the trap. Secret wisely will not fall into it, and Pasha will collect the bottom bounty. So 3 runes going the way of VP. Secret still with a net worth advantage, but a lot of that is this OD Midas.
These are the runes VP wants. As we said, like, Doombringer's trying to afford his Blink Dagger. He's now up to 1,900 gold. Not far off. Ramsey attacks the top tower. This forces the fortification. There's no creep wave with him anymore. And he'll turn around. Warcry, a little bit out of range there, Solo, but it won't matter. Ramsey spins, ensures it. He's got Aegis Immortal, so all the confidence for Ramses.
We saw this in previous games where teams game plan for Wisp. The way to beat it is to remove relocate as a way for Secret to play. Stick is 5. If you want to fight us, if you want to find kills, you're going to need to take us on toe-to-toe, and you just can't do that if you're Secret. The team fight disadvantage is too high, and you have a pipe on this no one Death Prophet, you could consider going tier 3 here just because, again, you're so strong. Even with a net worth disadvantage, you got to feel confident to just keep pressuring.
Yep. But do they go up Virtus Pro? Tier 2 towers being pressured in mid. PA is pressuring the bottom tier 1 tower. Yep, they're going to come up. Ramses enters the base. They've still got Semptor swamped inside the Doombringer, waiting for his own initiation. Another early spin from Juggernaut, beating into the tier 3 tower, being the frontliner. And there's your Doom. He got it on the OD. Stormbolt out as well. They'll take the tier 3 tower. Remember, though, they're here for more. Bane has to break free of the Fiend's grip, but this just opens up Virtus Pro to keep the pressure going. It's a great silence, but still, the damage, all they're going to do is just stay there. But without the creep wave, they do not want to stick around. A blink forward from Phantom Assassin, also not where she wants to be. Remember, Juggernaut has Omni Slash. They get the stun. They were just baiting him. It looked like Crocodile Tears. It's a huge ultimate, but the Omni Slash is even better. So much damage. They had to find a kill. They haven't found any of them. The silence and Dreamcore won't do his work. OD Orb will. 24 intel stolen. He's starting to hit hard, but Doombringer back to fight. Blink and Hoofstomp off cooldown right now, and he gets 2. They need to kill the IO. Spin forward from Ramses. He wants to stay on the front lines. A silence on the Bane. Nightmare's coming off cooldown. They want to punish Virtus Pro. Maybe in a little bit too deep. Doombringer sacrificing himself. He'll stay around to try and get the, well, just to soak up some of the stuff, but Yule Scepter, it goes on the Death Prophet. They're looking for Sven. Stormbolt, phase shift to dodge it by Zai. He'll get 1, they'll get 2, and Virtus Pro, too deep, too deep, too deep.
Man, what, that was all Zai, all Zai. Multiple 3 or 4-man orb silences. That initial engagement, he killed the healing ward that was just placed by Ramses. That's why VP chooses to turn and run out of the base. And you know, they turn on Puppey, but he effectively traded his life away, as we've seen Solo do so many times. He doesn't care. Immediately, he's going to buy back, and that means his team now has time to turn around and continue this engagement.
And look where they go. Man. They understand that Ramses wants to get back into farming, into recovery mode. They smoke up. Yep. They move over. You don't have a blink, but you've got a scythe. That'll do the work. Look at Ramses. He feels it. They're showing in mid with the puck. Spin, back up. Grimstroke barely survives thanks to his Glimmer Cape. And they're healing, warding him up. They want to try and fight, but without Exorcism, without Death Prophet being fully up, they don't do it.
There were big silences from no one in that fight too, but they invested a lot into that push. No one bought a pipe. This is not an item you want to ever be purchasing on a Death Prophet in a game that could continue to extend for maybe 20, 30 more minutes. Like, he will get outscaled now, and how many times have we seen PA, especially Nisha PA, carry games once you get up to that level 20, level 25 talent?
A lot. Pushing in with the triple stifling daggers. He's at level 16 right now. Didn't go for the cleave, went for the armor corruption, and then even going to amplify the fact with Desolator.
And you have so many methods of removing Omni Slash. You can Astral. You have now a defensive Yules that could be utilized by Zai. Also, he's the one that interrupted that no one.
Yep.
Just really this series.
It's the Zai show. In the same kind of way that you saw Crit carry EG, Zai stepping up to the mark. Dire Observer Wards are here. Solo stays on the high ground. No, he's going to walk down. Reveals the Arcane Rune. Reveals everyone's going to kill him. Roger, walk away. Or maybe not. Sven, he'll get the war cry. EKB jumping into the back lines. He'll kill off Grimstroke as well. They're going for more. Actually, it's going to be Puppey in mid lane, sent up in towards the air. The Doom is on the OD. He's just waiting out this fight. So Bane will die. The silence is out. Nisha, no, actually, yeah. Nightmare out. Combined with the Omniscience, but relocate. Really?
Wow, Yapzor pre-casted that. He knew Nisha was in trouble the moment he got slept. If he held it for another half a second, I feel like someone's going to be able to interrupt that.
He's coming back.
Sudden, a full team wipe, a 10,000 gold lead, and, you know,
She got, like, yes, he said, like level 20. He's already looking and saying, okay, satanic time.
Dude, oh my
He's already going to get the Morbid Mask.
it's 14K all of a sudden.
Yep.
Zai's going to have an Ags and 1,500 gold.
Dude,
and
the bigger graph is the experience. That's about 18,000. The advantages just keep racking up.
That's the power of Puppey. Like, he distracted the Doom and the Death Prophet with ult active. Sure, you killed him, but he dragged them for 15 seconds. They're just chasing him towards the mid lane. And Ramsey's like, hey guys, can we kill this PA? He just slept himself.
He actually got the Aghanims upgrade. Still wants to claim it. For the IO, that is.
You can do cool stuff with it. OD Ags is pretty interesting.
Yeah. I suppose like when you're ahead, it's good. Like when you're behind and you're imprisoned, everyone's like, we're going to wait before we can attack. That's where the downside of imprisonment comes. But in towards the mid, Death Prophet shows itself in the side. They put down the Observer wards. There's a lot of support behind him. OD walks forward. Careful of this. They already put the Sentry ward down. Glimmer Cape and Fiend's Grip. But look, instantly Zai, he's always looking for more. He's looking for the major Dream Call. Able to claim it with Death Prophet. Burning Exorcism. Now Team Secret can just back up. They do not have to fight. And it's a huge ability to go down. But then, no! He wants to go in! Roger just gets evaporated by Nisha. And the Hex, the follow-up, another Rift, another Silence. Maybe there's some damage to be done, but Doombringer set up towards the air by the Yulset, but Omniscience is being soaked up by Puppey. He'll find the kill. Ire, well, they can live through this one. Maybe not so much. Doombringer, no, he can't close the distance. Yapzor's got the speed. And he doesn't have any heroes to help him out. 3 heroes down for Virtus Pro. And Nisha will come high ground. This time, I think the Rax will die.
Got a blink on Ramsey. They're having struggles to find.
They didn't even use Sandy's Eclipse. He just got the +2 multiplier as well. Put the Null Talisman back in your inventory. Actually, he's waiting for the Kaya to come on the courier. Mid-Rax is gone. Virtus Pro are on the ropes.
Got vision everywhere as well, Toby. Roshan is up. They could choose to go grab it whenever they'd like. 18,000 gold lead. And Nisha, they just do too much damage.
Notice Nisha has changed his item build. No longer going, actually, I think he's still going to go for Satanic Ramses. And he needs to get out of range of the Dream Call on the back of the spin. Has TP available, will blink into the tree line so they cannot find him. This is delaying any kind of aggression that Team Secret could use. But that's all.
You need a miracle at this point.
I'm sorry, he's not here.
Exactly. And Pasha, he's finding decent initiations, but the damage output is suffering. You have Omni Slash that it's finding kills on Puppey reliably, but that's about it. And look at no one's items. Like, he hasn't accelerated, he hasn't scaled. He's now so far behind even Zai. And it all comes down to that top engagement. You know, you didn't get enough.
You don't have Exorcism. You probably don't have the damage output you're looking for.
I think you have to try, though, Toby.
It's a hard ask. Juggernaut still doesn't have the damage. He went Manta Battle Fury until that Butterfly is up. He's not really that intimidating, and Team Secret are already moving quickly. Under the cover of a 4-man smoke, or actually a 3-man smoke and a blur. Radiant scan, no one's nearby. They are at Roshan. Maybe VP are looking for the counter initiation when Secret go in, but a full Satanic is now completed on the PA. She's unstoppable and looking for a nullifier next. Puck reveals on bottom. Everyone from VP need to TP back, or they take Roshan now. Do you lose the second lane of Rax in order to claim Roshan? Exorcism is up. They can TP to the shrine, potentially. That was left up, but nope. Everyone TP inside the base. Tier 3 towers being taken. And they're happy for Nisha to be the front lines.
Got a Satanic.
Yep. And Satanic on the triple stifling daggers. It does proc the lifesteal.
And the issue you're running into now is Virtus Pro. Sure, you can continue to delete the OD of mid one, but he's got the survivability thanks to his Wisp, thanks to the peel of the Puck to continue surviving. And Nisha's a problem now. He's the highest net worth. He's got so much farm that the moment the Doom goes out, he fears absolutely nothing. And the moment he identifies a Virtus Pro support, he's jumping on top of them and killing them.
There's a double damage rune in the top river. Actually, it's going to be picked up by Puck. I thought if you give that to the PA, Roshan doesn't stand a chance. But here comes VP once more. They'll grab the 30-minute bounty rune from the top. But Team Secret already took the lion's share of the 30-minute money. Pushing the advantage now to 22,000. Almost 30,000 on the experience. It looks unlosable for Team Secret, but they're up against Virtus Pro. Anything is possible. This is Dota.
Yep. They're doing a great job, though. They know the only way they can lose this game is if they allow VP some sort of breathing room due to their own mistakes. Just Campus 5.
Distance and speed. They've already got the Hex over on Grimstroke. Fiend's Grip so quickly. Not to mention the Dream Call. The Hammer! Mid-1! He just wrecks space. The Omniscience is kicking out, but he still doesn't even get a kill from it. Nightmare for Bane. Puppey survives! The Doom goes on PA, but who gives a crap? They can't live. Death Prophet will come back up again with a couple of Spirit Ciphers, but they just waited it out, and now Death Prophet will die as well, and GG, well played. Team Secret will be the major winners over Virtus Pro, 3-1. They achieved what they were unable to do at the last major in KL. They have taken out Virtus Pro, and they do it with 1 game to spare. What a great run.
Incredible fortitude as well. Like a tough game 3. You've got to feel like they made mistakes, yet they pull it together against their rivals, their bitter rivals. They worked so hard for this. I did not see them for the last 2 weeks. They were just training, practicing. Puppy, my God, I have not seen such tactics since like Hannibal against the Romans in those first 2 games. Like, he gives them a 2-0 edge just based on his thinking alone.
And it has been such a performance. Team Secret, they've gone through the winner's bracket, and they will be walking up to claim the trophy. They went the whole way.
Please
they got dropped down by Virtus Pro.
The champion of Chongqing Major, Team Secret.
The announcer does it perfect. Your champions, Team Secret. And great respect as well. They give the trophy over to Nisha at one point. It's like, raise that proud. He did a fantastic job throughout this tournament. It kind of is fitting, Carl, that he gets to end on PA. One of the heroes he wrecked in the group stage with. Brought back games which should have been lost.
Yep. And really just an amazing performance from all 3 cores on the side of Secret. 1 death on Zai, 1 death on mid 1. Nisha, perfect 10-0 and 8. I still have to give the MVP to Zai. I felt like he was just a part of every critical engagement that Secret were able to win.
It was the mindset as well, right? Like, Zai was always looking for the next thing. Like, Puppy gave it to him in the Game 1, Game 2 draft. Everything just syncs so well. And Zai was like, you know what? 1 kill is not enough. We have to stay on top of Virtus Pro.
And, you know, a fitting way to end this patch as well. Because this series was worthy of what we expected it to be. They're the 2 best teams in Dota. They brawled. Like, I wish we could see more, right? Because Secret, they came out and they're just like, oh, they're 2-0 in 35 minutes. And Virtus Pro, you got to be a bit disappointed because you're...
You got to be disappointed, but you also see what you have to go through to take a game off Team Secret. Game 3, they pushed so hard to get that. So VP is still props. They still made it to the grand final. They still prove that they are part of the top 3 teams, VP, EG, and Secret, all in the top 3 consecutive majors. Terrific Dota from all sides. But at the end of the day, there can only be 1 champion of the major, and that's Team Secret.
Man, and they do it in